My father awakened an S-Class magic sword, 1,000 blades. My mother even awakened the SS-Class extreme spin heavy sword. But today, during the ceremony, I awakened a broken wooden sword. Just as the audience below erupted in thunderous mockery, suddenly the sky above the entire city turned red. Immediately after, a red light descended from the sky and landed on me. After the red light dissipated, the phantom of a swordsman appeared on the awakening platform. The principal, upon seeing this, exclaimed that it was the only hidden profession, sword formation master. This means, this profession is unique in the world, only I have it. Unless I die, there will never be another sword formation master in the world. Because I awakened a combat profession, the school gave me a new awakening godstone. The mage maintaining the job change formation beside me shouted excitedly, urging classmates to try their luck with the second draw. Without hesitation, I placed the newly obtained godstone into the formation. Another red light flashed across the sky, dark clouds looming, lightning streaking. However, the card I drew did not contain a weapon, just another swordsman wielding a flying sword. The principal, upon witnessing this scene, was almost ecstatic to the point of sudden death. This was because the godstone only guarantees a profession on the first awakening. Subsequent draws have a very low chance of duplicating professions. Repeated professions will not go to waste, but will be transformed into additional attributes or special skills. After the first job change, every subsequent card draw that results in a repeated profession will be converted into a fate seat. Each profession has 6 fate seats, but many people spend their whole lives without drawing all 6 fates. Like me, who draws red consecutively, it's a first in the world. The mage's eyes are red at this point, excitedly roaring to his classmates, "Keep drawing until you get a special weapon, you are a national treasure." I was a bit confused at this point, but I obediently used the newly gifted godstone and drew again immediately. A red light flashed, and once again a sword formation appeared in the sky, followed by a phantom of the sky swordsman, appearing on the awakening platform. At this moment, even the calm formation mages began to roar loudly. Principal Ning Ching was so excited that she fainted directly. "The principal is in shock, call the school doctor quickly." I didn't wait for the formation mage to speak, skillfully using the god's hourglass. Another red light flickered, another fate seat. At this point, I was in a trance and continued drawing cards. 3 more card draws in 2.5 minutes, all resulting in red lights. The entire school fell into a deathly silence. Someone actually drew the unique hidden profession ring, with all fate seats filled. In thousands of years of history, such an absurd person has never been found. This is definitely a child of God. This extravagant card draw made me feel like I drew all the destiny, but at this moment, there is still a free divine stone, so I continue to draw cards. Unfortunately, this time there was no red light flashing, not even gold or blue light. Instead, a white light appeared, and a sword box flew out from the magic array, landing slowly in my hands. I held the sword box and lamented, "What bad luck, I actually drew a blank card." Upon hearing my words, the campus erupted in fury, with countless students starting a riot. Then a music teacher activated his skill, and his singing immediately calmed everyone's emotions. After I walked back to the crowd holding the sword box, Lu Ruyan immediately came up and asked me about my attributes. So I first checked my own stats. Skill Sword Formation Level 1, unleash the sword formation, continuously consuming mental power. Critical damage within a 10-meter radius increases by 100%. Encounter Level 1, controlling the flying sword for aerial attacks. Command Level 1, Sword Army, sword formation radius becomes 10 times larger. Command Level 2, Sword Wings, unleash the sword formation and sword control without consuming mental power. Command Level 3, Sword Bow, continuously restore health within the sword formation. Command Level 4, Sword Embryo, for each enemy attacked within the sword formation, other enemies inside the formation will receive 10% arrow damage. Command Level 5, Sword Heart, attacks within the sword formation will definitely crit, and the critical rate is doubled to critical damage, with an additional percentage increase in critical damage. Crafted 6 Sword Immortals, all attacks within the sword formation ignore enemy defense. After checking my own attributes, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. The boost from this constellation, how can others compete? Looking at the occupational attributes, the spiritual attribute is much higher than the others, indicating that sword formation masters lean towards magic-based professions. After some thought, I didn't deploy the sword formation but directly used the sword control skill. Manipulating the iron sword box to open, a long iron sword flew out from within. I took a look and found that this iron sword only has 10 attack points, quite ordinary, a common equipment found everywhere. Looking inside the Swordmaster, I discovered it can hold a total of 10 flying swords. Logically, the more flying swords controlled simultaneously, the greater the mental energy consumption. Without the constellation, the Sword Formation Master, Initially, one should only be able to control one flying sword. Therefore, there is only one iron sword in the Iron Sword Master. But my Constellation 2 allowed me to activate it, with no consumption for the sword formation and sword control. This means that just this constellation alone has increased my combat power tenfold in the early stages. After equipping the Sword Master, I recalled the special scene I saw when drawing the Sword Formation Master profession, where a million abyssal army marched through the wilderness. Then, swords rained down from the sky, wiping out the million-strong army in an instant. That scene made me realize that in the later stages, I too could possess the power to stand against a nation alone. After the ceremony, out of 300 students, 35 drew combat professions, while 265 drew lifestyle professions. After being rescued, Ning Qing returned to the podium and delivered an inspiring speech to the students before moving on to the main topic. 1 month later, it will be the annual National College Entrance Examination of the Disya Empire. Whether students draw life-related professions or combat-related professions, they can enter higher education institutions for further studies through the exam. Hopefully, within this month, they can improve their skill proficiency and level as much as possible. After the meeting, the principal called me and Lu Ruyan over. This year, only you two have the chance to enter Kyoto University. So today, I plan to give you both a special opportunity to enter the hidden area of Kyoto University. The minimum requirement is to reach level 19 within a month. Lu Ruyan, the awakened elf saint, has an advanced rare profession. Coupled with the support of her family, there should be no major issues. The principal is most worried about me because a hidden profession only signifies rarity, not necessarily strength. Although the fate seats enhance professions, generally, having all 6 fate seats increases the strength of the profession by 50%, and for more powerful professions, it can increase by 70%. After listening to the principal, I silently glanced at my fate seat panel, realizing that I was the only one this strong. Lastly, the principal said that both of us should go to the suburbs together. Newly discovered hidden instance. The monsters inside are only level 12, with relatively low difficulty, and not only that, the experience gained is 50% higher than regular instances. Most importantly, after clearing the instance, you will receive a divine stone. After leaving school, I went to the store and spent all the money I had saved up over 2.5 years to buy 9 mediocre quality iron swords and a damage testing dummy. When I arrived at an empty space, preparing to summon flying swords, the face of a woman suddenly appeared in my mind. Detecting the host's occupation change to Sword Formation Master, the achievement system is activated. Detecting the host's achievement of the first divine level achievement, Drawing Full Luck, rewarded with awakening the unique divine level talent Absolute Luck level 1. Detecting the host's achievement of the divine level achievement, Sword Immortal, rewarded with awakening the unique divine level talent I am a Sword Immortal level 1. After hearing this, I was momentarily stunned, immediately checked my talent attributes, and found that the effect of Absolute Luck is limited to 10 times per month, with luck reaching its peak when drawing cards. The effect of being a Sword Immortal increases all damage by 10 times. I thought to myself that the most important thing in this world is drawing cards, where one can obtain almost all precious things in the world. Whether it's money, skills, or equipment, they can all be obtained through drawing cards. Now, I have 10 chances every month to draw cards with full luck. Wouldn't it be that as long as I get the Godstone, I can immediately obtain my legendary red specialized weapon? Although the Godstone is rare, it's still possible to get one in a month. After a long time, I finally came back to my senses from the shock. Now, he couldn't wait to test his damage, so he placed the testing dummy in the center of the empty space, ready to witness the use of swordsmanship. I first controlled a sword that was not present, accurately stabbing the dummy and dealing 546 points of damage. As far as I know, even the fire mage with the highest attack power in the early stages, at level 1, a fireball only deals about 20 points of damage to the test dummy, and the mage can't cast many fireballs, as it will deplete their mana quickly. My basic attack damage at this level is already comparable to a level 10 fire mage's fireball. With that in mind, I directly controlled 10 flying swords to shoot at the dummy, and when I saw the damage of 5,460 points on its head, my pupils couldn't help but contract. The textbook mentions that a boss around level 10 has about 10,000 to 20,000 health points, which means I can easily defeat a level 10 boss with just 4 attacks at most. The key is that I'm only at level 1 now, and I'm using the lowest level weapon, an iron sword. With these thoughts in mind, I couldn't help but smile like an AK, then contentedly carried the sword back home like a swordsman. When I arrived home, my aunt welcomed me with a smile. Before I crossed over, the host's parents went missing after venturing into a mysterious instance, so the host went to live with their grandmother. When my grandmother found out that I awakened as a combat class, her face instantly darkened, saying, "Both of you have become combat classes to sell yourselves." I'll go down first and wait for you to sort things out. Later, my aunt comforted me, saying, your grandmother was an elite in the military when she was young. When your mother drew a combat class, she threw a feast for 3 days and nights. When I drew a singer, she gave me a sour face for 3 days and nights. Then I also told my aunt that I drew the hidden class, scholar. My cousin immediately cast an envious and jealous look at you. Is your profession impressive or not? Impressive, very impressive. That's right, combat professions need to be impressive. Come on, tell me, what makes your profession so impressive? The next page will be filled with my cousin's praises. Early the next morning, I found a magnificent badge at the head of my bed. Although it seemed a bit old, it was well preserved. When I picked up the badge, its attributes were revealed. Imperial Special Merit Badge, plus 100 Strength, plus 100 Agility, plus 100 Spirit, plus 100 Constitution, 11% damage reduction. It can be worn, and at the bottom, there was a note dedicating it to the heroes who made great contributions to the Empire. Seeing the badge's name and note, I couldn't help but be moved. Under this name and note, the plus 100 attributes in all 4 aspects were no longer important. In the Great Xia Empire, there is a saying, first-class merit is exchanged for life, second-class merit results in disability, and third-class merit leads to sweating. As for the special merit, only legendary figures at the level of war gods can obtain it. Each special merit badge represents a legendary tale. At that moment, I was somewhat dazed. I couldn't believe that my usually kind and gentle grandmother was actually a war god with special merit. As I walked out of the living room, my grandmother had already prepared breakfast. I sat down and asked her about the badge. Those are insignificant past events. Just focus on eating breakfast well and leveling up diligently. Don't embarrass our family. Grandma, do you agree to me becoming an adventurer? If I were to stop you with your profession and talent, it would be the greatest betrayal to the country. After leaving home, I checked my current attributes: Strength 110, Agility 105, Spirit 130, Constitution 105. Wearing the Imperial First Class Merit Medal increased my intelligence attribute by 100, equivalent to the attributes gained in the early stages of a normal profession at level 16. Then I took the school bus to the hidden instance in the western suburbs. There are a total of 8 middle schools in West Lake City, each with 2 to 3 spots available for leveling up in the hidden instance. Upon arrival, Lu Ruyan came over and told me that the instance was open. The teacher said it's best to form a 5-person team for this instance to ensure safety and maintain leveling efficiency. I've already formed a team for you, 2 DPS, a warrior, and me as a healer. With the experience from this instance, we should reach level 12 in just 1 week. However, the monster experience requires team distribution, so I thought about soloing. After that, Lu Ruyan went in with the previous 3 teammates, while I chose to solo. As soon as I entered the instance, a frenzied rabbit leaped towards me. Without hesitation, I unleashed my sword formation, piercing the frenzied rabbit with an iron sword from my scabbard. I only killed 1 rabbit, but suddenly over 10 prompts appeared. It turned out to be the arrow shot effect of the Fate Seat 4. For each enemy attacked within the sword formation, the other enemies within the formation would suffer 10% arrow shot damage. My damage output far exceeded expectations. As soon as 1 rabbit died within the sword formation, the rest followed suit. I then switched to all flying swords and began a massacre in the forest. With a large number of notifications flooding the screen, my experience bar soared rapidly. The leveling speed is astonishing. Just half an hour later, I welcomed my first upgrade. Each attribute increase upon leveling up corresponds accordingly: Strength plus 10, Agility plus 5, Spirit plus 30, Stamina plus 5. A total of 50 attribute points added. I remember reading about this in the textbook. Typically, a regular profession only gains 25 attribute points. Surprisingly, my profession's growth rate has doubled directly. It felt boring to just kill rabbits, so I started advancing towards the depths of the forest. The levels of monsters encountered on the way also began to rise gradually. However, all monsters are effortlessly killed without any hesitation. Moreover, it's a one-kill mini scenario. Even in dungeons, the respawn speed of monsters is slower than my killing speed. In less than an hour, a beam of light surged from my body, and I leveled up once again. Strength plus 10, Agility and Stamina plus 5, Spirit plus 30, Critical hit rate plus 1%, critical hit damage plus 10%. Furthermore, both the sword array and sword control skills have been upgraded to level 2. Now, a flying sword deals 1,579 damage, and 10 flying sword attacks result in 15,790 damage. I now possess the ability to one-shot level 10 leopards, and my damage output has surpassed that of a level 40 fire mage. I thought to myself that this profession is too unbalanced. Fortunately, it is the only profession, and only I can bear such unfairness. While lamenting the unfairness towards other professions, I tearfully shot down a raging rabbit king within my line of sight. My experience bar increased once more. At this rate of leveling up, I could reach level 12 in just one day. The key point is the synergy between Fate Seed 2 and Fate Seed 3. Encounters do not deplete mental strength, and stamina regenerates continuously within the sword formation. There is no need to go out for supplies, saving a significant amount of training time. While I was still slaughtering enemies in the instance, many students had already withdrawn, seeking treatment and supplies. The principal outside has not seen any trace of me, inevitably starting to worry. Suddenly, a pair of armed official soldiers arrived, sealing off the entrance to the instance. Captain Xia Chaoyang of the official army stepped forward and saluted several principals. Apologies, the military detected abnormal energy fluctuations in this instance. We need to close it for investigation. Please take your students back today. Ning Qing quickly said, Captain Xia, I still have a student inside the instance. Can we wait for him to come out first? Xia Chaoyang frowned, then glanced at his watch, saying, this energy fluctuation may be caused by abyss contamination. If not dealt with promptly, the instance could become corrupted. Therefore, I can only give you half an hour. Ning Qing nodded, that's enough time. My student has been inside for over 2 hours. In any case, he should come out within half an hour. At this moment, while everyone was worried about me, I had already reached the middle of the forest and leveled up to level 4. I was quite satisfied with my leveling speed. I thought that as I progressed, my leveling speed would slow down. However, relying on the arrow shooting damage from Fate Seed itself, coupled with Fate Seed's excess true damage that ignores defense, turned the sword formation into a slaughterhouse for monsters. Any monster that respawned within a 200-meter radius would die. The monsters around here respawn too slowly. Looks like we need to keep moving deeper. I have no intention of leaving the dungeon just because I sheathed my long sword. Meanwhile, deep inside this hidden dungeon, the level 12 boss, the one-eyed giant, is snoring away on a stone bed. Suddenly, next to his stone bed, purple bubbles slowly seep out from the ground. Successfully killed the green wolf, experience plus 15. Successfully killed the black bear, experience plus 20. Successfully killed the fierce tiger, experience plus 25. Even a level 10 monster couldn't withstand Zhang Chen's sword. Unconsciously, Zhang Chen had already walked deep into the forest. A golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, leveling up to 5, enhancing his attributes and critical damage. However, Zhang Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied with his leveling speed. Although the monster's levels increased and the experience gained more as he delved deeper into the instance, the monster density decreased. Now, killing a fierce tiger only granted him 0.1% of experience. He needed to kill 1,000 tigers to level up, but the number of fierce tigers was scarce, with him finding at most 5 in a minute. Including other monsters, it would take him 2 hours to reach level 6. It's been 3 hours in the instance, and I'm only level 5. Although others are at most level 3, I can't compare to them, Zhang Chen calculated silently. At this rate, he might only reach level 12 in a day. The time spent searching for monsters far exceeded the time spent killing them. Zhang Chen continued walking, venturing deeper into the forest until he reached a cave. The boss of this hidden instance should be inside this cave. The monsters inside should be level 12, possibly including elite monsters. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and then decisively entered the cave. Despite being only level 5, his sword damage was already at 2,000, with 10 flying swords totaling 20,000. With his attack frequency of once per second and the splash damage from his sword, even if there were a bunch of bosses and elite monsters inside, he could handle them. Meanwhile, outside the instance, Xia Chaoyang glanced at the time and said to Ning Qin, Principal Ning, I'm sorry, it's been half an hour, and we must close the instance. Ning Qin pleaded, Captain Xia, can't we extend the time a bit? That student is a talent from Kyoto University, we can't afford any mishaps. Xia Chaoyang replied sternly, we understand your concerns, but rest assured, we will reopen the instance after eliminating the risks, and the student will be able to exit then. Ning Qin hesitated, but Xia Chaoyang's expression darkened. Principal Ning, closing the instance now would only result in the student being trapped inside. But if the instance turns into an abyss, with monsters running loose, not only the students inside but also the people of Westlake City will be at risk. Can you bear that responsibility? Ning Qin's expression changed slightly, and he sighed, I understand, let's close the instance. At this moment, Li Shuer became anxious. Principal, are we really going to abandon that fool? Ning Qin explained, the fact that the student hasn't come out yet means his profession should have a way of self-supply. He won't come out in the short term. Now, let the military close the instance, investigate the risks, and prevent the instance from turning into an abyss. That's the best way to help him. Captain. At that moment, a soldier ran over. Something's wrong. Xiao Chaiyang asked sharply, what's going on? The instruments detected abyssal energy in the instance, and the boss has been corrupted by the abyss. Then why haven't we closed the instance yet? Captain, we can't. We can't close it. Can't close it? Xiao Chaiyang's eyes narrowed. The boss might be corrupted, but the instance hasn't completely turned into an abyss. Why can't we close it? Someone has entered the corrupted boss's territory, and the instance has activated the abyssal raid mode. Impossible! Xiao Chaiyang exclaimed, there's only one student in the instance, barely level 3. How could he enter the boss's territory? The soldier wiped his sweat and said, but the instruments can't be wrong. The abyssal raid mode has been activated. Xiao Chaiyang's expression turned extremely grim as he turned to Ning Qin. Principal Ning, what's going on with your student? Ning Qin was a bit confused at this moment. I didn't do it. You don't know? Xiao Chaiyang's face was as dark as water, but he didn't have time to pursue Ning Qin at this moment. He turned to the soldiers and ordered, immediately evacuate the surrounding teachers and students, dispatch the city defense army over. We must not let the abyss corruption boss enter the city area. The soldiers saluted, yes. Li Shuer watched Xiao Chaiyang and the soldiers hurriedly leave, and quickly asked Ning Qin, Principal, what is the abyss raid mode? At this moment, Ning Qin looked bleak and replied, when the abyss power erodes the instance boss will be corrupted by the abyss and become the only boss of the instance, with all attributes at least 10 times higher. If the corrupted boss is not raided within a certain period of time, it will leave the instance with the instance monsters and invade the real world. So before the corrupted boss invades reality, we need to send elite professionals into the abyss instance to raid the boss, which is called the abyss raid mode. Once the abyss raid mode is activated, the instance will no longer be open to the public. The raiders and the corrupted boss in the instance must fight to the death. If the raiders successfully defeat the abyss boss, they will receive generous rewards. But if the raiders are killed, the corrupted boss will be strengthened again and immediately invade reality. Li Shuer's expression changed slightly. Abyss raid mode. Does that mean Dumbbell will have to fight the corrupted boss? Ning Qin sighed heavily and patted Li Shuer on the shoulder. Although I don't want to say this is the first lesson the abyss has given you. We may lose companions at any time, so be prepared mentally. No, I can't accept it. Li Shuer was a little flustered and immediately ran to the side to call Butler Su. In the instance, Zhang Chen was still unaware that he was in a crisis, immersed in the joy of leveling up quickly. Successfully killed corrupted goblin, experience plus 200. Successfully killed corrupted elite goblin, experience plus 300. Successfully killed corrupted giant vanguard, experience plus 500. Indeed, it's the boss's territory, the experience is soaring. Zhang Chen was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. As soon as he entered the cave, he was shocked by the experience of the monsters inside. Although the monsters here had thicker health bars, it was just a matter of switching from one flying sword to two, which did not affect Zhang Chen's leveling speed at all. In just a few minutes, golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, directly reaching level 6. If I had known the experience here was so high, why was I still outside fighting those rampant rabbits? Rabbits are so cute, they should be braised, not used for leveling. Zhang Chen looked at the swarming heads ahead, his eyes gleaming with gold. All that experience was pure gold. He could see over 100 corrupted goblins with just his eyes. In this narrow cave, the monster density was high, the numbers were large, and there was no need to search for monsters. This was a custom-made leveling paradise for him. Seeing his experience bar rising rapidly, Zhang Chen even found those goblins with exposed brains somewhat cute. Outside the instance, the city defense army had already set up defenses at the entrance of the instance. The soldiers were fully armed, ready to intercept the abyss monsters outside the defense line. Teachers and students from various schools had already been evacuated. Only Ning Qin, relying on his old principal's face, persuaded Xiao Chaiyang to allow him to stay behind with Li Shuer behind the city defense army until the battle was over. Li Shuer looked at Ning Qin with teary eyes. Principal, will Dumbbell really not make it? Absolutely impossible. Ning Qin shook his head firmly. The monsters inside this boss territory are all above level 10, and after being corrupted by the abyss, their attributes will increase tenfold. Zhang Chen can't even break through the monster's defenses. And the process of abyssalization of the copy is irreversible. Until the entire copy is completely abyssalized, the abyss-corrupted boss will take the initiative to attack, and by then, Zhang Chen will have nowhere to escape. At this point, Ning Qin looked towards the abyss copy in the distance, which had already turned red, and lamented, that child must be very scared now. He clearly has a bright future, but is about to perish in the newbie copy. Fate is truly unfair. At this moment, inside the dungeon of the copy, Zhang Chen, who had reached level 9, was sitting on a flat rock, chewing on jerky roasted by his grandmother, while controlling his flying sword to slaughter the monsters in the cave. He had been in the copy for 5 hours, and although leveling up would restore his condition, his stomach would still grow hungry and need sustenance. Although grandma's roasted jerky is delicious, it's too dry. I should have brought some water, Zhang Chen muttered, while at the same time, 10 flying swords pierced through a giant mage casting spells in the distance. Minus 23,985. Successfully killed the corrupted giant shaman, experience plus 1,200. Successfully killed the corrupted goblin, experience plus 200. Successfully killed the corrupted elite goblin, experience plus 300. A golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, leveling up to 10. Finally reached level 10. Zhang Chen, upon leveling up, immediately wiped his hands on the still warm giant vanguard's clothes, checking his attributes. Name, Zhang Chen. Occupation, Sword Formation Master. Unique, level, 10, 2. 0%, Strength, 200, Agility, 150, Spirit, 400, Constitution, 150, Occupational Special Attribute, Critical Hit Rate, 19%, Critical Hit Damage, 190%, Talent, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am a Sword Immortal, Level 1, Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10 out of 10, Imperial First Class Medal. Skills, Sword Formation, Level 3, Deploy Sword Formation, Continuously consume Spirit Power, increase critical hit damage by 120% within a radius of 30 meters. Sword Riding, Level 3 Control Flying Sword, attack in midair, power depends on sword quality, on spirit power, and skill level. Fate Seat, 6 fates, both the Sword Formation and Sword Riding skills have reached Level 3, my damage should have increased significantly. Zhang Chen noticed the simultaneous increase in his sword formation and sword riding levels, immediately controlling a flying sword to pierce a corrupted goblin. Minus 3,836. Successfully killed the corrupted goblin, experience plus 200. Indeed, the damage has probably increased by about 30%. Zhang Chen was not surprised by his current damage. He had estimated that with each level increase in sword riding, the damage bonus was around 20%. Considering the additional spirit power and critical hit damage from leveling up, a 30% damage increase was not unreasonable. Now that I've reached level 10, it's time to go meet that boss. Zhang Chen's gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. While grinding monsters in the cave, he often heard terrifying roars coming from deep within, accompanied by tremors, creating a palpable sense of oppression. Since this wasn't just a game, death meant real death, so for safety's sake, Zhang Chen had not challenged the boss when he was at level 6 or 7. But now, at level 10, with an average output close to 40,000 per second, not to mention a level 12 boss, even if a level 40 boss appeared, as long as he played well, he could defeat it. After all, he had the unreasonable 6 fate seats, ignoring the enemy's defense within the sword formation. The boss's defense was non-existent. Walking deeper into the cave, Zhang Chen saw an extremely exaggerated figure. The one-eyed giant stood at 10 meters tall, its skin a deep purple, muscles bulging, covered in rock-like protrusions, resembling a demon's carapace. The giant exuded an unsettling aura all over its body. Zhang Chen felt an indescribable terror just by looking into the eye of the one-eyed giant. Is this what a level 12 boss should look like? Zhang Chen suddenly felt like he had walked onto the wrong set, but at that moment, the one-eyed giant king had already spotted him. Malice ignited in its eye, filled with endless anger and cruelty, roaring furiously. The deafening sound swept over, almost knocking Zhang Chen off his feet. Something's not right. Definitely not right. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen didn't know the specifics of this boss as he hadn't learned detection skills, so he could only try attacking with 10 flying swords. 10 flying swords pierced through the armor in front of the one-eyed giant king. Minus 38,360. He's not dead. This boss's health is abnormal. This was the first time Zhang Chen had encountered a monster that could withstand 10 flying swords and still not die, greatly shocking him. However, the one-eyed giant king seemed to have suffered a severe injury as well. Its chest armor shattered, blood flowing incessantly. Roar! The one-eyed giant roared in anger, grabbing the huge wolf-tooth club beside it, charging madly towards Zhang Chen, shaking the ground with each step. Zhang Chen didn't dare to be careless, manipulating the 10 flying swords to attack once again. Minus 38,360. Still not dead. Zhang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, retreating while using his mind to pull the flying swords out from the one-eyed giant king's body. Although the one-eyed giant king was covered in blood, its speed remained extremely fast, reaching Zhang Chen in just a few steps, and the wolf-tooth club came crashing down. Bang! Zhang Chen dodged to the side to avoid the club, but he was still blasted away by the shockwave, losing a large portion of his health in an instant. Such high attack power, if I were level 6 or 7, I'm afraid this splash damage alone could kill me. Swordsmen are indeed a fragile class, but I don't believe you can withstand another 10 swords. Zhang Chen understood that even if he were hit by the splash damage again, he would undoubtedly die, so he unhesitatingly controlled the flying swords to attack. The main goal was a passionate mutual kill. Minus 38,360. 10 flying swords pierced through the one-eyed giant's heart, and the one-eyed giant let out a painful howl before crashing to the ground with a bang. Successfully killed the corrupted one-eyed giant king. Experience plus 10,000. A golden light burst out from within Zhang Chen, directly leveling him up to level 11. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved the achievement First Encounter with the Abyss, Reward Awakening of Advanced Talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, Eye of the Abyss. Eye of the Abyss can detect objects not exceeding 50 levels higher than oneself. Before Zhang Chen could check his own attributes, a treasure chest appeared on the stone bed of the one-eyed giant king. Treasure chest. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over to open it. Obtained 1 primary skill scroll, obtained 1 divine stone, obtained 1 profession-specific skill scrolls, and 2 of them. In this world, skill scrolls were quite valuable treasures. Even a primary skill scroll could be sold for 100,000 coins at the trading post. As for the profession-specific skill scroll, Zhang Chen had never heard of it, but without a doubt, its value was extremely high. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen directly used the primary skill scroll. The skill scroll turned into a light cluster, enveloping Zhang Chen. Obtained skill, Toxin Resistance, Level 1, Toxin Resistance, Level 1 gain 10% resistance to toxins. Toxin Resistance, not bad. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The skill obtained from the skill scroll was random, and there was a chance of failing to acquire a skill. Obtaining a passive skill from a primary skill scroll was already quite good. Subsequently, Zhang Chen eagerly used the profession-specific skill scroll. Obtain skill, Sword Array Space, Passive, Sword Array Space. Passive can place the sword box and flying swords in the Sword Array Space, where they can be accessed at any time. Sword Array Space? What's this all about? Zhang Chen saw this inexplicable skill, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes, then he tried this passive skill. Soon, Zhang Chen found that the sword box and flying sword on his back disappeared together, stored in the sword formation space. Is this it? Zhang Chen was somewhat disappointed. Although it was indeed convenient to store the heavy sword box in the sword formation space, carrying it on his back was not a big deal with his current strength. If this skill only provided convenience, then the cost-effectiveness of this exclusive professional skill was too low. No. However, soon Zhang Chen discovered the peculiarity of this skill. There was another half of the sentence: swords could be retrieved at any time within the sword formation. Zhang Chen immediately activated the sword formation, and those flying swords appeared out of thin air within the formation, then quickly disappeared again. Damn! Spatial manipulation. Zhang Chen realized that he could indeed release and retrieve flying swords at will within the sword formation range, and he was instantly thrilled. This meant that in battle with enemies, as long as the opponent was within his sword formation, he could release flying swords behind the enemy, just like an ambush. Not bad. Truly a professional exclusive skill. This is simply my ace in the hole. Zhang Chen's previous disdain vanished, and he was very satisfied with his new skill. This trip was quite rewarding. Zhang Chen contentedly tucked the Godstone into his pocket and began clearing out the remaining monsters in the cave. The Godstone had to be used in the Fate Star Array. Since Zhang Chen didn't have the money to buy a portable Fate Compass made by a Grand Mage, he had to go to the Adventurers Association to exchange for a certain commission and use the public Fate Star Array to draw cards. After killing the corrupted Cyclops Giant King, no more monsters respawned in the cave. It took Zhang Chen half an hour to clear out all the monsters and barely reach level 12. Before leaving the instance, Zhang Chen checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Chen. Occupation, Sword Formation Master. Unique, level, 12, 8. 0%, Strength, 220, Agility, 160, Spirit, 460, Constitution, 160, Occupational Special Attributes, Critical Hit Rate, 21%, Critical Hit Damage, 210%, Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am a Sword Immortal, Level 1, Eye of the Abyss, Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 10 out of 10, Imperial First Class Merit Badge, Skills, Sword Formation, Level 3, Sword Control, Level 3, Sword Formation Space, Passive, Poison Resistance, Level 1, Fate Seat, 6 Fates, Perfect. Too perfect. Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at his current attribute panel. Now, as long as he went to the Adventurers Association to draw cards and obtained an exclusive weapon, he would soar to new heights. Zhang Chen laughed as he walked into the instance teleporter that appeared behind the treasure chest. A moment later, in an empty treasure chest deep in the cave, a wisp of purple smoke flew out, gradually condensing into a dark figure, coldly staring at the slowly closing instance teleporter. Soloing a level 12 corrupted boss at level 10, a human genius has emerged. We must find a way to eliminate this threat in its cradle. The dark figure spoke grimly before dissipating into smoke. However, Zhang Chen, the one targeted by the abyss, was completely unaware at this moment. Outside the instance, Xia Chaoyan led the city defense team, ready and waiting, but the abyss monsters did not emerge from the instance. It's been 3 hours since the instance started abyssal transformation, and that kid is still alive. Xia Chaoyan couldn't help but feel a bit regretful seeing that the abyss monsters had yet to come out. A newcomer surviving in the abyss instance for 3 hours was enough to show that they were among the elite. Properly nurtured, they could become a high-level force in the empire. Unfortunately, with the instance completely transformed into the abyss, that kid was undoubtedly doomed. Captain, someone is coming out. Full alert! Summer Chaoyang shouted sharply, and the soldiers raised their guns one after another, aiming at the abyssal monster, ready to launch the most fierce attack as soon as Summer Chaoyang gave the order. Zhang Chen walked out from the light and was taken aback by the numerous dark gun muzzles in front of him. Wait! Don't shoot! Ning Qifei rushed out of the crowd. He's my student. Student? Summer Chaoyang was surprised, stepping forward quickly to ask Zhang Chen, how did you get out? Zhang Chen simply replied, killed the boss, so I came out, right? Killed the boss, so I came out, right? This statement made Summer Chaoyang and Ning Qifei stop thinking for a while. The next moment, Ning Qifei immediately cast a detection spell on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, Sword Formation Master, level 12. Ning Qifei's heart skipped a beat, looking incredulous. You, level 12? Thinking he might be mistaken, Ning Qifei cast another detection spell on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, Sword Formation Master, level 12. This time, Ning Qifei was completely stunned. Typically, someone who reaches level 12 within a week on their own could probably enter the prestigious Kyoto University, but achieving level 12 in a single day by oneself was unheard of to Ning Qifei. It's a pity that after killing the boss, the monsters inside won't respawn, otherwise, I could have leveled up more. Zhang Chen sighed regretfully, not thinking he had done anything remarkable. However, both Ning Qifei and Summer Chaoyang turned pale. Summer Chaoyang placed his hands on Zhang Chen's shoulders, excitedly asking, classmate, did you single-handedly conquer the abyss boss? Zhang Chen was puzzled, isn't the point of this dungeon boss to be conquered? Why are you so excited? Summer Chaoyang, Ning Qifei. It was only then that they realized Zhang Chen had no idea the dungeon had transformed and thought they were tackling a normal hidden dungeon. Summer Chaoyang turned to Ning Qifei, questioning, Principal Ning, did you not teach the students about the abyss dungeon? Ning Qifei scratched his head, isn't that part of university courses? Who would have thought a high school student would attempt to conquer a corrupted boss in the abyss dungeon? After all, students only start drawing job change cards towards the end of high school, with low levels, few skills, and weak combat power. Not to mention conquering a boss with attribute enhancements over tenfold. Even for a regular boss, they would need at least a week of leveling up before attempting it. And that's assuming a well-balanced team with coordinated cooperation. As for a level 12 abyss corrupted boss, it would require an elite team of level 20 to conquer. The idea of a newbie soloing an abyss corrupted boss was unheard of. Unbelievable. Summer Chaoyang and Ning Qifei were both dumbfounded. Principal Ning? Seeing Ning Qifei's shocked expression, Zhang Chen thought he might have downplayed the process too much and said seriously, actually, that boss wasn't easy to defeat. Its health was more than 10 times that of a regular boss, so I had to put in some effort. Ning Qifei's mouth twitched, just a bit of effort? At this moment, Summer Chaoyang regained his senses and immediately pulled Ning Qifei aside, whispering, Lao Ning, we've been friends for so many years, can you do me a favor? Ning Qifei, what favor? Summer Chaoyang, let's not let that kid take the college entrance exam. I'll write a recommendation letter and send it directly to the military. He'll receive special training from the military, with the rank of a master when he comes out. Isn't that better than going to Kyoto University? Ning Qifei immediately flared up, Summer Chaoyang, are you trying to steal my talent from the school? With Zhang Chen's talent, once he entered the military for special training, his identity would be kept confidential. As a result, all of Zhang Chen's future honors and achievements would not be credited to Westlake First High School. In the worst-case scenario, Westlake First High School would lose a student who could have entered Kyoto University this year. On a larger scale, losing Zhang Chen as a prominent figure will definitely have a significant impact on the student source of Westlake First High School. In the long run, this will be more harmful than beneficial for the school's development. Xia Chaoyang hurriedly said, Hey, Lao Ning, you can't say it like that. Joining the army is to contribute to the country, you need to have a broader perspective. Ning Qin replied, don't give me that. Whether that child gets into Kyoto University in the future to become an adventurer exploring the Abyss dungeons or joins the army to defend the country, it's all contributing to the nation. Besides, how to choose should be the child's freedom, not ours to decide. Seeing Ning Qin's firm attitude, Xia Chadang smiled awkwardly and said, Lao Ning, I was just saying, your heart isn't good, don't get so worked up. You're right, how to choose should be up to the child, we shouldn't force them. Ning Qin pointed to his eyes with 2 fingers, then pointed at Xia Chayang, my old eyes will be watching you closely. You can't make any moves these days. Xia Chayang replied with a smile, Lao Ning, rest assured, I won't force the child. With that, Xia Chayang gave Zhang Chen a subtle smile before relaxing his guard and leading the troops away. Seeing Xia Chayang's demeanor, Ning Qin knew he would definitely make some moves, so he quickly asked Zhang Chen, you must be aiming to get into Kyoto University, right? You fool! Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Before Zhang Chen could reply, Li Shuer ran over and handed him a bottle of red medicine. This is my healing potion, drink it first. Advanced healing potion? Zhang Chen twitched at the corner of his mouth when he saw the advanced healing potion Li Shuer handed over. Rich girl, even level 60 adventurers wouldn't want to use this, right? And I'm not injured right now, so you can take it back. The market price of this advanced healing potion is 100,000 yuan per bottle, capable of fully restoring the health of a level 60 adventurer, quite precious. Just take it. Li Shuer forcibly stuffed the advanced healing potion into Zhang Chen's arms and whispered, I'm sorry. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Li Shuer said, I shouldn't have abandoned you and the others in the team. If I had been behind you today, you wouldn't have fought alone in the Abyss dungeon. Zhang Chen smiled and replied, it's a good thing you weren't there. If we had to split the experience, I wouldn't have reached level 12 today. You! Li Shuer was instantly infuriated, raising her fist as if to punch Zhang Chen. But at the thought that Zhang Chen might be injured, she lowered her fist, just glaring at him with resentment. I'm ignoring you. After her harsh words, Li Shuer turned and walked away towards the butler Su standing not far away. Butler Su watched the sulking Li Shuer approach with a smile, slightly bowing and saying, Miss, luckily Zhang Chen came out on his own. Otherwise, if that treasure was used on an outsider, the master would have my head. Humph, that fool doesn't deserve such a good thing. Butler Su, let's go. Yes, miss. Butler Su opened the car door for Li Shuer, once again sending an apologetic smile towards Zhang Chen in the distance. Zhang Chen watched as Li Shuer left in the car, then turned to Ning Qin, Principal, you mentioned before that Snow's family background is quite terrifying, right? Ning Qin nodded, yes, to be honest. When Li Shuer came to our school to study, I was quite surprised. Zhang Chen said, then it's confirmed. Ning Qin was surprised, confirmed what? Zhang Chen just smiled faintly and replied, Principal, I not only want to get into Kyoto University, but also to enter as the national top scorer. Ning Qin was suddenly shocked. Meanwhile, Li Shuer was sulking in the car. Butler Su noticed Li Shuer's expression and said with a smile, Miss, I think you should be happy. Li Shuer pouted, what am I happy about? That blockhead doesn't know how to say a single nice word, yet here I am worrying about him. Steward Su chuckled, Miss, that's not what I meant. I'm saying you should be happy for his excellence. Rising to level 12 on the first day all by himself, he's truly a genius among geniuses. Li Shuer retorted unhappily, what does his excellence have to do with me? Steward Su replied, the master values geniuses greatly, especially the cream of the crop. Zhang Chen's talent displayed today is probably enough to make the master approve of your relationship with him. Li Shuer blushed instantly, Steward Su, what are you saying? Who wants to be in a relationship with that blockhead? Ha, forget I said anything. Steward Su laughed heartily at Li Shuer's reaction. He had watched Li Shuer grow up and treated her like his own daughter, and he had been observing Zhang Chen for 3 years. At least, as a son-in-law, he was quite satisfied with Zhang Chen. On her way home, Zhang Chen had already bid farewell to Ning Qin and arrived at the Adventurers Association in Shihu City. Once registered as adventurers, professionals could take on missions from the Adventurers Association in cities of all sizes nationwide to earn rewards, which was their main source of income. Besides the mission hall for posting tasks, there was another crucial facility within the Adventurers Association, the Great Xia Empire Trading Post. The trading post was jointly established by the Adventurers Association and the Great Xia Empire. Inside the trading post, any citizen of the Great Xia Empire could freely buy and sell equipment and materials, even consign items for sale, visible to buyers nationwide. The consignment store had everything, including unbound god stones. Generally, these unbound god stones would be snatched up the moment they were listed, making them hard for ordinary people to acquire. The Fate Star array that Zhang Chen needed was in the trading post. This was Zhang Chen's first time entering the trading post, where numerous separate rooms were partitioned off. It was said that in the past, all transactions took place in the main hall, and many customers would be targeted after purchasing large quantities of materials, risking being robbed once they left the trading post. Later, to safeguard customer privacy and security, the trading post constructed these individual trading rooms, where only the customer and the trading post were privy to the transactions. After the introduction of these trading rooms, nationwide robbery cases decreased by 80% almost instantly, showing immediate results. Zhang Chen found an unused room and placed his palm on the palm print recognition area on the door. Initiating identity verification. Verification successful, citizen of the Great Xia Empire, Zhang Chen. Membership level, level 1, the palm print recognition area turned green, and the door to the room opened. Stepping inside, Zhang Chen saw a chair and a magic crystal ball specially crafted by an alchemist. Following the instructions, he placed his hand on the magic crystal ball, and a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying a plethora of items for sale. Whether it was weapons, armor, potions, or materials, everything was available. Zhang Chen took out the high-level healing potion given by Li Shuer and muttered to himself, "Little rich girl, it would be a waste for me to use this high-level healing potion. I'll exchange it for money, you shouldn't mind, right?" Saying so, Zhang Chen chose to consign the potion and placed it on the pedestal in front of the magic crystal ball. A green light swept by, and a new pop-up appeared in front of Zhang Chen. High-level healing potion, assessed value 100,000. Would you like to consign or purchase directly from the trading post? If consigned, Zhang Chen could set the price himself, with the trading post only taking a 5% commission, but it would take time to sell. If it's a direct purchase from the exchange will generally buy it at 80% of the market price, the advantage being immediate payment. Currently, all of Zhang Chen's New Year's money has been used to buy an iron sword. He doesn't even have enough commission from using the Fate Star array, so he can only choose to purchase directly from the exchange. A flash of light passed, the advanced healing potion disappeared, and Zhang Chen's exchange account increased by 80,000 in balance. It's really profitable, I made 20,000 in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen looked at his account balance and couldn't help but comment. Essential items like healing potions are never difficult to sell. If Zhang Chen didn't need money urgently, he wouldn't have chosen to buy directly from the exchange. With the money, Zhang Chen directly spent 1,000 yuan to purchase a one-time right to use the Fate Star array. As Zhang Chen's account was deducted by 1,000 yuan, the storage platform in front of the magic crystal lit up, and a small Fate Star array appeared. It is said that the array used in the portable Fate Compass is this small Fate Star array. This small Fate Star array has the same card drawing effect as the large Fate Star array, and its secrecy and convenience are excellent. As long as you carry the Fate Compass with you, you can draw cards anytime and anywhere after obtaining the God Stone. However, the Fate Compass is extremely expensive, even the cheapest one costs 1 million, which is not affordable for ordinary combat professionals. This array master is really making money. Zhang Chen sincerely exclaimed, then took out the God Stone and placed it in the Fate Star array. The God Stone turned into light spots, and a large number of cards rolled in it, then the array emitted a red light. As expected, talent is useful. Absolute luck, level 1 maximum luck when drawing cards, limited to 10 times per month. Zhang Chen's eyes gleamed as he stared fixedly at the array, eager to know what he had drawn. A card with a crimson sword flew out of the array, then the card turned into red light and dissipated, and the entire array lit up with a red glow. Then, a completely crimson sword with dragon patterns slowly rose from the array. The surging momentum swept around. Divine Sword Qishao, exclusive first tier attack plus 1000, critical hit rate plus 50%, critical hit damage plus 200%, automatically protects the owner, the holder is immune to mental attacks, no equipment level restrictions. Note, one of the top 10 swords, protecting the owner from evil, purifying the world. Zhang Chen's face revealed a twisted smile. This equipment can be described as violence within violence, madness within madness. Perhaps even the weapons used by divine-level professionals are no match for this, the effect is too explosive. With the iron sword with an attack power of 10, he already had over 4,000 damage, now with Qishao's 1,000 attack power, plus 50% critical hit rate and 200% critical hit damage, including the critical hit conversion of the Fate Seat. Zhang Chen roughly calculated that with Qishao, his damage would be close to 700,000 with just one strike. Level 12, damage 700,000. What kind of concept is this? If this were in a game, it would be damn overpowered, a trash game. But, this is reality. After the excitement, Zhang Chen quickly calmed down, hurriedly stored Qishao in the sword array space, to be used as a trump card, not easily shown to others. After all, he is only level 12 now. If other higher level professionals find out that he has a divine weapon on him, his life would definitely be in danger. The innocent are guilty by association. This is the truth no matter which world it is. After calming down a bit, Zhang Chen bought an out-of-town map and some dry food to store in his storage space, sent a message to his aunt that he wouldn't be back tonight, and headed straight out of the city. Storage space is a special space that everyone gets after drawing cards and changing jobs. People can put all kinds of things in their storage space, but the capacity is limited. If you want to increase the storage space, you can only rely on level upgrades. Having just acquired a new artifact, Zhang Chen's enthusiasm for leveling up was soaring, and he planned to train outside the city. Passing through the western suburbs, he arrived at the West City Gate, where guards of level 20 and above were stationed daily. As Zhang Chen had already reached level 12, the city gate guards did not stop him, they just registered his information and allowed him to leave. The outside is different from the city. Not only are there more monsters, but bandits are also quite rampant. Moreover, it's getting late, and the monsters will become even more ferocious. Be extremely careful and don't lose your life, the city gate guard kindly advised Zhang before letting him pass. Thank you. Zhang Chen thanked the city gate guard and walked out of the city gate, officially entering the wilderness. A cold wind blew in his face, making Zhang Chen shiver. Whether it was an illusion or not, the sky seemed dimmer, and the air was filled with a heavy and killing intent, making one's nerves tense. This was Zhang Chen's first time in the wilderness, and as he looked around, all he saw was desolation. It gave him a real sense of having crossed into another world. The peaceful life inside the city made him feel little different from before, but upon arriving in the overgrown wilderness with abundant wild woods, he realized that the outside and inside of the city were simply two extremes. The country protected its people too well. After walking a distance, Zhang Chen turned back and found that the mist had already enveloped the area behind him, obscuring the city walls of Westlake City from view. Indeed, just as the books describe, the wilderness is covered in mist. Without a map, one might be lost forever out here. Zhang Chen took out a map, selected a suitable leveling spot, and headed towards it. The location Zhang Chen chose this time was a gathering place of goblins, with monsters ranging from level 15 to 20. These monsters provided high experience points, were densely distributed, and with the splash damage of his level 4 skill, it was easy to kill a large group at once. Upon reaching his destination, Zhang Chen used his new talent, Abyssal Eye, on a goblin about 10 meters away. Goblin Vanguard, level 15, Strength 220, Agility 30, Spirit 10, Constitution 90, Skill X Swing. The level 15 Goblin Vanguard was burly, ugly, and fierce-looking, wielding a huge axe with a chipped blade, appearing quite terrifying. Ordinary detection can only detect objects of a level lower than oneself. This Abyssal Eye can detect objects up to 50 levels lower than oneself. Truly a high-level talent. Zhang Chen marveled at the usefulness of Abyssal Eye and then unleashed sword formation, using the skill sword control. A steel sword appeared out of thin air, piercing the Goblin Vanguard's head. Minus 4,484. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard, experience plus 300, obtained Goblin Bones. There were other goblins within the sword formation range, but only one kill message appeared, indicating that the monsters here had over 448 health points. Additionally, in the wilderness, killing monsters would drop materials that could be sold at the exchange, needed by alchemists and potion makers. Selling monster materials was also one of the income sources for combat professions. Indeed, the era of one sword killing a large group is over. Zhang Chen sighed and then used 10 steel swords to grind monsters. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard, experience plus 300. Successfully killed Goblin Scout, experience plus 500. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior, experience plus 200, obtained Goblin Bones asterisk 36, Goblin Crystal asterisk 1. The screen was flooded with notifications of numerous kills. Oh, a crystal dropped. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up as he saw a gray stone appearing in his storage space. Killing monsters had a chance of dropping monster crystals, essential materials for making skill scrolls and high-level potions, highly valuable. Even a level 15 Goblin Crystal Stone can be sold for 1,000 gold coins. No wonder everyone wants to be a combat class professional. With this kind of earning speed, even just killing goblins can easily bring in tens of thousands of gold coins per month, Zhang Chen thought to himself as he prepared to delve deeper into the goblin territory to level up quickly. At this rate, reaching level 13 in one night was not a problem. Suddenly, an arrow shot from behind, and Qi Shao appeared behind Zhang Chen, cutting the arrow in half. Under attack! Zhang Chen received the alert and turned around to see two men emerging from the woods, one with a bow and arrow, clearly the one who had just ambushed him. The other held a dagger, looking like an assassin. Zhang Chen immediately used the Abyssal Eye. Sunya, Archer, level 20. Himingda, Assassin, level 20. Two level 20 professionals, fierce-looking, seem to have killed many before. Why did you ambush me? Zhang Chen asked coldly. If it weren't for Qi Zhao's passive protection, he would have been seriously injured. Dead men don't need to know the reason, Himingda sneered, disappearing into the shadows and rushing towards Zhang Chen. Skill, Shadow Step. A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. Although he had never killed anyone, it didn't mean others wouldn't harm him. Several iron swords appeared out of thin air, swiftly thrusting towards the shadow on the ground. However, the shadow moved agilely like a fish in water, evading Zhang Chen's attacks and appearing behind him. Skill, Fatal Strike. Himingda launched the skill, his poisoned dagger unhesitatingly aiming for Zhang Chen's heart. Swoosh! The iron swords that had been thrust into the ground reappeared behind Zhang Chen, piercing Himingda like a hedgehog. Successfully killed Himingda. Obtained poisoned dagger equipment. With Himingda, impaled by 10 iron swords, falling lifeless to the ground, Sunya's face turned pale. He immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow, which split into 3 mid-air, blocking Zhang Chen's retreat. Skill, Triple Shot. Zhang Chen remained motionless. The iron swords impaled in Himingda disappeared into thin air and reappeared halfway, cutting off Sunya's 3 arrows. What kind of skill is this? Sunya was frightened by Zhang Chen's methods. He couldn't understand how a level 12 novice could instantly kill his level 20 companion and effortlessly deflect his attacks. Why do you want to kill me? Zhang Chen's tone was icy. Having killed once, his eyes now carried a hint of murderous intent. In order to understand the reason, he deliberately disabled the splash damage of his skills to prevent Sunya from dying suddenly. Sunya didn't answer. He threw a smoke bomb and tried to escape by jumping onto a tree. But as soon as he landed on a branch, an iron sword came whistling through the air, cutting the branch. Bang! Sunya fell heavily to the ground, and 10 iron swords rained down from above, outlining his body and pinning him to the ground. Sunya was scared out of his wits. Please, don't kill me. Zhang Chen said coldly, this is your last chance. Why did you want to kill me? Sunya, with tears in his eyes, replied, Wang Hu. Wang Hu paid us to kill you. We were just doing it for the money. Wang Hu. Zhang Chen's face darkened instantly upon hearing that name. Although he had some conflicts with Wang Hu at school, he never imagined Wang Hu would be so malicious as to hire assassins. Trembling, Sunya begged, be big brother. I've told you everything I know. Just ignore me and let me go, please. Zhang Chen calmed down, glanced at the nearby goblins, and said to Sunya indifferently, get lost. Thank you, big brother. Sunya immediately rolled and crawled away towards the distance, while Zhang Chen casually pierced the nearby goblin with 10 iron swords. Successfully killed the goblin warrior. Experience plus 200. Successfully killed Sunya. Obtained goblin bones. Obtained equipment emerald bow and arrows. Zhang Chen walked up to Sunya's body and found no wounds on him, making it look like he had died suddenly. The splash damage from the life seed can target separately, and by killing with it, there are no visible wounds on the outside. Truly a skillful technique for killing without a trace. After experimenting with his life seed effect on Sunya, Zhang Chen dragged the body next to Himingda, then lured some wild wolves nearby to watch them devour the bodies clean. Since he had done it, he had to do it thoroughly and without leaving a trace. After the wolves finished eating the bodies, Zhang Chen effortlessly turned them into his experience before checking the 2 pieces of equipment he had obtained. Poison Dagger, Silver Great Attack plus 100, Assassin Skill Damage plus 10%, with Poison Attribute Damage, usable at level 20. Emerald Bow and Arrows, Silver Great Attack plus 80, Bow and Arrow Skill Damage plus 10%, with Triple Shot Skill, usable at level 20. Both pieces of equipment had excellent attributes, easily worth 100,000. In this world, precious weapons were graded from low to high as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and artifact. Additionally, there were profession-specific weapons that could only be obtained through card draws, like Zhang Chen's divine sword, Shishao. Generally, the attributes of a Tier 1 exclusive weapon were above epic and below legendary. With each refinement, the equipment's attributes would continuously increase until fully refined, becoming an artifact. Due to the special nature of exclusive weapons matching the profession, their value would be higher than ordinary artifacts once fully refined. These 2 pieces of equipment are of no use to me. I can sell them for some money to ease the financial pressure. Zhang Chen put away the equipment, delved deeper into the forest, and entered the heart of the goblin tribe's territory. The sky had darkened, thick fog rose around him, beastly roars echoed intermittently, and the air seemed filled with danger. The wilderness at night was several times more dangerous than during the day. Most professionals would choose to camp in safe areas or retreat to the city at night, except for outliers like Zhang Chen. Soon, a goblin with red glowing eyes appeared in Zhang Chen's sight. Zhang Chen used the Abyssal Eye. Goblin Axeman, level 20, strength 600, agility 50, spirit 20, constitution 220, skills, axe swing, frenzy, truly a nighttime monster. Its attributes are much higher than the average level 20 monster. No wonder the textbooks always remind us to return to the city before sunset when leveling up in the wilderness. Zhang Chen sighed, controlling 10 iron swords to end the life of the elite Goblin Axeman. Successfully killed the Goblin Axeman, experience plus 1000, successfully killed the Goblin Archer, experience plus 1200, successfully killed the Wild Wolf, experience plus 50, obtained Goblin Bones * 10, Goblin Eyeballs * 3, Wolf Skins * 20, a series of kill notifications appeared, increasing Zhang Chen's experience slightly. Good, the experience here is much higher than in the beginner's hidden dungeon. I might level up 2 or 3 times tonight. Zhang Chen was very satisfied with the experience provided by these monsters, continuously advancing deeper into the forest, slaughtering the creatures within. In less than an hour, a golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, raising him to level 13, with his spirit reaching 490 points. Initially feeling a bit tired, Zhang Chen suddenly felt rejuvenated after leveling up. I didn't expect leveling up not only restores my condition but also sweeps away fatigue in an instant. Zhang Chen was full of energy and made his way deep into the forest, arriving in front of a huge blue vortex. Instance? Zhang Chen was surprised to see the instance deep in the forest and took out his map to compare. The map doesn't mark this instance. It seems to be a newly appeared hidden instance. Looks like I'm lucky. The government and the Adventurers Association have a policy that rewards professionals who discover new wilderness instances and report them with money and contribution points. Money goes without saying, but contribution points are crucial. The higher a professional's contribution points, the more privileges they can unlock within the Adventurers Association. For example, the Imperial Exchange. Currently, Zhang Chen can only buy some basic materials and equipment, but as his contribution points increase, his membership level at the exchange will rise, allowing him to purchase more items. Generally, professionals do not enter newly discovered instances casually. They need to wait for the Adventurers Association to send professionals to assess the instance's level before considering entry. After all, if the instance level is unknown and it turns out to be a high-level instance, entering it would be like sending low-level professionals to their deaths. However, Zhang Chen had a new idea. Since this was a new instance, the first completion rewards would be quite generous. If he waited for the Adventurers Association to assess the instance level before challenging it, he would basically be handing over the rewards to them. I wonder if the Abyssal Eye can investigate the instance information. Zhang Chen put away the map and tried to use the Abyssal Eye on the hidden instance ahead. Shadow Forest instance, level 15, difficulty, normal difficult nightmare /? Question mark? Zhang Chen was surprised to see a question mark in the instance information provided by the Abyssal Eye. He knew that wilderness instances had difficulty options, but he didn't expect this instance to have hidden difficulties. A level 15 instance, I should be able to solo it now. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chen decided to try the nightmare difficulty first. After all, this wasn't a game. If he died in the instance, he would truly die. Recklessly challenging hidden difficulties was not a rational choice. Please confirm selection of nightmare difficulty? Confirmed. Zhang Chen was transported into the instance, entering an unknown forest. The Shadow Forest instance, true to its name, was extremely gloomy, with dense fog and visibility limited to less than 20 meters. The entire instance was filled with a heavy atmosphere, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. There was only one path under Zhang Chen's feet, leading deeper into the forest. However, due to the fog obscuring his vision, he didn't know what lay ahead. The atmosphere here is really something. Many timid professionals would probably leave immediately upon seeing this environment. Zhang Chen couldn't help but shiver. He cautiously sent his iron sword ahead to scout for traps before proceeding. Thud! Not long after Zhang Chen moved forward, the ground suddenly trembled, and a 4 to 5 meter tall dark figure appeared in the dense fog ahead. Zhang Chen immediately used the Abyssal Eye. Shadow Forest Giant, Enhanced Elite, Level 15, Strength 1000, Agility 100, Spirit 30, Constitution 1000, Skills, Tremor Attack, Stone Throw, truly an elite monster in the Nightmare instance. Its level 15 attributes are much higher than the level 20 goblins outside. Strength affects attack power and health points, while Constitution affects defense and health points. This monster had over 1000 in both Strength and Constitution, making it a high attack, high defense tank. However, with 1000 strength and 1000 constitution, its health points were around 20,000, unable to withstand the attacks of 10 iron swords. Zhang Chen controlled the 10 iron swords to attack the monster. Minus 48,238. The Shadow Forest Giant had its chest pierced by the 10 iron swords, fell to the ground, and dissipated into black smoke. Successfully killed the Shadow Forest Giant. Experience plus 2000 obtained Giant's Heart *1. Giant's Nail *1. A level 15 monster gives 2000 experience, several times higher than others of the same level. Zhang Chen received the notification, a hint of excitement flashing in his heart. Killing a monster here was equivalent to killing several outside, and it was just as fast. Leveling up in this instance dungeon might be a good choice. As Zhang Chen delved deeper into the dungeon, he encountered several more Shadow Forest Giants, easily defeating them and rapidly gaining experience. Along the way, he encountered other monsters, but their attributes were not much different from the Shadow Forest Giants, equally easy to defeat. Zhang Chen continued pushing forward, and when he reached the deepest part of the dungeon, his experience bar was already at 70%, leveling up at an abnormal speed. In the depths of the Shadow Forest, there was a gray altar surrounded by many corpses hanging from the withered trees, creating a bloody and eerie atmosphere. On the altar, there were numerous candles, and in the center, a scarecrow bound to a cross, resembling the boss of this dungeon. Shadow Scarecrow uses the Abyssal Eye. Shadow Scarecrow, boss, level, 16 strength, 0 agility, 0 spirit, 10,000 constitution, 0 skills, Psychic Storm, Death Curse, revive 10,000 spirit? Zhang Chen saw the boss's attributes, a twisted smile appearing on his face. While the boss's attributes were indeed terrifying, an unaware teen would likely wipe easily. However, Zhang Chen had the specialized weapon, Qishao, and one of Qishao's passives made the wielder immune to psychic attacks. Zhang Chen's specialized weapon countered this psychic boss perfectly. The Shadow Scarecrow remained motionless on the altar, seemingly harmless. Zhang Chen didn't hold back, immediately controlling his iron sword to attack. With the Shadow Scarecrow's strength and constitution both at 0, it should be easy to defeat. However, when Zhang Chen pierced the Shadow Scarecrow with his iron sword, the kill notification did not appear. A green light encircled the Shadow Scarecrow, causing its wounds to disappear. Skill, revive? Zhang Chen realized and attempted to attack several more times, but the Shadow Scarecrow kept reviving, impossible to kill. It's a mechanic monster, there must be another way to defeat it. Zhang Chen abandoned physical attacks, focusing on the altar instead. He noticed 4 thick candles at the altar's edges. Could it be related to those candles? Zhang Chen tried extinguishing one candle, and the Shadow Scarecrow suddenly let out a piercing scream. Skill, Psychic Storm. A terrifying storm spread outwards, but Qishao immediately formed a red barrier around Zhang Chen, blocking the Shadow Scarecrow's attack. Psychic attacks indeed have no effect on me. Zhang Chen realized that when he extinguished a candle, the Shadow Scarecrow would launch an attack, confirming his direction. He quickly moved to extinguish the other candles. Each time Zhang Chen extinguished a candle, the Shadow Scarecrow unleashed a psychic storm. When Zhang Chen extinguished the last candle, instead of launching a psychic storm, the Shadow Scarecrow began to twist and scream continuously, then exploded. A death ray shot towards Zhang Chen. Skill, Death Curse. Death in 1 minute without purification. Qishao's passive activated, blocking the Shadow Scarecrow's final blow. Successfully killed the Shadow Scarecrow. Experience plus 20,000 obtained Cursed Necklace equipment. The kill notification appeared, but Zhang Chen still felt lingering fear. Without the passive immunity to psychic attacks, he would have needed a paladin or priest with purification skills present to clear this dungeon. Otherwise, once afflicted by the death curse, death would be inevitable. If I write these pieces of information into a guide and hand it over to the Adventurers Association, I should be able to earn a good amount of money and help many people. Zhang Chen silently noted this down before checking out the new equipment he had acquired. Cursed Necklace, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500, Bearer gains the skill Spirit Storm, while also suffering from a spiritual curse, Strength minus 250, Constitution minus 250, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the cursed 3-piece set. Spirit Storm unleashes a wide-range spiritual howl, dealing damage equal to 10 times the bearer's own spiritual power to each enemy. The attributes added and deducted by this cursed necklace are quite extreme, and with no equipment level restriction, it's just like the special equipment, Crimson Sky. Zhang Chen felt conflicted as he looked at the attributes of the cursed necklace. His sword's damage was related to his spiritual power, so with this additional 500 spiritual power, it was like a 17-level attribute boost. Moreover, the skill Spirit Storm compensated for his lack of area of effect attacks. Although his 4th seed had splash damage, it was only 10%. As the monster's health increased in the later stages, his splash damage seemed insufficient. Even now, his single splash damage couldn't instantly defeat elite monsters. Unlike splash damage, the effect of his fourth seat was that for each enemy attacked within the sword formation, other enemies would suffer 10% splash damage. This meant that the more enemies his area of effect skill attacked, the higher the cumulative splash damage. With over 10 enemies, the splash damage would surpass the skill's original damage directly. For him, Spirit Storm was a great skill for clearing out mobs. However, the deduction of 250 strength and constitution was quite frustrating. Currently, his strength was 230, and constitution was 165. Wearing this necklace would turn his attributes into negative numbers, risking an instant curse-induced death. If he wanted to wear this cursed necklace, he would need to be at least level 30. Wait, the spiritual curse of the necklace should also be considered a spiritual attack, right? Zhang Chen suddenly noticed a blind spot. This cursed necklace would curse the bearer, but his specialized weapon, Crimson Sky, could make him immune to spiritual attacks. Based on Crimson Sky's previous performance, the Spirit Storm and Death Curse of the Shadow Scarecrow would be ineffective against him. Logically speaking, the spiritual curse of this cursed necklace should also be neutralized by Crimson Sky. With this in mind, Zhang Chen immediately decided to try wearing the necklace. If it didn't work, he could always take it off. Putting on the cursed necklace, Zhang Chen only felt a cold sensation around his neck, his vision becoming much clearer. Besides that, he didn't feel anything else. Zhang Chen promptly checked his attributes. Name, Zhang Chen. Occupation, Sword Formation Master, Unique, Level, 13, 82. 0%, Strength, 230. Agility, 165. Spirit, 990. Constitution, 165. Occupational Special Attributes, Critical Rate, 22%. Critical Damage, 220%. Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am a Sword Immortal, Level 1, I have the Abyss Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10 out of 10, Divine Sword Crimson Sky, Imperial First Class Medal of Merit, Cursed Necklace Skills, Sword Formation, Level 3, Sword Mastery, Level 3, Sword Formation Space, Toxin Resistance, Level 1, Spirit Storm. Fate Seats, 6. Fate's Spirit increased by 500, Strength and Constitution remained unchanged. The guess was correct. Special weapons truly live up to their name, immune to spiritual attacks. Does that mean I can wear cursed equipment without worrying about negative effects? Zhang Chen was delighted to see Crimson Sky effectively neutralizing the negative effects of the cursed necklace. After all, the cursed necklace had a note stating it was one of the cursed three-piece set. If he could collect the entire cursed set, gaining powerful bonuses while ignoring negative effects, he couldn't fathom how strong he would become. In Zhang Chen's excitement, a brand new treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar. Zhang Chen stepped forward and opened the treasure chest, revealing a colorful light. Obtained Godstone *1. First completion of Nightmare Level Shadow Forest Instance. Bonus reward, Cursed Ring. First completion reward. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the reward. The Godstone was a reward given to everyone upon their first completion of an instance, so Zhang Chen wasn't surprised. However, receiving a cursed equipment as the first completion reward was indeed a pleasant surprise. Excited, Zhang Chen immediately checked his loot. Cursed Ring, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500, Bearer suffers from a spiritual curse, Agility minus 250, Constitution minus 250, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the cursed three-piece set. It's really a set. Zhang Chen saw the effect of the cursed ring and equipped it without hesitation, triggering the Crimson Sky passive to counter the negative effects of the cursed ring. His spirit attribute soared to 1490, which was already the attribute of a level 30 mage after class transfer. The last piece of the cursed three-piece set should be obtained from the hidden difficulty of this instance. Zhang Chen had already obtained 2 pieces of the cursed three-piece set, so it made sense to go for the last piece. Moreover, he had the advantage against the boss of this instance and could clear it without any harm. After organizing his spoils, Zhang Chen left the instance, returned to reality, and without hesitation, challenged the instance again. Please confirm your selection. Difficulty? Confirmed. Zhang Chen was once again transported into the instance and found that the environment and nightmare difficulty were indistinguishable. However, before Zhang Chen could proceed, a piercing scream echoed from deep within the forest, triggering the Crimson Sky passive. It was the spiritual storm of the Shadow Scarecrow. Truly a hidden difficulty, being attacked by the boss's spiritual attack as soon as I enter. By the way, does the attack range of that Shadow Scarecrow really reach so far? Zhang Chen muttered to himself, forming a sword formation, using flying swords to scout ahead and steadily advance. Although he had completed the nightmare difficulty once, there might be new mechanisms in the hidden difficulty, so caution was paramount. Soon, Zhang Chun encountered the first giant and decisively used the Abyssal Eye on the monster. Shadow Forest Giant Warrior, Enhanced Elite, Level, 15 Strength, 2000 Agility, 200 Spirit, 60 Constitution, 2000 Skills, Axe Swing, Stomp. Compared to the monsters in the Nightmare difficulty, the giant in the Hidden difficulty had doubled attributes. This hidden difficulty is indeed dangerous. If I get hit once, I'll probably be instantly killed. Anyway, let's try out the new skill. Zhang Chen stepped back, maintaining distance from the monster, and then used his newly acquired skill. Spiritual Storm. A sharp scream erupted from Zhang Chen's necklace, instantly consuming 500 points of his spirit. The terrifying spiritual storm swept out in all directions. 2610480. A string of terrifying damage numbers appeared above the head of the Shadow Forest Giant Warrior not far away, causing the giant to bleed from all 7 orifices and collapse on the spot. Successfully killed Shadow Forest Giant Warrior, experience plus 4000. Successfully killed Shadow Forest Giant Vanguard, experience plus 5000. Successfully killed Shadow Forest Mage, experience plus 8000. Obtained Giant Heart *10, Giant Snail *12, Giant's Bone *10, Shadow Crystal *1. In an instant, numerous kill notifications flooded the screen. A golden light burst from within Zhang Chen, and he instantly leveled up to 14. Whoa! Zhang Chen watched his experience skyrocket like a rocket launch, unable to help but gasp in amazement. The effective range of the mental storm turned out to be the same as his sword formation range, and just like the sword control skill, it benefited from critical hit damage bonuses, further amplified by the talent's tenfold increase, and the damage stacking from the 4th Seed of Fate. With this skill, within a radius of 300 meters of the sword formation, not a single enemy would be left alive. For other mages, the mental storm might be a decent large-scale area of effect skill, but its value couldn't compare to the mage's own forbidden spells. However, when this skill was used by Zhang Chen, with the damage stacking from the 4th Seed of Fate, it turned into a nuclear explosion. Not just the mental storm, any area of effect skill used by Zhang Chen would become a strategic level forbidden spell. Imagine, in the later stages, if the radius of the sword formation expanded to kilometers or even millions of meters, then unleashing a mental storm would result in a 10% damage increase for each additional enemy within the sword formation. In that space, even gods would likely be swept away by the storm. The only drawback of this skill is the consumption of mental power. I currently have 1520 mental points, so I can only use it 3 times. If I use this skill for leveling up, unless the enemy density is high, the cost effectiveness is not as good as using sword control for a few more basic attacks. After experiencing the power and consumption of the mental storm, Zhang Chen decided not to continue using it in this instance, opting to clear the way with his flying sword. Although the hidden difficulty of the monsters had been greatly enhanced, under Zhang Chen's ability to ignore enemy defenses, those monsters still couldn't withstand more than a few strikes from him, unable to even get close to him. As Zhang Chen advanced and leveled up, he reached level 15 by the time he arrived near the altar deep in the Shadow Forest. I didn't expect the hidden difficulty of this instance to become my leveling sanctuary. Zhang Chen saw the scarecrow in the center of the altar and was about to use the Abyssal Eye on it when a large number of purple bubbles suddenly appeared in the altar. The scarecrow suddenly twisted eerily, opening its bloody mouth and unleashing a mental storm several times stronger than before. Aha! The scarecrow's piercing scream created a wave of terror, lifting the ground around the altar. Despite having the protection of the crimson sky, Zhang Chen was still pushed back several steps by the sound wave. Immediately, Zhang Chen used the Abyssal Eye on the scarecrow. Corrupted Abyss Scarecrow, Lord, Level, 16, Strength, 0, Agility, 0, Mental Power, 200,000, Constitution, 0, Skills, Mental Storm, Death Curse, Resurrection, 200,000 Mental Power? Zhang Chen's pupils slightly contracted as he saw the boss's attributes. Even if the hidden difficulty was extreme, shouldn't the boss's attributes be increased by 20 times? In this level 15 instance, even a level 30 elite team coming over would likely be wiped out instantly if they weren't prepared, right? Wait, Corrupted Abyss Scarecrow, isn't this the same as the Corrupted Cyclops Giant King from before? Did I trigger Abyss mode again? Zhang Chen noticed the Scarecrow's name had changed, his expression becoming incredibly vivid in an instant. Wasn't the probability of an instance turning into an abyss less than 1%? It was only his second day after changing professions, and he had only challenged 2 instances in total, yet both had turned into abyss instances? Was this bad luck or good fortune? Zhang Chen might be unlucky, but fortunately, this boss only had mental attacks. Even if the mental power was increased by 20 times or even 200 times, it wouldn't make much difference to him. Gathering his composure, Zhang Chen immediately followed the method he used during the Nightmare difficulty raid to extinguish the candles around the altar. This time, there were 8 candles around the altar. Every time Zhang Chen extinguished one, the corrupted abyss scarecrow would howl twice, the piercing screams making Zhang Chen's head numb. When Zhang Chen extinguished the last candle, the corrupted abyss scarecrow continued to scream and twist, then exploded with a resounding boom. Boom! The pitch-black death ray shot towards Zhang Chen, and the Crimson Sky passive skill was activated again, blocking the death curse of the scarecrow. Successfully killed the corrupted abyss scarecrow, experience plus 40,000 obtained cursed bracelet equipment. As the kill notification sounded, the annoying screeching finally ceased. Phew! It's finally over. Aside from the damage, not everyone can tolerate that noise pollution. Zhang Chen watched as the scarecrow turned to ashes, took a deep breath, but before he could inspect the spoils, purple smoke rose from the altar again, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. There's more? Seeing the altar's anomaly, Zhang Chen immediately stepped back, keeping a distance from the altar. A mere level 15 human, actually able to defeat my masterpiece, I cannot let you live. A dark figure rose from the altar, eventually transforming into a demon mage wearing a purple robe, holding a staff, with horns on its head and sharp teeth. The hidden boss of this dungeon? Seeing the demon mage appear, Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately using his abyssal eye on it. Unable to detect the target. Unable to detect? Getting a response from his abyssal eye, Zhang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, a huge wave of shock rising in his heart. His abyssal eye could detect targets up to 50 levels lower than himself, so not being able to detect this demon mage meant the opponent was likely over level 65. This was definitely not a boss that should appear in a level 15 dungeon. Abyssal boss. In that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered a piece of news he had read in the newspaper his grandmother ordered a while back. A vanguard team with an average level of 70 failed to clear the Abyss dungeon, resulting in a level 70 Abyss boss escaping, and its whereabouts were unknown. Could it be this unlucky? Recalling that news, Zhang Chen suddenly felt dry-mouthed, looking at the demon mage ahead, tentatively asking, "Are you the Abyss boss?" The demon mage sneered, "Indeed, I am the Archmage Odysseus from the Abyss, sent by the king to infiltrate the Great Xia Empire, turning all novice dungeons into Abyss, eradicating all the budding talents of your human race. Young human, blame yourself for shining too brightly, or else I wouldn't risk being discovered and intervene personally." Abyss Mage Odysseus. Hearing Odysseus's words, Zhang Chen's expression suddenly became subtle. "You are a mental mage?" Odysseus seemed very proud of his abilities and, upon Zhang Chen's inquiry, proudly stated, "I have specialized in mental magic since birth, just to have more means to torment the souls of your human race. Not long ago, an elite team of level 70 from your Great Xia Empire was tortured to death by my mental attack spells. I still remember how ecstatic their souls were before they died." "I see." Zhang Chen nodded, and the divine sword Crimson Sky appeared silently behind Odysseus, piercing directly through his back. 2097480. A series of terrifying numbers appeared above Odysseus's head, and he instantly dissipated into smoke, only to quickly condense not far away. By now, the smile on Odysseus's face had turned into a look of horror. "Impossible. How could you break through my defenses? How much health do you have left?" Seeing no significant decrease in Odysseus's aura, Zhang Chen controlled Crimson Sky to attack again. Crimson Sky disappeared into thin air, reappearing behind Odysseus once more, successfully ambushing him again. No way. This can't be happening." Odysseus, seeing his injuries, went almost mad, glaring at Zhang Chen and roaring, "How could a level 15 guy like you possibly hurt me? What skills do you have? I will make you my slave." Skills, soul control. Energy surged in the Odysseus staff, an invisible mental wave attacking Zhang Chen. The Crimson Sky passive skill was activated, blocking Odysseus's attack. At that moment, the smile on Odysseus's face transferred to Zhang Chen's face. "Ineffective? Why is it ineffective? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Odysseus, seeing his skills ineffective against Zhang Chen, lost his sanity completely, crazily throwing skills at Zhang Chen. Mental Storm. Soul Flame. Death Curse. Soul Poison. Soul Explosion. Odysseus used all his tricks on Zhang Chen, throwing mental spells that could instantly kill a level 70 professional at the mere level 15 Zhang Chen. Despite the storm of mental attacks, Zhang Chen stood firm, continuously using Crimson Sky to ambush Odysseus. No matter how much health Odysseus had, each sword thrust from Zhang Chen would eventually kill him. Why are my skills ineffective against you?" Odysseus, looking like a madman, roared with bloodshot eyes. "This guy really hasn't learned any other spells." Zhang Chen couldn't help but comment in his mind, while feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was targeted by an abyss mage specializing in mental spells. If it were other abyss demons, he wouldn't know how he would die. As Odysseus exhausted his skills in a round, depleting most of his mental power, he gradually calmed down, realizing that Zhang Chen possessed a skill immune to mental attacks. Zhang Chen, you are truly lucky. You encountered me, Odysseus. If it were other abyss demons who found you, you wouldn't survive today. After calming down, Odysseus's tone turned extremely cold, devoid of his previous hysteria. He said indifferently, let you live a little longer. When other abyss demons break through the blockade, you will undoubtedly die. Are you trying to run? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. I'm curious, as a level 70 abyss demon, being killed by a mere level 15 human, can you really survive in the abyss? You! Odysseus's just settled emotions were stirred up again. He forcibly suppressed his anger, gave Zhang Chen a deep look, and said, Zhang Chen, you wait for me. Zhang Chen chuckled, I'll be waiting. Crimson sky pierced through Odysseus's chest, and Odysseus dissipated into black smoke. Successfully repelled the abyss demon Odysseus, experience plus 200,000, ding. Host has achieved the achievement facing the abyss, rewarded with awakening an advanced talent. Congratulations, host, for awakening the advanced talent, fearless body. At the same time, a treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar, automatically opening with a shimmering golden light. Obtained Godstone *1, obtained 10 primary skill scrolls, obtained 1 profession-specific skill scroll, successfully completed the hidden difficulty Shadow Forest dungeon for the first time, additional reward, Cursed Heart equipment. A series of information appeared on Zhang Chen's panel, making him slightly dizzy, prompting him to check his attributes. Name, Zhang Chen, profession, Sword Array Master, unique, level, 16, 23. 0%, strength, 270, agility, 190, spirit, 1590, constitution, 190, professional special attributes, critical rate, 25%, critical damage, 250%, talents, absolute luck, level 1, I am a sword immortal, level 1, abyss eye, fearless body. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10/10, Divine Sword Crimson Sky, Imperial First Class Badge of Merit, Cursed Necklace, Cursed Ring. Skills, Sword Array, Level 3, Sword Defense, Level 3, Sword Array Space, Poison Resistance, Level 1, Mental Storm. Life Seat, 6 lives. My spiritual attribute is soaring. Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his 4-dimensional panel. At this moment, he was more of a mage than an actual mage. After checking his attribute panel, Zhang Chen noticed his new talent, Indomitable Body. Indomitable Body, 80% damage reduction. What? Zhang Chen was shocked when he saw the talent description. What does 80% mean? Coupled with the 10% reduction from the Imperial Medal of Excellence his grandmother gave him, his damage reduction reached a staggering 90%. How different was this from being immune to damage? Originally, as a sword formation master, his biggest weakness was his fragility. Now, this Indomitable Body talent directly compensated for his major flaw, turning him into a tank profession without any vulnerabilities. It was too abnormal. After checking his talent, Zhang Chen went to inspect the equipment in his storage space. Ring of Curses, special accessory plus 500 spirit, bearer suffers from a spiritual curse, minus 250 strength, minus 250 agility, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the curse 3-piece set. As expected, it also increases my spirit by 500. With this equipment, my spiritual attribute surpasses 2000. Other mages of the same level probably only have 300 to 400 spirit, which is too exaggerated. Zhang Chen put on the Ring of Curses and then shifted his focus to another piece of equipment in his storage space. It was a reward for clearing a hidden difficulty dungeon, the Heart of Curses. Heart of Curses converts self-inflicted curse effects into positive effects. Wow! Zhang Chen gasped in surprise. Converting curse effects into positive effects? Did this mean that all the negative effects of his curse 3-piece set had turned positive? To verify his speculation, Zhang Chen took out the Heart of Curses from his storage space, and it transformed into light, entering his chest and disappearing. Soon after, Zhang Chen felt a significant increase in his physical strength. He immediately checked his 4-dimensional attributes and found that his strength, agility, and constitution had each increased by 500 points. Now I'm truly tankier than a knight, faster than an assassin, deal more damage than a mage, stronger than a warrior, and most importantly, I have 90% damage reduction. Zhang Chen looked at his level 16 attributes and felt like saying, what does it mean to be invincible at the same level? This is what being invincible at the same level looks like. After checking his talents and equipment, Zhang Chen began sorting through other spoils of war. 2 divine stones, these were 2 specialized weapons, their value surpassing all his other gains today combined. He didn't hesitate to use the 10 beginner skill scrolls. However, there was a chance of failure when using beginner skill scrolls, resulting in no new skills gained. Additionally, using skill scrolls could also lead to acquiring duplicate skills. If the proficiency of a duplicate skill was insufficient, the skill scroll would convert into skill proficiency. But if the proficiency of the duplicate skill was already full, then the skill scroll would be wasted. Zhang Chen used all 10 beginner skill scrolls, but aside from failing to acquire new skills, he managed to raise the poison resistance skill to level 5. Poison resistance, level 5 gained 50% poison resistance. Although I didn't gain any new skills, having a passive 50% poison resistance is still good luck. Zhang Chen wasn't too disappointed since these were just beginner skill scrolls, awakening skills for users below level 20, and only common skills at that. Awakening resistance-related skills was a high-probability event. Of course, beginner skill scrolls could also awaken profession-specific skills, but that relied on luck. Obviously, Zhang Chen's absolute luck talent couldn't be used on skill scrolls. After using the beginner skill scrolls, Zhang Chen focused all his attention on the profession-specific skill scrolls. The last time he used the exclusive skill scroll, he awakened the sword formation space, completely changing his attack method. Although the skill of the sword formation space did not increase any attributes, the actual increase in Zhang Chen's combat power was immeasurable by data. I hope this time I get a powerful skill too. Zhang Chen silently prayed, then used the professional exclusive skill scroll. Acquired skill, attribute conversion, level 1 within the sword formation, spiritual power can be converted into strength, agility, and constitution attributes, with a conversion amplification of 1x. Attribute conversion? Zhang Chen, seeing his new skill, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why are all the skills of the sword formation master so brain-burning? Just reading the text introduction was not easy to understand, so Zhang Chen immediately tried to use the sword formation attribute conversion, attempting to convert spiritual attributes into strength attributes. Afterwards, Zhang Chen found his strength attribute skyrocketing from 760 to 2840, feeling like he could now knock out a bull with a single punch. Next, he converted spiritual power into agility attributes, with agility soaring from 680 to 2760, making him feel like he could run faster than a car. Finally, Zhang Chen converted spiritual power into constitution attributes, with constitution rising from 680 to 2760, feeling like he had turned into an indestructible wall. Good. Within the sword formation, a single thought can freely convert spiritual attributes into other attributes, which is definitely a divine skill in actual combat. Zhang Chen was quite satisfied with his newly awakened professional exclusive skill, and the most important part was the second half of the attribute conversion, with a 1x conversion amplification. This was not just empty talk, it meant that in the future, as his skill level increased, the amplification factor would also increase. With his already high spiritual attribute, then converted tenfold into strength, oh my. The scene was unimaginable. Although this dungeon trip had its ups and downs, and even attracted the attention of an abyss demon, in terms of results, it was a great harvest. Zhang Chen left the dungeon feeling content, only to find that it was already dawn, and the hidden difficulty of the dungeon had disappeared, no longer selectable. It seems that the hidden difficulty was specially prepared by the abyss mage for me. He really went to great lengths to deal with me. Zhang Chen quipped at Odysseus, then chose not to continue leveling up but instead headed back to the city area, heading straight to the Adventurers Association. After a day and night of fierce battles, his storage space was almost filled with various monster materials, needing to be cleared out at the exchange to turn into money. At the same time, he needed to report to the Adventurers Association about the Ghost Forest dungeon as soon as possible to exchange for contribution points, to prevent being intercepted by other professionals. Most importantly, he had 2 god stones, which meant 2 more chances at the lottery. Back at the Adventurers Association, Zhang Chen approached the reception desk. A sweet-looking girl with a professional smile asked in a pleasant voice, "Hello, how can I help you?" Zhang Chen got straight to the point, "I found a new dungeon in the wilderness." "All right." The girl immediately registered the information on the computer. "Please enter the information here, and the Adventurers Association will confirm the dungeon information within 1 working day and issue rewards to you." Zhang Chen then asked, "By the way, I heard that the first person to clear the nightmare level difficulty of a new dungeon and submit a strategy can receive additional rewards, is that correct?" "Yes, sir. Once the Adventurers Association assesses the dungeon level, if your level is suitable, you can try to strategize the dungeon." "I have already cleared the nightmare difficulty of that dungeon, can I submit the strategy directly?" "You can." "Wait, what?" After the girl instinctively answered, She then stared at Zhang Chen in disbelief. You've already cleared the nightmare difficulty of the new dungeon? These days, there are actually quite a few people who discover new dungeons. However, it's truly rare to find someone who not only discovers a new dungeon but also rashly challenges the nightmare difficulty of the dungeon without waiting for the Adventurers Association to assess the level, and then returns alive. After all, everything about a new dungeon is unknown, and no one would complain about having a long life. That's right. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's affirmative answer, the young girl was momentarily dazed, then quickly regained her senses and said, "Please wait a moment, I will inform the manager." In the current situation, it was beyond what a front desk receptionist like her could handle. Shortly after the young girl left the front desk reception area, a middle-aged man dressed in black formal attire, paired with a white shirt and a black vest, with slicked back hair and a stubble, walked out. "Hello, I'm Lianping, the manager of the West Lake branch of the Adventurers Association." Lianping quietly used detection magic on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, Sword Formation Master, Level 16. A Level 16 Sword Formation Master? Lianping was taken aback. Although he had never heard of Zhang Chen's profession, someone of this level should be able to clear nightmare dungeons, with levels ranging from 8 to 12. If this level of dungeon was within the city walls, it could be used to train students as a beginner dungeon. However, if it was located in the wilderness, it would hold little value. Beginners wouldn't venture into the wilderness, and professionals who could go there wouldn't bother with dungeons below level 12. Nevertheless, a dungeon was still a dungeon. According to the association's regulations, even a level 1 dungeon must be recorded and its energy index monitored at all times to prevent it from turning into an abyss. Lianping's mind raced with a series of thoughts. He then smiled and politely said to Zhang Chen, "Shall we discuss this inside?" "Sure." Zhang Chen smiled back and also used Abyssal Source on Lianping. Lianping, Fire Mage, Level 40. A Fire Mage advanced to a Magister, a formidable individual. Zhang Chen silently confirmed Lianping's strength and followed him to the manager's office. Lianping opened the fridge. "What would you like to drink?" "Cola." "Sorry, I don't have any here." "You can help yourself from the fridge." Lianping poured himself a glass of brandy, sat back in his chair, and leisurely said, "So, where did you discover the dungeon, and what are the specifics of the dungeon?" Zhang Chen was only there to claim a reward and didn't mind Lianping's attitude. He replied, "The new dungeon is located deep in the Goblin Forest, 10 kilometers outside the West City Gate. It's a hidden dungeon of level 15. A level 15 hidden dungeon?" Lianping's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "I heard from the reception that you managed to conquer the nightmare difficulty of that dungeon." Zhang Chen asked, "Is there a problem?" Lianping glanced at Zhang Chen's level and asked, "Then why are you the only one reporting the dungeon information? Where are your teammates?" Zhang Chen replied, "I soloed it." "Soloed it?" Lianping sat up a bit straighter, his expression becoming more serious. "Continue." Although he had never seen the profession of Sword Formation Master, the fact that a level 16 professional could solo a level 15 nightmare dungeon meant that the Sword Formation Master was at least a rare hidden class, possibly even legendary. This needed to be taken seriously. Zhang Chen continued, "The dungeon is called Shadow Forest Dungeon. The regular monsters in the dungeon are nothing special, with strength and constitution around 1000, easy to deal with. The key lies in the dungeon boss, a boss specialized in mental attributes, with a mental attribute of 10,000, and other attributes at 0. Lianping's expression became increasingly intrigued as he listened to Zhang Chen. "So you're saying that the regular monsters in the dungeon are level 15 with strength and constitution reaching 1000, and the dungeon boss has a mental attribute of up to 10,000? Zhang Chen asked, "Is there a problem?" Lianping rubbed his forehead. "Kid, do you know there are penalties for falsifying dungeon information? The spiritual attribute of 10,000 can rival many level 30 or 40 bosses. Leaving aside whether bosses with such attributes will appear in a level 15 instance, even if they do, how did you manage to solo it?" "Zhang Chen, if you don't believe me, you can send a team to confirm it. Also, I remind you that it's best to have a priest or a paladin in the team. The boss has a resurrection skill, conventional methods won't kill it. You must extinguish the 4 candles around the altar. After extinguishing the candles, the boss will release a death curse. If the team lacks purification skills, casualties are highly likely." Lianping, seeing Zhang Chen's firm words, also became serious. "I will arrange a team to assess the instance level. If you're not lying, this might be a special instance opened by an abyssal monster, and the Adventurers Association will reward you generously. Before confirming the instance information, please don't leave the Adventurers Association." "Zhang Chen, no problem, I was just going to the exchange." "Feel free, I'll take my leave first." Lianping nodded slightly at Zhang Chen and hurriedly left the office. If the instance information Zhang Chen brought is true, the level 70 abyssal boss that escaped earlier probably migrated to Shihu City. The previous transformation of the newbie instance into an abyss was no coincidence, and the newly discovered hidden instance is highly likely to be abyssal as well. If the abyssal instance is not conquered in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. This matter must be reported to the high-level association. Zhang Chen was unaware that he had triggered an information bomb. He pondered what rewards he might receive while heading to the exchange to sell materials and buy Fate Star Array usage times. 2 divine stones exchanged for a third-tier Crimson Sky refinement was already comparable to a legendary weapon. It was said that legendary weapons could bring unexpected benefits to the wielder. However, the benefits of legendary equipment were confidential to each profession, and Zhang Chen was unaware of what those benefits might be. Of course, he would soon find out. Returning to the exchange, Zhang Chen skillfully entered a private room and opened the trading panel. This time, Zhang Chen wasn't in a hurry to spend money. He listed all the materials in his storage space for sale at market prices. Once the materials were sold, the exchange would deduct fees and automatically transfer the money to Zhang Chen's account. The 2 pieces of silver equipment sold for 100,000, and the miscellaneous materials added up to 20,000. I earned 120,000 today. Combat professions do make money, but the expenses are high. Although Zhang Chen made over 100,000 from selling equipment materials, a single basic skill scroll cost 100,000. Last night, he used 10 basic skill scrolls and only obtained a 50% poison resistance passive skill. While combat professions made money quickly, they also spent it just as fast, and the money had to be spent. Generally, before reaching level 30 advancement, each profession could learn 3 exclusive skills and 5 general skills. To acquire new skills, a profession could only rely on skill scrolls. Once a profession advanced beyond level 30, they could no longer use basic skill scrolls. Therefore, to reach the limit, a profession had to learn 3 exclusive skills and 5 general skills before level 30 advancement, requiring a terrifying number of basic skill scrolls. Zhang Chen's current savings were a drop in the bucket compared to the money needed to be spent. Of course, it wasn't the time to consider these matters now. Zhang Chen spent 2,000 to purchase 2 uses of the Fate Star Array, preparing to draw cards. I'm really looking forward to refining the Crimson Sky to the 3rd tier. Zhang Chen saw a bright light on the storage table, and a small array of fate emerged. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he took out 2 divine stones and placed them inside. Double draw. As the 2 divine stones turned into light spots in the array of fate, numerous cards rolled within it, and then a red light emanated from the array. 2 red cards with crimson swords flew out, transforming into 2 divine swords, Qishao. Before Zhang Chen could react, the divine sword Qishao in the sword array space flew out on its own and merged with the 2 newly drawn divine swords Qishao. Boom! A terrifying momentum burst out from Qishao, and Zhang Chen seemed to hear the roar of a dragon. The patterns on Qishao's sword body became more exquisite, and the sword body began to emit a faint light. Divine Sword Qishao, exclusive 3rd tier attack plus 3000, critical rate plus 70%, critical damage plus 400%, if the holder's HP reaches 0, it is forced to become 1 point, once a month, automatically protects the owner, the holder is immune to mental attacks, no equipment level restrictions. Divine Artifact Mission, conquer 10 Abyss Dungeons, 0/10, note, 1 of the 10 Great Swords, protecting the owner from demons, purifying the world. Divine Artifact Mission? After reading the insane attributes of the refined 3rd tier Qishao, Zhang Chen was intrigued by the term Divine Artifact Mission below. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and conquering 10 Abyss Dungeons was no simple task. Even an ordinary professional might not encounter 10 Abyss-transformed dungeons in over a decade, let alone attempt to conquer them. However, the higher the difficulty of the mission completion, the more abundant the rewards, and just by looking at the attributes given by Qishao, one could guess that the mission rewards were definitely not to be underestimated. It seems like I'll have to focus on running into Abyss-transformed dungeons in the future, to quickly complete the Divine Artifact mission and unlock the mission rewards. Knock knock knock. At that moment, there was a knocking sound at the door. Zhang Chen put away Qishao and opened the door to see Li Anping smiling at him. Zhang Chen was surprised. Have you already finished the investigation? Li Anping smiled. We have indeed found the dungeons you mentioned and have sealed off the area. Zhang Chen asked, in that case, can I receive the rewards now? Li Anping replied, we have already distributed the rewards. You can check your account at the Adventurers Association. Zhang Chen immediately opened the panel to check. Name, Zhang Chen, contribution points, 10,000, Adventurers Association rank, Silver Adventurer, membership level, level 2, such generous rewards? Zhang Chen was astonished to see that he not only had 10,000 contribution points but also became a silver adventurer, reaching level 2 in membership level. After registering with the Adventurers Association, professionals would be evaluated based on their contribution points to determine their adventurer rank, ranging from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, to divine. The higher the adventurer rank, the higher level tasks one could undertake. It was said that after reaching the platinum adventurer rank, the Adventurers Association would provide a monthly allowance, not to mention the membership level at the exchange, where one could already purchase a fate compass at level 2. Most importantly, Zhang Chen hadn't even registered as an adventurer until now. Lianping explained, "I'm sorry for taking the liberty to register you as an adventurer, but this way you can receive all the rewards." Zhang Chen replied, "It's fine that you registered me as an adventurer, as I plan to register later anyway. But I'm curious, why are the rewards so generous? As far as I know, a level 15 dungeon only yields about 1,000 contribution points, right? Even with a strategy, it wouldn't add up to 10,000. In the Adventurers Association, there were many things that money couldn't buy, and to purchase them, one had to rely on contribution points. It is said that in the black market, the price for a bit of contribution has even soared to 100 cash. This is equivalent to Zhang Chen reporting a copy, and the Adventurers Association directly rewarded him with 1,000,000. Lianping, let's discuss this in the office. Actually, your reward can be more than just this. Even more? Zhang Chen became interested and followed Lianping back to the manager's office. As soon as they entered the office, Lianping took out a bottle of ice-cold cola from the fridge and placed it in front of Zhang Chen, saying, "Help yourself. There are plenty more in the fridge, and if it's not enough, I can have someone buy more." Seeing the cola in front of him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask Lianping, "Just tell me what you want to say. I'm not used to this kind of treatment." "Then I'll be direct." Lianping smiled at Zhang Chen. "We found that the Phantom Forest instance has already turned abyssal, and someone has successfully cleared it. I heard that you previously solo cleared the abyssal newbie hidden instance. So, did you also solo clear the abyssal Phantom Forest instance?" Zhang Chen looked puzzled and asked, "Could it have been cleared by someone else?" Seeing Zhang Chen earnestly speaking nonsense, Lianping couldn't help but twitch his mouth and reminded him, "Instances have clear records. Currently, the only one who has cleared the Phantom Forest instance is you. Is that so?" Zhang Chen remained composed. "Oh, I forgot to mention, the instance has indeed turned abyssal. The corrupted scarecrow is very strong, and I managed to clear it by sheer luck." "Really? By luck?" Lianping twitched his mouth again and continued, "Actually, we also detected traces left by the abyssal archmage Odysseus in the instance. That level 70 abyssal boss seems to have become the final boss after the instance turned abyssal." "Ahem." Zhang Chen coughed. "Actually, I was about to say, Odysseus is also very strong, and I luckily defeated him." "No way." Lianping finally couldn't hold back. He stood up abruptly, staring straight at Zhang Chen, his tone urgent. "Level 70 boss. That's the level 70 abyssal boss that wiped out our entire Great Xia Vanguard team. How did you manage to defeat that monster at level 16? Zhang Chen replied, "Strictly speaking, I was level 15. Lianping opened his mouth as if to say something impolite, but in the end, he restrained himself due to his position and swallowed the words back. Calming his emotions, Lianping forced a smile on his face and asked Zhang Chen, "Can you tell me how you defeated that abyssal boss?" "Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of prying into your profession's secrets, nor do I have any ill will towards you. It's just that the Great Xia Empire and our association urgently need information about that abyssal boss. Rest assured, as long as you can provide any useful information about Odysseus, both the Great Xia Empire and the Adventurers Association will reward you generously." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chen decided to disclose some information about Odysseus. Although this would expose his ability to be immune to mental attacks, by handing over Odysseus's information, the country and the Adventurers Association could help alleviate most of the pressure. Odysseus was clearly a highly intelligent being. His previous failure was due to his arrogance in mental spells, which made him only proficient in mental magic. If Odysseus were to learn skills of other attributes and come back, Zhang Chen felt it would be difficult to survive on his own. Ideally, the country would deal with Odysseus before he could make a comeback. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Chen said, "I have a skill that grants me immunity to mental attacks, and since Odysseus only knew mental spells at the time, he had no way to deal with me." Lianping nodded. "Yes, your intelligence also confirms the speculation of the high level about that abyss boss. Our Vanguard team was wiped out because there was no equipment for mental defense in the team." "Zhang Chen, your intelligence is very useful. Do you have any other information about Odysseus?" Zhang Chen replied, "Odysseus was ordered by the king to infiltrate the Great Xia Empire. He aims to turn all novice dungeons into abyss to eliminate all the human geniuses who have not yet grown up. As Zhang Chen spoke, Li Yanping's expression changed slightly, exclaiming, "Are you sure?" Zhang Chen continued, "Odysseus said it himself. He targeted me because I soloed a dungeon that turned into abyss, wanting to kill me before I grew stronger." Li Yanping's pupils contracted, whispering, "So that's it." No wonder the probability of novice dungeons turning into abyss has greatly increased everywhere. It turns out those monsters in the abyss want to uproot our great Xia. This matter must be reported as soon as possible. Seemingly realizing something, he rushed out of the office without paying attention to Zhang Chen. After a while, Li Yanping hurried back, excitedly telling Zhang Chen, "Child, you have truly achieved great merit this time. Elder Bai wants to see you and personally reward you." Elder Bai? Zhang Chen was puzzled. Are you talking about the legendary Grand Mage, the president of the Adventurer Association, Bai Zhenghua? Bai Zhenghua was the top powerhouse of the Great Xia Empire, known for single-handedly blocking a large abyss army at the entrance, incredibly powerful and a figure written into textbooks. Since crossing over, Zhang Chen had often heard about Elder Bai's deeds. "Yes, it's Elder Bai, President Bai." Li Yanping patted Zhang Chen's shoulder excitedly, "You've really made it big. Ordinary people rarely get the chance to meet him." Zhang Chen asked in confusion, "Is he in West Lake City?" "He can be anywhere. You'll find out when you go." Li Yanping didn't explain further, leading Zhang Chen to a secluded room. "Elder Bai is inside, go in." "Aren't you coming in?" Zhang Chen turned back to ask. Li Yanping smiled, "This is your reward. I won't join in the fun. Elder Bai is very generous. Make any requests you have, go on." With Li Yanping's words, Zhang Chen pushed the door and entered the room. Inside was a simply decorated, brightly lit room with an old man in a white robe standing in the center. Oddly, Zhang Chen couldn't sense anything outside the door, but as soon as he entered, he felt an incredibly terrifying aura emanating from the old man, making it difficult for him to breathe. The president of the Adventurer Association, this old man's pressure on him was even stronger than the level 70 abyss boss Odysseus. Almost instinctively, Zhang Chen summoned the Scarlet Skyguard in front of him and used the abyss eye on the old man. Unable to detect the target. As expected, Zhang Chen couldn't obtain any information about the old man. Good reaction. Bai Zhenghua smiled satisfactorily at Zhang Chen. "Young people nowadays rarely have your vigilance." Seeing Bai Zhenghua retract his aura, Zhang Chen also put away the Scarlet Skyguard and bowed to Bai Zhenghua. "Greetings, Elder Bai. That sword you just wielded, is it your specialized weapon?" Bai Zhenghua asked with a smile. "Yes," Zhang Chen answered frankly. At this point, there was no point in concealing it. "I heard that when you drew cards to change professions, you drew a hidden class with full vitality in one draw. On the third day of your profession change, you drew a specialized weapon. Child, your luck is truly extraordinary. Elder Bai, it's all just luck, nothing to boast about. Luck is also part of strength. I hope the country will have more lucky people like you." Bai Zhenghua was more and more satisfied with Zhang Chen as he casually grabbed into the void, and a bottle of ice-cold cola appeared out of thin air. "I heard from Li Yanping that you like to drink cola. This is a drink specially concocted for you by someone I asked to make it. Would you like to try it?" "Thank you, Mr. Bai." Zhang Chen took the cola without hesitation, opened the bottle cap, and gulped it down. After consuming the god-level cola, all 4 attributes permanently increased by +10. This is... Zhang Chen saw his 4 attributes permanently increased by 10 points and looked at Bai Zhenghua in shock. "Hee, just a small gift for our first meeting. I hope you like it." Bai Zhenghua smiled and then said, "I came here this time for 2 reasons. First, to reward you. The information you provided was very important and indirectly saved the lives of many young people. Second, I hope you can join the Abyss Raid Team." "Abyss Raid Team?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. Bai Zhenghua explained, "In recent years, the trend of dungeons becoming more abyssal has become increasingly severe in various regions. The number of elite professionals responsible for raiding abyssal dungeons is already stretched thin. Therefore, our Adventurer Association has established an Abyss Raid Team. After you join this team, we will not force you to carry out tasks. We will only add you to a special chat group. That chat group will constantly update information on the abyssalization of dungeons in various regions, and members from different regions can temporarily team up in the group to selectively challenge abyssal dungeons. Upon successful completion, the Adventurer Association will provide extremely generous rewards to the raiders." "I understand." Zhang Chen nodded slightly. He already had the artifact task of raiding abyssal dungeons, so this Abyss Raid Team seemed like a pillow to rest on when feeling sleepy. However, he didn't rush to agree at this moment and continued to ask, "Shouldn't the members who can join this kind of team be high-level elite professionals?" Why choose me? Bai Zhenghua smiled and said, hee hee. Child, although you hide it well, your aura is very sharp. I can sense that many advanced professionals above level 30 are not your match. In a life and death battle, even Lianping outside the door at level 40 would fall by your sword, am I wrong? Zhang Chen. Bai Zhenghua continued, with your strength, joining the Abyss Raid team is more than enough. Of course, as long as you agree to join the Abyss Raid team, I will give you additional rewards. Zhang Chen, okay, I agree. Good child, well done. Bai Zhenghua, seeing Zhang Chen agree so readily, appreciated Zhang Chen's character even more. In that case, let me give you the rewards first. Firstly, as a reward for providing crucial information about Odysseus, 10 basic skill scrolls and 100,000 points of contribution to the Adventurer Association. Bai Zhenghua's hand shimmered, and 10 basic skill scrolls appeared. Zhang Chen's pupils contracted, not expecting the reward to be so generous. 10 basic skill scrolls were worth 1 million, and 100,000 contribution points were even more valuable, worth millions. Mr. Bai, isn't this reward too generous? Bai Zhenghua waved his hand and smiled, it's nothing much. Compared to the losses saved by your information for the country, these things are just a drop in the bucket. In addition, I have something else for you. With that, Bai Zhenghua handed a crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball to Zhang Chen. This is the reward for agreeing to join the Abyss Raid team. If you encounter danger in the future, just crush this crystal ball, and I will immediately appear by your side to help you unconditionally once. Zhang Chen was shocked, crush this crystal ball, and you will appear, Mr. Bai. He. Of course, even if Odysseus finds you again, as long as you crush this crystal ball, Odysseus will have no way out. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Zhang Chen excitedly accepted the crystal ball. With this life-saving talisman in hand, he felt confident to face the next Abyss boss that came knocking. Bai Zhenghua added, regarding joining the Abyss strategy group, Lianping will add you to the group chat. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Zhang Chen replied, goodbye, Mr. Bai. Child, do your best. The future belongs to you. Bai Zhenghua smiled contentedly, then a white light shone beneath his feet, and he vanished into thin air. Spatial magic? Zhang Chen muttered as he saw Bai Zhenghua had already teleported away, then he pushed the door open. Lianping, who had been waiting outside, approached as soon as Zhang Chen emerged. Mr. Bai just messaged me. We'll add each other as friends, and I'll invite you to the Abyss strategy group chat later. Zhang Chen took out his communicator and added Lianping as a friend, saying, thank you. No trouble at all. Lianping beamed, thanks to you, I had the chance to communicate with Mr. Bai. If you need anything in Shihu City in the future, just let me know. I can handle anything you need. Zhang Chen asked, managerly, I do have one thing to trouble you with. Can I exchange my association contribution for a fate compass for card draws? Without a fate compass on hand, he had to go to the exchange every time he wanted to draw cards, which was quite troublesome. More importantly, drawing cards at the exchange posed a significant privacy issue. If he kept drawing special weapons every time, he would eventually attract unwanted attention. Whenever a special weapon was drawn, it caused quite a stir, and anyone nearby with heightened senses could detect someone drawing a special weapon. Of course, no problem, Lianping replied with a smile. With your current contribution level, you can easily purchase a top-tier fate compass. Just name it, and I can immediately fetch one from the warehouse for you. Zhang Chen requested, just give me the cheapest fate compass. He didn't need the flashy superstitious elements of the higher-end fate compasses. He was the epitome of mystique himself. Lianping, seeing Zhang Chen's preference for the cheapest option, didn't push further and said, that's right. You're still in the beginner phase, so your contribution should be spent wisely on essentials rather than unnecessary items. With that, Lianping took out a simple compass with a small magic array inscribed in the middle from his storage space. Although the compass appeared plain and simple, it possessed all the functions expected of a fate compass. This is the most affordable fate compass, with a market price of 1 million, equivalent to 10,000 contributions. I'll give you a discount and transfer it to you for 8,000 contributions. Thank you. Zhang Chen didn't mind whether the fate compass was secondhand or not. After transferring 8,000 contributions to Lianping, he bid farewell and left the Adventurers Association contentedly with the fate compass in hand. As soon as he stepped out of the association's gates, Zhang Chen's communicator received an invitation from Lianping. Upon confirming, Zhang Chen joined the Abyss strategy group chat and was bombarded with messages. Need a level 45 healer for the Abyss dungeon in the western mines of Luo City. Interested players nearby, please contact. Looking for a level 50 aggressive mage for the Abyss dungeon in the eastern outskirts of Shin City. The Abyss has spread to the Fishman Island in the East Sea. Seeking a level 60 paladin with full epic gear, preferably with protection and purification skills. Upon entering the group, Zhang Chen felt like he had walked into a bustling market, feeling extremely out of place. Shouldn't the Abyss Strategy Group be solemn and sacred, filled with elite members who were more action-oriented than talkative? But now, it looks similar to an ordinary wilderness instance. If it weren't for the real-time updated map of Abyss instances in the group, and the high level of the required professionals, Zhang Chen even doubted if he had joined the wrong group. Rabbit, at UNZ, hey, a newcomer, say hello to everyone. Suddenly, a person with a beautiful mature sister avatar, with the ID Rabbit, mentioned Zhang Chen. UNZ is the nickname of Zhang Chen's social account. In this Abyss Strategy Group, everyone's information is kept confidential. Unless they meet offline, no one knows who is who. Zhang Chen didn't want to interact too much with these strangers, so he changed his status to invisible directly, then opened the map to see if there were any suitable Abyss instances near West Lake City. There are only 2 Abyss instances near West Lake City that have been strategized, and they were strategized by me. It seems that I won't be able to strategize Abyss instances in the short term. I should focus on leveling up and aim to get into Kyoto University first. Zhang Chen didn't find a suitable Abyss instance near West Lake City, so he left the group chat and received a private message from Rabbit. Little brother, I see your IP address is in West Lake City, and I happen to be nearby. How about we meet offline? I have a surprise waiting for you. Zhang Chen glanced at the private message and immediately blocked Rabbit. The Abyss Strategy Group is a mixed bag. He doesn't trust anyone in there. Even if he decides to strategize Abyss instances later, he wouldn't risk relying on strangers. No one knows if teammates fighting together will stab each other in the back. Putting Rabbit's message out of his mind, Zhang Chen left the city once again. But this time, he didn't head to the West City Gate. Instead, he rushed towards the East City Gate. There is a 20-level wilderness instance by the Luosha River on the east side of West Lake City, where professionals farm equipment materials, and it is currently Zhang Chen's best leveling spot, where he can directly level up to 19. If nothing unexpected happens. After leaving the East City Gate, Zhang Chen walked east for several kilometers. Since the Luosha River instance is the most popular instance in West Lake City, Zhang Chen didn't encounter any wild monsters along the way. They had all been cleared out by professionals. The instance portal is on a flat ground by the river, and many professionals are guarding the entrance, either waving flags and shouting, or holding signs, recruiting teammates as far as the eye can see. Normal difficulty, need one more, let's go. Normal difficulty, lacking a healer, equipment materials will be shared equally, come quickly. Hard difficulty, we have healers and mages, need a tank class. Nightmare guaranteed clear team, need a support, preferably a formation mage. The entrance to the instance is as lively as a market. Zhang Chen walked straight to the instance portal and checked the information. This 20-level instance is divided into 3 difficulties, normal, hard, and nightmare. Generally, for normal difficulty, as long as there is 1 DPS, 1 tank, and 1 healer, it can be easily cleared. Hard difficulty requires a 4-person team, with 2 healer tank positions, and the remaining 2 positions can be either 2 DPS or 1 DPS plus 1 support. As for nightmare difficulty, it usually requires a 5-person team, with tank, healer, and at least 2 DPS, and the last position must be a support to buff teammates and debuff monsters, otherwise the tank won't hold up. While Zhang Chen was checking the instance information, someone approached him and struck up a conversation. Brother, do you want to run the instance together? I see your profession, you should be a support, right? We are going for the nightmare difficulty, equipment by rolling, materials shared equally, are you in? Although Zhang Chen was only level 16, the sword formation master profession was quite eye-catching, and everyone could tell that Zhang Chen was not ordinary. After all, without some skills, one wouldn't dare to enter the Ghost River dungeon at level 16. No, I don't like teaming up. Zhang Chen flatly refused the team invitation, opting for nightmare difficulty and teleporting directly inside. He entered the dungeon. Level 16, going solo into a dungeon? Is he that arrogant? Even if it's just a normal difficulty dungeon, isn't he asking for trouble? Ha! Truly fearless like a newborn calf. Just wait, it's only an hour, let's see if he can make it out alive. As Zhang Chen entered the dungeon alone, many outside the dungeon wore amused smiles. Most of the professionals here were in their 20s, well versed in the difficulty of the Ghost River dungeon, and doubted Zhang Chen could solo it. At that moment, outside the crowd, a woman in assassin attire sat on a rock, tossing a dagger in her hand, watching the dungeon entrance with interest. What an intriguing fellow, perhaps he's the one I'm looking for. Upon entering the dungeon, Zhang Chen was immediately transported to the riverbed, his head enveloped in an air-filled bubble. Ahead of him stood a massive underwater palace guarded by shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The air in the bubble is limited, seems to last only an hour's worth. Either clear it within an hour or save air to return to the entrance. Time is of the essence. Zhang Chen instantly grasped the time limit in this dungeon, heading towards the underwater palace while using abyssal gaze on the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the entrance. Shrimp soldier, elite, level, 20, strength, 1500, agility, 2000, spirit, 500, constitution, 1000, skills, intimidation, whip, water bomb, crab general, elite, level, 20, strength, 3000, agility, 500, spirit, 500, constitution, 1000, skills, intimidation, pincer strike, charge. These two elite monsters had stats higher than a level 10 boss. No wonder Nightmare requires a team of 5, and assistance is needed. Otherwise, with the strength of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, even a level 20 knight couldn't withstand a single blow. Aware of the pressing time, Zhang Chen wasted no time and unleashed his sword skills, swiftly ending the lives of the two elite monsters. Successfully killed shrimp soldier, experience plus 3000, successfully killed crab general, experience plus 3000, obtained shrimp tail *1, obtained crab claw *1, easily dispatching the gatekeepers. Zhang Chen entered the palace only to find more shrimp soldiers and crab generals inside. Skill, Psychic Storm. Seeing a large gathering of monsters in the hall, Zhang Chen unleashed a psychic storm, causing all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the palace hall to perish, with experience notifications flooding the screen and his experience bar increasing by 20%. Awesome! Watching the monsters disappear rapidly like a puzzle game, Zhang Chen felt inexplicably exhilarated and continued deeper into the dungeon. However, the palace had 3 pathways, each with numerous forks, resembling a complex maze. After wandering for half an hour, slaying many shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Zhang Chen reached level 17 but still hadn't found the boss room. This won't do. If I run out of air and haven't found the boss, I might suffocate. This dungeon has been around for years. There should be a complete map available. I'll come back to challenge it once I have the map. Opting for caution, Zhang Chen retraced his steps and returned to the dungeon entrance. Do you wish to abandon the dungeon challenge? Yes. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen chose to abandon the dungeon raid and teleported out. As Zhang Chen reappeared at the dungeon entrance, he immediately drew the attention of many around him. This kid actually made it out alive. Could it be that he really soloed the instance? He was only in there for over 40 minutes, how could he possibly clear the instance? I bet he couldn't even defeat the guards at the entrance. He's definitely just trying to save face, stubbornly waited at the entrance for so long before coming out, pretending to be a big shot. Wait, look at his level, he's already level 17, he must have killed quite a few monsters. He probably got lost in the palace and had no choice but to exit. Really, this kid does have the ability to solo instances. The Rakshasa River instance is indeed complex. When I first entered an instance, I got lost too. Just run a few more instances and you'll get the hang of it. Zhang Chen didn't care about the gossip and headed towards the direction of Westlake City. This wilderness instance is different from beginner instances. Each difficulty level has its own cooldown time. The cooldown time for Nightmare difficulty is 6 hours, giving him enough time to prepare what he needs. Suddenly, a woman blocked Zhang Chen's path and asked, "Did you just solo the Nightmare difficulty?" Zhang Chen glanced at the woman dressed as an assassin, then bypassed her and continued on. The woman smiled, "I have information about the hidden boss in Rakshasa River. Are you interested?" Zhang Chen paused, turned to the woman, "Hidden boss?" The woman glanced around, twirled her knife, and said to Zhang Chen, "There are too many people here. Let's find another place to talk." Zhang Chen used Abyssal Eye on the woman. Guan Xayan, Shadow Assassin, level 22. After confirming the woman's profession and level, Zhang Chen nodded, "Okay." Guan Xayan smiled and led Zhang Chen to a secluded place. "Let's talk here." As soon as she finished speaking, Guan Xayan suddenly disappeared on the spot. Assassin skill, Stealth. The next moment, Guan Xayan appeared behind Zhang Chen, but before she could activate her skill, a sword appeared out of thin air and was placed at her neck. So fast. Guan Xayan saw the sword at her neck and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Zhang Chen turned around, calmly looked at Guan Xayan, and said, "Unless you give me a reasonable explanation, I guarantee that your head will be on the ground the next second." Guan Xayan quickly steadied herself, sheathed her dagger, and said with a smile, "Don't be suspicious. I just wanted to test if you are qualified to team up with me. If I bring a useless person to raid the hidden boss, we might both end up dead inside." Zhang Chen replied, "But from what I see now, you seem more like the useless one." Guan Xayan twitched her mouth. "You, young man, have quite a sharp tongue for your age." Zhang Chen retracted the sword into the sword formation space and said, "Get to the point, what about the hidden boss? Is Westlake City known for producing people with your personality?" Guan Xayan muttered softly, then took out a coral key, this is the key I looted from the boss in the Rakshasa River instance. It can open a hidden door where there is a humanoid hidden boss at level 30. The hidden room only allows 2 people in, and the average level must be below 20. Zhang Chen sneered, a room that restricts 2 people, with an average level below 20, but the boss is level 30. What kind of instance is this? You can't fool people like that. Guan Xin chuckled, you are just ignorant. This kind of situation is actually quite common in legendary trials. Legendary trials? Those are secret missions scattered all over the world. By completing the trial, you will receive extremely generous rewards, at the very least in epic equipment. If you're lucky, you might even gain special skills or awaken talents. How do you know all this? Judging by your appearance, you probably just graduated from high school, right? Legendary trials are compulsory courses in every university. You'll know once you're in college. Zhang Chen asked again, how can you be sure that I can help you defeat that hidden boss? Intuition. Guan Xin smiled and pointed to her head. My intuition has always been accurate. I feel that teaming up with you will definitely lead to success. Zhang Chen shook his head. I don't like taking risks. Your reason is not convincing enough. Stiff guy. Guan Xin couldn't help but comment on Zhang Chen, then handed him a scroll. Here, take this, you must be willing to give it a try now, right? Zhang Chen took the scroll and checked the information. Town portal scroll, can be used in dungeons to forcibly exit and return to the nearest main city. Town portal scroll? Zhang Chen was slightly surprised by what Guan Xin handed him. He had seen this item in the trading post, priced at a whopping 10,000. He didn't expect Guan Xin to be so generous. However, Guan Xin didn't pay much attention to the town portal scroll, saying, now that you have the town portal scroll, you can immediately teleport back to town when in danger, ensuring safety. You should be willing to give it a try now, right? After some thought, Zhang Chen also saw this as an opportunity and nodded, okay, I can team up with you to tackle the hidden boss, but I just came out of nightmare difficulty, so I have to wait 6 hours. That's fine, I have items to reduce dungeon cooldowns. Guan Xin sent Zhang Chen a team invitation. Don't worry, even though you're only level 17, we'll split the loot. Zhang Chen, hearing Guan Xin's words, accepted the team invitation and returned to the teleportation point of the Rakshasa dungeon with her. Guan Xin stood at the dungeon teleportation point, took out a talisman-like object, and when the talisman flashed with light, Zhang Chen received the dungeon confirmation message. The team leader will challenge the Rakshasa River dungeon in nightmare difficulty. Do you confirm? Confirm. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and teleported into the dungeon with Guan Xin. Guan Xin turned to Zhang Chen and said, it takes us a lot of time to defeat these elite monsters. I know a shortcut that can bypass most of them and lead straight to the boss room. No need, let's go head on, I'll level up along the way. Zhang Chen said casually and headed straight for the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the door. Are you crazy? Going head on will get you killed. Guan Xin hurriedly exclaimed. Zhang Chen didn't respond, summoned 10 iron swords and instantly defeated the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the door, then entered the hall and used Psychic Storm. Boom! A terrifying storm swept around, and then Guan Xin saw a large number of kill notifications, leaving her dumbfounded on the spot. This. She walked into the palace blankly, looking at the empty hall, her mind completely blank. Where are the monsters? Guan Xin pursed her lips and asked Zhang Chen, what did you do? Grinding monsters. Zhang Chen replied matter-of-factly, leaving Guan Xin feeling frustrated as she couldn't find any point to retort. Zhang Chen urged, what are you standing there for? Lead the way, I don't have a map. Oh, okay. Guan Xin snapped out of it and immediately walked ahead, choosing the middle door in the hall. On the way to the boss room, Guan Xin was completely stunned. Every elite monster she encountered along the way was instantly killed by Zhang Chen. Is this the attack power a level 17 should have? Guan Xin couldn't understand. With the health of those elite monsters, even if she used her highest single target damage skill, she couldn't one-shot them. But Zhang Chen, seemingly using basic attacks, and the scariest part was that his basic attacks seemed to have splashed damage. Suddenly, Guan Xin felt that her rare profession paled in comparison to Zhang Chen's sword formation master, like a beggar profession. Regarding Xin leading the way, Zhang Chen swiftly defeated the enemies. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived outside the boss room of the level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon. Xin stopped at the door and instructed Zhang Chen, I know you have high attack power, but inside is the final boss of the level 20 dungeon. I know its weakness. Help me distract it while I flank from behind. We're short on time, no need to complicate things, Zhang Chen interrupted Xin, pushing open the door to reveal a massive snake over 10 meters long inside. Using the Abyssal Eye. Rakshasa King Snake, Boss, Level, 20 Strength, 3200 Agility, 4200 Spirit, 2000 constitution, 6000 skills, whip strike, bite, venomous coiling, venomous attack. Muttering to himself, Zhang Chen remarked, 6000 constitution. Xin hurriedly caught up, I told you not to be impulsive. This boss has high attack power and thick skin. Your petite frame can't withstand its attacks. Crimson Sky. Zhang Chen raised his hand, and Crimson Sky appeared out of thin air, turning into a red light that pierced through the head of the Rakshasa King snake. Before the snake could react, it let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Successfully killed the Rakshasa King snake. Experience plus 42,000 XAN. Obtained equipment, Rakshasa King snake skin armor, Rakshasa King snake tooth venom blade, Rakshasa King snake crystal core. Seeing the kill notification on the panel, Xin's mouth twitched. That was fast? Xin stood dazed in place, staring blankly at the empty boss room, feeling like she was dreaming. Turning back, Zhang Chen said, the dungeon equipment and materials are in the team leader's storage space. As agreed, we split them evenly, right? Yes. Xin subconsciously nodded and took out the equipment and materials dropped by the boss. Rakshasa King snakeskin armor, gold grade defense plus 200, agility plus 200, poison damage plus 20%, usable at level 20. Rakshasa King snake tooth venom blade, gold grade attack plus 200, attack with poison attribute, assassin damage skill plus 20%, usable at level 20. Rakshasa King snake crystal core, poison attribute material. After checking the equipment information, Zhang Chen shook his head, these items are of no use to me. Xin suggested, I didn't contribute much in this dungeon. Normally, the equipment should all go to you, but I do want these items. How about I pay you according to the market price of gold-grade equipment to buy these 2 pieces? Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Chen asked, how much? 1 piece of gold-grade equipment starts at $1 million on the market. These 2 items look like a set, so the price is higher. The crystal core is also a valuable material. How about I give you 5 million for the set? Xin proposed. 5 million? Zhang Chen was taken aback. So much? Seeing Zhang Chen's hesitation, Xin thought he found it too little and added, I didn't bring much cash this time. If you find it insufficient, we can add each other as friends after leaving, and I'll transfer another 2 million to you later. Regaining his composure, Zhang Chen shook his head, we agreed to split evenly. 1 piece of equipment for me, 1 for you, and we split the crystal core in half, all in cash. Just give me 2,500,000. Ha ha, Xin chuckled, you're indeed a peculiar one, turning down extra money. Zhang Chen replied calmly, it's a matter of principle. Besides, when we agreed to split the loot, I never expected you to contribute. Can't you say something nice for once? Xin couldn't help but complain about Zhang Chen, then added, 2,500,000 doesn't sound good. After we leave the dungeon, I'll transfer 3 million to you. Okay. After the 2 of them made an agreement, Guan Xin took out the coral key and walked to the teleportation exit of the instance, pushing aside the seaweed covering the wall. A coral door appeared in their sight. Guan Xin inserted the key into the coral door, and with a click, the door slowly opened. Strangely, even though they were currently underwater, there was no water behind the coral door, all the water was separated by an invisible force, creating what seemed like another world inside. As the coral door opened, Zhang Chen received a prompt. Ahead is the dojo of the Rakshasa King. The instance restricts individual levels to a maximum of 25 and team average levels to a maximum of 20. Do you wish to challenge? Guan Xin turned back and asked, are you ready for the hidden boss inside? Let's go in, Zhang Chen nodded slightly, and Guan Xin confirmed the challenge. The 2 of them were directly transported into a spacious dojo. In the center of the dojo sat a humanoid monster wearing a demon mask and red armor, with an unsheathed sword lying quietly beside him. Noble, proud, and solemn. The monster exuded a kingly aura all over. Rakshasa King. Zhang Chen used the abyssal eye on it. Rakshasa King, hidden boss, level 30, strength 10,000, agility 10,000, spirit 10,000, constitution 10,000, skills, sword flash, king's pressure, indomitable will, hiss. Zhang Chen couldn't help but gasp at the Rakshasa King's attributes. Not only were the 4 attributes reaching 5 digits, but the boss's skills also seemed quite formidable. Zhang Chen turned to Guan Xin and asked, have you challenged this boss before? Any intel? Guan Xin replied, I've only challenged it once and only got through its first phase. In the first phase, it doesn't use its weapon. In the second phase, it wields its weapon, increases both attack desire and speed significantly, and locks health in each phase. It doesn't seem like it can be killed just by dealing damage. A mechanic boss? Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Having encountered the shadowy scarecrow before, he had some understanding of mechanic bosses, so he wasn't surprised that the Rakshasa King was one. I'll test the waters, you support from the side. Zhang Chen stepped into the dojo. The Rakshasa king, who had been sitting with closed eyes, slowly opened them, stood up, and only then did Zhang Chen realize the Rakshasa king's height of over 3 meters, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Qizhou. Zhang Chen unleashed his sword formation, summoning Qizhou behind the Rakshasa king, piercing through its body. The Rakshasa king knelt on the spot, then flames ignited all over its body, turning its skin crimson, and it stood up again, drawing its sword from the sheath. Second phase. Already the second phase? Guan Xian was astonished to see Zhang Chen push the Rakshasa king into the second phase with just one strike. She had spent an hour in this dojo before, skillfully wearing down the Rakshasa king to the second phase, but now Zhang Chen had brought the boss to the second phase with a single basic attack? The vast difference made her feel embarrassed. Seeing the Rakshasa king enter the second phase, Zhang Chen didn't give it a chance to attack, controlling Qizhou to strike again. However, a sword light flashed, deflecting Qizhou away. It blocked my attack? Zhang Chen's pupils contracted. It was the first time his attack had been deflected like this. Be careful. It's about to use a skill. Guan Xian seemed unsurprised by the situation and immediately warned Zhang Chen. At that moment, the Rakshasa king transformed into a red light and rushed towards Zhang Chen. Skill, sword flash. The Rakshasa king swung its sword, but Qizhou appeared in front of Zhang Chen, creating a red barrier that promptly deflected the Rakshasa king's attack. Clang! The sound of the collision of the twin swords rang out. The Rakshasa king executed a perfect retreat, effortlessly deflecting the force of the counterattack from the red sky sword. Instead, it was Zhang Chen, protected by the red sky sword, who suffered a considerable loss of stamina. Although the red sky sword had a passive protection for its master, it only prevented Zhang Chen from being paralyzed and did not reduce the damage of the attacks. Even though Zhang Chen's talent and equipment could reduce 90% of the damage, with his constitution at only 705 against the Rakshasa king's strength of 10,000, even 10% of the damage imposed significant pressure on him, and he couldn't withstand it for long. However, outside the dojo, Guan Xian, upon seeing Zhang Chen withstand a blow from the Rakshasa king without flinching, was filled with disbelief, staring at Zhang Chen in astonishment. What kind of freak is this guy? Not only does he have high damage, but his defense is also so strong, and he even has a built-in tough body? Guan Xian, being level 22 herself, knew that if she were touched by the Rakshasa king, even if she could use her skill to deflect most of the damage, her stamina would instantly bottom out, forcing her to use a town portal scroll to escape. Yet, Zhang Chen seemed unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Is this guy really only level 17? Just as Guan Xian was shocked, Zhang Chen suddenly asked her, Guan Xian, do you know why the boss repelled my attacks? Guan Xian snapped back to reality. Don't you know about perfect blocking? Perfect blocking? It's an advanced technique for countering physical attacks. It requires pinpointing the enemy's vulnerability at the moment of attack and then defending. If successful, it can evade damage and even paralyze the enemy. Like a parry in video games? Having played many video games, Zhang Chen immediately grasped Guan Xian's explanation. Guan Xian nodded, exactly, but the premise of perfect blocking is that it can only defend in an instant. Therefore, while this technique has great benefits, it also carries great risks. If a perfect block fails, you will receive the full amount of damage. When I dealt with the Rakshasa king in the first stage, I slowly wore it down using perfect blocks. But in the second stage, its speed was too fast, and if it touched me, I would die. I didn't dare to attempt perfect blocking. As Guan Xian spoke, the Rakshasa king once again launched a swift sword strike, appearing in front of Zhang Chen in an instant, sword swinging down. Red sky. Zhang Chen immediately controlled the red sky sword to block in front of him, attempting a perfect block. However, the Rakshasa king's speed was too fast, and Zhang Chen couldn't react in time, resulting in a failed block. Clang! The Rakshasa king's sword struck Zhang Chen fiercely, causing him pain, and he had to summon other iron swords to force the Rakshasa king back. At the same time, Zhang Chen controlled 10 flying swords to attack the Rakshasa king, but all were perfectly blocked by the Rakshasa king. Seeing that Zhang Chen was also unable to defeat the Rakshasa king, Guan Xian couldn't help but suggest, shouldn't we retreat first, discuss a strategy, and then come back to challenge? Do you have healing potions? Zhang Chen suddenly asked Guan Xian. Healing potions? Guan Xian was taken aback, then took out 3 bottles of intermediate healing potions from her storage space and threw them to Zhang Chen. This dungeon allows the use of 3 potions, but I'll be killed by the boss. I won't need these potions. What do you want them for? Zhang Chen replied, this Rakshasa king can only be defeated by perfect blocking. I can withstand a few of his attacks and want to give it a try. With his current stamina, Zhang Chen could withstand 3 strikes from the Rakshasa king, plus the continuous healing passive of the third seed of fate, he could withstand 4 attacks. 1 bottle of intermediate health potion could instantly restore his health, 3 bottles meant 12 times, and with his current endurance for 2 more hits, he had a total of 14 chances. If Zhang Chen could master the art of perfect blocking within these 14 attacks, then this hidden boss might not be unbeatable after all. Seeing Zhang Chen attempting to perfect block the Rakshasa King's attacks in the second stage, Guan Xin was shocked. Perfect blocking is related to strength and agility. The Rakshasa King is very fast. Can your agility keep up with it? I have my ways, Zhang Chen replied briefly, then used attribute conversion to transform all his mental power into strength and agility. In the next moment, Zhang Chen's mental attribute reset to 0, while his strength and agility attributes became 1845 and 1770 respectively. The flying swords rained down noisily, and Zhang Chen could no longer control them, but he felt a significant increase in his strength and speed. Gripping the Qishao sword, Zhang Chen focused intently on the Rakshasa King not far away, murmuring, "Now I've turned into a warrior, come at me." Sensing Zhang Chen's fighting spirit, the Rakshasa King also brandished a sword flower, assuming an attacking stance towards Zhang Chen. Whether it was an illusion or not, Zhang Chen felt that the Rakshasa King beneath the demon mask suddenly smiled. Skill, flash of the sword. The Rakshasa King once again used a skill, transforming into a red light and charging towards Zhang Chen. I can see clearly. With greatly increased strength and speed, Zhang Chen barely managed to catch the Rakshasa King's movements, attempting a perfect block. Block failed. The Rakshasa King's sword pierced Zhang Chen, leaving him with only 1/3 of his health. Then the Rakshasa King elegantly retreated, creating distance between them. Just as I thought. Seeing the Rakshasa King retreat after 1 strike further confirmed Zhang Chen's suspicions. This hidden boss was a trial, and the trial's content was perfect blocking. Moments later, the Rakshasa King launched another skill, and Zhang Chen once again attempted a perfect block. Still failing, his health reached its limit. Zhang Chen immediately took out a bottle of intermediate healing potion, drank it, restoring his health to full. Come on. The Rakshasa King once again used a skill, and Zhang Chen attempted a perfect block. Flash of the sword, block failed. Flash of the sword, block failed. In the dojo, the Rakshasa King was like a stern master, while Zhang Chen was the defiant disciple, continuously repeating each move in practice. Outside the dojo, Guan Xin was completely stunned. She never expected that the 17th level Zhang Chen would actually be practicing perfect blocking with the Rakshasa King. Clang! As Zhang Chen drank his 3rd bottle of intermediate healing potion, he finally succeeded in a perfect block, sending the Rakshasa King's sword flying away. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen released the attribute conversion, controlling the Qishao sword to pierce through the Rakshasa King's chest. A red light passed through the Rakshasa King's body, his health bar depleted, and he knelt on the spot. Did I win? Seeing Zhang Chen successfully hit the Rakshasa King, Guan Xin was suddenly delighted, but before she could congratulate him, the Rakshasa King erupted with an intense pressure, pushing Zhang Chen back. Skill, indomitable will. Skill, King's pressure. The entire dojo began to shake violently as the Rakshasa King roared, standing up again. Its heavy armor fell off, revealing a scarred and muscular upper body. The Rakshasa King raised its arm, and a large sword in the distance swiftly flew back into its hand, the blade igniting with fiery flames. There's still a 3rd stage? Seeing the Rakshasa King stand up again, Guan Xion's expression changed drastically, quickly shouting to Zhang Chen, if it's too much, use the town portal scroll. The challenge is unlimited, no need to risk your life here. However, Zhang Chen did not respond to Guan Xion. He stared directly into the eyes beneath the Rakshasa King's demon mask, understanding that this 3rd stage was the final trial of this legendary ordeal. Strength, skill, and the courage to face death. But with the Qishao sword's passive ability to avoid death, Zhang Chen had no fear at all. Come on! Zhang Chen grinned, this time not using attribute conversion again, but instead pulling all the flying swords into the sword formation space. After numerous practices, he had already grasped the Rakshasa King's attack trajectory. Even if he couldn't see the Rakshasa King's movements clearly, by using his skill panel, he could control the timing and rely on his instincts to achieve a perfect block. At that moment, the Rakshasa King assumed a stance and then transformed into a red light, rushing towards Zhang Chen and swinging the sword down. 9 iron swords flew out in front of Zhang Chen, one of them hitting the weak spot of the Rakshasa King, sending his sword flying. Shi Shao! A flash of red light pierced through the heart of the Rakshasa King. Successfully killed the Rakshasa King, experience plus 100000 obtained equipment, Rakshasa King's mask obtained Rakshasa King's heart x1 completed legendary trial, gained skill, intuitive block ding. Host has achieved the achievement first legendary trial, rewarded with awakening of advanced talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, I am legend. At the same time, the hidden chest after clearing the secret dungeon appeared in the center of the dojo. Is it over? Guan Xin looked at the numerous notifications flashing on her panel, feeling a bit dazed. Although Zhang Chen completed this legendary trial alone, they were in a team state, so Guan Xin also received basic experience rewards in the God tier skill intuitive block. Additionally, as the team leader, the equipment and materials obtained from defeating the boss were placed in her storage space. Guan Xin slapped her face to calm herself down, then took out the obtained equipment and materials. Rakshasa King's mask. Epic summons the Rakshasa King to fight alongside. The king will revive within the mask after death. Rakshasa King's heart. Epic level material. An epic equipment and an epic material. Guan Xin couldn't help but exclaim at the two items dropped by the Rakshasa King. Epic equipment was precious without a doubt, and epic level materials were essential for legendary equipment forging by divine blacksmiths, priceless and rare. While Guan Xin examined the equipment materials, Zhang Chen was also checking his newly acquired talents and skills. Intuitive block. Passive. The first block will always be a perfect block. I am legend. If a legendary trial exists in a dungeon, after clearing the dungeon, the item to start the trial will always drop. A passive conceptual god tier skill. Using it well was akin to completely immune to one physical attack, while also delivering a powerful blow to the enemy. A top tier talent. With this talent, one would never miss any legendary trials in the future. A great harvest. Zhang Chen couldn't stop smiling at his new skill and talent. At this moment, Guan Xin approached and handed the Rakshasa King's mask and heart to Zhang Chen, saying, Zhang Chen, you take these. This battle was entirely passed by you alone, so logically, both of these epic items should go to you. Zhang Chen glanced at the Rakshasa King's mask and heart, but in the end, only took the mask. I said, since we agreed to split evenly, everything should be divided equally, not based on contributions. Guan Xin was surprised. Do you know how valuable epic items are? This Rakshasa King's heart is worth at least tens of millions. Zhang Chen firmly shook his head. Even if it's worth $1 billion, it should belong to you. This is a matter of principle, regardless of the amount of money. Besides, without the hidden key you provided, the information about perfect blocking, and the 3 bottles of healing potions, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the Rakshasa King. I really underestimated you. Guan Xin's eyes towards Zhang Chen completely changed at this moment. When Zhang Chen insisted on evenly splitting the golden equipment before, she thought it was just the price of the equipment that wasn't enough to shake his principles. But now, when Zhang Chen wanted to split even epic items, Guan Xin saw Zhang Chen in a new light. It's worth noting that even many close friends or couples would backstab each other for an epic piece of equipment. Thinking of this, Guan Xin shook her head, smiled, and put the Rakshasa King's heart back into her storage space, saying, in that case, I'll accept it graciously. I have to say, you may be a bit rigid, but you're quite reliable. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Chen put away the Rakshasa King mask and walked towards the treasure chest in the dojo. The reward just now was for defeating the boss, while this treasure chest was the reward for completing the Rakshasa River instance dungeon. The equipment and materials obtained by defeating the boss were directly given to the team leader, who would then distribute them. However, the first-time completion reward for the dungeon was unique to each individual. Guan Xin had already cleared the Rakshasa River instance, so this treasure chest belonged exclusively to Zhang Chen. He opened the chest. Obtain Stone of the Gods *1, obtain Scroll of Basic Skills *5. As Zhang Chen received the rewards, the treasure chest in the dojo disappeared, and the exit portal of the dungeon appeared, teleporting the two of them out. Outside the dungeon, Guan Xin took a satisfied breath of fresh air and then transferred 3 million to Zhang Chen's trading account, saying, it was a pleasant cooperation. Shall we add each other as friends on the communicator and collaborate again in the future? Let's talk about that later. Zhang Chen did not agree to Guan Xin's proposal, directly leaving the team without looking back. Hey, you just took the money and left. Is this how you treat women? Seeing Zhang Chen walk away without a word, Guan Xin felt a surge of anger but stopped herself from chasing after him, watching him leave. You must be the type to get into Kyoto University, right? You can't escape from my clutches, little brother. Guan Xin chuckled lightly, twirling her dagger and whistling as she left from another direction. After parting ways with Guan Xin, Zhang Chen went straight home. On one hand, he was already at level 18, and it was only the 3rd day since he changed jobs. Even if he took it easy for a few days, he could reach level 19 within a month. Leveling up was not his top priority at the moment. On the other hand, he had been out for several days, and despite not feeling tired from the rapid leveling, consecutive days of battles had left him unwashed and starting to smell. With his grandmother and aunt not at home, Zhang Chen freshened up, changed into clean clothes, and then sat on the sofa in the living room, taking out his fate compass and 15 skill scrolls. I didn't expect to get another stone of the gods so soon. At this rate, I'll have a full-tier specialized weapon before the college entrance exam. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, but instead of rushing to draw a card, he decided to use the basic skill scrolls first. He used all 15 skill scrolls. Obtained duplicate skill proficiency increased. Toxin resistance, level 10 gained 100% resistance to toxins. This, level 6. Zhang Chen was surprised to see that all 15 basic skill scrolls had maxed out his toxin resistance. He couldn't understand why he was so afraid of toxins. Oh well. Only awakening one skill through repetition, in a way, can also be considered lucky. Zhang Chen smiled helplessly, picked up the fate compass again, and took out the newly obtained stone of the gods. Although Zhang Chen had drawn many cards before, this was the first time he used his fate compass to draw a card, and he felt inexplicably excited. A refined 4th-tier red sky, isn't that already a divine weapon? Zhang Chen muttered as he placed the stone of the gods into the fate compass. The compass started spinning, the magic circle on it glowing, countless cards rotating within the circle, and finally, a red card flew out. Come forth, my red sky! Zhang Chen shouted dramatically, and a deep blue sword flew out from the card. A large amount of water vapor surged around, and Zhang Chen seemed to hear the sound of waves. Divine Sword Zhanlu, exclusive 1st-tier attack power plus 1000, damage plus 100%, auto-protect master, holder immune to water attribute attacks, no equipment level limit. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protects the master from evil, purifies the world. Ha! Zhang Chen was stunned to see the new specialized weapon in front of him. So, a specialist weapon can be more than one? Zhang Chen saw that his newly drawn specialist weapon also had notes for 10 major swords, and suddenly had a terrifying guess. He had 10 specialist weapons. Other professions only have one specialist weapon. I've never heard of anyone having multiple specialist weapons, but I can have 10. So, in the later stages, if I refine all 10 specialist weapons, wouldn't that mean I could possess 10 artifacts at the same time? Zhang Chen thought of this possibility, his breathing becoming noticeably quicker. As long as they were artifacts, they possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Even those who had reached the divine level, those who possessed artifacts were a very small number. This hidden profession combined with absolute luck has tremendous potential. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Chen immediately stored Zhanlu in the sword formation space, went to open the door, and saw Xia Zhaoyang standing at the door with a smile. I remember you were the captain of the guards back then. Zhang Chen recognized Xia Zhaoyang at a glance and said, I'm sorry, I've already decided to take the entrance exam for Kyoto University. Don't worry, I'm not here to stop you from going to Kyoto University, Xia Zhaoyang smiled at Zhang Chen. After I went back that day, I reported your situation to the highest command. The leaders value you highly. They held 3 days of consecutive meetings and decided to make an exception to allow you to enter the Qianlong support team as an external member, so you can continue your university studies. Qianlong support team? It's a secret special forces unit in our country, and those who can enter the Qianlong support team are the elite of the elite. Zhang Chen asked, what are the benefits of joining the Qianlong support team? Xia Zhaoyang replied, once you join the Qianlong support team, the military will be your biggest background. Throughout the Great Xia, no one will dare to bully you. Furthermore, all kinds of military resources will be tilted towards you. Not only can you enjoy the resources of Kyoto University, but you will also be eligible to access our military's exclusive instance resources, equipment, and all kinds of intelligence. You are the first person who can simultaneously enjoy university and military resources. Zhang Chen asked, so what do I need to do? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since the military has given him corresponding benefits, he also needs to bear corresponding responsibilities. After all, the Great Xia National Defense Force is not a private force, its duty is to defend the country. Xia Zhaoyang said, I won't hide this from you. After you join the Qianlong support team, you will need to carry out military missions. Of course, since you are still a novice, the military focuses on training in the early stages, with mostly training missions that won't affect your status as a Kyoto University student. Even in the later stages, as a special forces soldier, the military won't assign you ordinary tasks, you will become a sharp blade of the empire. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chen remembered his grandmother's special merit badge. If it were his grandmother, she would definitely want him to serve the country. With this in mind, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Okay, I agree to join the Qianlong support team. Good lad, I knew you would agree. Xia Zhaoyang suddenly became excited, patted Zhang Chen's shoulder heavily, and said, by the way, To join the Qianlong support team, besides the recommendation from the command, you also need to pass the Qianlong support team's trial. Practice well these days. When you reach level 15, I will take you to participate in the Qianlong trial. With your strength, you will definitely pass, and then you will officially join the Qianlong support team with the rank of Major. Zhang Chen asked, so can I go for the trial now? You're already at level 15? Xia Zhaoyang was taken aback. Weren't you only level 12 the day before yesterday? Then, Xia Zhaoyang cast a detection spell on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, Sword Formation Master, level 18. 18 levels? Xia Zhaoyang's eyes almost popped out. How did you manage that? You should know that even the top-ranked Kyoto University in Disya only requires students to reach level 19 within a month, but Zhang Chen reached level 18 in just 3 days. This is unprecedented. Zhang Chen calmly replied, I cleared an abyss dungeon, gained a lot of experience, then cleared the nightmare difficulty of the Rakshasa River dungeon, and that's how I reached level 18. You're the one who cleared the Shadow Forest Abyss dungeon. Xia Chaoyang seemed to have heard something incredible, his eyes almost popping out. I heard that the level 70 Abyss boss Odysseus not only appeared in that dungeon but was also repelled. Was that also your doing? Zhang Chen was surprised. I have already reported this to the Adventurers Association, don't you know? The Adventurers Association and the Defense Army are 2 different units. Not all information is shared between us. Xia Chaoyang explained to Zhang Chen, then held his forehead with his hand. I need to process this, your news is too explosive. Xia Chaoyang paced back and forth at the door for a few steps, then said to Zhang Chen, I need to report this to headquarters, please wait for a moment, excuse me. With that, Xia Chaoyang hurriedly left. Shortly after, Xia Chaoyang rushed back, excitedly telling Zhang Chen, great news, War God Wan wants to meet you in person, you and I are going to the military district. War God Wan? Zhang Chen was puzzled, who is that? You don't know Wan Chang'an, the war god? Xia Chaoyang was surprised, then said, he is a legendary figure in our Disya Empire, not only the highest leader of our defense army but also a divine-level warrior. There are no more than 10 people in the Disya Empire with a higher status than him. He is a significant figure. Even I have only seen him on the news, he is the idol of all our soldiers. Oh, let's go then. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, without much emotional fluctuation. With the sword formation master profession, he was confident he could climb to the pinnacle of the world in the near future. Seeing Zhang Chen's unchanged expression, Xia Chaoyang couldn't help but admire him even more, then drove Zhang Chen to the military district in Westlake City. Wan Chang'an had been teleported from Kyoto to Westlake City and was currently waiting in the headquarters of the city's defense army. At this time, the city's defense army was on high alert. Xia Chaoyang led Zhang Chen through numerous checkpoints to the headquarters, where they saw 2 elite level 60 soldiers standing outside the door. Quite a grand setup, Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. Xia Chaoyang stepped forward to salute and loudly reporting to the commander, Zhang Chen has been brought here. Bring him in. A powerful voice came from the headquarters. Xia Chaoyang suppressed his excitement and whispered to Zhang Chen, kid, let's go in. This is a great opportunity for you, make the most of it. Okay. Zhang Chen calmly nodded and walked into the headquarters, where several soldiers in dark green military uniforms were standing, and one middle-aged man exuded an unparalleled terrifying aura. At the first sight of the middle-aged man, Zhang Chen knew he was Wan Chang'an, whose strength was not inferior to Bai Zhanghua. Perhaps even the abyss boss Odysseus wouldn't withstand a slap from Wan Chang'an here. Just as Wan Chang'an turned around, his sharp gaze made Xia Chaoyang's legs go weak. Wan Chang'an nodded slightly at Zhang Chen, impressive. As soon as he spoke, Wan Chang'an suddenly raised his hand, a sharp long sword appeared out of thin air, turning into a golden light and thrusting towards Zhang Chen, the terrifying momentum sweeping all around. Qi Shao. Zhang Chen softly uttered, and Qi Shao appeared out of nowhere. Skill, instinctive block. Clang. The sword of Wan Chang'an was deflected by Zhang Chen. In the headquarters, a deathly silence fell. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, including Wan Chang'an. No one could have imagined that the level 18 Zhang Chen could perfectly block Wan Chang'an's attack. This was too unbelievable. Zhang Chen, you. Xia Chaoyang beside him turned pale, staring blankly at Zhang Chen, his mind completely blank. Wan Chang'an also couldn't hold back a bit. He had intended to test Zhang Chen's reaction. If Zhang Chen could withstand his attack without flinching, he would praise Zhang Chen and reward him, boosting his favorability. But he never expected that Zhang Chen would actually deflect his sword. Although Wan Chang'an knew that Zhang Chen must have used some skill to block perfectly, with so many subordinates watching, he couldn't make excuses for himself. Ahem. Wan Chang'an coughed twice, easing the awkwardness, and nodded at Zhang Chen, good lad, you are indeed impressive to block my strike. No wonder Lao Bai holds you in high regard. I just used a skill that guarantees a successful block, it was just luck, nothing special. Zhang Chen slightly bowed, calmly replied. I see. Xia Chaiyang beside him breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Zhang Chen's words. The towering image of Wan Chang'an in his mind almost crumbled. The others in the headquarters also suddenly realized. It made sense, without a skill, Zhang Chen couldn't have blocked Wan Chang'an's strike. Seeing Zhang Chen explain himself, saving face, Wan Chang'an grew more satisfied with him. He immediately took out a pair of boots from his storage space and handed them to Zhang Chen. Although you relied on a skill to block my strike, your performance has exceeded my expectations. These boots have been with me for many years, now they are yours. The others were shocked to see Wan Chang'an giving those boots to Zhang Chen, exclaiming, Commander, those are. This is my decision, no more words. Wan Chang'an interrupted them, then said, Everyone out, I want to have a private chat with this kid. Seeing Wan Chang'an's firm tone, they left, casting envious glances at Zhang Chen before exiting the headquarters. Zhang Chen took the boots and checked the information. Boots of the Wind Rider, legendary strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, spirit plus 1000, constitution plus 1000, wind damage reduction 50%, wearer gains the skill Ride the Wind, usable at level 15. Ride the Wind, after using the skill, movement speed increases by 100%. A legendary item? Zhang Chen's pupils slightly contracted as he read the attributes of the boots of the Wind Rider, looking at Wan Chang'an in shock. This is too valuable. Wan Chang'an waved his hand, smiling, It's an item I obtained early on, it has been with me for over 20 years, but I no longer have use for it. Giving it to you will let it shine once more. It's a token of my appreciation, so don't refuse. Well, alright. Zhang Chen no longer hesitated, immediately putting on the boots of the Wind Rider, feeling much lighter, as if he could jump to the sky in one leap. Not bad, suits you well. Wan Chang'an smiled, then continued, Zhang Chen, do you know why I wanted to see you in person? Zhang Chen, isn't it because of Captain Xia's report? Wan Chang'an, that's just part of it, but not the main reason I decided to meet you personally. There's another reason? Zhang Chen was puzzled. Wan Chang'an said solemnly, Your grandmother was my teacher, and your parents were once my subordinates. Zhang Chen's pupils slightly contracted, Is that so? I've never heard my grandmother mention this. Wan Chang'an, after her retirement, she stopped discussing military affairs. Since your parents went missing, she refused to see me. Not just you, most people in the military don't know I had a teacher. But that's not what I want to talk to you about today. I want to discuss your parents. My parents. Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although he hadn't seen the host's parents since he crossed over, he felt a strong emotion towards these mysterious parents because of the host's influence. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and in this life, he longed to have loving parents. Wan Chang'an nodded slightly and said, Your parents were once elite members of the Hidden Dragon Squad. They disappeared during a mission to raid the Abyss Dungeon. We sent troops to search around the dungeon for a whole month, but found no trace of them. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality, I know about this. Wan Chang'an continued, However, recently we received news about your parents. Have they been found? Zhang Chen's face lit up with joy. Wan Chang'an nodded, Yes, someone discovered their traces at the front lines of the Abyss, but they seem to have turned into Abyss bosses. My parents turned into Abyss bosses? Zhang Chen's joy turned into shock instantly. Wan Chang'an said, I haven't informed the teacher about this yet, but I feel it's necessary to tell you. The Abyss is becoming more restless, your parents becoming Abyss bosses is extraordinary, and it might involve you. Zhang Chen fell into contemplation and then said to Wan Chang'an, Commander, can I ask you for one thing? If there's any news about my parents, please inform me immediately. Wan Chang'an replied, Yes, I intend to do so, but I hope you won't tell the teacher about this. I'm afraid she'll rush to the Abyss frontline upon hearing this news. She's no longer fit for battle. Understood, Zhang Chen nodded. Alright, personal matters aside, let's talk about official business. Wan Chang'an took out a specially tailored dark green military uniform from his storage space and handed it to Zhang Chen. I was planning to test if you were qualified to join the Hidden Dragon Squad, but it seems unnecessary now. This is the squad uniform, try it on. Okay. Zhang Chen took the uniform and quickly changed into it. Already tall and straight, Zhang Chen looked even more heroic in the military uniform. Well done. Wan Chang'an nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly shouted solemnly, Major Zhang Chen. Yes. Zhang Chen stood straight and replied firmly. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Chen standing tall, as if he sought his two proudest subordinates. A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips, and he gently said, Welcome to the Hidden Dragon Squad. After bestowing Zhang Chen with his military rank, Wan Chang'an left with his personal guards. As the supreme commander of the Great Xia National Defense Army, Wan Chang'an had pressing matters to attend to, and meeting Zhang Chen was already pushing his limits. After Wan Chang'an left, Xia Chaoyang took Zhang Chen to the military canteen to eat and introduced him to the military situation and the various benefits for soldiers. When Xia Chaoyang mentioned the skills training hall, Zhang Chen was particularly curious and asked, "What is the skills training hall?" The skills training hall is where our soldiers improve their skill levels. Training there significantly boosts skill proficiency. It's a unique facility of our army, not found elsewhere. Improving skill levels? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He was already at level 18, but his sword formation and sword control skills were only at level 3, and he wondered when he would reach the next level. If the skill training center can enhance his skill level, it will greatly boost his combat power. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't wait to ask, "Can I go to the skill training center?" "Of course, this is your benefit," Xia Chaoyang smiled, "but we only have a basic skill training center here. At most, it can quickly raise your skill level to 5. If you want to use a higher level skill training center, you'll have to report to the Dragon Squad in Kyoto. Raising it to level 5 is already great." Zhang Chen replied excitedly, "My skill is only at level 3 now, so reaching level 5 will be a big improvement." "Alright, after we finish eating, I'll take you there." "Okay." Zhang Chen swiftly cleared his plate like a whirlwind and then followed Xia Chaoyang to a standalone cubic building. Xia Chaoyang turned to Zhang Chen and said, "Once you enter, the skill training center will teleport you to a separate sealed room. You won't be able to leave until the training is completed or you give up, so you need to be mentally prepared for this. But you don't have to worry about food and drink. The training center is fully equipped, and there are daily prepared nutritious meals." "Thank you for letting me know." Zhang Chen thanked Xia Chaoyang and eagerly entered the skill training center. The soldiers outside the skill training center saw Zhang Chen go in and asked Xia Chaoyang with a smile, "Captain Xia, how long do you think that kid can last in the training center?" Xia Chaoyang held up 5 fingers confidently, 5 days. The soldier exclaimed, "Isn't he still a student? Will he really not go crazy staying in that place for 5 days?" Xia Chaoyang smiled faintly, "He is the hope of our empire's future. He has some skills. If you don't believe it, shall we make a bet?" "Let's bet." While Xia Chaoyang was betting with the soldiers, Zhang Chen had already been teleported into a small room of 50 square meters. The space was neither too big nor too small, just right for training. "Welcome to the Basic Skill Training Center. Would you like a customized training package?" As soon as Zhang Chen entered, he heard a synthesized intelligent female voice. "Can I really get a customized training package?" Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. Everything here was new to him, so he answered yes. Then, Zhang Chen felt a peculiar light wave scan his body. Scan complete. Current skills available for upgrade are sword formation, level 3, sword control, level 3, attribute transformation, level 1, training for 16 hours a day, estimated upgrade time is 20 days. Would you like to start training? So long? Zhang Chen heard the time needed for his skill upgrade and finally understood why Xia Chaoyang suddenly mentioned the facilities for eating and drinking in the training center. This battle line was indeed drawn out. After a brief thought, Zhang Chen realized that there were still 27 days left until the National College entrance examination, and he was already at level 18. Even if he trained in this center for 20 days, he would still have a week to level up. Even if he kept soloing the Rakshasa River instance, he would easily reach level 19. With his current mental strength exceeding 3,000, he should be able to endure the 16 hours of training each day. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen sent a message to his grandmother and aunt, informing them of his current situation and that he wouldn't be home for the next 20 days. After all, he was not alone, and if he suddenly disappeared for 20 days, his grandmother and aunt would worry. After informing his family, Zhang Chen chose to start training. The next moment, a training wooden figure rose from the center of the room. Training begins. First use the sword formation skill, then use the sword control skill to attack the wooden figure, repeat 100 times. As the AI voice provided the training plan, Zhang Chen began to summon 10 iron swords from the sword formation space and attack the wooden figure in the room. Not sure if it was an illusion, Zhang Chen felt more adept at using his sword skills in this room than he did outside. Soon, after completing 100 training sessions, Zhang Chen tried manipulating the iron sword again and found it to be smoother. It seems more efficient to train here than in the wilderness. Zhang Chen tasted success and immediately became enthusiastic, starting to practice his skills continuously. The training intensity in the skill training hall was much greater than Zhang Chen had anticipated. By the end of the first day of training, he was almost exhausted, too tired even to wash up, and just collapsed into bed. Although the training intensity was high, the results were remarkable. Just on the first day, Zhang Chen's sword skill level had risen to level 4. Early the next morning, still in a dream, Zhang Chen was abruptly awakened by a bucket of cold water being poured on him. Startled, he saw a mechanical arm extending from the ceiling holding the bucket of water. On the second day of training, use your sword skills to attack the wooden dummy 1,000 times, the emotionless AI voice instructed. Listening to the AI voice, Zhang Chen looked at the wooden dummy that appeared in the center of the room and couldn't help but ask, is this a skill training hall or a prison? The AI voice sounded again, please start training within 10 seconds, otherwise, it will be considered as giving up training, and this skill training hall will be closed to you. Who's giving up? I'm determined to max out my skills here. Zhang Chen was suddenly filled with competitiveness, summoned his flying sword, and began high-intensity repetitive training. For 20 days, Zhang Chen lived and trained in the hall, eating when hungry, sleeping when tired, and practicing his skills mechanically to improve proficiency. As Zhang Chen's skill level continued to rise, he gradually understood that nothing could be achieved overnight. Even with powerful professions and skills, the only path to becoming stronger was through continuous training. Gradually, Zhang Chen became addicted to practicing his skills. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen dashed around the room, leaving after images, and finally came to a sudden stop in the center of the room, pressing the button. Congratulations on completing this training package. This skill training hall can no longer enhance your skill level. If you wish to continue improving, please proceed to the advanced skill training hall, the AI voice announced as Zhang Chen checked his skill information. Skill, Sword Formation, Level 5, deploy a sword formation that consumes mental power continuously, increasing critical damage by 140% within a 50-meter radius. Sword Mastery, Level 5, control the flying sword, launch aerial attacks, power determined by the quality of the sword, one's mental power, and skill level. Attribute Conversion, Level 5, within the sword formation, convert mental power into strength, agility, and constitution attributes, with a conversion amplification of 5 times. Phew! Finally done! Zhang Chen saw that all 3 of his skills had reached level 5 and smiled in relief. In just 3 days, he had raised the levels of sword formation and sword mastery to 5, spending the remaining time practicing attribute conversion, which required intense physical training akin to an enhanced version of triathlon training every day. Before entering the skill training hall, Zhang Chen had no visible abdominal muscles, but when he emerged, he already had a six-pack. The intensity of the training was evident. As Zhang Chen left the training hall, he saw a group of soldiers outside, all looking at him with admiration. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen was surprised and turned to Xiao Chaiyang, who was also waiting outside, asking, "What's going on? Why are you all here?" At that moment, Xiao Chaiyang couldn't help but give Zhang Chen a thumbs up and said, "Kid, you're really amazing, staying in the training hall for 20 days. Zhang Chen was puzzled. What's the big deal about staying for 20 days? Isn't that the training package customized by the system? Summer Chaiyang looked at Zhang Chen as if he were a freak and said, "Do you know that before you, the longest training record in this training hall was 7 days? You're amazing, you know that?" Zhang Chen, huh? After hearing Summer Chaoyang's words, Zhang Chen realized that he seemed to have done something extraordinary. However, since he had already persevered, there was no point in discussing it further. Zhang Chen changed back into his civilian clothes, bid farewell to Summer Chaiyang, and hurried nonstop towards the Robber River instance to the east of the city. With only a week left until the college entrance examination, he had to reach level 19 before the exam, or he wouldn't even qualify to take the exam for Kyoto University. Once again at the entrance of the Robber River instance, Zhang Chen saw Li Shuer standing there. He immediately went up to greet her. "Shuer, are you here to run the Robber River instance too? You fool! Finally, you're here." Li Shuer saw Zhang Chen finally appear and immediately punched him in the chest with a clenched fist. "What have you been up to these days? I couldn't reach you no matter what. Couldn't find you at your home, and it took me a long time to find out that you appeared in the Robber River instance. I went to practice my skill levels." Zhang Chen didn't mention joining the Shadow Dragon squad, blurred the topic, and asked, "What's up?" Li Shuer looked at Zhang Chen complainingly, "Can't I find you for no reason? It's been so many days, and you didn't even call me once? I thought you were focusing on leveling up, so I didn't want to disturb you." Zhang Chen made up a lame excuse. "Forget it, you fool can't come up with a better excuse anyway." Li Shuer rolled her eyes, not dwelling too much on the matter, and asked, "How have your levels been these days? Are you confident about getting into Kyoto University?" Upon hearing Li Shuer's words, Zhang Chen used the abyssal eye on her. Li Shuer, Elf Saintess, level 16. Seeing Li Shuer's level, Zhang Chen couldn't help but say, "Compared to me, you should be more worried about yourself, right? With only 7 days left until the exam, how come you're only level 16? I've worked hard to level up on my own, my level is already quite high. Okay, I want to see what level you're at." Li Shuer glared at Zhang Chen, then cast a detection spell on him. "Level 18? Li Shuer widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Zhang Chen. "I've been grinding my levels and only reached 16. how did you get to level 18? Zhang Chen replied, is it that difficult? Just solo a few nightmare instances. Li Shuer was speechless for a moment, then said, well, I should have known that talking about leveling up in front of you is humiliating. Zhang Chen, so, you deliberately waited for me at the entrance of this instance just to assess my level? Of course not, I'm not that free. I'm looking for you mainly to take you to a secret instance. Secret instance? Zhang Chen was surprised, what's that? Li Shuer explained patiently, it's different from naturally occurring outdoor instances. Secret instances are special artificial instances created at great cost by people, or all the monsters inside are artificially created. The college entrance exam will take in 7 days is actually conducted in a super large secret instance. Zhang Chen, so, you're taking me to a secret instance mainly to simulate the college entrance exam? That's one of the reasons, Li Shuer explained patiently, there's another more important reason. The military announced a new policy a few days ago. Our generation of students can join the military special forces while attending university and receive military resources for training. You see, the military has resources that even Kyoto University doesn't have. If we can get military training, the future will be limitless. This time's Secret Realm instance is actually a military assessment, aimed at selecting outstanding students. It is said that the students with the best performance may even have the opportunity to join the legendary Dragon Subduing Squad. Various major families are fighting fiercely for a chance to participate in the exam. I went to great lengths to secure a spot for you to enter the Secret Realm instance. Upon hearing Li Shuer's words, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily, so, that Secret Realm instance is a trial for the Dragon Subduing Squad? Li Shuer patted Zhang Chen's shoulder, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Although it's difficult to enter the Dragon Subduing Squad, I believe you can make it. Looking at Li Shuer's encouraging eyes, Zhang Chen really didn't want to slap her face, so he said, although the military's policy is tempting, shouldn't our focus now be on reaching level 19? Otherwise, you won't be able to attend Kyoto University that you've been dreaming of. You don't need to worry about that. The monsters in the Secret Realm instance are experienced and the rewards are extremely generous. At this point, Li Shuer punched Zhang Chen's chest heavily, you fool, when did you become so cautious? Even if we fail to pass the Dragon Subduing Squad's trial, there will be plenty of experience in the Secret Realm instance, much better than grinding in the wilderness here, right? Zhang Chen, actually. Li Shuer interrupted, it's settled then. The Secret Realm instance is about to open, let's hurry over there now. Consider it as leveling up. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to speak, Li Shuer immediately dragged him into the car parked by the roadside. Sue Butler, let's go. Yes, miss. Sue Butler smiled and looked at the two playing in the back seat through the rearview mirror, then started the car and headed towards the location of the Secret Realm instance. The entrance to this Secret Realm instance is located at Yunhai Manor on the mountaintop of Yunhai Mountain in the north of Shihu City. When Sue Butler arrived, there were already many luxury cars parked in the parking lot outside Yunhai Manor. Almost all the prominent figures who took the college entrance examination this year in Shihu City have come here. Zhang Chen glanced at the luxury cars in the parking lot and couldn't help but ask, isn't the military's policy nationwide? Why are there only cars from Shihu City here? Li Shuer replied, there are many independent spaces in the Secret Realm instance. This is just the branch entrance of Shihu City, and other cities have their own entrances to the Secret Realm instance. In simple terms, once we enter, we will be in different spaces of the same instance, just like layers of a cake. The super large Secret Realm instance used for the college entrance examination is the same, with each province having its independent space. Although the spaces are different, the assessment content is the same, so we just need to focus on conquering our own instance. Zhang Chen nodded, I see, thank you for the explanation. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Shuer immediately raised her chest proudly, humph, this lady knows a lot more. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Sue Butler interjected, Miss, the Secret Realm instance is about to open, don't be late. Oh right, we're running out of time. Li Shuer snapped back to reality, immediately pulled Zhang Chen out of the car, and after verifying their identities at the manor's entrance, they entered the spacious courtyard. At the center of the courtyard, there was a blue vortex similar to the entrance of a wilderness instance. Many students were already waiting outside the instance, and Zhang Chen roughly scanned with the abyssal eyes, noticing that their levels were mostly above 16, with some even at level 19. They were all elites. Soon, Zhang Chen saw a familiar figure, and his gaze instantly turned cold. Not far away, Wang, who also noticed Zhang Chen, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, seemingly surprised that Zhang Chen was still alive. However, the surprise in Wang Hu's eyes quickly turned into provocation. He grinned, making a neck-slitting gesture towards Zhang Chen. Wang Hu, Zhang Chen saw Wang Hu's provocative actions and mentally marked him as a dead man. Previously busy leveling up and honing skills, he had no time to retaliate against Wang Hu. Now, with Wang Hu's antics before him, he successfully ignited his murderous intent. However, with many people around and Wang Hu's elders possibly nearby, it was not wise to act now. Zhang Chen cleverly concealed his killing intent and regained his composure. His sword formation now covered a radius of 500 meters, providing plenty of opportunities in the future to take down Wang Hu without anyone noticing. Zhang Chen, look, the secret realm instance is open. Li Shuer tugged at Zhang Chen, bringing him back to reality. He looked towards the instance entrance in the courtyard, where a light shone. Then, a majestic voice sounded, "This secret realm instance is a team instance. The participants present will be randomly grouped according to their professions, forming a 4-person team of DPS, tank, healer, and support. Please note that in this instance, you can use your own equipment but not any items, including but not limited to potions and buffs. We will evaluate your performance in the instance, and participants rated S or above will join the Dragon Squad as external members. You can exit the instance at any time. Safety is a priority. Finally, good luck to everyone." As the voice faded, the light at the instance entrance grew brighter, enveloping everyone in the courtyard. The next moment, Zhang Chen found himself at the entrance of an underground palace. Alongside him were Li Shuer, a tall and slender woman dressed as a knight, and Wang Hu holding a staff. Dumbfounded, we're actually in the same team. Li Shuer, surprised to be grouped with Zhang Chen, smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. Isn't this our first time teaming up? It seems I've been designated as support. Zhang Chen understood his role in the team configuration. It was not surprising, considering he was the only hidden class, and others were unaware of his profession's characteristics. Being a sword formation master, his class name was easily confused with formation masters, so being considered support was normal. The tall woman approached, looking somewhat shy, and softly said, "I'm Miao Shulan, level 17, a holy shield knight. Zhang Chen, level 18, a sword formation master. I'm Li Shuer, level 16, a elven holy priest." The three introduced themselves, and then Wang Hu suddenly spoke, "TSK. What bad luck. A mighty level 19 fire mage like me, how did I end up in a team with a useless support like you? Looks like this trial is doomed to fail." Wang Hu's words were full of provocation and arrogance, completely disregarding Zhang Chen. Li Shuer's smile faded upon hearing Wang Hu's voice, and she said displeased, "Wang Hu, why are you everywhere? Don't think I don't know. Your level is clearly boosted by high-level professionals carrying you, right? You're the real deadweight here." Wang Hu sneered, "Family background is also a form of strength. Besides, don't you know the rules? A team can only have one DPS. Without me in this team, you can't even kill a single monster. Why don't you let Zhang Chen, that useless support, try to kill a monster? Probably can't even break through its defense." Li Shuer scolded angrily, "You're talking nonsense." Seeing the tension rising in the team, Miao Shulan quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. "Let's not argue. This secret realm instance requires teamwork to clear. Both DPS and support are essential. I suggest we set aside our grievances and cooperate to complete the instance." Saying this, Miao Shulan looked at Wang Hu again and comforted him, "Master, calm down first. We really need your output for this instance. You are the big shot here, so why not lead us through the dungeon?" "Ha, you want me to carry a useless person like him? No way." Wang Hu sneered, ignoring Miao Shulan's plea, and said to Zhang Chen, "Either you leave the instance now, and I can take Shuer to clear the secret dungeon, or we all mess up together." Miao Shulan, seeing Wang Hu's stubbornness, couldn't help but feel a hint of anger in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She set out alone from the border county to participate in this secret dungeon trial, crossing a mountain range infested with level 30 wild monsters, just to finally arrive in West Lake City to showcase her skills in the dungeon. Little did she expect to encounter such a disgusting person even before starting. She despised Wang Hu, who was taking advantage of the situation, but he was the only damage dealer in the team. If he messed up, their chances of clearing the secret dungeon were slim, and everyone would be eliminated in the end. Thinking of this, Miao Shulan could only suppress her anger and speak kindly to Wang Hu. "Brother, even though you are a noble master, I heard that the monsters in this secret dungeon are very strong. Without support for crowd control, we will have a hard time progressing." But Wang Hu didn't care at all. "Let me be clear, I'm already at a level sufficient for the Imperial University exam. I have no interest in this trial at all. If my dad didn't force me to come, I wouldn't even be here. I'll say it now, either Zhang Chen leaves on his own, or I will quit the instance, and you will all be eliminated." Zhang Chen spoke up, "In that case, you can leave on your own." "You want me to leave?" Wang Hu looked at Zhang Chen in astonishment. "Don't you understand the situation? I am an indispensable damage dealer in this team, while you, as a support, are just a useless waste. Li Shuer immediately stood by Zhang Chen's side and said to Wang Hu, I suggest you leave now. Without you in the team, we might progress faster. Ha! I've changed my mind now. Wang Hu, hearing Li Shuer's words, smirked and then turned to Miao Shulan. Miao Shulan, stand by my side, and I can lead you through. I'm a level 19 mage. As long as you can hold the front, I can easily kill all the monsters. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Miao Shulan's mouth twitched, and she fell silent. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she directly punched Wang Hu to the ground. You're truly a brainless level 19. I've had enough. If you want to run this instance, do it. If not, get out. Stop whining like a woman here, it's so annoying. Zhang Chen and Li Shuer were shocked to see Miao Shulan suddenly explode. The contrast in her demeanor was too drastic. You dare hit me? Wang Hu looked at Miao Shulan in shock. Do you know who my dad is? I don't care who your dad is. You're just a useless idiot. Miao Shulan cursed angrily, pulling out her knight's greatsword. I hate spoiled brats like you who rely on family influence. Leave or I'll kill you. Wang Hu, seeing Miao Shulan draw her weapon, was immediately frightened, quickly backing away and saying angrily, Zhang Chen, Miao Shulan, you just wait for me. I'll make you pay after I leave. With those harsh words, Wang Hu disbanded the team and exited the secret dungeon. Pah! Encountering such a cowardly and stupid scumbag, I must have been cursed for 8 generations. Miao Shulan spat, then looked sympathetically at Zhang Chen and Li Shuer. You guys are really unlucky to be targeted by such trash. If it were me, I wouldn't last a day. Li Shuer nodded, exactly. If it weren't for my dad stopping me, I would have already found someone to teach the jerk a lesson. Miao Shulan sighed. The teacher specifically reminded me to control my temper before coming out, not to cause trouble, but it all went to waste as soon as we arrived. His name is Wang Hu, right? I've now got a score to settle with him. Before I return to the county town, I'll take care of him for you. Upon hearing Miao Shulan's words, Zhang Chen shook his head, smiled, and said, We've wasted too much time on that idiot, let's go. Miao Shulan was taken aback. Go where? Li Shuer smiled, of course, we're going to run a dungeon. Just the 3 of us? Miao Shulan hesitated. Without a damage dealer, we won't make it, right? I am the damage dealer, Zhang Chen said, then walked straight into the passage leading to the underground palace, with Li Shuer following without hesitation. Seeing the two entering the dungeon, Miao Shulan thought to herself that since they were already here, they might as well give it a try. With her around, there shouldn't be any danger. Wait for me. Let me lead the way. Miao Shulan caught up. The 3 entered the underground palace and slowly advanced through a long, narrow tunnel. Miao Shulan, holding a large shield, walked at the front and said to Zhang Chen and Li Shuer, I heard that the monsters in this dungeon are all level 20, with high attack power. You'll be safe behind me. Li Shuer, holding an elven wand, smiled, Don't worry, Sister Miao, I'll make sure to heal you well, you won't even lose half your health. I'll count on you then. Miao Shulan nodded, then turned to Zhang Chen, if we encounter monsters, buff me. I have 2 attack skills, with your buff, I should be able to kill them. Zhang Chen replied, I don't have any buff skills. None. Miao Shulan was surprised, then said, How about debuffing the monsters? I don't have any debuff skills either. What about crowd control? Don't have that either. Miao Shulan was stunned, looking at Zhang Chen in disbelief. Then what are your support skills? Zhang Chen replied, Didn't I say? I'm the damage dealer. That's impossible. This dungeon has a rule that a team can only have 1 damage dealer, and that Fire Dog has already been kicked out. Perhaps because I'm a hidden class, the examiners made a mistake. I can't believe this. A hint of joy flashed in Miao Shulan's eyes. Although it's still difficult to progress without support, at least we can fight. Li Shuer smiled. It's okay, I can be half support, we can do this. At that moment, a 2-meter-tall headless knight rushed out from the shadows, swinging a large sword. Be careful. Miao Shulan's eyes flashed with determination as she immediately taunted the monster. Bang! The monster's sword struck Miao Shulan's shield, but she stood firm. Li Shuer also reacted and was about to heal Miao Shulan, but she was stopped. No need to heal now, conserve your mana. Zhang Chen used Abyssal Eye on the monster. Headless Knight, Elite, Level, 20, Strength, 1800, Agility, 1200, Spirit, 800, Constitution, 1000, Skills, Charge, Heavy Strike, a Level 20 Elite monster, with 1800 Strength, yet Miao Shulan, at Level 16, could withstand its attacks without getting hurt, showcasing her high defense. Zhang Chen had a thought, and a steel sword flew out from the sword formation, piercing the Headless Knight. Minus 38,963. A string of terrifying damage numbers appeared, and the Headless Knight fell dead on the spot. Successfully killed the Headless Knight, experience plus 2000, obtained armor fragment *1. Miao Shulan was still buffing herself when she suddenly saw the kill notification, and she was startled. What just happened? Li Shuer widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Zhang Chen. Dumbbell, you're so powerful? Although she knew Zhang Chen was strong, this was the first time she had witnessed his attack power firsthand. It's just basic operations, let's keep moving forward, Zhang Chen replied with a smile. His spirit was now at 3160, and both his sword formation and sword control skills were at level 5, causing a qualitative change in his damage output. If he equipped the 3rd tier Qishao and 1st tier Zhanlu gear, his damage could even reach 20 million. However, since this dungeon was a trial, the rating of the challengers was related to their performance in the dungeon, so Zhang Chen had to hold back. Otherwise, he could easily wipe out all the monsters in the palace with just his AoE attacks, leaving no chance for Li Shuer and Miao Shulan to shine, resulting in a low score. Seeing Zhang Chen's insane attack power, Miao Shulan's initial disappointment turned into excitement. Great, Zhang Chen, your damage output is sufficient, Shuer's healing is enough, even with just the 3 of us, we can clear this dungeon. Zhang Chen chuckled, let's pick up the pace and make up for the time we lost earlier. Okay. The 2 women responded in unison, hastening their steps. Miao Shulan led the way, Li Shuer supported in the middle, and Zhang Chen followed behind, taking care of the minor enemies as the trio made their way through the underground palace. Elite knights, stone statues, elemental mages, all the monsters were being swiftly dealt with. If Zhang Chen hadn't deliberately let the monsters get close to attack in order to highlight the importance of Miao Shulan and Li Shuer, the 2 women probably wouldn't even have seen the shadow of a monster. Li Shuer never expected dungeon runs to be this easy. When she formed a team in the wilderness before, the healing pressure was quite high, requiring her to be constantly alert to prevent anyone from being killed by monsters. In her previous dungeon run, she almost lost half her health. But now, she only needed to do some symbolic healing to keep Miao Shulan's health above the safety line at all times. Miao Shulan felt the same as Li Shuer, she had never seen anyone as fierce as Zhang Chen. Soon, the trio reached the deepest part of the underground palace and arrived outside the boss room. Along the way, Li Shuer had reached level 17, Miao Shulan had reached level 18, and Zhang Chen was less than 10% away from reaching level 19. This is so cool! Miao Shulan exclaimed, her face filled with excitement, so this is what it feels like to be carried by a pro, it's absolutely exhilarating. Li Shuer added, dumbbell. If I had known you were this strong, why did I bother leveling up on my own? You could have just carried me. Zhang Chen smiled wryly, don't forget, you two, this dungeon is a trial. Although I've been holding back, I feel that if we continue like this, your ratings won't be too high. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Miao Shulan realized, oh right, we're in an exam, not leveling up. What should we do? Zhang Chen said, I have an idea. The boss room is just ahead. I won't attack, you two hold on under the boss's attacks for half an hour, refresh all the data, and then I'll take care of the boss. Oh, Miao Shulan suddenly understood, giving Zhang Chen a thumbs up, you're really smart, to come up with this plan. Li Shuer also perked up, in that case, dumbbell, you just watch from the side, we're not just decorations. With that, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan pushed open the heavy doors together and entered the boss room. In the center of the room stood a giant knight statue over 10 meters tall, with a massive stone sword beside it. Night King statue. The moment the 3 entered the room, the eyes of the giant knight statue lit up with red light, and the colossal statue suddenly came to life. Using the Eye of the Abyss. Night King statue, leader, level, 21 strength, 5,000 agility, 3,000 spirit, 1,000 constitution, 6,000 skills, trample, earthquake, self-healing. The massive statue, with terrifying attributes, made Li Shuer and Miao Shulan feel an unparalleled pressure the moment the Night King moved. The Night King statue charged forward, and without hesitation, Miao Shulan stepped up, raising her large shield. I'll take the front, Shuer, buff me up. Got it! Li Shuer chanted, and one after another, rays of light flashed over Miao Shulan, directly increasing her constitution by 50%. Miao Shulan immediately used the taunt skill. Bang! The Night King statue swung its huge stone sword, fiercely striking Miao Shulan's shield. The floor beneath Miao Shulan shattered, but she stood firm like a rock, unmoving. Li Shuer immediately threw a continuous healing spell at Miao Shulan, and soon her stamina was fully restored. Shuer, well done! Miao Shulan praised Li Shuer loudly, then used the skill Divine Charge on the Night King statue. Miao Shulan's whole body shone with golden light, like a raging bull, and she directly knocked the Night King statue to the ground. Thud! The massive Night King statue fell heavily to the ground, shaking the entire boss room several times. Just like the Paladin and the Elven Priestess, both rare classes, Miao Shulan's shield doesn't look like ordinary equipment. With the two of them together, they could probably withstand even a level 30 boss. This boss can't harm them. Seeing the performance of the two women, Zhang Chen completely relaxed, becoming a quiet spectator on the side, contentedly slacking off. Meanwhile, in a special room in the Secret Realm dungeon, stood several middle-aged men with dignified expressions and imposing auras. They were all wearing the instructor uniform of the Dragon Subduing Squad, and their levels were all above 70. They were the examiners in charge of the trial of the Dragon Subduing Squad this time. Come and see, there's an interesting team appearing in the West Lake City. An instructor enlarged the screen showing Zhang Chen's group defeating the dungeon boss, and the instructors walked over. Why does this team only have 3 people? I checked the logs, their mage left the team early, and they managed to push through to the boss room with just 3 people. Interesting, a team without a damage dealer, yet they managed to reach the boss room so quickly. They must be extraordinary. What classes are they? Elven Priestess, Paladin, and Sword Formation Master. Isn't this a new class? But why do I feel like I've heard of it somewhere? Wasn't it not long ago that the God of War personally recruited a student into the Dragon Subduing Squad in West Lake City, and that student's class is a Sword Formation Master, a unique hidden class? I didn't expect this kid to participate in the trial of the Secret Realm dungeon. I heard he soloed 2 Abyss dungeons before. Now let's test his strength and see if the rumors are true or false. The instructors discussed, their gazes fixed on Zhang Chen, but after waiting for more than 10 minutes and not seeing Zhang Chen make a move, they all showed a puzzled expression. What's the meaning of this kid not taking action? Is this how you slack off? At least give your teammates some buffs. Those 2 girls have pretty good combat awareness, enduring the boss's attacks for so long, and their stamina is still quite healthy. With proper training, they could become strong fighters. I agree, they could consider recruiting those 2 into the Dragon Subduing Squad, but that kid Zhang Chen has been slacking off, showing no sign of strength. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, this kid is someone the God of War has his eye on. Maybe he's holding back some big move. The instructors originally wanted to assess Zhang Chen's abilities, but they were captivated by the outstanding performances of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, giving high praise to the 2 girls. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Chen still showed no intention of taking action. I can see it now, this guy isn't holding back any big moves, nor does he have any support abilities. He's probably being led along by those 2 girls. There might be some deception involved in soloing the Abyss dungeon. I never expected even the God of War to make a mistake in judgment, actually recruiting a fame-seeking kid into the Dragon Squad. After this trial is over, report Zhang Chen's situation to headquarters. We can't have such a waste in the Dragon Squad. Those 2 girls, on the other hand, are quite good. They were a bit awkward in their coordination before, but now they are becoming more synchronized, highly adaptable, and suitable for the Dragon Squad. The instructors watched as Zhang Chen fished for more than 20 minutes, expressing disappointment in him and feeling regretful for the 2 girls. It's a pity for them, they managed to push to the boss room without dealing damage. Unfortunately, the boss has self-healing abilities, and with their output as support, they won't be able to kill the boss and claim the rewards. 2 rare classes paired with 2 odd teammates, quite unlucky. We'll have to compensate them properly after the trial. At that moment, Zhang Chen in the instance estimated the time and felt it was about right. He then said to Miao Shulan and Li Shuer, who were fighting hard ahead, "It's about time, step aside, leave it to me." "Alright." The 2 women replied in unison, immediately stepping aside. The hatred of the Night King statue shifted to Zhang Chen, who then unleashed his sword formation. The red horizon appeared beside him, turning into a red light that pierced through the Night King statue's head. Successfully killed the Night King statue, experience plus 30,000, boom. The Night King statue collapsed with a thunderous roar, dissipating into black smoke. In the special room, the instructors looked at each other in silence. What just happened? One instructor spoke up, and all eyes turned to a middle-aged man who was a formation master by profession. Zhang Chen had clearly used some kind of formation skill just now, and perhaps the formation master could discern some clues. However, the formation master wore a wry smile. I couldn't quite make out what formation he used, but it seemed like a regular attack within the formation. A regular attack that one-shot the boss? Did he not charge up for over 20 minutes before? An instructor exclaimed in surprise. His formation was instantly deployed, that much I could tell. Damn, this kid is a bit of a freak, killing a level 21 boss at level 18. Turns out we misjudged him. If this kid has the ability to one-shot a boss, why did he spend nearly half an hour fishing? He made us watch the boss pound those 2 girls' shields for half an hour. After a moment of silence, the formation master chuckled, I guess. He was probably afraid of killing too quickly and not giving his 2 companions a chance to show their skills, so he was fishing. With that statement, all the instructors fell silent. Upon reflection, it seemed to be true. If Zhang Chen had immediately one-shot the boss, they wouldn't have noticed the shining points of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan. At that moment, Wan Chang'an appeared in the room, and the instructors immediately saluted him. "Hello, Chief." Wan Chang'an smiled. "I heard that Zhang Chen also joined the trial. Come, let's see how the trial is going." Several instructors recounted the situation just now to Wan Chang'an, intentionally giving teammates a chance to perform, and then killing the boss in one shot. Wan Chang'an looked at the three people in the light screen distributing boss loot, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Adjust the dungeon parameters, refresh a level 30 boss for them." Level 30? The instructors' faces turned pale. An instructor worried, "Commander, won't a level 30 boss be too dangerous for them?" You see, the difficulty of this secret dungeon is set to Nightmare by default, and a level 30 Nightmare boss usually requires a 5-person team with an average level of 35 to defeat. Zhang Chen's team currently only has 3 people, with Zhang Chen being the highest level at 18. Even if the strength of the Sword Formation Master, a hidden class, is compared to legendary classes, it's still impossible to absolutely defeat a level 30 boss. However, Wan Chang'an smiled and said, "Don't worry, that kid Zhang Chen not only forced the Abyss boss Otis to retreat but could even perfectly block my sword. I even think that a level 30 boss is a bit too low." That kid blocked the commander's sword? The shock on everyone's faces deepened. Even they couldn't block Wan Chang'an's sword, so what kind of freak was Zhang Chen? Follow my instructions, refresh a level 30 boss, give them a challenge. Yes, let's add a level 30 boss for Zhang Chen's team. While Zhang Chen and his 2 companions were distributing dungeon rewards, a light screen suddenly appeared in the boss room, and then a boss identical to the Night King statue walked out of the light screen. "Warning, strong enemy approaching, do not be careless." The word warning appeared on the 3 people's panels. Zhang Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "There's another new boss?" Miao Shulan immediately raised her shield in front of the 2. "No matter how many bosses there are, with your output, Zhang Chen, we can handle them all." As she spoke, Miao Shulan directly used a taunting skill on the new boss. The new boss immediately swung its stone sword at Miao Shulan's shield. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, pushing Miao Shulan back several steps, her health instantly dropping below half. This intensity is abnormal. Miao Shulan's eyes changed slightly as she saw her health drop dangerously low. Just as she was shocked, a green light suddenly lit up on her body, instantly replenishing her nearly depleted health. Miao Shulan turned to Li Shuer, who was wielding a staff, and immediately gave her a thumbs up. "Shuer, well done." Li Shuer smiled. "Sister Miao, rest assured, I have more than enough healing power to keep you safe." At that moment, the new boss's hatred suddenly shifted to Li Shuer, raising its stone greatsword to strike at her. Caught off guard, Li Shuer, seeing the giant sword coming at her, didn't have time to dodge and her face turned pale. "Don't even think about it." Miao Shulan shouted, using the skill Divine Charge to knock the new boss off course with her shield, then taunting the boss again. Bang! The new boss's stone greatsword once again struck Miao Shulan's shield, but this time Miao Shulan used some kind of tough skill to withstand the blow. "Shuer, don't be afraid, I'll heal you." Li Shuer reacted quickly, throwing healing spells at Miao Shulan and continuously applying defensive and resilience-boosting buffs. This boss is not normal. Zhang Chen, who was at the back, saw how hard Miao Shulan and Li Shuer were struggling and immediately used the Abyssal Eye on the new boss. Night King statue, boss, level 30, strength 10,000, agility 5,000, spirit 2,000, health 12,000, skills, trample, earthquake, self-healing, a level 30 boss? Zhang Chen saw the Night King statue's level rise to 30, still on nightmare difficulty, and immediately thought of Abyss Invasion. "You two, step aside." Zhang Chen shouted sharply and immediately urged Qishao to shoot towards the Night King statue. A red light pierced through the statue's chest. Successfully killed the Night King statue. Experience plus 70,000. A golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, and he leveled up to 19. One shot. It's still one shot. The instructors were shocked to see Zhang Chen effortlessly one-shotting the level 30 nightmare difficulty boss with a basic attack, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Such strength, perhaps even legendary professions couldn't achieve it. That kid Zhang Chen is using a specialized weapon, right? His attack power is ridiculously abnormal. Even with a specialized weapon, he shouldn't be able to one-shot a level 30 boss. Has he awakened some talent? I'm afraid that's the only explanation. The instructor's perception of Zhang Chen completely changed, and they all looked towards Wan Chang'an. "Chief, should we continue to increase the difficulty?" Now they were eager to see where Zhang Chen's limits truly lay. However, Wan Chang'an shook his head. "No need. No matter how high the boss level is, those 2 girls will be in danger. If you still want to test Zhang Chen, wait until he reports to the Hidden Dragon support team. This trial can end now." All three of them are rated S-Class, and Zhang Chen's rank is promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. With that, Wan Chang'an disappeared into thin air, leaving the instance. At the same time, Zhang Chen and his companions were teleported back to the Cloud Sea Manor, while the other challengers, regardless of whether they defeated the boss of the Secret Realm instance, were also sent back. Was I just overthinking? Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his team return. Facing two Abyss instances in a row had given him PTSD. Wang Hu, who had been waiting outside, saw Zhang Chen and his team finally come out and immediately taunted, "How is it? Without my output, is it tough for you to kill monsters? This is the consequence of standing by Zhang Chen." Miao Shulan raised her fist. "Do you want to pick a fight?" Wang Hu's expression changed, and he quickly took a few steps back. My bodyguards are watching outside. Dare to touch a finger on me and see?" At this point, Li Shuer couldn't be bothered with Wang Hu, so she took Miao Shulan's arm. "Sister Miao, it's not worth it to fight here." Wang Hu felt defeated by the two women and glared at Zhang Chen, saying angrily, "It's all because of you that they treat me like this. If it weren't for you, I would have cleared the instance with them long ago. I won't swallow this anger, you just wait. Why do I hear a dog barking?" Zhang Chen tapped his ear and said to Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, "There's a mad dog nearby. Let's go somewhere else." The two women chuckled, "Sure. We won't lower ourselves to a dog's level." The three of them left together, leaving Wang Hu fuming with a red face, stomping his feet in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! He glared at Zhang Chen's back, gritting his teeth. Why are both of them circling around you, a useless person? You just wait. I will definitely kill you. At that moment, a dignified voice rang out again, "The trial is over." Now announcing the results of the West Lake City Division. Zhang Chen, rated S-Class, first place. Miao Shulan, rated S-Class, second place. Li Shuer, rated S-Class, third place. Zuiyu, rated A-Class, fourth place. Wang Hu, rated F-Class, not up to standard. As the rating levels of everyone present were announced, Wang Hu's eyes were almost popping out. Impossible. Why do they have S-Class? There must be a mistake somewhere. They must have cheated. I demand a thorough investigation. Wang Hu shouted in the courtyard, but the other challengers, looking at Wang Hu's expression, seemed to see a fool. This secret realm trial is organized by the military, with instructors above level 70 monitoring the entire process. Who would dare to cheat? And Wang Hu's arrogance here, isn't it just a slap in the face to the military? If the military really cared, not to mention Wang Hu, even the Wang family behind him wouldn't get away with it. At this moment, a troublemaker sneered, "I remember now, this idiot named Wang Hu was in the same team as the top three, right? He quit the instance right from the start, ended up with nothing. It's really hilarious." "Ha? Is that so? Why did he quit?" "I came out early, heard this idiot boasting, claiming that support players are useless, didn't want to bring them along for the clearance. Turns out this idiot is the clown. Even without output, he can still get an S rank. Ha ha, so there's this kind of thing too. What a clown. If it were me, I would definitely latch onto someone, even if I couldn't reach S rank. Getting in a rank still has rewards. The challengers who come here are either elite with rare professions or, like Wang Hu, have a strong family background. None of them fear Wang Hu. They are all teenagers, full of youthful vigor, now seeing a clown, openly mocking Wang Hu without reservation. In an instant, Wang Hu became the target of ridicule, feeling countless mocking gazes on him. Damn it! Wang Hu wished he could find a hole to hide in the end, he could only glare at Zhang Chen resentfully, then awkwardly flee the manor, once again causing uproarious laughter. Zhang Chen saw Wang Hu didn't forget to threaten him with his eyes before leaving. His eyes narrowed slightly, the killing intent in his heart growing stronger. If Wang Hu was allowed to live, stronger assassins would probably come after him, even his grandmother and aunt were in danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen said to Li Shuer, "I'm going to the restroom." "Then hurry, rewards will be distributed right after the results are announced." Very soon. Zhang Chen quickly ran to the restroom, seeing no one around, he took out the Rakshasa King mask. "I hope you'll be of some use." Zhang Chen used the Rakshasa King mask, then the mask lit up with a red light, and the Rakshasa King flew out from it, kneeling before Zhang Chen. Unlike the Rakshasa King in the instance, the Rakshasa King summoned by the mask had a human-like figure. Without using detection skills, it was hard to tell if the Rakshasa King was a human or a summoned creature. Zhang Chen also checked the Rakshasa King's attributes. Rakshasa King, summoned creature, level 30 strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, 10,000 constitution, 10,000 skills, sword flash, king suppression, indomitable. Well, the attributes haven't decreased at all, truly worthy of being an epic equipment. Zhang Chen thought that the Rakshasa King summoned by the mask would be significantly weaker than the original boss, but he didn't expect the mask's effect to be so top-notch. This is stable now. Zhang Chen immediately gave the Rakshasa king an order, "You go track Wang Hu, be careful not to be discovered." The Rakshasa king nodded slightly, turned into a shadow and rushed out of the restroom, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Truly agile with 10,000 agility, so fast. Zhang Chen, seeing the Rakshasa king disappear, couldn't help but sigh, then looked at the Rakshasa king mask in his hand. After the Rakshasa king left, he could establish a special connection with the Rakshasa king through the mask, gaining the Rakshasa king's perspective and even controlling its actions. Soon, through the Rakshasa king's perspective, Zhang Chen saw Wang Hu grumbling as he got into a luxury car and drove down the mountain. Didn't expect this mask to be so useful. In the future, when exploring dangerous places, I can let the Rakshasa king take the risks. Zhang Chen put away the Rakshasa king mask, letting the Rakshasa king act on its own, then he returned to the courtyard. At this moment, a level 70 instructor is standing in front of the entrance to the secret realm dungeon. The courtyard is now empty of those examinees whose scores did not reach an A. What was once a lively courtyard is now bustling with only 7 or 8 people. "Zhang Chen, come over here." Li Shuer saw Zhang Chen and immediately waved at him. The instructor has started distributing rewards. Zhang Chen casually walked over to Li Shuer and Miao Shulan. "Already?" Li Shuer exclaimed, "The rewards this time are quite generous. Even the A-level examinees can receive a leveling pill." "A leveling pill?" Zhang Chen was puzzled. "What is that?" Li Shuer explained, "It's a particularly valuable pill that can directly level up professionals below level 20. I'm about to reach level 18 now. After reaching level 18 and taking the pill, I can directly advance to level 19, securing my place at the Kyoto University." "Such a thing exists?" Zhang Chen was astonished. Li Shuer continued, "I heard that these leveling pills are concocted by the military's grand alchemists and are exclusive military resources. There are even higher-level leveling pills, but those are strategic resources that ordinary people rarely see. Even the leveling pills distributed today are rumored to be selling for 5 million each on the black market, but they are priceless." "So expensive?" Zhang Chen was slightly shocked but quickly understood the value of the leveling pill. During wartime, if the military suffered heavy losses, the leveling pills could quickly provide the Great Xia with a combat-ready army. This treasure would surely be coveted by enemy spies. After distributing the leveling pills to the A-level students, the instructor reminded them, "Each leveling pill you receive has a unique code. Please take it as soon as possible. If your leveling pill ends up in someone else's hands, for any reason, you will face a military court, with extremely severe consequences." Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Immediately, a level 16 student swallowed the leveling pill, and a golden light burst from his body, directly leveling him up to 17. The instructor chuckled, "You don't need to be in such a hurry. The best cost-effectiveness is when you take it at level 19. Before that, you can store it in your storage space where no one can steal it." My earlier words were just a reminder not to buy or sell leveling pills. The student who took the leveling pill regretted it immediately, while others hurriedly stored their leveling pills in their storage space, silently grateful they hadn't acted impulsively. "Alright, those who have received rewards can leave now." The instructor dismissed the A-level students and then walked over to Zhang Chen and the 2 girls. Li Shuer and Miao Shulan became nervous and stood up straight as the instructor approached. The instructor smiled, "Congratulations on achieving an S-level rating. You qualify to join the Dragon Squad. Before I give you special rewards, I have to ask, do you want to join the Dragon Squad?" Miao Shulan replied without hesitation, "I do." Li Shuer also nodded, "I do too." The instructor nodded in satisfaction, "Very well. My name is Ning Wuwei. From now on, I will be your instructor." Seeing that Ning Wuwei did not wait for Zhang Chen's answer, Li Shuer couldn't help but ask, "Instructor Ning, hasn't Zhang Chen not answered yet?" Ning Wuwei glanced at Zhang Chen and then smiled, "The reason our military recruited external members is because of this kid. He joined the Dragon Squad a long time ago." "What? He's already in the Dragon Squad?" Li Shuer was bewildered and then looked at Zhang Chen in shock. "Clueless, why didn't you tell me?" Zhang Chen smiled bitterly, "You encouraged me so much back then, I didn't want to disappoint you." Li Shuer remembered her words of encouragement to Zhang Chen, her face turning red instantly. She playfully punched her chest, "You fool. Idiot. Ha ha. Youth is truly wonderful." Ning Wuwei chuckled as he watched the 2 banter, then clapped his hands, "Alright, children. It's time for rewards." Upon hearing Ning Wuwei's words, Li Shuer immediately stopped teasing Zhang Chen and eagerly looked at Ning Wuwei, "Instructor, what is our reward?" "I won't let you down." Ning Wuwei smiled faintly, taking out 3 upgrading pills and 3 golden black cards from his storage space. Li Shuer recognized the golden black card at a glance, exclaiming, "Sky Tower entry ticket? Seeing Li Shuer recognize the ticket so quickly, Ning Wui's eyes flickered with surprise before confirming, yes, this is the Sky Tower entry ticket. With this card, you can challenge the Sky Tower once. Zhang Chen and Miao Shulan simultaneously asked, what is the Sky Tower? Before Ning Wei could answer, Li Shuer explained, it's the most precious instance in our great Xia Empire. Only 1,000 people can enter each year, making the qualification very valuable. Little girl, you know quite a lot. Ning Wei praised Li Shuer, then added, the Sky Tower holds extremely valuable treasures, even the possibility of divine artifacts. Moreover, there are additional rewards for the first challenge, so cherish this opportunity. Understood. After Ning Wei distributed the rewards, Zhang Chen didn't immediately use the upgrading pills. He stored both items in his storage space, added Miao Shulan as a friend, then politely declined Li Shuer and Miao Shulan's invitation for dinner, heading down the Cloud Sea Mountain alone. Attribute transformation, ride the wind. Zhang Chen converted 5 times his mental attribute into agility, then used the skill from the Wind Rider boots, increasing his movement speed by 100%. In that moment, Zhang Chen was like a gust of wind, quickly catching up to the Rakshasa King who was tracking Wang Hu. After being defeated at the Cloud Sea Mountain Villa, Wang Hu didn't return to the city but went to the wilderness to vent his frustration on low-level monsters. Zhang Chen, I will kill your whole family. I will definitely kill your whole family. Wang Hu continuously threw fireballs at wild cats and rabbits, causing a large number of monsters to perish. Standing beside Wang Hu was a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire. Zhang Chen used the Abyssal Eye on the middle-aged man. Jiangye City, Water Mage, Level 48. A Level 48 Water Mage. Zhang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed at Jiangye City's level, surprised by the high level of Wang Hu's bodyguard. The situation was tricky, but with Zhan Lu in hand, as a water mage, he still had the strength to fight. Jiangye City advised Wang Hu, young master, it's not worth getting angry over a commoner. It's not worth ruining your health over. Uncle Jiang, I'm angry. I'm really angry. Wang Hu glared at Jiangye City with red eyes. I've already sent assassins to kill Zhang Chen. Why is that bastard still alive? Why does he still get an S-rank evaluation? And Li Shuer, why did she have to fall for that commoner? Clearly, those things are all mine. He took everything from me. Uncle Jiang, I want to kill him. I must kill his whole family. Wang Hu roared hysterically, while Jiangye City looked troubled. Young master, if Zhang Chen received an S-rank evaluation, he most likely joined the dragon subduing squad. He will be a military man, and it won't be easy for us to act against him. Can't we just quietly get rid of him? Wang Hu was unwilling. He's just a useless support at level 10. Find a higher level assassin to discreetly take care of him. No one will know it was us. Zhang Chen has not yet joined the dragon squad. The military will not investigate our Wang family for a deceased student. Uncle Jiang, why don't you take action? Don't you have a sulfuric acid skill? You can directly dissolve Zhang Chen's remains, leaving no evidence, and the military won't be able to trace it back to us. Right. I know where Zhang Chen lives. Let's go to his house first, kill his grandmother and aunt together. Only by killing his whole family can I ease the hatred in my heart. Jiang Yecheng saw Wang Hu's growing murderous intent, fearing that Wang Hu would go insane if this continued. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded, I understand. Leave Zhang Chen's family to me. Please, Uncle Jiang. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Chen heard the conversation between Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu, his eyes filled with a tangible killing intent. Rakshasa King, attack. As Zhang Chen commanded, the Rakshasa King turned into a blur and charged out. Skill, flash of the sword. Young master, be careful. Jiang Yecheng's eyes turned sharp, a spellbook appearing in his hands as he and Wang Hu were surrounded by a water shield. The Rakshasa King's sword struck the water shield, sinking directly into it. Wang Hu, seeing the sword almost hitting his head, fell back in shock, his face pale. Field boss? Jiang Yecheng sensed the Rakshasa King's presence, his eyes narrowing slightly. No, it's a summon. Who is attacking us? Your summon has initiated an attack. Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu have become enemies. Seeing this prompt, Zhang Chen once again used attribute conversion to transform his mental attribute into agility and began luring monsters around. Zhang Chen did not believe that the Rakshasa King could kill Wang Hu under Jiang Yecheng's protection. Moreover, judging from Jiang Yecheng's water shield, it seemed to have a disarming effect. If he attacked with flying swords, he might be disarmed before reaching them. Therefore, he needed a foolproof method to kill. As Zhang Chen lured monsters, the spellbook in front of Jiang Yecheng flipped rapidly. Water Dragon Blast. A water dragon surged out of the spellbook, crashing into the Rakshasa King and sending it flying. Water Prison Technique. After the water dragon knocked the Rakshasa King into the air, Jiang Yecheng once again used a skill, gathering a large amount of water elements around the Rakshasa king, forming a huge water cage that imprisoned it. The Rakshasa king was immobilized. Sulfuric acid arrow. A stream of sulfuric acid shot out from Jiang Yecheng's spellbook, piercing through the Rakshasa king's chest and turning the entire water prison into sulfuric acid, corroding the Rakshasa king continuously. The Rakshasa king's health rapidly declined. Summoner, why don't you come out? Jiang Yecheng's eyes turned cold as he shouted, a terrifying sound wave sweeping outwards. Impressive for a level 48 water mage, effortlessly suppressing my summon. At this moment, Zhang Chen emerged from the shadows, removed the Rakshasa king's mask, and recalled it. Zhang Chen? Jiang Yecheng was surprised to see that the assailant was Zhang Chen, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. On the other hand, Wang Hu's fear turned into resentment upon seeing Zhang Chen. He sneered, "Ah, Zhang Chen. I haven't come looking for you yet, but you've come to me. Uncle Jiang, kill him." Following Wang Hu's command, Jiang Yecheng immediately shot several sulfuric acid bullets at Zhang Chen without hesitation. Zhang Lu appeared out of thin air, forming a blue barrier in front of Zhang Chen, blocking Jiang Yecheng's attacks. Special weapon? Jiang Yecheng was shocked to see Zhang Chen's sword blocking his attacks, his eyes filled with disbelief and turmoil. Jiang Yecheng had heard of Zhang Chen's exaggerated story of drawing a full life card during a school event, and now, after not much time had passed, Zhang Chen had drawn a special weapon again? What kind of incredible luck was this? Could it be he had a divine talent that increased card draw probability? With this thought, the killing intent in Jiang Yecheng's eyes intensified instantly. This child must not be left alive, or the Wang family will perish. Water prison technique. Jiang Yecheng decisively used the water prison technique on Zhang Chen without hesitation. However, when the water element approached Zhang Chen, it was all absorbed by the Zhanlu sword beside him. Immune to water attribute? Jiang Yecheng's face changed dramatically when he saw this scene. He still disbelievingly used several water attribute skills on Zhang Chen, but they were all absorbed by Zhanlu. Truly immune to water attribute, countering his profession. Have you had enough? Zhang Chen smiled faintly, unfolding the sword formation and directly opening a space in front of Wang Hu, from which an iron sword rushed out. However, just as the iron sword was about to strike Wang Hu's head, water shields once again condensed around Wang Hu, directly enveloping the iron sword and stopping Zhang Chen's attack. Indeed, that water shield has a disarming function, also countering my normal attacks. Zhang Chen saw the water shield disarm his iron sword, confirming his suspicions and silently rejoicing that he did not use Qishao for a surprise attack at the beginning, or his specialized weapon might have been taken by Jiang Yecheng. Indeed, those who can reach high-level professions are not simple. After witnessing Zhang Chen's elusive attack methods, Jiang Yecheng was even more horrified. If his focus had wavered slightly earlier, Wang Hu might have been killed. Can a 19th level student really do such things? And Wang Hu, seeing himself almost killed by Zhang Chen, immediately shouted at Jiang Yecheng, "Uncle Jiang, what's going on? How can you break out in a sweat trying to kill an auxiliary in his teens? Kill him now. Young master, this guy is not simple. His specialized weapon is immune to water attribute attacks, my skills can't harm him." Jiang Yecheng was much clearer than Wang Hu. He knew he didn't have the ability to kill Zhang Chen now, so he immediately used a water shield on Wang Hu and then levitated him. "Young master, let's retreat and find someone else to deal with him. You want to leave now?" A hint of mockery flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. "Isn't it a bit late?" Seeing Zhang Chen's gaze, Jiang Yecheng couldn't help but shiver, but then he calmed down and said coldly, "Zhang Chen, I admit your profession is strong, and your specialized weapon counters me, but my water shield technique has a disarming effect, and you can't harm us either." Zhang Chen chuckled, "Is that so? Then take a look around." Around? Jiang Yecheng was taken aback, then scanned the surroundings. He saw that a large number of low-level monsters had gathered nearby at some point, roughly counting several hundred. Seeing those monsters, Jiang Yecheng laughed instead and taunted Zhang Chen, "Just some low-level monsters, do you really think you can kill us with these things?" However, this time, Zhang Chen did not answer. He simply expanded the range of the sword formation to a radius of 500 meters and then used a skill. Mental Storm. Seed of Destiny 4, when attacking an enemy within the sword formation, other enemies within the sword formation will receive 10% splash damage. Seed of Destiny 5, attacks within the sword formation will always be critical, with critical hit rate doubled to critical damage, and an additional 100% increase in critical damage. Seed of Destiny 6, within the sword formation, ignores enemy defense. Shishao, attack plus 3000, critical hit rate plus 70%, critical damage plus 400%. Zhanlu, attack plus 1000, damage plus 100%. When Zhang Chen used the mental storm, he activated all the seats of destiny and equipped both Qishao and Zhanlu. Jiang Yecheng saw the eerie light on the necklace in front of Zhang Chen's chest and immediately felt a deadly threat. Oh no! Without any hesitation, Jiang Yecheng activated the water shield. Boom! The mental storm swept out in all directions, engulfing all the monsters within a radius of 500 meters, as well as Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu, instantly devouring them. At level 48, Jiang Yecheng's water shield did not provide any defense, and his soul was annihilated on the spot. Successfully killed Jiang Yecheng. Successfully killed Wang Hu. Successfully killed a wild rabbit. Experience +1. Obtained equipment, Water Magic Tome. Obtained equipment, Flame Staff. A large amount of kill information quickly flooded Zhang Chen's panel, with a radius of 500 meters around Zhang Chen becoming a dead zone. Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu lay stiff on the ground, blood flowing from their 7 orifices, looking extremely agonized before their deaths. This is what you brought upon yourselves. Zhang Chen looked indifferently at the 2 bodies on the ground, devoid of any trace of mercy, converted his spirit into agility, then used the skill Windwalk to leave the scene at the fastest speed. This place was very close to the West Lake District, and the commotion he caused just now was significant. He estimated that many professionals were already rushing over. He had no time to deal with the bodies. Shortly after Zhang Chen left the scene, a group of novice professionals who were grinding monsters nearby arrived at the scene and discovered the deceased Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu. Murder, murder. After leaving the scene, Zhang Chen did not return directly to the city but went to the Rakshasa River Instance Dungeon, leveling up in front of many professionals. After all, Wang Hu was the youngest son of the Wang family, one of the top families in Westlake City, with a large guild of over 1,000 combat professionals under its banner. Wang Hu's death would definitely cause a huge stir in Westlake City. Although one of the deceased was a high-level professional at level 48, no one would think that the one who acted was Zhang Chen at level 19. However, the alibi needed to be fabricated, so Zhang Chen had to create one. When he committed the murder, he had calculated meticulously the time he needed to travel from Yunhai Mountain to the Rakshasa River Instance Dungeon at normal speed, catch up with Wang Hu using skills, kill them, and then rush from the murder scene to the Rakshasa River Instance Dungeon using skills. The time required was almost the same, and his attribute conversion and windwalk skills were unknown to the Wang family. Therefore, even if the Wang family suspected a conflict between Zhang Chen and Wang Hu, with Zhang Chen having an alibi in the death of a level 48 bodyguard, the Wang family would not suspect Zhang Chen. After clearing the Rakshasa River Instance Dungeon in an hour, Zhang Chen returned to Westlake City to the exchange to sell off the excess equipment materials in his storage space. When he was about to finish selling, Zhang Chen looked at the 2 pieces of equipment lying in his storage space. Water Magic Tome, Platinum Spirit +1000, Water Magic Power +30%, usable at level 40. Flame Staff, Platinum Spirit +300, Fire Magic Power +30%, usable at level 15. 2 pieces of platinum level equipment, one of which was level 40, should fetch millions when sold together. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to keep these 2 pieces of equipment in his storage space. Although these 2 pieces of equipment were standard platinum level, there were many of them on the exchange market. However, if these 2 pieces of equipment appeared on the Westlake City exchange right after the deaths of Wang Hu and Jiang Yecheng, even a fool would sense trouble. With the 3 million transferred by Guan Xin earlier, along with the equipment materials dropped by monsters, Zhang Chen now had 3.28 million in his account. He was not short of money for the time being and saw no need to take the risk of selling those 2 platinum pieces of equipment. Less than a month after changing jobs, my account balance has gone from over 1,000 to over 3 million. This combat profession is truly a ruthless money-making machine. Zhang Chen sighed and, being wealthy, spent 100,000 to buy 10 bottles of intermediate healing potions to put in his storage space. Although his sword formation would automatically restore his health, in case he encountered enemies with high attack power and his health couldn't recover in time, the instant healing effect of the healing potion could save his life. When it came to matters of life and death, Zhang Chen did not dare to skimp. As for the skill scrolls costing 100,000 each, Zhang Chen was not willing to buy them. 3 million is just 30 pieces, and even if all of them are spent, it's not guaranteed to awaken a new skill. He thinks it's better to honestly brush dungeons for skill scrolls. Zhang Chen spent several hours in the exchange, clearing out the materials in his storage space. Afterwards, he went to the mall to buy some gifts for his grandmother and aunt before slowly making his way back home. It had been over 20 days since he last saw his grandmother and aunt, and Zhang Chen was starting to miss them. When he arrived home, it was mealtime. His grandmother was cooking in the kitchen, while his aunt was practicing singing in the living room. Oh, rare guest. His aunt saw Zhang Chen return. "Mom, the little rascal is finally back. I'm the little rascal, then what are you? Zheng Chen retorted. He took out the gifts he bought from his storage space and piled them into a small mountain in the living room. Big rascal, I brought you gifts. Oh, the little rascal is getting rich. His aunt's eyes lit up at the sight of the mountain of gifts. She dove right into the pile, eagerly tearing open the packages. His grandmother came out of the kitchen, seeing a pile of gifts in the living room, and couldn't help but complain to Zhang Chen. How can you waste money on these useless things as soon as you earn it? You're still in the early stages, money should be used to upgrade equipment. Zhang Chen chuckled, Grandma, I've earned a few million these days. These gifts only amount to tens of thousands, not even enough for a basic skill scroll. It doesn't affect anything. His aunt's eyes sparkled, a few million? Can combat professions make that much money? Zhang Chen scratched his head, laughing, yeah, I didn't expect to make so much money. Even a piece of junk equipment can sell for millions. Wow! How come I didn't get a combat profession? I hold a concert, sing and dance for a few hours, and only earn a few thousand for appearance fees. His aunt looked at Zheng Chen with envy. Yuanzi, I'm so jealous of you. Mom, I want a combat profession too. I don't want to be a singer anymore. His aunt started throwing a tantrum in the pile of gifts. Look at you, all starry-eyed for money. His grandmother scolded her aunt, then said, both of you clean up the living room, then we'll eat. Yes. Under his grandmother's supervision, Zhang Chen and his aunt cleaned up the living room, then the three of them enjoyed a rare family meal together. During the meal, Zhang Chen omitted the killing part and recounted all his adventures in recent days. His aunt was amazed, and even his usually composed grandmother had a smile of contentment on her face. Yuanzi, you really haven't let Grandma down. Keep it up, don't slack off, and stay safe. Okay, Grandma. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out. I'll go open the door. Zhang Chen set down his chopsticks and went to the door, only to see Li Anping standing there looking anxious. Manager Li? Why are you here? Zhang Chen, there's been a murder in the north of the city, do you know about it? Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended not to know anything, looking puzzled. A murder? What happened? Li Anping said solemnly, 2 combat professionals were found dead in the wilderness north of the city. One of the victims is named Wang Hu, the youngest son of the Westlake Wang family, and it seems he was your classmate. The Adventurers Association, the police, and the city defense forces have all sent people over. Just a murder, why did it involve so many departments? And even if the victim was my classmate, Manager Li, you didn't have to come and inform me specially, right? Although Zhang Chen had made the necessary preparations, he was still a bit shocked to find that things were not going as he had expected. It's necessary. Very necessary. Li Anping looked serious. According to the forensic examination, Wang Hu died from a powerful mental skill, and there was also a terrifying residual mental power at the scene. We suspect it was the work of the Abyss boss Otis. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Otis? Exactly. It's the Abyss boss you defeated, Li Anping nodded. Among the 2 deceased, one of them was a level 48 water magic instructor with no external injuries. He was killed instantly by a mental skill. Only high-level mental mages can achieve such a feat. And currently, the only one in Westlake City who meets the criteria for these murders is Odysseus. Odysseus must be unwilling to give up. He has been lurking near Westlake City, targeting talented young people. Zhang Chen, you have defeated him before, so he will definitely come back. Be very careful. Zhang Chen was surprised that Odysseus was being framed for his actions, but he couldn't help but smile inwardly. He then thanked Li Anping, saying, Thank you. I didn't expect Manager Li to come all the way to remind me of this. I will be cautious. Li Anping added, because of Odysseus, the government has sealed off all the dungeons near Westlake City. Our Adventurer Association will screen each dungeon to prevent them from turning into abysses. There are no safe places for leveling up outdoors recently, so you better stay home. Westlake City has a protective barrier, Odysseus can't enter. You'll be safe staying in the city. Understood. After instructing Zhang Chen, Li Anping hurriedly left. Wang Hu's death in Westlake City was already a big deal, and now with the connection to the Abyss boss Odysseus, Li Anping, as the manager of the Adventurer Association's Westlake City branch, had a lot of matters to attend to. Yuanzi, what happened? After bidding farewell to Li Anping, Zhang Chen's grandmother asked with concern. Zhang Chen replied, an Abyss boss killed my classmate, and Manager Li from the Adventurer Association came specifically to warn me to be careful. His aunt quipped, that Abyss boss is really wicked, not even sparing students. Yes, he's truly despicable. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. That Abyss boss has been hunting down the talented individuals of our race. Fortunately, I was able to defeat him in the dungeon at that time, or I would have fallen victim to him as well. His aunt looked horrified. So combat professions are really dangerous, having to face such terrifying creatures. I suddenly don't envy you, Yuanzi. At this moment, his grandmother's expression turned serious as she cautioned Zhang Chen, Yuanzi, although you have defeated the abyss boss, those monsters are cruel and cunning. Your parents both fell in the abyss. When facing the abyss, you must never let your guard down, understand? Zhang Chen nodded. I understand, Grandma. I will be careful. I've been staying at home these days to avoid any trouble. His aunt suddenly looked delighted. Yuanzi, does this mean you have time to accompany me for shopping, dining, and playing games? His grandmother gave his aunt a stern look and said, You've fallen astray on your own, don't drag Yuanzi down with you. His aunt replied meekly, I understand, Mom. Over the next week, Westlake City was in turmoil due to Wang Hu's death, but Zhang Chen seemed unaffected, spending his time leisurely accompanying his aunt for shopping, dining, and playing games, as well as with Li Shuer. Meanwhile, the government failed to find any trace of Odysseus in the surrounding dungeons. Eventually, all the wilderness dungeons were reopened, allowing the Wang family to retrieve Wang Hu and Jiang Yeqing's bodies, and the case in the northern part of the city came to a close. It was said that after Wang Hu's body was brought back to the Wang family, the family head held his body and wept for 2 full hours, then offered a bounty of 5 billion for the abyss boss Odysseus. Of course, there was no success in capturing him. And so, the true culprit passed the week unscathed, even attending Wang Hu's funeral. After that, the National Unified College Entrance Examination was about to begin. The day before the exam, the principals of various schools in Westlake City gathered for a meal, discussing this year's exam. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance exam. This past month has been eventful indeed. I have no idea what kind of results the children will achieve. I feel like as the principal, I worry more about those kids than their own parents do. This year our school doesn't have any outstanding talents, but the 2 kids from your school, especially Zhang Chen, have been shining brightly recently. As the principal mentioned Zhang Chen, everyone's gaze shifted to Ning Qin. Ning Qin was beaming with joy. I've had my eye on Zhang Chen since he enrolled, but I never expected him to be such a genius. Although the fact that Zhang Chen defeated the Abyss boss was top secret, his solo conquest of the beginner Abyss dungeon and his first place finish with an S-level rating in the military department's secret dungeon a week ago were known to all the teachers and students in Westlake City. All major schools in Westlake City had already assumed that Zhang Chen would be this year's top scorer in the city, with a chance to compete for the top scorer in Jiangnan province. Liaoning, once that kid Zhang Chen becomes the top scorer in Jiangnan province, your school will be able to change its name to Top Scorer High School. You better be ready to treat us to a feast. Ha ha ha, no problem. Let's have 10 more bottles of Feitian Maotai tonight, and we won't leave until we're drunk. Ning Qin's face was flushed with excitement, his laughter never ceasing. In previous years, he had listened to other principals boast about their students, but this year, it was finally his turn. Triumphing. Liaoning, you're really splurging tonight. We won't hold back then. Today is a happy occasion, money is no object. Let's drink to our heart's content. While the principals were dining together, Li Shuer had arranged to meet Zhang Chen at the school playground. The 2 of them walked around the track under the moonlight. Dork, are you confident? Li Shuer suddenly asked Zhang Chen. She had ventured into the secret dungeon several times that week, coupled with the upgrade elixirs. She was already at level 19, but Zhang Chen could still sense her nervousness. It made sense. Kyoto University was the top-ranked institution in the Great Xia, and every year, countless geniuses vied for a spot. Despite Li Shuer having a rare profession, she wasn't considered outstanding within the province. Zhang Chen smiled and replied, Don't worry, we will definitely meet at Kyoto University. Li Shuer smiled, I never expected you, the dork, to say something like that. Alright, we'll meet at Kyoto University, that's our promise. Pinky promise. Zhang Chen looked at Li Shuer's outstretched pinky, gleaming white under the moonlight. Pinky promise. Zhang Chen extended his pinky and hooked it with Li Shuer's. The National College Entrance Examination officially began. The next day, all combat profession players who were participating in the National College Entrance Examination gathered in front of the Westlake City Hall. The examination center for Jiangnan Province was not in Westlake City but in the provincial capital, Donghai City. On the day of the exam, each city's government would set up a large teleportation array to transport their candidates to the provincial capital for the unified exam. Ning Qin looked at the level 19 Zhang Chen and Li Shuer with a satisfied smile. I never expected both of you to reach level 19. My school produced 2 geniuses, my Liaoning family is truly blessed. Don't be nervous, both of you. Approach the exam with a calm mind and perform normally. I believe you can get into Kyoto University. Yes, we will. Thank you, Principal. After thanking Ning Qin, Li Shuer poked Zhang Chen. why are you still at level 19? Didn't you use the upgrade elixir? She remembered that Zhang Chen had reached level 19 after completing the secret dungeon. Zhang Chen replied, I want to save it, just in case. The upgrade elixir is useless after level 20, and it's not tradable. What's the point of keeping it? Li Shuer didn't understand, but Zhang Chen just smiled and shook his head. I'll reach level 20 soon anyway, keeping it as a memento isn't a bad idea. It's really weird, even free experience is not wanted. Li Shuer commented, but she didn't continue discussing this topic. After everyone from various schools had gathered, Ning Qin led the 34 students from Yizhong into the teleportation array and distributed the admission tickets one by one. Students, let me say one more thing, exams are important, but everyone must act within their limits, safety first. I don't want to see any accidents involving our Yizhong students again. Alright, let's begin the teleportation. Ning Qin greeted the government's array mage, who infused energy into the array. The teleportation array lit up, and the students from West Lake Yizhong were all transported to the examination hall in Donghai City. The examination hall was extremely spacious, with students from dozens of cities in Jiangnan province gathered here. Surprisingly, it didn't feel crowded at all, rather somewhat empty. Suspended in the center of the examination hall was a light tower, beneath which was a large blue vortex, resembling an entrance to a large-scale secret realm dungeon. After waiting for about half an hour, students from other schools were also gradually transported to the examination hall. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed from the floating light tower in the sky. Silence! The noisy examination hall immediately quieted down. Now, I announce the examination rules. This year's college entrance examination is divided into two categories, basic examination and advanced examination. The basic examination mainly tests the basic abilities of each profession. Different professions have different examination contents. Output-based professions are tested on output, tank-based professions on defense, and so on. Students who receive a grade of D or above will qualify for the advanced examination. In the advanced examination, students can earn points based on their performance in the dungeon. There are different difficulty levels to choose from, with higher difficulty levels yielding more points. Furthermore, personal equipment can be used during the examination, but the use of any items, including but not limited to potions, buffs, etc., is prohibited. If cheating is discovered during the examination, the results will be cancelled immediately, and corresponding legal responsibilities will be borne. Although the rules of the college entrance examination had been repeated countless times by teachers before the exam, all the students present listened attentively, afraid of missing any information. After all, this concerned their own future, and even students who were troublemakers in school didn't dare to be careless at this moment. The rules have been explained. All students, please prepare yourselves. The examination officially begins. As the authoritative voice fell silent, the vortex beneath the light tower lit up brightly, instantly covering the entire examination hall. All students holding admission tickets were simultaneously transported into the secret realm dungeon. At this moment, a group of dignified middle-aged and elderly people stood on the top floor of the light tower. They were professors from various prestigious universities and also the examiners responsible for the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. The college entrance examination has finally begun this year. I wonder how many talented individuals Jiangnan province will produce. I heard that Zhang Yun from Yizhong in Donghai City is outstanding. Not only did he draw a rare profession, but he also reached level 20 in just 1 month, with the potential to compete for the provincial top scorer. There's also a kid from Nanjiang City who's quite impressive, a berserker at level 19. It's said that he has the ability to solo difficult dungeons. There's a girl from a small county who drew a paladin, worth keeping an eye on. I think we should pay special attention to a student from Shihu City this year. At this moment, an examiner who knew about Zhang Chen's situation brought up Zhang Chen's information. Zhang Chen, Sword Formation Master, level 19. Sword Formation Master, is this a new profession recently introduced in Shihu City? I wonder how strong it is. It's very strong. This kid has the ability to solo abyss dungeons. Solo abyss dungeons? How is that possible? Don't doubt it. This is information I got from a high-ranking member of the Adventurers Association. That kid has earned President Bai's high praise. I bet he'll be this year's top scorer in the province. Getting high praise from President Bai is no small feat. We really need to keep an eye on him. The examiners were intrigued by Zhang Chen, focusing on his test site, eager to see what skills this young man, favored by Bai Zhanghua, possessed. Zhang Chen appeared in a beast arena instance, with a tall testing stake in the middle, equipped with a counter. Test task: attack the testing stake with all your might. Test damage: Zhang Chen saw the task and without hesitation, unleashed his sword formation, equipped with the red twilight in Zhanlu, then controlled the red twilight to strike. Boom! A red light flashed, and the testing stake was directly shattered by Zhang Chen. Shattered? The examiners on the top floor were astonished. What's going on? That stake can withstand 1,000,000 damage, right? He shattered it with one strike? It must be a bug. The examiners unanimously believed it was a bug in the instance, considering that this instance accommodated tens of thousands of candidates nationwide. Encountering bugs was expected. Refresh a new stake for him. In the Beast Arena, a new testing stake was refreshed. Test task: attack the testing stake with all your might. Do we need to attack multiple times to check the stability of the output? Truly a rigorous high school instance. Seeing the new testing stake, Zhang Chen didn't think much and once again controlled the red twilight to strike. Boom! The stake was shattered once again. The examiners on the top floor fell into a deathly silence. Shattered again. It was only then that these professors in their 70s and 80s finally understood that it wasn't a bug in the instance but that 19th level freak, whose damage exceeded 1,000,000. 19th level, damage exceeding 1,000,000. What kind of concept was this? The examiners present, even the history professors, couldn't find such a freak in the history books. What should we do now? All the stakes have been shattered. We can't even give an evaluation grade. Others would at most say S rank isn't his limit, but this freak has practically shattered the evaluation machine. Professor Chen, give us some advice. All eyes turned to Chen Yun, the chief examiner of the Jiangnan province exam site, where all exam matters were under his jurisdiction. Chen Yun remained silent for a moment and said, refresh another stake, adjust the health to 10 million. This way, we can test Zhang Chen's limits and record his evaluation. Alright, this idea is reliable. Test him again. The examiners nodded in agreement and once again refreshed a stake for Zhang Chen, setting the health to 10 million. However, as soon as the stake was refreshed in the Beast Arena, a red light directly shattered it. This time, the examiners' faces instantly turned green. What's going on? A stake with 10 million health can't hold up? Many professors at level 70, attacking with all their might, whether the damage reached 10 million was still unknown. Professor Chen, what should we do? The stake's health limit is only 10 million. Chen Yun's face darkened. He had overseen the high school entrance examination for over 20 years and had never encountered such a situation. Add defense to the stake, increase damage reduction to 50%. One examiner questioned, all candidates testing stakes have zero defense. If we add defense only to Zhang Chen's stake, wouldn't it compromise fairness? No worries, Chen Yun asserted, save the recording. If Zhang Chen's final evaluation grade falls short of S, we'll modify it to S backstage and then give him additional rewards. It seems that's the only way to go. The examiners nodded in agreement. Although they all knew that Zhang Chen's abilities far exceeded what was required for an S-level evaluation, the Secret Realm instance was essentially a system. If Zhang Chen kept destroying the wooden stakes, resulting in no evaluation grade, the Secret Realm instance would either rate Zhang Chen below D level or deem him cheating. As the fourth test stake appeared in the arena, Zhang Chen furrowed his brows. Is this exam really this boring? Endlessly hitting wooden stakes? Despite Zhang Chen's dissatisfaction with the exam's content, he had to proceed with the test, controlling the attack of the red horizon. Boom! Once again, a defensively enhanced stake was blasted. All the examiners in the light tower were stunned, with some even taking out emergency heart pills. What kind of skill does this kid have? Even a stake with 10 million health and 50% damage reduction can be destroyed? I don't think it's a skill, it's just a basic attack. Haven't you noticed that this kid has no cooldown on his skills at all? No wonder he can solo the Abyss instance. If I were the Abyss boss, I'd probably cry for my mommy. All the examiners were impressed by Zhang Chen's performance, looking to Chen Yun for help. The time for the first test was about to end, and if Zhang Chen was eliminated like this, it would be a disaster for the exam. Chen Yun paced back and forth, then suddenly had an idea. I have a solution. With that, Chen Yun personally manipulated the instance backstage and refreshed another stake. Exam task. Please do not use full force to attack the stake. Not use full force? What kind of exam is this? Zhang Chen, seeing the new exam task, began to doubt the professionalism of this exam. However, since the task was stated like that, Zhang Chen could only remove the red horizon in Zhanlu, using an iron sword to attack. Minus 40,032. Evaluation grade, S. A string of numbers appeared on the test stake, showing an S evaluation grade. The examiners in the light tower erupted into thunderous cheers, with several professors celebrating as if they had just witnessed the great Xia football team winning the World Cup. Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Phew, finally, the first test is over. At that moment, a majestic voice resounded in the instance. The first basic test is over. Now, the results are announced. 2326 people have been evaluated above D level, and the rest of the candidates are eliminated. Out of over 10,000 candidates, nearly 80% were eliminated in just one basic test, a terrifying elimination rate. Each person saw their own results, and a giant screen appeared in the sky of the Secret Realm instance and outside the light tower, revealing the current top 100 candidates. Even among the S-level candidates, there were differences. First place, Zheng Chen, Evaluation S. Second place, Zhang Yun, Evaluation S. Third place, Miao Shulan, Evaluation S. 10th place, Li Shuer, Evaluation S. Zhang Chen ranked first, with Miao Shulan and Li Shuer ranking 3rd and 10th respectively. The three of them made it to the top 10 in the first test, which was quite impressive. Outside the instance, Ning Qin saw Zhang Chen taking first place and Li Shuer taking 10th, and she couldn't contain her excitement, exclaiming to the other principals nearby, "See that? The 1st and 10th places are students from our Westlake First High School. 2 of our students made it to the top 10. Ning Qin's words attracted many envious glances from the principals. At that moment, a cold chuckle was heard. It's a pity this is just a basic test. As long as it's S-level, the points converted in the final ranking will be the same. It's the points obtained in the advanced test that truly matter." A Mediterranean-styled old man walked over, sneering at Ning Qin. "Old classmate, after teaching in the countryside for so many years, have you fallen to the point of dancing for just a small achievement?" Ning Qin squinted slightly at the newcomer. "Feng Gaoyuan, are you jealous of me?" The newcomer was called Feng Gaoyuan, Ning Qin's high school and university classmate, who was now the principal of Donghai City No. 1 High School. Donghai City No. 1 High School was currently the top-ranked high school in Jiangnan Province. "Am I jealous of you?" Feng Gaoyuan chuckled. "Our school's Zhang Yun is bound to be the provincial champion. Dare to bet with me?" "Bet?" Hearing Feng Gaoyuan's words, Ning Qin raised an eyebrow slightly. "What do you want to bet on?" Feng Gaoyuan confidently said, "You can choose, I'll win anyway." "Is that so?" Ning Qin chuckled. "Then I bet that our school's Zhang Chen will be the provincial champion. If I win, you resign from your position as the principal of Donghai City No. 1 High School and come teach at my Westlake No. 1 High School. How about that? Such a big gamble?" Feng Gaoyuan's mouth twitched. "What, weren't you very confident just now? Scared? Don't try to provoke me." Feng Gaoyuan was speechless. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let's bet, if Zhang Yun becomes the provincial champion, you come teach at our school, deal?" Seeing Feng Gaoyuan take the bait, Ning Qin raised his voice, deliberately letting the other principals and teachers around here, so many colleagues present here. "Feng Gaoyuan and I have made a bet. Whoever loses has to go teach at the other school, no backing out." Feng Gaoyuan was also stirred by Ning Qin's competitive spirit. "Ning Qin, you can start packing your bags. After the summer vacation, you'll have to call me your leader." Ning Qin sneered. "You're dreaming." While the two principals were making a bet, the examinees in the Secret Realm instance also began the second round of advanced exams. Solo Instance Trial. The so-called Solo Instance Trial did not mean that the examinee had to solo the instance, but the Secret Realm instance would provide 4 NPCs for each examinee matching their level and attributes, with roles as DPS, tank, healer, and support. At the same time, examinees could choose the instance difficulty and how many teammates to bring to strategize the instance. The instance difficulties were normal, hard, and nightmare, with point multipliers of 1x, 2x, and 5x respectively. For each NPC teammate less brought, the point multiplier would increase by 1x. For example, choosing nightmare difficulty and bringing 3 NPC teammates to strategize the instance would result in a 6x point multiplier. Examinees choosing normal difficulty and bringing all 4 teammates would earn 1 point for killing a monster. While for nightmare difficulty and bringing 3 teammates, killing a monster would yield 6 points. This advanced exam not only tested the examinees' combat abilities but also their strategic thinking. Some examinees might choose nightmare difficulty and fewer teammates for a higher point multiplier, but facing difficulties in progressing through the instance, they might end up with fewer points compared to examinees choosing normal difficulty and bringing all teammates. There was a special rule in the advanced exam: if an examinee chose nightmare difficulty and didn't bring any teammates, the point multiplier would increase by an additional 1x, reaching the highest 10x point multiplier. Of course, in the history of the college entrance examination, hardly anyone dared to do this because it was suicidal. There was once an examinee who drew a legendary class but due to arrogance chose not to bring any teammates, soloing a nightmare difficulty instance, only to die inside. Donghai City No. One high school's Jang Yun has entered the instance, choosing nightmare difficulty and only bringing a healer, 8x point multiplier. He's indeed aiming for the provincial champion. Niao Shulan from Westlake City, Tsaiha County No. 2 High School also chose nightmare difficulty and brought a DPS. I've seen her strength. She's a strong competitor for this year's provincial champion. Li Shuer chose nightmare difficulty, plus 1 DPS and 1 tank. With a 7x score multiplier, she should be able to make it to the top 10 in the province. I think this year's provincial champion will come from Jiang Yun, Miao Shulan, or Zhang Chen. By the way, what did Zhang Chen choose? The examiners in the Light Tower focused on the key examinees this year, discussing the difficulty levels they chose for the dungeon. What do you think Zhang Chen will choose? With his DPS, clearing a nightmare difficulty dungeon is easy for him. He should choose nightmare difficulty and bring a tank. I agree. His DPS is high, but correspondingly, his defense must be weak, so he needs a frontline protector. Nightmare difficulty plus bringing a teammate, with an 8x score multiplier, he is the most likely to become the provincial champion. Unfortunately, his skills are probably all single-target physical attacks, his monster clearing speed naturally inferior to magic-based professions, which will cost him time. Otherwise, he has a chance to compete for the national champion. Look, Zhang Chen is starting to choose the difficulty. In the dungeon, after reading the rules of the advanced exam, Zhang Chen decisively chose nightmare difficulty and decided not to bring a teammate. For him, teammates were a burden. Not bringing a teammate? Is he crazy? The examiners were shocked to see Zhang Chen entering the nightmare difficulty dungeon alone. Professor Chen, should we intervene and at least make him bring a teammate? An examiner suggested to Chen Yun, considering Zhang Chen's outstanding DPS shown in the basic tests, far exceeding legendary DPS professions. If Zhang Chen had an accident in the exam dungeon, no one could bear that responsibility. Chen Yun frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Don't interfere with Zhang Chen's choice. If he encounters danger in the dungeon, forcibly kick him out, and let him participate in the adult entrance exam next year." An examiner raised an objection. In that case, isn't Zhang Chen wasting a year? Chen Yun seriously said, with his talent, even if he delays entering university for a year, he can quickly grow. Teaching him to know his limits and cherish his life for a year will benefit him more than harm in the long run. Since Professor Chen said so, let's do that. Everyone keep a close eye and don't let this genius perish. Zhang Chen was unaware that he had become the focus of the examiners. After entering the dungeon, he found it similar to the previous military secret dungeon, both being underground dungeons. As he walked in, he saw a half-orc holding a long knife and wearing armor in the corridor. Abyssal Eye. Orc Warrior, Elite, Level, 15, Strength, 1000, Agility, 300, Spirit, 100, Constitution, 2000, Skill, Battle Roar. No wonder the principal said that the hard requirement for entering Kyoto University is level 19. A 15-level nightmare dungeon, only examinees at level 19 can challenge it. Zhang Chen immediately understood Ning Qin's words, but he was also somewhat disappointed by the difficulty of this dungeon. It was just not challenging enough. However, he quickly realized that this was the college entrance exam, aimed at selecting talents. If the difficulty was too high, it would not only lose the meaning of the exam but also put many examinees in danger, which was not worth it. What's with that kid's expression? Why does he look so disappointed? He seems very dissatisfied with our dungeon. Is the difficulty too high for him? He's too impulsive. His profession leans more towards a cannon-type long-range DPS. Without a frontline protector, he probably can't withstand a single blow from the half-orc. He won't pass the level. The examiners observed Zhang Chen's disappointed expression and started discussing. Boring, let's finish this quickly. Zhang Chen unfolded the sword formation, covering the entire secret realm instance within a huge range of 500 meters in diameter. Then, Shishao pierced through the head of the half-orc in front. In the next moment, all monsters in the instance, including the level 15 boss, were all killed instantly. Successfully cleared the instance in 36 seconds, calculating points. Kill points plus 5,000. Clearance points plus 5,000. Time points plus 5,000. Refreshing the instance clearance time record, points plus 10,000. Total points, 25,000. Provisional ranking, 1. Zhang Chen looked at his high school entrance exam points panel and yawned. This instance was small and weak, really too boring. In the Light Tower, all examiners fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into a huge commotion. What just happened? Where are the monsters? The boss? The instance? What skill does this kid have? He cleared the entire instance in one go? Is he cheating? Carrying some kind of wide-range killing tool? Do you think the system is just for show? No alarm for using tools? Damn, can this guy be any more excessive? Other examinees haven't even killed the first monster in a normal instance, and this kid has already cleared the nightmare instance. He must have been disappointed just now because he found our instance difficulty too weak. Cleared in 36 seconds? Who would believe that? The fastest clearance record in history was 1 hour and 2 minutes, right? Excluding the time he was daydreaming, did he really strategize the instance in any second? What profession is he? It's too unbalanced. The experienced examiners were in an uproar. They really wanted to rush into the instance to restrain Zhang Chen, force him to reveal all his panel attributes and skills, to see what exactly was going on. At the same time, outside the light tower, the huge light screen also displayed the first student's results. Name, Zhang Chen, points, 25,000, ranking, 1, outside the light tower. Teachers from various schools were still discussing what the instance might be this year, and the sudden appearance of the ranking on the screen immediately caught everyone's attention. What's going on? Has a student already cleared the instance? It's only been a few minutes, how is it possible for someone to clear it? It's true. It's Zhang Chen again, points. How many? 25,000? The teachers outside all widened their eyes, looking at the points on the screen in disbelief, thinking they were hallucinating. In the advanced instance, the number of monsters was fixed at 450, plus 1 boss. Killing a monster earned 1 point, killing a boss earned 50 points, theoretically the highest kill points would be 5,000. And the basic points for clearing the instance were 500. Clearing the instance within an hour and a half would earn the highest time-based points of 500. These two multiplied by the points coefficient, theoretically the highest would be 10,000. In other words, only a single person who kills all the monsters and bosses in the nightmare instance within an hour and a half can get 15,000 points, and since the first high school entrance exam, no examinee has ever achieved this. As for the extra 10,000 points, they would only be obtained by refreshing the nightmare difficulty instance clearance time record. A student, soloing the level 15 nightmare instance, killing all monsters and bosses, and even refreshing the instance record. How is that possible? Is he cheating? This is the Great Xia Empire's high school entrance exam. The Empire's higher-ups are watching. Who would dare to cheat inside? But the instance just opened, and he's already on the ranking. How do you explain that? The teachers outside started to discuss frantically. Everyone was talking about this student Zhang Chen. Ning Qin, upon seeing Zhang Chen's results, burst into laughter, continuously patting Feng Gaoyuan's shoulder. Old Feng, did you see that? These are the students of my school. Are you ready to resign and come teach at my school? Feng Gaoyuan was completely silenced. He stared straight at the ranking on the screen, unable to figure out why Zhang Chen's results came out so quickly and his points were still so high. That kid called Zhang Chen, isn't he too abnormal? Zhang Yun is probably going to lose. No, I can't lose in momentum. Feng Gaoyuan shook his head fiercely and gritted his teeth. Ning Qin, don't be too proud. I still have hope. He knew the professional characteristics of his students. Even if they failed the advanced exams, there was still a chance to turn the tables in the final additional trial. After Zhang Chen's results came out, an hour and 3 minutes later, Zhang Yun's results appeared in second place. Name, Zhang Yun, points, 10704, ranking, 2. 10 minutes later, Miao Shulan's results also appeared in third place. Name, Miao Shulan, points, 9816, ranking, 3. Subsequently, the scores of other candidates appeared on the list one after another. Name, Li Shuer, points, 9072, ranking, 5. Zhang Chen looked at the accumulating points and noticed that Zhang Yun and Miao Shulan's points were very close, but what surprised him was that Li Shuer's ranking had surged to 5th place. At the same time, in another instance of the virtual space, wearing a black mage robe, with a delicate face even more beautiful than a woman's, Zhang Yun stared fixedly at Zhang Chen's ranking on the points board, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. How did he do it? Single-handedly killing all the monsters in the nightmare instance and even setting a record for clearing the instance. Who on earth is he? Zhang Yun thought that with his professional characteristics, he could easily win in the advanced exams. After all, he had killed 288 elite monsters in an hour and a half, while also defeating the boss to clear the instance, enough to stand out among his peers. But he never expected that in this entrance exam, there would be a freak with 25,000 points. He couldn't wait to find out who Zhang Chen was. On the other hand, Miao Shulan and Li Shuer also stared blankly at Zhang Chen's points panel, but when they thought of Zhang Chen's performance in the military base instance, they both had the same thought in their minds: he truly deserved it. Soon, a dignified voice echoed in everyone's ears once again: the advanced exams are over, and the results of all candidates have been announced. A total of 2,326 candidates participated in the advanced exams this time, with 321 students scoring above 500 points. Candidates with scores above 500 are eligible to choose the additional trial. Please note, The additional trial is not mandatory for the entrance exam, and it carries a certain level of danger, even life-threatening. Candidates, please consider carefully. Upon hearing the announcement, the vast majority of candidates did not hesitate and chose to give up directly. The additional trial was a challenge only chosen by the top students aiming for the top 3 national rankings. The ordinary candidates' entrance exams had already ended. As long as the candidates scored above 500 points, they could enter a decent university, so they had no need to join in for the fun. Although the additional trial offered many points, candidates with insufficient strength who participated rashly not only gained few points but also risked getting injured, wasting their efforts. Of course, there were still many candidates very confident in their abilities who chose to continue. In the end, only 98 students from Jiangnan province chose the additional trial, less than 100. After all candidates made their choices, all the candidates who chose to continue in the virtual instance were teleported to the light tower above the exam venue. 98 candidates appeared in the same space, and they were greeted by a group of examiners responsible for the Jiangnan province entrance exams. Standing at the forefront of the examiners was the chief examiner, Chen Yun. Congratulations to all of you. The examinees who have made it this far are the elites of our great Xia Empire. I look forward to seeing each of you shine brightly in the great Xia Empire in the future, living a splendid life, Chen Yun said. With a half-smile, he glanced at Zheng Chen and continued, the upcoming supplementary trial is very special. You will no longer be competing within the same province but will be challenging the prodigies from all provinces across the country. Of course, the rules of the supplementary trial are also harsh. You will be thrown into a simulated abyss battlefield. Similar to the advanced exams, each of you will lead an NPC team matched to your own level and attributes to battle the simulated abyss monsters. The supplementary trial tests individual strength and teamwork, so there are no point coefficients. For each abyss monster your team kills, you will earn 100 points. There is no limit to point accumulation, meaning, no matter how many points you have accumulated so far, there is a possibility of turning the tables in this final round of the trial. So, do not take it lightly. With that said, I wish you all good results in the final trial. After Chen Yun finished speaking, a magical book appeared in Jiang Yun's hand, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. In this final trial, he was determined to turn the tide. Not only Chen Yun, but most of the examinees present at the scene were holding on to a breath of determination, aiming to turn the tables in this round of the exam and soar to new heights. The time has come, everyone, set off! Chen Yun declared, and a radiant teleportation array lit up beneath the feet of the examinees. In the next moment, elite examinees from all over the country were transported to the final trial space. Zheng Chen found himself teleported to a desolate land, accompanied by 4 NPCs at level 19, consisting of a warrior, mage, knight, and priest. Checking the attributes of his 4 NPC teammates, their total attributes matched his own, albeit with different focuses. For instance, the warrior emphasized strength and agility, the mage focused on spirit, the knight on constitution, and the priest on spirit and constitution. Overall, judging solely from the attributes panel of his teammates, these 4 were on par with Zheng Chen himself. However, they were all equipped with basic level 19 gear and skills. Assigning an NPC team to each examinee is probably to cater to those who are not output-oriented professions. After all, without teammates, it's difficult to kill monsters. But this NPC team is of no use to me, Zhang Chen thought after checking his teammates' attributes. He immediately ordered the 4 NPCs to stay put and ventured forth alone. In the Tower of Light, Chen Yun and the examiners were not surprised by Zhang Chen's approach, as they had already witnessed his strength. Although the attributes of the 4 NPC teammates were extraordinary, they were merely burdensome to Zhang Chen. This child is destined to be a brave lone wolf in the future, Chen Yun sighed, looking forward to Zhang Chen's performance in the Abyss battlefield. Soon, a group of Abyss monsters patrolling the desolate land crossed paths with Zhang Chen. Before the Abyss squad could even react, Zhang Chen swiftly slaughtered them with his 10 iron swords, instantly boosting his score by 50,000 points. Although Chen Yun was mentally prepared, seeing Zhang Chen effortlessly wipe out an Abyss squad and then all the Abyss monsters within a 500-meter radius, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This kid not only has high single-target attack power, but also seems to have splash damage and an unreasonably large range. He cleared out the Abyss monsters we deployed in the battlefield in an instant. The Sword Array Master profession is too overpowered. It's even more formidable than legendary professions. It's probably a new divine-level profession. This guy is a strategic weapon on the battlefield, capable of wiping out an entire army single-handedly. It's a monster. Chen Yun and the examiners discussed in disbelief. They had never seen such an outrageous profession. In the history of the national top scorers in the annual college entrance examination, the highest score in the Abyss battlefield was just over 40,000, but Zhang Chen had just started and already broke the historical record. It's worth noting that this Abyss battlefield instance lasts a full 6 hours. Zhang Chen spread his 10 iron swords to the edge of the sword formation, then advanced at full speed. Any Abyss monster that entered his sword formation range was instantly killed. Zhang Chen's points skyrocketed at a rocket-like speed, quickly breaking through to 100,000. At this moment, the examiners were all numb. They felt that Zhang Chen and the other candidates were completely different. While Zhang Chen was killing Abyss monsters like cutting grass, mowing down wave after wave, other candidates were still organizing teams and struggling with the first Abyss squad they encountered. Zhang Yun, currently ranked second in Jiangnan province, had just defeated one Abyss squad at this time, increasing his points by 500. If it were in previous college entrance exams, Zhang Yun's speed in killing monsters would definitely be at the provincial top scorer level, even with a chance to break into the top 3 nationwide. Unfortunately, he and Zhang Chen were in the same year, and his brilliance was destined to be overshadowed by Zhang Chen. Chen Yun saw Zhang Chen pushing forward all the way without any skill cooldowns or mental exhaustion, then said to the examiners, "This round of exams is already a foregone conclusion. Zhang Chen is definitely the national top scorer. We can focus on other candidates now. The Great Xia Empire needs more than one genius." "No problem." The other examiners nodded one after another. Zhang Chen had already wasted time, and as examiners, they should indeed care about every candidate. At the same time, above the light tower at the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination site, 2 clusters of purple mist appeared out of thin air, from which emerged 2 Abyss demons. One of them was the level 70 Abyss boss, Odysseus, who had been repelled by Zhang Chen. The other one, wearing a blue mage robe and with a floating blue spellbook, was also a level 70 Abyss boss named Ista. Odysseus asked in a deep voice, "Ista, there are many human experts in the tower. Do you think our plan will succeed?" Ista condensed water vapor in his palm and confidently replied, "We will win." "Good, let's begin." Odysseus took out a black heart, recited incomprehensible incantations, and then crushed the black heart directly. Buzz! A strange sound echoed in the sky, and the sky above Donghai City instantly became extremely dark. The blood splattered from the black heart landed on the barrier of the light tower, instantly turning the barrier pitch black. The next moment, the barrier of the light tower shattered. Odysseus and Ista nodded at each other, then rushed into the tower together. Suddenly, all the instances of the candidates in Jiangnan province turned red, and the monitoring screens of the examiners inside the light tower disappeared. The protective barrier of the trial light tower has been breached? I sense the aura of the Abyss? This is bad. It must be that roaming Abyss demon Odysseus. Immediately activate the emergency plan, halt the exam, transfer all candidates to a safe place, and request support from above to ensure the safety of all candidates. The secret realm instance has been forcibly terminated, and all candidates have been evacuated. Wait! One secret realm instance has completely turned into the Abyss. The Abyss raid mode has started, and it cannot be stopped. Chen Yun's expression changed dramatically. Which candidate is in that instance? We are checking. It's Zhang Chen. As expected, Odysseus is going after Zhang Chen. A glint flashed in Chen Yun's eyes as he turned to a professor from Donghai University. "Professor Li, let's go to Donghai University together to retrieve the Gaia core and forcibly close this Abyss instance." Professor Li hesitated. "The Gaia core is the treasure of our school. There are less than 5 Gaia cores left in the country. I'm afraid the principal wouldn't want to use it to save a candidate." Chen Yun said solemnly, "If they won't give it, we'll take it. I'll take full responsibility." You all witnessed Zhang Chen's college entrance exam process. His value is definitely above that of the Gaia core. We cannot let him be killed by the Abyss demon before he reaches his full potential, otherwise it would be a loss that our human race cannot bear. With Chen Yun's words, Professor Li gritted his teeth. "You're right. I don't need this teaching position. Let's go." Other examiners also said, "Professor Chen, you are underestimating us too much. Just the 2 of you probably can't snatch the Gaia core from East Sea University. We'll go too." "Good. Examiners below level 70, comfort the students sent out of the light tower. All examiners above level 70, come with me to East Sea University and bring the Gaia core here as quickly as possible." Meanwhile, in the secret realm instance, Zhang Chen suddenly felt the temperature drop around him, and a familiar aura filled the air. The instance is transforming into the Abyss? Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He was all too familiar with this situation now. "You're the young human who repelled Odysseus? You look just average." A purple mist appeared in front of Zhang Chen, and Ista emerged from it, his snake-like smile sending chills down Zhang Chen's spine. "Abyssal Eye. Unable to detect the target. Another abyssal boss above level 70. Zhang Chen's expression turned serious as he discreetly took out the crystal ball given by Zhanghua, preparing to seek help. The reason he repelled Odysseus last time was that Odysseus only knew mental spells. Now, with a new abyssal boss approaching, if the new boss knew skills other than mental and water spells, Zhang Chen would be doomed. Look at you, so weak and fearful, a young human in your infancy, truly fragile and laughable. Ista grinned, water vapor swirling around him. Boy, before I kill you, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ista, a level 70 water elemental archmage from the abyss. I will make you drown in my vast water elements in extreme agony before you die. Water elemental archmage? Zhang Chen was taken aback by Ista's words, then he put away Zhanghua's crystal ball and grinned. You should have said so earlier. What do you mean? Ista was puzzled by Zhang Chen's reaction. Did this kid not have any respect for powerful beings at all? Zhang Chen asked, since you are a water elemental archmage, are you like Odysseus, specializing in one type of magic? Of course. I have a natural affinity for water elements and have been specializing in water magic since birth, dreaming of one day engulfing the whole world in the floods I create. Although your demon kind has one worse personality than the other, I have to admit, you abyssal demons are quite dedicated. You all focus on practicing one type of magic, just like Odysseus. As Zhang Chen finished speaking, Shishao appeared silently behind Ista and thrust towards him. Ista immediately dissipated into smoke, then quickly reformed not far away, sneering, I already know your tactics. Although you have a skill to ignore defense, with your current speed, you can't hit me. If I can't hit you, so be it. Zhang Chen didn't mind and gave up the attack. He figured that Ista, like Odysseus, either had thick blood or a skill to avoid death. Either way, even if he hit him, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Right now, he just needed to buy time. This was the territory of the human race, and with abyssal demons invading the college entrance exam instance, it wouldn't be long before human strongmen arrived. Are you trying to buy time, waiting for the strongmen of your human race to come and rescue you? Ista saw Zhang Chen's plan and sneered, too bad, I won't give you that time. Skill, Roar of the Sea Dragon. Ista directly attacked Zhang Chen. The floating grimoire beside him quickly flipped its pages, and a large amount of water elements gushed out from the grimoire, forming into a fierce water dragon that struck towards Zhang Chen. Zhan Lu immediately conjured a blue barrier in front of Zhang Chen, neutralizing Ista's water dragon. Attack ineffective? Seeing her attack fail, Ista's face showed a look of shock. How is this possible? Aren't you immune to mental attacks? Why is my water elemental attack also ineffective against you? Try again, maybe your power is not enough? Zhang Chen lightly laughed, his words full of mockery, showing that he didn't take Ista's skills seriously at all. Provoked by Zhang Chen's mocking smile, Ista roared, lowly human, not even in the abyss would a demon dare speak to me like this. Let me show you my true power. Heavenly waterfall technique. Roar of the sea. Sea monsters scream. Toxic sea. In just a few seconds, Ista used up most of her high-level spells, flooding the entire instance space with seawater. However, Zhang Chen remained unharmed amidst the raging water elements, showing no signs of being affected. Ista, why are you so slow? Why haven't you killed Zhang Chen yet? If a strong human arrives, we won't be able to escape. At this moment, Odysseus's anxious voice sounded in the instance, stop fooling around. Fool around my ass. Ista roared back angrily, damn you, Odysseus, Zhang Chen is clearly immune to water attribute attacks, and you want me to take the risk to kill him, are you deliberately trying to send me to my death, huh? He's immune to water attribute attacks? How is that possible? Odysseus exclaimed, then a crack tore open in the instance space, and Odysseus rushed in, seeing the entire instance submerged in seawater, with Zhang Chen swimming in it. Odysseus, is this the reinforcement you brought? Not very competent, ha! Zhang Chen, seeing Odysseus appear, mercilessly taunted. You! Provoked by Zhang Chen's taunts, Odysseus was furious, immediately using Soul Flame on Zhang Chen, the terrifying Soul Flame instantly igniting the sea in the instance. Unfortunately, mental spells were ineffective against Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled, the combination of you two is not bad, the temperature of the hot spring you created is just right. Put! Odysseus was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning bloodshot, roaring, Zhang Chen, if I don't kill you, I swear not to be a demon. Since we can't kill you, how will you deal with these monsters? Odysseus poured a large amount of his mental power into the instance, causing the water elements to dissipate, and countless corrupted orc warriors, several meters tall, emerged from the desolate land like mushrooms after rain. Zhang Chen used Abyssal Eye on one of the abyssal monsters. Corrupted Orc Warrior, Elite, Level, 20, Strength, 10,000, Agility, 10,000, Mental Power, 10,000, Constitution, 10,000, Skills, Abyssal Roar, Damage Sharing, a Level 20 Abyssal Corrupted Monster, with attributes comparable to a Level 30 Hidden Boss Rakshasa King, and the most terrifying part is, the Abyssal monsters around were increasing, thousands of them as far as the eye could see. Zhang Chen, how does your immunity to mental and water attacks help you here? In this Abyss instance, as long as my mental power is not depleted, there will be as many of these monsters as I want. Odysseus's eyes were extremely cold. Zhang Chen, today I will kill you. Roar! The corrupted orc warriors roared in anger, wielding giant axes as they rushed towards Zhang Chen from all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Chen immediately surrounded himself with 10 flying swords. Suddenly, 10 water ropes appeared out of thin air, binding all of Zhang Chen's 10 flying swords. Disarmed state, unable to use weapons. Zhang Chen saw the prompt on his panel, his eyes narrowing slightly. Another trick up their sleeve? Kid, just because you're immune to water attacks doesn't mean you're immune to control, Ista said, now fully recovered, staring coldly at Zhang Chen. Although it may seem unfair for two level 70 demons to pick on a level 19 like you, no matter what, you must die today. At the same time, over a dozen corrupted orcs had already rushed up to Zhang Chen, raising their huge axes to strike. With no other choice, Zhang Chen had to risk being discovered by the royal family and used the skill Psychic Storm. Boom! A terrifying storm swept out in all directions. Not good, his skill is off. Quickly get out of his sword formation range. Odysseus and Ista both felt a deadly threat from Zhang Chen's Psychic Storm and immediately retreated, just managing to escape the storm's reach by 500 meters. Meanwhile, centered around Zhang Chen, all the corrupted orcs within a 500-meter radius were wiped out. A screen-clearing move. This kid, just how monstrous is he? Odysseus and Ista, the two demons, watched in shock, their eyes filled with horror. They could sense that with each corrupted orc attacked, Zhang Chen's skill power would increase by around 10%. The deaths of thousands of corrupted orcs amplified the Psychic Storm to the point where the two level 70 abyssal demons would perish on the spot. A level 19 human youth almost killing two level 70 abyssal bosses in seconds. This child must not be allowed to grow any further, or the abyss will face great calamity. At that moment, Odysseus and Ista both made a certain determination. Successfully killed corrupted orc warrior, unable to gain experience due to demon suppression. Successfully killed corrupted orc warrior, unable to gain experience due to demon suppression. Numerous kill notifications appeared on Zhang Chen's panel, yet he couldn't gain any experience. The worst-case scenario has indeed come to pass. Zhang Chen's expression turned somewhat grave as he saw the notification on his panel. Killing abyssal monsters without gaining experience meant he couldn't rely on leveling up to restore his psychic power. Using Psychic Storm required consuming psychic power, 500 each time, and his current psychic power was only enough for 6 uses. The reason Zhang Chen hadn't used the leveling elixir was that he faintly sensed that Odysseus might intervene during his high school entrance exam. One level up from the elixir could restore him to full power. Even if he used the elixir to restore his psychic power, he could only use Psychic Storm a maximum of 12 times. If he ran out of psychic power before human reinforcements arrived, he would have to pin his hopes on by Zhengguo's crystal ball. 500 meters away, Odysseus once again expended a large amount of psychic power to summon numerous abyssal monsters. However, this time, knowing that Zhang Chen had a wide-range AoE skill, Odysseus didn't send all the monsters at once but dispatched dozens to surround Zhang Chen. This way, even if Zhang Chen used Psychic Storm to kill the abyssal monsters, Odysseus wouldn't consume much psychic power. This boss is quite clever. Seeing that Odysseus had only sent a few dozen monsters and wasn't planning to deplete his own psychic power to kill them, Zhang Chen immediately used attribute conversion to convert his psychic power into 5 times agility. Then, he used the skill Windwalk to double his movement speed, relying on his speed to freely dodge the attacks of the dozens of monsters surrounding him. Dragon Step. Seeing that the dozens of abyssal monsters couldn't even touch Zhang Chen, Ista couldn't help but angrily scold Odysseus. Fool, do you think we have all the time in the world? Don't be stingy with your mental power. Just use the tactic of overwhelming numbers. Are you, a level 70 Grand Mage, afraid of consuming mental power compared to a 19-year-old? Shut your smelly mouth, of course, I know. After being scolded by Ista, Odysseus was extremely displeased and retorted immediately. However, he also understood that he couldn't waste any more time like this, so he immediately manipulated all the abyss monsters to besiege Zhang Chen. Thousands of monsters crowded around Zhang Chen, blocking his escape space, forcing him to cancel the attribute conversion and use the mental storm. Boom! The storm swept around, clearing the abyss monsters within the sword formation. Zhang Chen, I want to see how many times you can use this skill. Odysseus roared, summoning monsters again, controlling them to attack, forcing Zhang Chen to use the mental storm repeatedly. Meanwhile, Ista kept controlling Zhang Chen and relied on her special ability to absorb the experience Zhang Chen gained from killing monsters to prevent him from recovering mental power after leveling up. After 6 waves of attacks, Zhang Chen was already suffering from a splitting headache, using the mental storm multiple times in a row, making him somewhat overwhelmed. On the other hand, Odysseus's face was somewhat pale. He was not a summoner, and the continuous consumption of his mental power to generate monsters for the Abyss instance was pushing him to his limit. Watching the whole process, Ista couldn't help but sigh. This kid finally exhausted his mental power. What kind of monster is he? This kind of high-level skill with short cooldown and great power, usable 6 times at level 19. What will happen when he levels up? Odysseus nodded in agreement. I'm afraid even our king wasn't this strong in his youth. To be able to eliminate such a future strong individual for the Abyss, our adventure is worthwhile. Feeling confident of victory, Odysseus's old habit resurfaced. He taunted Zhang Chen, your mental power is finally depleted, but I can still summon on a large scale twice. You have no chance of winning. Victory belongs to the Abyss. Come forth, my minions. Odysseus spread his arms, laughing heartily as thousands of Abyss monsters emerged from the desolate land. Ista couldn't help but give Odysseus a disdainful look. Among the Abyss demons, how can there be such a foolish fellow like you? Dealing with a level 19 ant, your mental power is almost drained, yet you still have the face to show off. Ista, continuously using skills to drain Zhang Chen's experience from killing monsters must also be draining your own mental power, right? What right do you have to mock me? Hearing Odysseus and Ista's conversation, Zhang Chen grinned. So, you two are also feeling the strain? It seems like victory belongs to me. Victory belongs to you? Odysseus was taken aback. Then he saw Zhang Chen take out a level-up pill from his storage space and swallow it. A golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, leveling him up to 20. With his status restored, Zhang Chen raised his middle finger to Odysseus and Ista in the distance. Come on, you two fools. Let's have a good fight. Level up pill? Where did he get a level up pill? This damn Zhang Chen, not even using a level up pill at level 19, is he letting it gather dust? At that moment, both Odysseus and Ista, the two demons, collapsed. They never expected Zhang Chen to have this move waiting for them. Now that Zhang Chen was at full capacity and could still use the mental storm 6 times, not to mention that they were running out of mental power, even if they had enough, time was running out. They had wasted too much time in this instance. Odysseus couldn't help but look at Ista. Ista, didn't you say we would win? What should we do now? Ista gritted her teeth. The situation has changed. That kid is too cunning. The two of us can't kill him today. Let's retreat. Let's summon another demon to deal with him. That's what you said. Then I'll take my leave first. Odysseus, upon seeing Zhang Chen use the upgrade pill, had already entertained the idea of retreating. When Ista spoke up, he decisively took out a teleportation item and left Ista behind without hesitation. Chow! Odysseus! You scoundrel! Seeing Odysseus run faster than a rabbit, Ista immediately realized that a strong human was approaching, and Odysseus intended to hold him back. Without time to say anything harsh to Zhang Chen, Ista also took out a teleportation item to escape the scene. Successfully repelled the Abyss Demon Odysseus, experience plus 200,000, successfully repelled the Abyss Demon Ista, experience plus 200,000, successfully cleared the Abyss instance, progress of the Crimson Sky Divine Artifact mission, 1/10, ding. Detected the host achieving the achievement, incredible taunt, randomly increasing 1 talent level. Congratulations host, I am the Sword Immortal talent level increased. I am the Sword Immortal, level 2 all damage increased by 20 times. Another golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, raising him to level 21. Outside the Secret Realm instance, the examiners, with wounds all over, hurried back with the Gaius Core. Professor Chen, we have wasted too much time at East Sea University. Hurry and use the Gaius Core to forcibly close the Abyss instance and rescue Zhang Chen. Everyone, stay alert. Odysseus is probably hiding in the instance as well. There may be another fierce battle ahead. Chen Yun took out a black, prismatic crystal, took a deep breath. Child, I hope you are still alive. Chen Yun muttered, holding the Gaius Core towards the Abyss instance, preparing to use the item when the red Abyss instance suddenly turned blue. It seems like the Abyss aura has disappeared. Did Zhang Chen clear this Abyss instance? How is that possible? Isn't Odysseus a level 70 Abyss boss? Can Zhang Chen defeat Odysseus? The examiners, seeing the change in the instance, all wore expressions of disbelief, looking at each other, their brains somewhat malfunctioning. In this Abyss instance, there was only Zhang Chen, facing a level 70 Abyss demon boss. How could this instance be cleared? The next moment, the light at the instance's teleportation entrance surged, and Zhang Chen walked out, making the examiners realize that this was not an illusion. Zhang Chen saw Chen Yun holding a stone towards him and couldn't help but be stunned. Teacher? What are you doing? You. Are you okay? Chen Yun saw Zhang Chen walk out unharmed, even reaching level 21, his face filled with shock. Apart from excessive mental exhaustion, there's nothing major. Zhang Chen shook his head, then added, by the way, teacher, 2 abyss bosses invaded my instance. They disrupted my college entrance exam. Will my results still count? Or do I have to retake it? At a time like this, you're concerned about your college entrance exam results? Chen Yun, upon hearing Zhang Chen's question, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. However, Chen Yun quickly grasped the key point and asked Zhang Chen, what did you just say? 2 abyss bosses invaded your instance? Zhang Chen honestly replied, yes, one is a mental-type grand mage named Odysseus, and the other is a water-type grand sorceress named Ista. After being targeted by 2 abyss demons in succession, Zhang Chen decided to inform the authorities of all the information he knew about the abyss bosses, hoping that the Great Xia Empire could quickly deal with those 2 abyss bosses. Otherwise, Odysseus and Ista would be like 2 swords of Damocles hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. This time Odysseus summoned a water-type demon. Who knows what kind of demon he will summon next time? Zhang Chen couldn't always rely on drawing specialized weapons that happened to be immune to abyss demons' elemental attacks. Chen Yun and a group of examiners were left dumbfounded after witnessing Zhang Chen single-handedly take on 2 abyss bosses and successfully drive them back. At that moment, they finally understood why the Adventurers Association president, Bai Zhenghua, held Zhang Chen in such high regard. This guy was simply a freak with godlike skills. Taking on 2 level 70 abyss bosses at level 19 and actually winning, even novels wouldn't dare to depict such a feat. As they were processing this, the space beside them slightly distorted, and Bai Zhenghua emerged, asking sternly, I received intelligence about the abyss invasion and rushed back from the front lines immediately. How is the situation? Chen Yun and the examiners promptly saluted Bai Zhenghua. President Bai, the situation has been resolved. Resolved? Bai Zhenghua was momentarily puzzled, then seeing Zhang Chen's innocent face, he chuckled, I see, did you manage to defeat Odysseus again, you rascal? Chen Yun quickly added, President Bai, this time the abyss demons attempting to assassinate Zhang Chen included not only Odysseus but also Ishtar. Another abyss demon? Bai Zhenghua's eyes gleamed upon hearing Chen Yun's addition. If it was just Odysseus breaching the Great Xia Empire, it could be attributed to a flaw in their defenses that could be rectified. But now, with another abyss boss appearing silently within the empire, it indicated internal betrayal. Bai Zhenghua pondered some possibilities and asked Chen Yun, do we have recordings of the dungeon instance? The dungeon instance where Zhang Chen was located has been contaminated by abyss energy. We need to eliminate all abyss corruption before we can extract the recordings from the instance. Bai Zhenghua nodded slightly, alright, oversee the extraction of the recordings personally. Once you have them, deliver them to me immediately. Chen Yun sighed, President Bai, you might need to assign someone else for this task. Bai Zhenghua was taken aback, why? Chen Yun presented the Gaius Core. After the abyss demons invaded the dungeon instance, we had to confront the professors at East Sea University to rescue Zhang Chen and ended up in a conflict, seizing the Gaius Core in the process. I see. Bai Zhenghua listened to Chen Yun and then said with a smile, you are right. I will handle the matter with East Sea University. As long as you return the Gaius Core, I assure you that the university won't trouble you. Thank you, President Bai. With Bai Zhenghua's assurance, the examiners' eyes lit up. Despite their previous heroic actions driven by passion, upon sobering up and considering the potential consequences, they felt some regret, especially for not aiding Zhang Chen at all, making them feel somewhat guilty. But now, with Bai Zhenghua's words, they no longer worried about facing repercussions. East Sea University could disregard anyone's dignity, but not Bai Zhenghua's. At this moment, Zhang Chen interjected, President Bai, esteemed examiners and professors, now that everything has been perfectly resolved, can you answer my question? Will my college entrance exam results still count? You little. Chen Yun shook his head and chuckled as Zhang Chen was still concerned about his exam results. He reassured, don't worry. Although the abyss demons disrupted the exam process, leading to the premature termination of the supplementary trial, we have all the records of the students' performance before the interruption, including yours. We will announce the abyss demon invasion incident as a technical adjustment to the dungeon instance externally. We will be able to restart the instance shortly and continue the trial. Zhang Chen, although the college entrance examination has not ended yet, your score is far ahead, deserving the title of the national champion. I wish you success in winning the championship. Look forward to the generous rewards for the national champion. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, teacher. I am already looking forward to the rewards." Bai Zhenghua looked at Zhang Chen with a smile and suddenly asked, "Child, I have a question for you. I gave you life-saving props, so why didn't you plan to use them when facing 2 abyss bosses? Aren't you afraid?" Facing 2 abyss bosses above level 70, even the examiners present dare not say they can survive. Zhang Chen replied straightforwardly, "There's nothing special, I just happened to counter those 2, they pose no threat to me, so I don't plan to waste life-saving props." This reason. Bai Zhenghua was taken aback, not knowing how to respond for a moment. He gave Zhang Chen the crystal ball so that when Odysseus came looking for Zhang Chen again, he could intervene in time and deal with the abyss demons hiding here and there. However, Zhang Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations, causing a discrepancy between his plan and reality, leading to his plan to rely on Zhang Chen to find Odysseus falling through. Ahem! Bai Zhenghua coughed twice, then handed another crystal ball to Zhang Chen. "Child, if you encounter abyss demons again, crush it immediately, and I will come to save you. Actually, this thing is not that rare, so don't save your props." "Thank you, Bai Lao." Zhang Chen happily accepted the crystal ball and stored this new life-saving talisman in his storage space. At this moment, an examiner approached and said, "Bai Lao, Professor Chen, all the secret realm instances have been debugged. The trial can be restarted." "Good." Chen Yun nodded slightly, "Send all candidates back to the instances." Bai Zhenghua patted Zhang Chen's shoulder, "Keep it up. Although your score has already secured the national champion title, you still need to earn as many points as possible in the upcoming trials. The higher your score, the richer the final rewards." Upon hearing Bai Zhenghua's words, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. "I understand." After the additional trial restarted, Zhang Chen unleashed full firepower, starting a massacre of the abyss monsters in the instance, causing his score to skyrocket at a rocketing speed. At the same time, Chen Yun eliminated the abyss aura, extracted Zhang Chen's instance battle video, and handed it to Bai Zhenghua. The two watched Zhang Chen's battle video together. This child actually drew a new specialized weapon again, and is immune to water attribute attacks. No wonder he's not afraid of those 2 abyss enemies, he's naturally their nemesis. Bai Lao, not only that, look at Zhang Chen's wide-range AoE skill. Its power seems to increase as the number of enemies grows. Odysseus and Ista were both startled. If he takes this to the battlefield, it's definitely a strategic level forbidden technique. He can even cast it 6 times in a row. This mental skill. Bai Zhenghua squinted slightly, as if he had realized something. "Bai Lao, have you discovered something?" "Nothing." Bai Zhenghua shook his head and said to Chen Yun, "Set the confidentiality level of this video to top secret and delete all the video copies in the trial lighthouse, leaving only this one in my possession." "Yes." As Bai Zhenghua reviewed Zhang Chen's battle with the abyss demons, the additional trial came to an end, and Zhang Chen's score had exceeded 1 million. Examination over, all candidates will soon be teleported out of the instance. Zhang Chen killed the last abyss monster and saw the notification pop up on his panel, couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that the instance's monster respawn rate is too slow. If only I could summon monsters in large quantities like Odysseus to level up faster. Zhang Chen removed the sword formation and was teleported to the square below the light tower. Along with him, there were other examinees who had participated in the additional trial. However, unlike Zhang Chen, the others were unaware of the invasion of the abyssal demon. They only knew that there were some technical issues with the trial at the light tower, causing the exam to be suspended for a period of time. At this moment, the examinees were still excitedly discussing how many points they had obtained in the secret realm instance, completely unaware that they had just gone through a major crisis. Li Shuer and Miao Shulan walked over together, dumbfounded. "How did you perform?" "Not bad," Zhang Chen replied, looking surprised at the 2 girls holding hands. "When did you 2 become so close?" Li Shuer smiled. "Didn't the instance have a problem before? Sister Shulan and I were teleported to the same room. She taught me a lot of techniques, and now I have over 30,000 points. Impressive, right?" "Impressive." Zhang Chen nodded, then looked at Miao Shulan. "What about you?" "Not bad, over 50,000. As a tank class, being able to kill over 400 abyssal monsters in 6 hours, you're quite impressive." "You're far better than me." Miao Shulan was not proud. After witnessing Zhang Chen's strength for the first time, she had already given up on the idea of competing for the top spot in the province. The college entrance examination is over, and the final exam results are being announced. A majestic voice echoed in the light tower, and then on the huge screen outside the tower, all the exam scores were refreshed. First place, Zhang Chen, points, 1,100,000. Second place, Zhang Yun, points, 80,000. Third place, Miao Shulan, points, 53,000. Fourth place, Li Shuer, points, 32,000. All the exam scores were announced, and Zhang Chen's 1,100,000 points left everyone in awe. Over 1,000,000 points? Li Shuer and Miao Shulan looked at Zhang Chen in shock. How did you do it? They had anticipated that Zhang Chen's score would be high, possibly over 100,000, but they had not expected it to be this high. 1,100,000 points. What did that mean? One abyssal monster was worth 100 points, which meant Zhang Chen had to kill over 10,000 abyssal monsters in the trial instance. Were there really that many abyssal monsters in the instance? Zhang Yun, not far away, trembled violently when he saw the ranking on the screen, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? What did he do, and how could he kill so many? I request to view the exam footage. There must be a mistake somewhere. Zhang Yun raised his hand and loudly questioned Zhang Chen's results. Not only Zhang Yun, but many examinees and teachers from various schools also thought there was a system error. The highest recorded score in the college entrance examination was usually around 100,000, but Zhang Chen had surpassed 1,000,000 in one go, which was indeed too exaggerated. This exam was personally supervised by the president of the Adventurers Association, Bai Zhanghua. All exam results are genuine and valid, and the request to view the footage is denied. A cold response came from the trial tower, and everyone present became extremely excited. Its president by personally overseeing it, so no one could have cheated. That examinee named Zhang Chen is too abnormal, right? How did he rack up so many points? If we could understand it, wouldn't that make us geniuses? Bai Zhanghua had a high reputation in the Great Xia Empire, and at this point, no one questioned Zhang Chen's results, including Zhang Yun. The results have been announced, and I hereby declare that in this year's National College Entrance Examination, Zhang Chen from Jiangnan Province has become the national champion. National champion. Feng Gaoyuan, did you see that? My student is not only the provincial champion but also the national champion. Jiangnan Province has never had a national champion before, right? Feng Gaoyuan, don't forget our bet. Pack your bags when you get back, and report to Westlake First High School after the summer vacation. Ning Qin was so excited that he danced around, crazily showing off in front of Feng Gaoyuan. Feng Gaoyuan was incredulous. He never expected Zhang Yun to lose. Faced with the huge point difference, Feng Gaoyuan couldn't argue and had to admit defeat to Ning Qin. Gritting his teeth, Ning Qin, you won. I never thought you would be so lucky to pick up such a treasure. Don't worry, I will keep my promise and come to teach at your school. Ning Qin grinned, don't look so sour. With Zhang Chen, a genius from Westlake First High, our school will definitely become a top national school in the future. By then, you won't even qualify to teach here. Feng Gaoyuan, Ning Qin, I just want to know how Zhang Chen managed to accumulate over 1,000,000 points? I can't tell you the details, but I can say, on his first day in the novice instance, he soloed the abyss instance. What? Feng Gaoyuan was petrified on the spot. Zhang Chen heard the examiner announce that he had become the national champion, feeling very calm. This result was not unexpected at all. You fool! You actually became the national champion. That's amazing, isn't it? Li Shuer's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Chen. You deserve it. It's just luck. Zhang Chen was not the least bit conceited. I still have a long way to go. He was telling the truth. Compared to the abyss demons, he still had a long way to go. You know, saying that can be quite discouraging, right? Is it? Forget it. I'm used to it. Li Shuer, unusually not getting angry, smiled at Zhang Chen. Anyway, we're classmates again. After the college entrance examination, all examinees were sent back to their respective schools, except Zhang Chen, who was taken by Chen Yun to the Central Trial Tower in Kyoto. This Central Trial Tower was different from the Light Tower in Donghai City. It was twice the size, magnificent and exquisite, with incredibly terrifying energy surging inside. Every year after the college entrance examination, the Great Xia Empire would bring the national champion to the Central Trial Tower, where rewards corresponding to the national champion's points would be given. Zhang Chen, don't be nervous. I brought you here to claim your reward, nothing else. Chen Yun stood beside Zhang Chen, sighing, with 1,000,000 points. I can't even imagine what your reward will be. Teacher Chen, is the champion's reward random? Zhang Chen asked curiously. You could say that. Chen Yun nodded. This Central Trial Tower is the original form of the Light Tower you saw in Jiangnan Province. It is also one of the imperial treasures of our Great Xia Empire, harboring countless treasures in its interior. Every year, the national champion has the opportunity to obtain a treasure from the Central Trial Tower. The more points you earn in the college entrance examination, the more valuable the treasure you receive. Unlike using the Godstones to draw cards in the Fate Star Array, the treasures you obtain here are at least epic level equipment. So generous? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Of course. After all, you are the national champion, only one per year, how could the reward be meager? Leading Zhang Chen to a golden vortex with a radius of 1 meter, Chen Yun said, put your hand in there. Whatever you grab from inside will be your reward. I understand. Zhang Chen nodded and reached his hand into the golden vortex. Boom! The moment Zhang Chen's hand entered, the golden vortex instantly turned red, surrounded by flashing lightning, and terrifying energy continuously overflowed. Zhang Chen felt like he had touched something extraordinary and immediately grabbed it, trying to pull it out. The next moment, the entire central trial tower began to shake violently, and the energy inside the tower began to stir. This is... Chen Yun behind felt the ominous energy surging in the central trial tower, seeming to realize something. His expression changed drastically as he immediately exclaimed, Zhang Chen, don't take out what's inside the vortex. Unfortunately, it was too late when Chen Yun spoke, as Zhang Chen had already pulled out a pitch-black, cracked short blade from the red vortex. Boom! The short blade instantly erupted with a terrifying curse power, sending Chen Yun flying and piercing through Zhang Chen's chest, directly engulfing him in endless curse power. It's over! Chen Yun saw Zhang Chen being consumed by the curse power, despair evident on his face. Why? How could that child draw out the Curse King's blade that suppresses artifacts? Curse King's blade, damaged holder suffers curses, continuously decreasing physical and mental strength until death, mandatory equipment, cannot be discarded, cannot be destroyed. Artifact mission, use the Curse King's blade to harvest the souls of the weak, 0/100000. Note, the Curse King's weapon, containing boundless resentment of the Curse King. Only those who withstand the Curse King's wrath can ascend to the Curse King's throne. Amidst the abundant curse power, Zhang Chen looked at the Curse King's blade stuck in his chest and couldn't help but comment, why does this thing only have negative effects? Where are the attributes and skills? And there's even an artifact mission. Could this be an equipment above legendary grade? Due to Zhang Chen having a cursed heart, the curse effects of the Curse King's blade turned into positive effects. The Curse King's blade inserted into his chest not only caused him no harm but also continuously restored his physical and mental strength. He didn't even feel any pain. Seeing the damaged state of this equipment, it probably needs to complete the artifact mission for it to return to normal. But without a cursed heart, whoever gets this equipment is probably doomed, right? After reviewing the effects of the Curse King's blade, Zhang Chen wryly smiled and then pulled out the Curse King's blade from his chest, watching as the wound on his chest visibly healed at a rapid pace. Successfully pulled out the Curse King's blade, temporarily gaining the Curse King's approval. Seeing the panel prompt, Zhang Chen then saw all the curse power released by the Curse King's blade being absorbed back into it, and the restless central trial tower returned to calm. Then, Zhang Chen saw Chen Yun, Bai Zhanghua, Wan Chang'an, and a group of unfamiliar but powerful individuals surrounding him. He's still alive? He wasn't drained by the Curse King's blade? Incredible, he actually conquered the Curse King's blade? The group of strong individuals, seeing Zhang Chen unharmed, all wore expressions of disbelief. Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an rushed to Zhang Chen's side together, asking with concern, child, are you okay? Is there anywhere on your body that feels uncomfortable? I'm fine, Zhang Chen said, looking puzzled. Bai Lao, Wan War God, can you tell me what's going on now? I just drew a top scholar reward, why such a big fuss? Even you two came. Bai Zhanghua, after using elemental power to check Zhang Chen's body, breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wan Chang'an, I've checked, there are no curse effects on him. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Chen in shock. Child, what did you do? After taking the Curse King's blade, you didn't suffer any curse. It might be because I have a cursed heart, Zhang Chen replied. What's that? Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an asked in unison. You both don't know? Zhang Chen, upon hearing Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an, suddenly realized that the cursed heart he obtained from the Shadow Forest dungeon might not be a simple equipment. He immediately closed his mouth and glanced at the surrounding strong individuals. Bai Zhanghua instantly understood Zhang Chen's concern and said, Child, rest assured, everyone present here are trustworthy seniors, no one will harm you. Wan Chang'an also nodded slightly, that's right, even if there is a traitor in the Great Xia Empire, they wouldn't be here. Speak boldly without worries. With the assurance from Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated and replied, the Heart of Curse, I repelled it for the first time with Odysseus, the equipment obtained from clearing the Abyss dungeon, which converts the curse effects applied to oneself into positive effects. To think there is such a treasure. Bai Zhanghua exclaimed, then looked at Zhang Chen, saying meaningfully, you obtained the Curse King's blade from the central trial tower, it must be fate. Zhang Chen asked, Bai Lao, is there a story behind this Curse King's blade? Bai Zhanghua fell into reminiscence. 30 years ago, a demon king from the Abyss led the Abyss army to invade the Great Xia Empire. After our empire suffered greatly, we finally killed the Demon King and repelled the Abyss army. This Cursed King's blade is the artifact left behind by that fallen Demon King. An artifact? Zhang Chen was surprised, never expecting to draw something like this. Bai Zhangui continued, that's right, and this is no ordinary artifact. It seems to be a token of the Abyss Demon King's clan, extremely important to the Abyss, so much so that after we obtained the Cursed King's blade, the Abyss bore a deep grudge against us, directing the majority of their forces towards our Great Xia Empire, even reducing the pressure on other countries from the Abyss. Whether Odysseus or Ista, their invasion of our Great Xia Empire, targeting the talents of our country, is also because we are suppressing the Cursed King's blade. We once wanted to use the Cursed King's blade against the Abyss, but unfortunately, no one could bear the curse of this artifact. In the end, we could only suppress it beneath the central trial tower. Unexpectedly, you managed to retrieve it. Hearing Bai Zhangguo's words, Zhang Chen opened his mouth as if to say something, but eventually remained silent. Wan Changyan on the side chuckled, you brat, are you thinking, since we can't use the Cursed King's blade, why not destroy it, or throw it back to the Abyss, right? Zhang Chen nodded, after all, as Bai Lao said, this Cursed King's blade is of no use to us, but will only make the Abyss focus all their efforts on attacking our Great Xia Empire. Keeping this Cursed King's blade is more harm than good for our country, isn't it? Wan Changyan agreed, you're right. Keeping the Cursed King's blade is a thankless task. Not only does it attract the majority of the Abyss's firepower, but every year we have to expend significant manpower and resources to suppress the curse of the Cursed King's blade. In any other country in the world, they would have returned the Cursed King's blade to the Abyss long ago. But we cannot do that. Zhang Chen asked, why not? Wan Changyan explained, because the Abyss's desire to annihilate our human race will not cease. There will always be a country that needs to stand at the forefront. If we retreat and return the Cursed King's blade, although it may temporarily ease the pressure from the Abyss, they will inevitably return in full force. At that time, not only our Great Xia Empire, but the whole world will turn into ashes. Zhang Chen murmured, indeed. Today seed 5 cities, tomorrow seed 10 cities, then finally have a peaceful night's sleep. Look around the 4 corners, and the Abyss will return. To retreat from the Abyss is like feeding a fire with firewood. The fire will not be extinguished as long as the wood lasts. Upon hearing Wan Changyan's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but recall the ancient texts he had studied before. How similar was the situation of the 6 states back then to the current world situation? Wan Changyan's eyes lit up, good lad, I never expected you to speak such profound words, pinpointing the crux of the matter in one go. Your words might awaken many surrenderists. You are truly a talent. Bai Zhanghua also nodded in satisfaction, well said, well said. To have such insights at such a young age, our Great Xia is blessed. With praise from Wan Changyan and Bai Zhanghua, Zhang Chen snapped back to reality and hurriedly explained, this is not my theory. I just saw it in a certain ancient book. No need to be modest. I've almost read all the books in the Great Xia Empire's library and never heard that phrase. Where did you, a little brat, see it in some ancient book? Wan Changyan patted Zhang Chen's shoulder heavily, next time we convene the Imperial Assembly, I'll use your words to confront those weak surrenderists and put their bones back together. Seeing Wan Changyan's excitement, Zhang Chen could only awkwardly smile and stop explaining, saying, Commander, Bai Lao, since the Cursed King's blade is so important, wouldn't it be too risky for me to hold on to it? Shouldn't I return it? Wan Changyan replied, since the central trial tower chose to give you the Cursed King's blade, there must be a reason. Just hold on to it with peace of mind. If you can activate this artifact in the future, you can also become one of the top forces in our Great Xia Empire. Bai Zhanghua nodded, that's right. Since you can suppress the curse of the Cursed King's blade, it's best for you to carry it. We no longer need to expend a lot of manpower and resources to suppress this artifact, and our empire can breathe a sigh of relief. However, you absolutely must not show this artifact to outsiders. Even within our Great Xia Empire, there are lackeys of the Abyss. If you are targeted by them, it will be dangerous. Zhang Chen nodded, I understand. Wan Changyan then turned to all the strong individuals present and said solemnly, listen, all of you. Everything that happens here today, keep it to yourselves. If anyone leaks this matter, don't blame me for not considering past relationships. Everyone immediately responded seriously, understood. After imposing a gag order on everyone, Wan Changyan turned to Bai Zhanghua and said, Lao Bai, military matters are pressing. I'll take my leave first. Some things should be explained to Zhang Chen by you. You know what it is, right? Bai Zhanghua smiled, yes, I know. Alright, I'll leave first. Wan Changyan nodded at Zhang Chen and then left with many other strong individuals. Chen Yun, seeing the situation, understood that he was not suitable to listen to what would happen next. He bowed slightly to Bai Zhanghua, Lao Bai, then I'll take my leave as well. Yes, go ahead. Bai Zhanghua had just nodded when he stopped Shen Yun. Wait. Shen Yun paused and turned around. Lao Bai, is there anything else you need to instruct? Bai Zhanghua said. Zhang Chen may be leaving for a while next. He won't be able to attend the opening ceremony and freshman training at the Imperial University. Can you help him with the enrollment procedures? Understood. Shen Yun didn't ask further and bowed slightly to Bai Zhanghua before leaving. Zhang Chen, seeing that Bai Zhanghua had kept him behind, couldn't help but ask curiously, Lao Bai, why all this mystery? Do you need me to do something? Yes, do you know about awakening and job change? Of course, every professional at level 30 can go to the job change hall for a job awakening, which further strengthens the profession and greatly enhances all aspects of attributes. Bai Zhanghua nodded, that's right. Level 30 is a threshold. Successful awakenings will significantly increase the strength of the professional, while those who fail will remain stuck at level 30 until they succeed. Some professions may be weak before the first change, but after the first and second changes, their strength may become extremely exaggerated. Similarly, some professions may be strong in the early stages, but after the first and second changes, they may become very weak. Of course, I'm not saying this to make you worry about the strength of your profession after awakening. Your current strength is already comparable to many professions at the second change level. Even if the increase after your awakening is small, it won't weaken you much. Zhang Chen asked, so, what is it that Lao Bai wants to say? Bai Zhanghua, do you know about special awakening? Zhang Chen nodded. The school taught us that most people undergo vocational awakening at the career transition hall, but there is another awakening method in the world, using special awakening stones for awakening. Occupational awakens who use awakening stones will gain different additional characteristics based on the type of stone. However, awakening stones are extremely rare. Even the lowest quality bronze awakening stone can fetch billions at auction, and higher grade awakening stones are so rare that no one sells them. Bai Zhanghua, that's right, awakening stones are such precious treasures. Even I, when I underwent my first transition, didn't have the chance to use an awakening stone for awakening at the transition hall. But Zhang Chen, you are very lucky. I happen to know of a copy that contains a divine grade first level awakening stone, and no one has gone to claim it yet. Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Divine grade awakening stone? Zhang Chen thought he misheard. Bai, are you kidding? How can such a good thing remain unclaimed for so long? Bai Zhanghua chuckled, perhaps I misspoke. It's not that no one has gone to claim it, but that no one has been able to, including me, Wan Chang'an, and the top experts of the major families in the country. Zhang Chen's heart sank halfway. If even you can't get it, then I probably have no chance, right? No, quite the opposite. Perhaps only you can get it. Why? The copy where the divine grade awakening stone is located was born after the fall of the cursed king, limited to below level 30, with no difficulty options, and only allows one person in. It does sound very challenging, but the Great Xia Empire is so vast, surely someone can solo this kind of copy, right? Bai Zhanghua, you're right. Powerful legendary professions, as well as a very few divine-level professions, have the ability to solo copies, but that copy is different. Once you enter that copy, you will endure the curse throughout, unable to be purified. Four-dimensional attributes reduced by 90%, movement speed reduced by 90%, skill cooldown time increased by 100%, continuous reduction of stamina and spirit until cursed to death. Even the highest stamina tank would see their health drop to the bottom in less than 10 seconds and eventually have to retreat. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. It sounds like this copy was tailor-made for me. Bai Zhanghua, exactly. When you mentioned that your curse heart could transform curse effects into positive effects, I knew. Only you could obtain that divine grade awakening stone. Zhang Chen, currently in our Great Xia Empire, only those who have used legendary awakening stones have appeared, and no one has achieved divine grade awakening. If you succeed, the power is unimaginable. Zhang Chen suddenly became excited. It sounds awesome. I can't wait to enter that copy. I knew you would be excited. Come with me. Bai Zhanghua smiled kindly, placed his hand on Zhang Chen's shoulder, and then the space around them slightly distorted, finally dissolving into light. The cursed copy was located on the outskirts of the Abyss battlefield, thousands of kilometers away from the capital. Even for Bai Zhanghua, a spatial mage, it would take some time to teleport there. Zhang Chen found himself in a magical space, surrounded by continuous flowing lights, with a myriad of images pulled into lines forming a bizarre tunnel of light. 10 seconds later, Zhang Chen stepped onto a piece of black land. Is this your first long-distance teleportation? How does it feel? It's okay. Just a bit nauseating. Hee, that's normal. You'll get used to it. Bai Zhanghua nodded with a smile, then pointed ahead. Look, that's the cursed copy. Following by Zhengguo's direction, Zhang Chen looked towards the moonlit sky, where on the scorched earth lay a colossal skeleton reaching 100 meters into the ground. At the head of the skeletal remains, there was a black vortex with a radius of 10 meters, emitting a terrifying aura that made people hesitate. Is that skeleton the Curse King? Yes. Back then, our great Xia Empire buried millions of soldiers here in order to slay the Curse King. The fierce war that year greatly damaged our great Xia Empire, and we still haven't fully recovered. The Divine Awakening Stone is the essence of the Curse King, hidden deep within the dungeon. Listening to Bai Zhengguo's words, Zhang Chen used the Abyssal Eye on the dungeon. King's Burial Ground Dungeon, Level 30, Difficulty, Unselectable, a Level 30 hidden dungeon with an unselectable difficulty, clearly a place of certain death. Bai Zhenggui, technically, we should have waited for you to reach Level 30 before bringing you here, but the Abyss has been restless lately, more and more dungeons are turning abyssal, our front lines are retreating, and we have to regroup. In a month, this place will probably be reclaimed by the Abyss, so we had to bring you here now. Zheng Chen, don't worry, Bai Lao, I am confident I can clear this dungeon. Bai Zhenggui nodded, then handed Zhang Chen a forced return scroll, but if you really can't do it, don't force yourself. Forcefully exit the dungeon, level up, and come back later. Life comes first. Understood. Zhang Chen walked up to the dungeon and reached his hand in. Confirm challenge to King's Burial Ground Dungeon? Warning, this dungeon is extremely dangerous. Confirm. Zhang Chen entered the dungeon and found himself in a vast black swamp. The swamp was large, filled with the stench of decaying flora and fauna. In the depths of the swamp lay a corpse larger than a mountain, emitting a foul odor as it had not completely decomposed. Suddenly, Zhang Chen felt a cold and eerie aura emanating from the depths of the corpse, entering his body. Cursed, all 4 attributes reduced by 90%, movement speed decreased by 90%, skill cooldown time increased by 100%, continuous reduction of stamina and spirit until cursed death. Zhang Chen saw the panel notification of being cursed and immediately felt a tremendous surge in power. He quickly checked his 4 attributes panel. Name, Zheng Chen, Occupation, Sword Formation Master, Level, 21, 5%, Strength, 3,277, Agility, 3,287, Spirit, 6,175, Constitution, 3,277, all 4 attributes had increased by 90%, surpassing even awakened professionals at level 30. He seemed like a humanoid boss. Zheng Chen dared not imagine the pain he would inflict by striking a monster with his sword. With his attributes significantly boosted, even this oppressive and eerie swamp appeared serene to him. I wonder how strong the monsters here are. Zheng Chen advanced towards the center of the swamp and encountered 3 gigantic frogs taller than humans, with tough coral-like skin, horns on their heads, and fangs in their mouths. The 3 frogs, upon seeing Zhang Chen, leaped over 10 meters high and descended towards him like missiles. He promptly used the Abyssal Eye. Cursed Demon Frog, Elite, Level 30, Strength, 15,000, Agility, 10,000, Spirit, 10,000, Constitution, 10,000, Skill, Meteor Strike. Surprisingly, the basic monsters in this dungeon had attributes higher than the Level 30 hidden boss. Zhang Chen was taken aback by the sight of the attributes, drawing in a sharp breath. The key is not the soldier who is as tough as a hidden boss, but the fact that this is a solo instance, restricted to Level 30 players. Those who challenge the instance will suffer a 90% reduction curse on all attributes throughout and will also experience continuous decreases in mental and physical strength. It's not just a matter of one person taking on the challenge, even level 30 professionals entering this instance will face death after death. No wonder no one has obtained that legendary awakening stone so far. This instance is simply not meant for players to conquer, Zhang Chen sighed as he swiftly dispatched 3 large frogs with a single sword strike. Of course, except for me. Successfully killed Cursed Demon Frog, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed Cursed Demon Snake, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed Cursed Demon Crab, experience plus 50,000. Obtain Demon Frog Skin *10, Demon Snake Scale *3, Demon Crab Claw *3. Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission, 22/100000. A series of kill notifications sounded, and a golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, instantly leveling him up to 22. So much experience! Zhang Chen marveled at gaining 50,000 experience points for each monster slain. Clearing out all the monsters within a 500-meter radius would immediately level him up. However, upon reflection, this was to be expected. After all, he was just in his early 20s, facing a level 30 hidden difficulty instance. Such high experience gains were only natural. Others wouldn't be able to level up like this. After clearing the surrounding monsters, Zhang Chen took 2 steps forward and suddenly felt himself stepping into thin air, the solid ground turning into a quagmire, swallowing his entire foot. Rakshasa King. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen summoned the Rakshasa King to pull him back to the shore. That was close. I almost forgot this was a swamp. Zhang Chen looked at the vast expanse of mud ahead, breaking out in a cold sweat. If he had been a bit slower to react, he might not have had the chance to use the emergency town scroll. After this false alarm, Zhang Chen dared not be careless and began directing the Rakshasa King to scout ahead. If the Rakshasa King triggered a swamp trap, he would retract it into his mask, summon it again, and continue scouting. In this manner, with the Rakshasa King as the vanguard, Zhang Chen cautiously advanced deeper into the swamp. However, after walking 500 meters, the Rakshasa King scouting ahead suddenly stopped in its tracks, its body contorting as its health rapidly decreased. An ambush! Zhang Chen acted swiftly, retracting the Rakshasa King into his mask. He then saw distorted crawling marks appearing on the swamp ground, indicating that something was approaching him. Suddenly, the crimson sky appeared in front of Zhang Chen, and with a thud, it vibrated, causing Zhang Chen to lose 10% of his stamina. Invisible monsters? And they have such high attack power? Zhang Chen was astonished to see his stamina decrease by 10% in an instant. Despite his attributes being boosted by 90% and having 90% damage reduction, the monsters here still managed to deplete his stamina by 10% in one hit. If he didn't have the damage reduction talent and the protective properties of his specialized weapon, he would have perished here. At that moment, Zhan Lu also appeared on the other side, blocking the attack for Zhang Chen and preventing him from being paralyzed. There's more than one. Zhang Chen realized that there were more invisible monsters around him and immediately became vigilant. Although he had the sword formation, Curse King's Blade, and the instance's Curse Triple Body Recovery, allowing him to quickly recover to full health as long as he wasn't instantly killed, if he faced a large number of attacks simultaneously, he might trigger the Crimson Sky's Death Immunity passive ability. He had to clear this instance within a month, but the cooldown time for the Crimson Sky's Death Immunity was also a month. With less than a tenth of the instance completed, if he used the passive ability here, his chances of clearing the instance would be extremely slim. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen directly used a wide range of mental storms. Successfully killed the Cursed Demon Snake, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed the Cursed Demon Snake, experience plus 50,000. Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission, 35/100000. Obtain Demon Snake Scales *5. Zhang Chen's panel displayed information on killing more than 10 cursed demon snakes, significantly increasing his experience. I seem to have seen information on killing these monsters before, but I didn't expect them to be invisible creatures. This instance is indeed a bit exaggerated in difficulty. Zhang Chen had not expected to be sweating profusely before entering and had been in danger several times. This instance challenge was the most difficult one Zhang Chen had faced so far. However, the rougher the seas, the more valuable the fish. At this moment, Zhang Chen could not afford to give up. He summoned the Rakshasa King from the mask space and sent it ahead to scout the path. Outside the instance, Bai Zhanghua was observing Zhang Chen's situation inside through the instance detection talisman. The rank of the King's Burial Ground instance was high, and Bai Zhanghua's instance detection talisman could not directly broadcast the situation inside the instance, but it could monitor Zhang Chen's status at any time. Although Zhang Chen's stamina occasionally dropped by a tenth, it quickly recovered. Overall, Zhang Chen was in a safe position, which relieved Bai Zhanghua. I was right about this kid. He's probably the only one who can clear this instance. It might have been more stable if he had come at level 30, but there's not much time left now. Boom! Just as Bai Zhanghua sighed, the earth suddenly began to tremble, and the distant night sky turned blood red. Bai Zhanghua saw the red hue in the sky and his expression changed slightly. That's... the abyss is attacking. They probably sensed that the crystal core of the Curse King might be taken and started the attack early. Although the frontline forces are sufficient now, the abyss might send bosses above level 80. Bai Zhenghua's expression changed as he pondered and finally decided to rush to the frontline for support. Currently, Zhang Chen was inside the instance, and he couldn't help from the outside. However, if the abyss demons broke through the defenses, the Great Xia army would suffer heavy losses, and the King's Burial Ground instance would fall into the hands of the abyss. Zhang Chen would be in real danger then. Child, it's up to you now. Bai Zhanghua constructed a temporary teleportation array outside the instance for Zhang Chen, left a message, then flew off towards the front line. Zhang Chen was unaware of the changes in the abyss battlefield. He used the Rakshasa King to scout the path and released mental storms periodically to ensure there were no monsters within a 500-meter radius. Thanks to the curse of this instance, Zhang Chen could quickly recover his mental strength, and the cooldown time for skills was halved. Zhang Chen could now release mental storms almost without any cost. Carefully walking through the instance for over an hour, Zhang Chen finally reached the huge corpse. It hasn't been easy coming all this way. Zhang Chen sighed. His experience bar was already at 90%, about to reach level 23, and he had not yet encountered the true elite monsters in this instance. Mental storm. Standing in front of the giant corpse as big as a mountain, Zhang Chen used a mental storm, confirmed there were no invisible creatures around him, and then used the abyss eye on the corpse in front of him. The body of a certain king, which may hide a huge secret. The abyss eye only provided Zhang Chen with this short message, without any further information. What is this? Do I need to dissect this corpse? Zhang Chen was momentarily unsure of what to do and simply ordered the Rakshasa king to cut open the decaying flesh of the corpse. A foul stench emanated from the corpse. The Rakshasa king is cursed, and all 4 attributes have increased. The Rakshasa king is cursed, and all 4 attributes have increased. A large amount of information about the curse on the Rakshasa king popped up on Zhang Chen's panel, but fortunately, the effect of the curse also applied to Zhang Chen's summoned creatures. Instead of being harmed, the Rakshasa king's speed increased as it advanced. Rakshasa king subjected to special curse, permanent +10 to all 4 attributes. As the Rakshasa king delved deeper into the giant corpse, the messages on Zhang Chen's panel suddenly changed, making Zhang Chen raise an eyebrow. Permanent attribute increase? Is there such a good thing? Seeing the Rakshasa king's permanent attribute boost, Zhang Chen was immediately tempted. He stuffed 2 tissues up his nose and was about to rush in to receive the curse's baptism. Rakshasa king has fallen. Before Zhang Chen could enter the body, news of the Rakshasa king's demise arrived, prompting him to halt. Didn't I already clear the monsters with a mental storm? How did the Rakshasa king die? The sudden death of the Rakshasa king made Zhang Chen calm down immediately, waiting patiently for the Rakshasa king to revive outside. Under the curse of this instance, skill cooldowns were halved, and physical and mental strength recovered rapidly. The Rakshasa king's resurrection speed was not slow either. Before long, the Rakshasa king regained its combat power. This time, Zhang Chen switched to the Rakshasa king's perspective, personally controlling it to enter the body, remove the rotten flesh, and clear a path. Rakshasa king subjected to special curse, permanent +10 to all 4 attributes. The special curse prompt appeared again, providing Zhang Chen with some psychological comfort as he endured the nausea. Just endure it. As Zhang Chen thought this, he suddenly saw a flesh and blood monster burst out from the decaying flesh, grabbing the Rakshasa king tightly and biting its neck. The Rakshasa king's health rapidly declined, and just before it was killed, Zhang Chen used the abyssal eye on the flesh and blood monster. Flesh and Blood King, Elite, Level, 30 Strength, 0 Agility, 0 Spirit, 0 Constitution, 0 Skills, Weakening Curse, Lethal Bloodsucking, Undead. A level 30 elite monster with all 4 attributes at 0 was a peculiar sight for Zhang Chen. Such strange attribute panels, all attributes are 0, yet it can move so fast and even kill the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King's permanent attribute increase is due to the Weakening Curse. Its death should be the effect of its lethal bloodsucking skill. My mental storm didn't kill them. It must be their undead skill. As for their fast movement, there should be a monster controlling these flesh and blood monsters. That should be the boss. Zhang Chen gleaned some information from the flesh and blood monster's skill panel, but he hadn't fully understood the monster's mechanics yet. He couldn't advance recklessly and had to patiently wait for the Rakshasa King to revive. After a while, the Rakshasa King stood before Zhang Chen again, and once more, Zhang Chen sent it into the giant corpse to pave the way. Rakshasa King subjected to special curse, permanent +10 to all 4 attributes. Here it comes. Seeing the curse prompt, Zhang Chen held his breath, observed his surroundings, and quickly noticed a slight bulge on the left side of the Rakshasa King. Skill, Flash of the Sword. A sword light flashed, and the Rakshasa King's sword cut the charging flesh and blood monster in half. However, the halved flesh and blood monster unexpectedly turned into 2, entwining the Rakshasa King from left and right, draining the Rakshasa King dry on the spot. Rakshasa King has fallen. The Rakshasa King fell once again. Can anyone really clear this instance? Zhang Chen couldn't help but comment as he saw the Rakshasa King being killed by the flesh and blood monster once again. The Rakshasa King's attributes were that of a level 30 hidden boss, enhanced by the instance's curse, far surpassing those of a level 30 human professional. Yet, even so, the Rakshasa King had been killed 3 times. Even if other professionals managed to bypass the elite monsters in the dungeon through various means to get here, there is still only one way to go, and that is death. Forget it, I won't be greedy for these attribute enhancements, I'll just charge through. Zhang Chen couldn't figure out the mechanism to kill the flesh monsters in a short time, so he decided to let the Rakshasa King pave a way for him with his life. Since there was no time limit in this dungeon, and the Rakshasa King could resurrect indefinitely, they could dig bit by bit. After making up his mind, Zhang Chen continued to wait for the Rakshasa king to resurrect, then let him charge into the flesh passage, wildly swinging his sword to hack at the flesh. The Rakshasa king has been cursed with a special grade curse, permanently increasing all 4 attributes by +10. The Rakshasa king has fallen in battle. The Rakshasa king was killed by the flesh monsters before advancing even 10 meters. Then Zhang Chen waited for the Rakshasa king to resurrect again, letting him continue to pave the way. Seeing the Rakshasa king pave the way without complaint, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Rakshasa king, even though you die, you can resurrect, die and resurrect again, repeatedly crossing the threshold of death, countless lives, and yet the flesh of the king does not increase. Why bother digging endlessly? Just as the ancient foolish old man moved mountains, now the Rakshasa digs corpses. It's all the same principle. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the just resurrected Rakshasa king seemed to give Zhang Chen a blank look, then shouldered his sword again and charged in to pave the way. This process was repeated countless times until the Rakshasa king finally dug near the chest cavity of the king's remains, entering a spacious area. There were no organs in the chest cavity, the dome was supported by huge ribs of flesh, and in the middle of that chest cavity, a black stone was suspended. Zhang Chen used the abyssal eye through the Rakshasa king. Awakening stone of the first transformation, divine grade, note, transformed from the essence of a certain king. The user of this awakening stone will gain the power of the king. That's the divine grade awakening stone. After hours of digging, Zhang Chen finally saw the long-awaited awakening stone, completely thrilled. However, amidst the excitement, Zhang Chen remained calm and did not personally enter the body. The boss did not appear, the flesh monsters were not dealt with, so having the dead Rakshasa king was enough in this situation. Under Zhang Chen's control, the Rakshasa king walked towards the awakening stone, but after only a few steps, a large number of flesh monsters grew from the ground. A rough glance revealed hundreds of them. So many? Zhang Chen frowned as he saw the flesh monsters blocking the Rakshasa king's path. With the Rakshasa king's abilities, he couldn't break through the defense line of those flesh monsters. It seems the escape route ends here. To obtain that awakening stone, we must find the boss controlling these monsters. Zhang Chen let the Rakshasa king be killed by the flesh monsters and then waited for him to resurrect again. This time, Zhang Chen did not let the Rakshasa king enter the body, but instead had him climb up the surface of the body to search for the boss. Zhang Chen also didn't stand still, circling the giant body to search for clues. There is no dungeon that cannot be cleared in the world. Since this dungeon has already been created, no matter how difficult it is, there must be a way to clear it. After circling the body, Zhang Chen quickly discovered that at the decaying wound on the body's shoulder, a flesh monster was entangled by water plants, motionless. Indeed, a monster with all 4 attributes at 0, even if its level is 30, after being entangled by ordinary water plants, it was helpless. Rakshasa king, come here. Zhang Chen saw the flesh monster entangled by water plants and suddenly had an idea. He immediately called the Rakshasa king to his side. Go touch it. The Rakshasa king promptly followed the command and touched the flesh monster with his hand. The Rakshasa king has been cursed with a special grade curse, permanently increasing all 4 attributes by +10. The panel displayed a prompt showing the Rakshasa king's permanent attribute increase, and the immobile flesh monster could not attack the Rakshasa king. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen's face revealed a twisted smile. Isn't this the place to level up attributes? Zhang Chen licked his lips and tentatively touched the blood and flesh monster. Received special grade curse, permanent +10 to all 4 attributes. A prompt appeared on the panel, increasing Zhang Chen's 4 attributes by 10 points each. Indeed, one will be cursed as long as they touch these monsters. Zhang Chen immediately joined forces with the Rakshasa king, poking the blood and flesh monsters with their fingers, causing the monsters to continuously curse them. Received special grade curse, permanent +10 to all 4 attributes. Received special grade curse, permanent +10 to all 4 attributes. Every 10 seconds, Zhang Chen and the Rakshasa king's attributes would permanently increase by 10 points. Zhang Chen remained crouched here, boosting his own attributes, even forgetting the purpose of entering this instance. Leveling up attributes is just as addictive as leveling up. Once the Rakshasa king's 4 attributes reached 1000, he was no longer cursed. It seems the limit is 1000 points, you can't endlessly level up. What a pity. Seeing the Rakshasa king's attributes stop increasing, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. Soon, his attributes also reached the limit. At this moment, excluding the curse's boost, his mental attribute had soared to 4280 points. With this mental power boost, even using a regular iron sword without the Crimson Sky and Jean Lu's enhancements, his damage could exceed 100,000. I didn't expect such gains from leveling in this instance. Zhang Chen was quite satisfied with his current gains, but his joy was short-lived as he soon became distressed again. He still hadn't found the boss controlling those blood and flesh monsters. Without finding the boss, he couldn't deal with the monsters, and without dealing with the monsters, he couldn't obtain the Divine Awakening Stone. The treasure was right in front of him, yet out of reach, leaving Zhang Chen in endless distress. The king's flesh. What kind of freak is this cursed king? Why, even after his death, can his flesh turn into monsters? Right. This guy is the cursed king. Zhang Chen, who was originally complaining about the troublesome blood and flesh monsters, suddenly had a flash of insight. Although the Eye of the Abyss only mentioned that the body, larger than a mountain, was a certain king's remains, he was clear that the reason behind the birth of the king's burial ground instance was the fall of the cursed king. This huge corpse was most likely the cursed king. And Zhang Chen happened to have the cursed king's weapon, the cursed king's blade. Perhaps, this is the only solution to this instance. Zhang Chen felt that his logical speculation made sense, so he immediately took out the cursed king's blade and thrust it towards the motionless blood and flesh monster. Sizzle! The cracked cursed king's blade easily pierced the flesh of the blood and flesh monster, which then emitted black smoke and disappeared. Successfully killed the king's flesh, experience +0, Cursed King's Blade Artifact Mission, 72/100000, finally succeeded. Zhang Chen, upon seeing the kill notification, was extremely excited, not even caring why he gained 0 experience after killing the monster. After finding a way to kill the blood and flesh monsters, Zhang Chen no longer let the Rakshasa King fight alone. The two entered the blood and flesh passage opened by the Rakshasa King together. With the Rakshasa King leading as bait, when the blood and flesh monsters attacked him, Zhang Chen immediately used the Cursed King's blade to deliver the final blow and kill those monsters. In this way, Zhang Chen fought his way into the chest cavity of the Cursed King, using the Rakshasa King to lure monsters and killing them one by one. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Mission, 1982/100000. Finally, when the progress of the artifact mission reached 1982, Zhang Chen finally cleared all the monsters inside the chest cavity. Phew, finally finished killing them all. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't let his guard down, instructing the Rakshasa King to fetch the Awakening Stone to prevent any traps. Successfully cleared the king's burial grounds instance. Obtained a first transformation Awakening Stone, Divine Grade. As the instance clearance prompt appeared, Zhang Chen obtained a Divine Grade Awakening Stone, and the instance exit portal materialized beside him. Is this it? Zhang Chen gazed at the Awakening Stone in his hand and the instance exit portal, feeling a sense of disbelief. Although the difficulty of this instance was exaggerated, it was within Zhang Chen's acceptable range, and he hadn't even fought a single boss, only encountering some minor monsters. Even with the Curse Heart and Curse King's Blade assisting him, clearing this instance was too simple. For other professionals, as long as they had the Curse Heart and Curse King's Blade, along with stronger personal strength, they could easily clear this instance. The instance rewards and difficulty were completely mismatched, making Zhang Chen sense a hint of conspiracy. Triggered talent I Am Legend, discovered mythical trial within the instance, mandatory drop of mythical trial activation item. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on Zhang Chen's interface, and a normal-sized black card appeared where the Awakening Stone was placed. Mythical Trial. Zhang Chen saw that his talent triggered a mythical trial, his pupils shrinking as a tsunami of shock surged within him. There truly hid enormous secrets within this instance, as even the Abyssal Eye had given a hint. Zhang Chen immediately used the Abyssal Eye on the Black Heart. Curse King's Heart, Divine Grade. Note, the Fallen King will return. The Fallen King will return. Zhang Chen read the note on the Curse King's Heart and suddenly thought of a dreadful scenario. The Curse King would resurrect, and the key lay in the Curse King's Blade and the Divine Grade Awakening Stone. If Zhang Chen truly awakened with this Divine Grade Awakening Stone, he might eventually fall prey to the Curse King's possession. This Curse King truly schemes wickedly, setting the instance as a solo dungeon, using the Divine Grade Awakening Stone as bait. Those who can clear this instance and obtain the Divine Grade Awakening Stone are rare geniuses among the human race, worthy of the Great Xia Empire's full cultivation. As a result, once the Curse King resurrects, he might become even more powerful than before. As this thought crossed Zhang Chen's mind, he broke out in a cold sweat. Even in death, the Curse King was plotting against the Great Xia Empire. If not for his talent that forcibly triggered the trial, the Curse King's scheme might have succeeded. Once he stepped out of this instance today, everything would be over. Although the Abyss has fools like Odysseus and Ishtar, it also harbors terrifying enemies like the Curse King. The Abyss is truly not to be underestimated. In Zhang Chen's mind, the points that Odysseus and Ishtar had deducted from the Abyss were now being regained by the Curse King, even crazily earning more points. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and picked up the Curse King's heart. Do you wish to awaken the Curse King's soul and initiate the mythical trial? Warning! This trial is extremely dangerous. A red warning message suddenly appeared on Zhang Chen's interface, indicating that the upcoming trial would likely exceed all expectations. Zhang Chen chuckled bitterly, I'm already in too deep. If I leave now, I'll only become a puppet of the Curse King. The only option now is to give my all in this mythical trial. How can I retreat? Begin the trial. As Zhang Chen chose to start the trial, thick black mist suddenly emanated from the black heart in his hand, transforming into a black vortex that directly sucked him in. When Zhang Chen came to his senses, he found himself on a platform suspended in mist. The Rakshasa king had vanished, and the storage space was disabled, rendering the use of a town portal scroll impossible. At the very beginning, I found myself in a desperate situation. Zhang Chen glanced around at his surroundings. The platform he stood on was only about 100 square meters in size, and beyond the platform lay an endless thick fog, obscuring any view of what lay beyond. There was no way out in this place. I never expected someone to see through my plans and come here, a deep and magnetic voice sounded on the platform. Soon after, a handsome man in a black robe with a black obsidian brooch on his chest appeared out of thin air. If it weren't for the man's red eyes and goat-like horns on his head, Zhang Chen would have had a hard time determining if he was human or a demon. As the Curse King emerged, his aura made it hard to breathe. Zhang Chen immediately used the Abyssal Eye, unable to detect the target. As expected, Zhang Chen couldn't gather any information about the Curse King. A mere level 22 human, daring to probe into my presence, such courage, the Curse King smirked at Zhang Chen. He then probed Zhang Chen, a sword formation master? Never heard of such a profession. Your human race seems to enjoy creating some fancy job titles. Besides equipment and other enhancements, having such high base attributes at level 22, it seems your profession is quite powerful, posing a threat as you grow stronger in the abyss. Unfortunately, you will die here today. The Curse King extended a slender finger towards Zhang Chen, pointing into the void. The curse of the heart has failed, all curses have turned into negative effects. The curse of the heart failed? Zhang Chen's pupils slightly contracted upon seeing the notification. Your curse of the heart is my power. By retracting it, all curses on you will turn into negative effects. No need for me to act, within 10 seconds, you will die. 10, 9, 8. Confidently counting down, the Curse King halfway through noticed something amiss, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Huh? Why are the curses ineffective on you? Seeing that he was not affected by the curse, Zhang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Crimson Sky could resist the Curse King's curse effects. The reason he dared to enter this mythical trial was because the Crimson Sky had a passive immunity to psychic attacks. Curses also fell under psychic attacks, and since the Curse King was named as such, it indicated that curses were his signature moves. As long as the Curse King couldn't bypass the Crimson Sky's passive ability, Zhang Chen could immunize himself against most of the Curse King's tactics. With this realization, Zhang Chen now had a chance to pass this mythical trial. I see, can your specialized weapon really resist my curses? The Curse King quickly discovered why Zhang Chen could ignore the curses and chuckled, quite interesting. Ordinary equipment cannot resist my curses. It seems your specialized weapon is of artifact level, and of high grade too. However, if you think I only have curse skills, you are too naive. Unperturbed, the Curse King grinned, exuding a strong aura that made Zhang Chen struggle to breathe. Instinctively, Zhang Chen lowered his head, feeling fear creeping in. Can't win. Absolutely can't win. Faced with the terrifying Curse King, both reason and emotion within Zhang Chen were screaming that he was no match for the Curse King. Under the oppressive force of the Curse King, Zhang Chen's limbs trembled, unable to even hold his sword steady. The Curse King continued, young human, you are indeed impressive to stand under my pressure. Most other humans would have long been groveling on the ground like dogs, begging for mercy. I have always admired talent, so I can offer you a chance. If you are willing to submit to me, I will grant you the identity of an abyssal demon, bestow upon you a territory within the abyss. What do you say? Originally still under the oppressive fear and curse of the Curse King, Zhang Chen laughed when he heard the Curse King's words. What are you laughing at? The Curse King, seeing Zhang Chen trembling with fear but still smiling, couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion in his eyes. It was the first time he had seen someone like Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked directly into the Curse King's eyes and said, Curse King, oh Curse King, your contradictory behavior finally led me to the key to breaking the deadlock. The Curse King's pupils slightly contracted, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. Zhang Chen continued, since this is a mythological trial, I am the challenger, and you are the examiner. Both of us need to abide by the rules of this mythological trial. At first, you unhesitatingly sealed the effect of my cursed heart, wanting to use various curses to kill me, which shows that you really wanted to kill me. Later, when you found that the curse was ineffective, logically, you should have used other means to kill me, but you didn't. Instead, you started using your aura, trying to make me surrender. Curse King, does your contradictory behavior mean that in this mythological trial instance, you must use curses to kill me? Curse King. Seeing the Curse King's silence, Zhang Chen laughed even more happily. It seems I've bet correctly. Even you, the Curse King, cannot defy the rules of the world. A trial is a trial, even in a mythological trial. There must be a possibility of passing through. There is no inevitable death trap. And my Qi Xiao is the key to passing this trial. As he finished speaking, the sword formation space opened, Qi Xiao floated in front of Zhang Chen, the red aura spreading outwards, dispersing the thick curse fog around. He. Ha ha ha. Impressive. Truly impressive. The Curse King suddenly burst into laughter. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting fellow. It seems that your arrival here is not a coincidence. You're right, this mythological trial is a curse trial. No matter what method you use, as long as you can withstand my curse, then you have a chance to pass the trial. Just a chance. The Curse King grinned at Zhang Chen. To pass the trial, you still need to defeat me. However, even though my strength is not even 1,000th of its peak, you are just a level 22 kid. Even if you use all your tricks, I'm afraid you won't even be able to break through my defense, right? I just need to slowly wear out the durability of your equipment, and I can still kill you. Zhang Chen suddenly laughed. Curse King, it's really a pity. The Curse King was taken aback. What are you laughing at? Zhang Chen shook his head and mocked the Curse King. Perhaps, the abyss demons like us are just naturally incompatible. It's really a coincidence that my attacks ignore defense and are very painful. Qi Xiao disappeared into thin air, and 10 sword formation spaces opened around the Curse King. Qi Xiao, Zhan Lu, and 8 iron swords shot towards the Curse King from 10 different directions. Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu simultaneously struck the Curse King, with 3,280 spiritual power, a combined attack power of 4,000 from the 2 special weapons, plus a 1,152% critical damage bonus, and a 21x damage bonus. These 2 special weapons directly dealt a total of 60 million damage. 639842111. The terrifying damage directly stunned the Curse King, and at the same time, the 8 iron swords, which had benefited from the critical damage and damage boost from Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu, followed suit and hit the Curse King again. 1279680. Another 127,000 damage numbers burst out from the Curse King's head. The Curse King suffered 2 consecutive nuclear bomb attacks, immediately giving up his defensive skills, distancing himself from Zhang Chen, and exclaimed, "Kid, what kind of damage is this? I told you, it's going to be very painful." Zhang Chen chuckled lightly, once again wielding his sword towards the Curse King, 8 iron swords disrupting the Curse King's line of sight, Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu launching their main attacks. The Curse King was unable to use any attack skills other than curse-related ones in this trial instance, coupled with being just a wisp of a soul, his strength less than 1,000th of its peak, making it quite difficult for him to evade Zhang Chen's attacks at the moment. Qi Xiao hit, -479888158. Zhan Lu hit, -159966052. Iron Sword hit, -159,960. Numerous damage numbers of various sizes kept popping up above the Curse King's head, directly causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Impossible. Impossible. How can you ignore my defense and deal such high damage? The Curse King was completely shocked by Zhang Chen's damage. He had thought even if Zhang Chen depleted all his weapon durability, he wouldn't be able to scratch his skin, but now it seemed that before Zhang Chen's weapon durability ran out, his own stamina would be depleted first. In the midst of the Curse King's astonishment, he was struck by 2 more swords, his breath becoming rapid. "You brat, don't get too cocky." The Curse King roared, directly casting various curses on himself, boosting all his attributes. Boss's second phase. Soon, Zhang Chen's sword speed couldn't keep up with the Curse King. The Curse King stood in midair, looking down at Zhang Chen below. "Heh, kid. This king has to admit, your damage is indeed very high. If you keep attacking me, there's a possibility I might be worn down by you. But unfortunately, your flying sword is too slow. As long as this king is fast enough, you won't be able to hit me." Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed, retracting the flying sword into the sword formation space, then opening it around the Curse King. But before the 10 flying swords could hit the Curse King, he instantly teleported elsewhere. The Curse King continued to cast various curses on himself, rapidly regaining his stamina and spirit. Zhang Chen, looking at the smiling Curse King, realized for the first time the shortcomings of his attack methods. His flying sword speed was more than enough to deal with low-level monsters, no monster could evade it. But once the enemy's speed increased and his flying sword couldn't catch up, he wouldn't be able to deal any damage. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen didn't have a skill to ensure the flying sword always hit its target. Even though he recognized the flaw in his approach, he couldn't change the situation at hand. Kid, running out of tricks? The Curse King sneered, although you can resist my curses, if you don't defeat me, you won't be able to leave this place. In at most half a month, you'll starve to death. Humans are indeed such fragile beings. Faced with the Curse King's mockery, Zhang Chen fell silent. Indeed, he had no other means to deal with the Curse King now. Even though equipping Qishao and Zhanlu allowed him to deal millions of damage with Psychic Storm to a single target, without the boost from the Curse Heart, he couldn't rely on curses to restore his mental power, and he couldn't use Psychic Storm many times, clearly unable to kill the Curse King. I still can't do it after all. Zhang Chen felt somewhat unwilling, but the reality was such, his abilities had limits. After all, he was only level 22, facing a king of the abyss, even if fallen, still a king. This was not something Zhang Chen could defeat at his current stage. Mythical trial. Truly deserving of the exclamation mark denoting extreme danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen chuckled. In this situation, all he could do was make the best of it. To be able to laugh in such dire straits, I must say. You're quite optimistic. The Curse King smiled at Zhang Chen. I'll say it again, if you're willing to work for me, I'll let you go. Not only that, I'll grant you the power of the abyss, allowing you to jump straight to level 70. With your talent, at level 70, you'll be more than enough to dominate all of humanity. Zhang Chen sneered, even if I starve to death here, I will never eat a single bite of your food, Abyss King. He. Then I'll just wait for you to starve to death. The King of Curses chuckled coldly, no longer trying to persuade Zhang Chen, but keeping his distance. During this time, Zhang Chen also attempted to sneak attack the King of Curses, but the King of Curses remained vigilant, and all of Zhang Chen's sneak attacks ended in failure. And so, 5 days passed. Zhang Chen was so hungry that his front and back were stuck together, lying on the ground unable to move. Hunger and thirst were slowly wearing away Zhang Chen's will. Kid, it's only been 5 days, and you're already about to give up? The King of Curses mocked as he looked at Zhang Chen lying on the ground not far away. You, with such great talent, what's the use? In the end, you'll still starve to death. Humans are flawed creatures, your lives are short, you'll die if you don't eat, you'll die if you don't drink, and you're extremely prone to premature death. Yet, it's you fragile creatures who have taken up all the sunlight in this world. How unfair it is to the abyss. Zhang Chen, human abilities have limits, why not stop being human? Zhang Chen continued to sneer weakly, even if I die here, I have already brought in the King of Curses blade and the Divine Awakening Stone. No one will enter this instance in the future, your plan is ruined, and you will be forever trapped here, keeping me company with my bones. Abyss King. I may have lost, but you haven't won either. The King of Curses. The King of Curses fell silent. Clearly, Zhang Chen had hit a nerve. In fact, when the King of Curses strengthened himself with the power of curses, he had already thought of 100 ways to exploit the flaws in the instance and deal with Zhang Chen. He only needed to envelop his fist with the power of curses and engage in hand-to-hand combat with Zhang Chen, a form of cursed attack. Although curses were ineffective against Zhang Chen, with his attributes, even normal attacks could kill Zhang Chen. However, he did not make a move. Because at that moment, he also thought of the consequences Zhang Chen mentioned. Now, with the Heart of Curses, the King of Curses blade, and the Divine Awakening Stone all brought into the trial instance by Zhang Chen, even if someone managed to clear the King's Burial Ground instance in the future, they would not obtain the Divine Awakening Stone, and he would be forever trapped here. Seeing the King of Curses fall silent, Zhang Chen smiled weakly again. Abyss King, you say humans are fragile. I admit that. But, shall we compare willpower and courage? You, a King of the Abyss, do you have the courage to die with an unknown like me? The King of Curses never imagined that one day he would be pushed to such a point by a young human. But the fact was, if he didn't want to be trapped here forever, Zhang Chen couldn't die. However, the King of Curses didn't want to give up just like that, and said coldly, Kid, you humans are all cowards who fear death. No matter how eloquent you are, you can't hide your fear of death and desire to live. This king wants to see if you truly aren't afraid of death. In response to the King of Curses' words, Zhang Chen just smiled, closed his eyes to conserve energy. Of course, he was afraid of death, that's why he needed to imagine death as sleep, a sleep from which he would never wake up. And so, 3 more days passed, Zhang Chen's body functions had completely deteriorated, he was barely breathing, and it seemed like he wouldn't survive for more than a few minutes. The King of Curses looked at Zhang Chen lying on the ground, a hint of astonishment flickering in his red eyes. He never expected that Zhang Chen could actually endure the fear of death and the desire to live. Now, Zhang Chen had completely lost consciousness. If he didn't act now, Zhang Chen would undoubtedly die, and he would be forever trapped in this narrow trial instance. The Curse King is a man who can endure loneliness. He can wait here for decades or even centuries for his plans, but he cannot accept being trapped here forever. Kid, you're tough. The Curse King cursed angrily, finally had to restore the effect of Zhang Chen's curse heart, and then used an instant death curse, hunger curse, dehydration curse on Zhang Chen, restoring him to full strength. Zhang Chen opened his eyes again, still feeling thirsty and hungry mentally, but at least his body had regained vitality. Standing up, Zhang Chen looked at the Curse King with a smile. It seems that I have won in the end, you dare not perish with me. The Curse King retorted, aren't you afraid that I have other means of resurrection? Then I'll just die. Zhang Chen shrugged, do I have any other choice? Tisk. You've died once, yet your bones are still so stubborn. The Curse King clicked his tongue and then said, Kid, how about we each take a step back? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, you go ahead. The Curse King proposed, I can admit defeat and let you pass this mythological trial, but the condition is that you must sign a demon contract with me. Demon contract. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, he had heard of such contracts. A small number of people in the human race would sign contracts with abyssal demons, gaining powerful abilities from them but at a corresponding cost, even having to sell their souls. Once, a high-ranking member of the Great Xia Empire signed a contract with an abyssal demon to extend his life, gaining a longer lifespan through the demon's power but at the cost of becoming a traitor and betraying the empire. In the end, that traitor caused immeasurable losses to the Great Xia Empire. Seeing Zhang Chen's resistant expression, the Curse King didn't mind and said with a smile, Zhang Chen, this is the greatest concession I can make. Perhaps your human race misunderstands demon contracts, but in reality, demon contracts are the most fair agreements in this world. To gain benefits, one must pay a price, it's only natural. After signing the demon contract, both parties must abide by its terms, and no one can resist. Zhang Chen fell silent for a moment and then asked, what are the terms of the demon contract? The Curse King opened his palm, igniting a purple flame in his hand, which finally condensed into a scroll written in demon language. The scroll floated in front of Zhang Chen. Take a look for yourself. Zhang Chen immediately used the abyssal eye on the scroll. Curse King's contract. Contracted demon, Aridus contract target, Zhang Chen content. The Curse King Aridus will admit defeat in the mythological trial, allowing Zhang Chen to pass the trial. In return, before reaching level 70, Zhang Chen must give 50% of the experience gained to Aridus. 50% of the experience, why don't you just rob me? Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse when he saw the contract terms. He needed over 1,000,000 experience points to level up now, and the required experience would only increase in the future. If he had to give 50% to Aridus, he couldn't bear to think how much harder leveling up would be for him in the future. Aridus sneered, Kid, we abyssal demons always seek fair deals. The rewards you get from clearing mythological dungeons fully justify giving me 50% of the experience, and I even deserve more. Zhang Chen asked, does reaching level 70 mean that the day I reach level 70, you will be resurrected? Aridus didn't hide his intentions, you should be clear about our current situation. Of course, I will need to be resurrected, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to save you. Zhang Chen calculated for a while. Although the risk of resurrecting the Curse King would be great, he was already at level 70 by then, and he probably had all 10 specialized weapons collected and fully refined. The Curse King in his peak state might not necessarily be his match. Thinking this, Zhang Chen looked at Aridus, if this is all that the contract entails, then I can sign it. Aridus sneered, humph, don't equate me with those scheming demon trash. I disdain setting traps in demon contracts. Zhang Chen didn't believe Aridus, but he had no other choice now. Do you want to sign a demon contract with the Curse King Aridus? Note, Aridus is a former demon king, signing a contract with him may lead to unknown consequences. Confirmed. Zhang Chen chose to sign the contract, and the parchment scroll floating in the air was instantly burned to ashes. Contract in effect. A prompt appeared on the panel indicating the contract was in effect, and then Aridus was engulfed in flames. Aridus, engulfed in flames, looked at Zhang Chen with a smile, Zhang Chen, I look forward to the day you reach level 70. By then, I will return in my full glory. I wonder if you can stop me then. Zhang Chen replied, Aridus, I will definitely stop you. Hee, we shall see, Aridus said before being burned to ashes by the flames. Successfully killed the Curse King's remnant soul, experience plus 10 million, minus 50%, obtained a Transcendence Awakening Stone, Divine Grade, Curse King's Heart, Divine Grade, Curse King's Heart, Divine Grade converts self-inflicted curse effects into positive effects, all attacks carry a curse attribute, randomly inflicts an uncleansable curse on the target, excluding the holder. No equipment level restrictions, does not occupy an equipment slot. Completed mythical trial, obtained title, Curse King. Curse King title, unique all attributes plus 10,000, can command abyssal monsters of the spiritual type. Ding! Host has achieved the achievement Conspiring with the King, rewarded with an Awakening Divine Grade talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the divine grade talent, Abyssal Sovereign. Abyssal Sovereign permanently increases all 4 attributes by 1 point for each abyssal monster killed. Cleared the King's Burial Grounds dungeon. Obtained Divine Stones *2 obtained Class Exclusive Skill Scroll *1 obtained Basic Skill Scroll *1000 The panel displayed a heap of reward notifications, almost blinding Zhang Chen. He immediately checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Chen. Title, Curse King. Class, Sword Array Master, Unique, Level, 24, 22. 0%, Strength, 12860 Agility, 12740 Spirit, 14340 Constitution, 12740 Class Special Attribute, Critical Hit Rate, 33%, Critical Hit Damage, 330%, Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am a Sword Immortal, Level 2, I have the Abyss, Fearless Body, I am a Legend, Abyssal Sovereign. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10 tenths, Divine Swords Crimson Sky and Jean-Lu, Imperial Special Grade Badge, Curse Necklace, Curse Ring, Curse Loop, Curse King's Heart, Curse King's Blade. Skills, Sword Array, Level 5, Sword Defense, Level 5, Sword Array Space, Attribute Conversion, Level 5, Toxin Resistance, Level 10, Mental Storm, Wind Control, Instinctive Block. Fate Constellation, 6 fates. At this point, Zhang Chen's 4 attributes were so exaggerated that he no longer seemed like a person but more like a humanoid boss. His combat power increased several times over. Is this the reward for the mythical trial? I never expected it to be a title. Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Titles were only obtained by very few people and were equivalent to replaceable talents, with significant effects. As for the newly awakened Abyssal King Divine Talent, Zhang Chen couldn't imagine how terrifying his attributes would grow to be in the Abyss battlefield in the future with mass monster killing. The strong get stronger. Zhang Chen was only level 24, but unknowingly, the gap between him and ordinary professionals was getting wider. After checking the rewards, Zhang Chen eagerly took out the exclusive skill scroll. A professional can learn up to 3 exclusive skills before level 30. The sword formation space and attribute conversion of the sword formation master provided Zhang Chen with significant help in actual combat. Now, Zhang Chen was looking forward to what his final exclusive skill before level 30 would be. Using the exclusive skill scroll. Acquired skill, Sword Intent Acceleration, Level 1, Sword Intent Acceleration, Level 1 Flying Sword Speed increased by 100%. Increased the flying speed of the sword. Why didn't this skill come earlier? Zhang Chen cursed when he saw his newly acquired exclusive skill. If he had this skill earlier, he wouldn't have been tormented by the cursed king for so long. However, despite the complaints, this new skill solved a major issue for Zhang Chen, which was something to be happy about. After using the exclusive skill scroll, Zhang Chen took out the basic skill scroll. Before reaching level 30, a professional can also learn 5 general skills in addition to 3 exclusive skills. Zhang Chen obtained 1,000 skill scrolls in this instance, enough to learn all the general skills. With 1,000 basic skill scrolls, I should get some useful skills, right? Zhang Chen decided not to leave the trial space and started using the basic skill scrolls right where he was. As he used a large number of basic skill scrolls, flashes of white light appeared. Acquired skill, Culinary Mastery, Level 10, Culinary Mastery, Level 10 Food cooked is exceptionally delicious. Acquired skill, Poison Technique Specialization, Level 10, Poison Technique Specialization, Level 10 Poison damage increased by 100%. Acquired skill, Medical Technique Specialization, Level 10, Potion Enhancement, Level 10 Healing effect of potions increased by 100%. Acquired skill, Hidden Weapon Specialization, Level 10, Hidden Weapon Mastery, Level 10 Damage of thrown objects increased by 100%. After using hundreds of basic skill scrolls, Zhang Chen obtained 4 general skills that were not very useful. The downside of general skills was that if luck was not on your side, the skills obtained could be mediocre. Wait, this Hidden Weapon Mastery increases damage of thrown objects by 100%. Does my flying sword count as a thrown object? Zhang Chen noticed the description of one of the skills and suddenly had a conjecture. He immediately took out a test wooden dummy from his storage space to test the damage. A steel sword pierced the test wooden dummy. Minus 389,439. Close to 390,000 damage. Normally, without equipping the Red Horizon and Blue Lu, under the 20 times talent damage bonus, the damage of a steel sword should be just over 370,000. But now, the damage was 390,000, which calculated to be a 21 times damage bonus. Useful. Zhang Chen did some mental calculations and was pleasantly surprised to find out that the Hidden Weapon Mastery effect could be triggered by his flying sword. Finally, a good skill among the general skills. After organizing the newly acquired equipment, talents, and skills, Zhang Chen excitedly rubbed his hands, preparing for the highlight of this harvest. 2 divine stones, 2 new specialized weapons. Zhang Chen took out the fate compass from his storage space and placed the 2 new divine stones he had just obtained inside. Double draw. The 2 divine stones turned into light points in the fate compass, with numerous cards rolling within it. Then, a red light emanated from the compass. 2 red cards with the image of the blue Lu sword flew out, transforming into 2 divine swords, the blue Lu. The Zhanlu in the sword formation space actively flew out and merged with 2 new Zhanlu swords. The Zhanlu immediately erupted with a terrifying power, making Zhang Chen feel like he was being submerged in an ocean. Divine Sword Zhanlu, exclusive 3rd tier attack plus 3000, damage plus 300%, auto protect master, holder immune to water attribute attacks. Damage dealt by the holder will be converted into a temporary shield lasting 1 minute, no equipment level restrictions. Artifact mission, find Zhanlu stone, 0 to 1, note, one of the 10 great swords, protects the master, purifies the world. Hiss. Zhang Chen couldn't help but gasp at the new attributes of Zhanlu. The skill of converting damage into a temporary shield was already considered divine for other DPS classes, but for Zhang Chen, it was like cheating. Zhang Chen's damage was already overflowing, and with Qishao and Zhanlu combined, the damage reached billions, equivalent to billions of shield value. Zhang Chen couldn't help but think that after he launched a basic attack, who would still have the ability to kill him? I can only say, a specialized weapon truly lives up to its name. Even without full refinement, the attributes are already so exaggerated. It's hard to imagine how terrifying these specialized weapons will be after full refinement. Zhang Chen was quite satisfied with the 3rd tier refined attributes of his Zhanlu, but he had never heard of the Zhanlu stone required for the artifact mission, so he could only temporarily set aside the task. After sorting out the spoils and the excitement fading, Zhang Chen suddenly felt unbearable hunger and thirst, so he immediately took out the dry food and water stored in his storage space and ate and drank heartily. Once full, Zhang Chen left the dungeon contentedly. However, as soon as he emerged, he caught an extremely strong smell of blood in the air. Roars could be heard in the distance. The sword formation immediately unfolded, and 10 iron swords appeared out of thin air, surrounding Zhang Chen. Several feathered arrows came flying, but Zhang Chen's iron swords cut them off. Looking in the direction of the incoming arrows, Zhang Chen saw several abyss archers charging towards him. Using the Abyss Eye. Abyss Archer, Elite, Level, 35 Strength, 12,000 Agility, 15,000 Spirit, 3,000 Constitution, 5,000 Skills, Demon Breaking Arrow, Triple Shot Hellhound Level, 30 Strength, 2,000 Agility, 10,000 Spirit, 500 Constitution, 3,000 Skills, Sprint. Hell Roar. Several Abyss Archers, failing with their first attack, drew their bows again, but before they could release their arrows, Zhang Chen's flying sword turned them into sieves. Successfully killed Abyss Archer, experience plus 30,000, minus 50%, successfully killed Hellhound, experience plus 20,000, minus 50%, obtained Abyss Archer's Heart *1, Hellhound's Teeth *2 Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission, 1990/100000, Abyss King Talent triggered, permanent plus 8 to all attributes. A series of notifications flashed on the panel, but before Zhang Chen could check them, he heard screams in the distance. Someone is under attack. Zhang Chen immediately rushed towards the direction of the sound and saw a knight blocking the attacks of more than 10 hellhounds with a large shield. Behind him was an archer with a broken leg and a healer treating the archer. Zhang Chen could clearly see that the mouths of some hellhounds still had human clothing and some flesh residue, indicating that they had just eaten a person. Beasts! Zhang Chen snorted coldly, and his flying sword shot out, turning those hellhounds into his experience without a chance to scream. Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission, 1996/100000 Abyss King, plus 6 to all attributes. The 3 besieged individuals watched as the hellhound was slain by Zhang Chen, immediately grateful as they looked towards him. Thank you. If you hadn't intervened, the 3 of us would have perished here today. Zhang Chen inquired. What exactly happened? Isn't this the rear of the Great Xia Empire's defense line? The knight, surprised that Zhang Chen was unaware of the situation, replied, the Abyssal Army has breached our first line of defense. Currently, most of our forces have retreated to the second line. So fast? Zhang Chen's expression shifted slightly. The Great Xia Empire had constructed 3 major defense lines on the Abyssal battlefield, known as the 3 strongholds. The first stronghold was deep within the Abyssal battlefield, less than 100 kilometers from the Abyssal entrance. The second stronghold was on the edge of the battlefield, 500 kilometers from the entrance. The Tomb of the King's Bones instance was situated between the first and second strongholds. The third stronghold marked the Empire's border. If it fell, the Abyssal Army would advance unchecked, dragging the entire Great Xia Empire into war. Zhang Chen had only been in the Tomb of the King's Bones for 8 days, and the first stronghold had already fallen. How brutal was this war? Fear flickered in the knight's eyes as he continued, "This war is too brutal. A Duke-level demon from the abyss has arrived, even White Elder was gravely injured. If it weren't for the god of war arriving in time, White Elder might have perished on the battlefield." Zhang Chen's expression changed dramatically. White Elder was gravely injured. At that moment, the nurse managed to stop the archer's bleeding and said to the knight, "Captain, Li Gu is severely injured and won't last long. Captain, we've already lost 2 companions. We must abandon this mission and have Li Gu receive treatment from advanced healers." The knight clenched his fists in frustration. "Damn it!" Zhang Chen asked, "What is your mission?" The knight hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Chen immediately showed his Dragon Corps badge. "Rest assured, I am Zhang Chen of the Dragon Corps. I can help you complete your mission." The knight, upon seeing the badge with 2 bars and 2 stars, saluted respectfully, reporting to Colonel Zhang Chen, "We are a reconnaissance team under the 2nd Legion, tasked with investigating an abyssal outpost in the northwest." His voice choked as he continued, "However, our team was ambushed by the abyssal forces on the way, and 2 comrades were killed. We are currently unable to carry out the mission." Zhang Chen nodded slightly. "I understand. You retreat first, and I will take on the task of investigating the outpost." The knight added, "Colonel Zhang Chen, I can be your vanguard and assist you in the mission." Zhang Chen shook his head and handed a scroll of return to the knight. "Don't worry. It's too dangerous here. This is a scroll of return. Return together, and thank you for your hard work on this mission." The knight, seeing the scroll handed to him by Zhang Chen, teared up, looking gratefully at Zhang Chen and said shakily, "Thank you. Hurry, it's dangerous here." "Yes." The knight no longer hesitated, using the scroll of return to teleport away with his 2 companions. Zhang Chen watched them leave and muttered to himself, "Is there an abyssal outpost in the northwest? Perhaps I can enhance my attributes." However, Zhang Chen did not rush to the northwest but returned to the Tomb of the King's Bones instance. Upon exiting the instance, he sensed the teleportation array left by White Elder, but due to the urgency of the situation earlier, he hadn't had time to investigate. Back at the entrance of the instance, Zhang Chen quickly found the temporary teleportation array left by White Elder and his message, "Zhang Chen, the Abyssal Army has launched an early attack. The situation is critical. I must rush to support. After you come out, directly teleport back to the capital through the teleportation array. Do not linger on the abyssal battlefield. The situation is not optimistic." After reading Bai Lao's message, Zhang Chen destroyed the temporary teleportation array set up by Bai Lao. He had taken on the task of investigating the outpost for someone and couldn't return in a short time. With this place on the verge of falling, if the abyssal monsters discovered Bai Lao's teleportation array, the consequences would be unimaginable. He also had a scroll given by Guan Xin to return to the city. After completing the task, he would use the scroll to teleport back to the second array watchtower and then return to the capital through the teleportation array in the city. After making his decision, Zhang Chen headed towards the northwest. Along the way, Zhang Chen encountered many abyssal monsters patrolling the battlefield, all of which he easily dealt with. When Zhang Chen saw an abyssal outpost in the distance, he took the opportunity to check his Abyssal King talent. Abyssal King, 4-dimensional attributes plus 114. To have gained 114 points in 4-dimensional attributes in such a short time is equivalent to leveling up twice. Truly worthy of a divine level talent. With this talent, this hellish abyssal battlefield is like a treasure trove for rapidly increasing my strength. Excitement flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. At this moment, as he looked at the abyssal outpost ahead, it was as if he was looking at a pile of attribute points. Today, he would hunt with gusto. Inside the watchtower, after the night squad saved by Zhang Chen was teleported back, the healer immediately took the archers to treat them, while the knight promptly reported their mission status. "You're saying a member of the Hidden Dragon support team named Zhang Chen saved you and took on your mission?" When Ning Wuwei, the instructor of the Hidden Dragon support team, heard that it was Zhang Chen who saved the vanguard squad, he immediately found the knight and solemnly confirmed, "Yes, sir." Seeing Ning Wuwei's serious expression, the knight's heart skipped a beat. "Sir, does his identity pose a problem?" "No, his identity is not an issue." Ning Wuwei shook his head, then instructed the knight, "You must immediately go back and instruct your companions not to leak a single word about Zhang Chen." "Yes." The knight dared not linger and hurried to the city's infirmary. Watching the knight leave, Ning Wuwei paced back and forth. That child is really reckless. Doesn't he know that the abyss is now after his life the most? What if he encounters the demon Grand Duke? "No, I have to go save him." After briefly reporting the situation to Wan Chang'an, Ning Wuwei left the city immediately to chase after Zhang Chen. In the abyssal battlefield, outside the outpost, Zhang Chen did not rashly charge into the outpost but instead circled around the perimeter to observe the situation. The outpost was not large in scale, with fewer than 500 abyssal monsters, averaging level 30. However, the outpost was heavily guarded, and Zhang Chen couldn't infiltrate it, unsure if there was a powerful abyssal boss inside. With about 500 monsters in this outpost, my sword formation can cover the entire outpost. By using Psychic Storm to cover all abyssal monsters, relying on splash damage, the skill's power could probably increase by about 50 times. Equipped with the 3rd tier Crimson Sky and Zhanlu, even if Odysseus is inside, I should be able to blow him up in one go. After a brief calculation, Zhang Chen found a position where his sword formation could cover the entire outpost. Just as he was about to use Psychic Storm to attack, he saw 2 humanoid abyssal demons with terrifying auras walking out of the outpost. One of the abyssal demons, aside from the 2 horns on its head, looked exactly like Zhang Chen's father. "Dad?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. Before he could figure out the situation, the abyssal demon that resembled Zhang Chen's father said something to the other abyssal demon and then teleported away. Damn it! Zhang Chen was disturbed by this sudden turn of events, and at that moment, he felt a chilling sensation on his back. A mere level 24 human actually managed to come here. How interesting. Upon hearing the chilling voice coming from behind, Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he decisively used his instinct to block. Clang! Zhang Chen grabbed the red sky sword flying out from the sword formation space and turned around to parry the abyss demon's claw. Ha! A hint of surprise flashed in the abyss demon's eyes, then it turned into black mist and retreated, avoiding Zhang Chen's block and counterattack. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Chen used the abyss eye on the abyss demon. Unable to detect target object. Unable to detect the target. This meant that the opponent was an abyss boss above level 74, stronger than Otis and Ista. Is there a certain blocking skill? You are quite an interesting fellow. The abyss demon grinned at Zhang Chen, but can you block a second time? As the words fell, the abyss demon instantly appeared in front of Zhang Chen, and its sharp nails pointed towards Zhang Chen's forehead. Zhanlu appeared out of thin air, blocking the abyss demon's attack for Zhang Chen. Clang! The terrifying force spread out in all directions, Zhanlu was sent flying, and Zhang Chen triggered the red sky's passive skill, forcing his HP to remain at 1 point. Still not dead? The abyss demon, seeing Zhang Chen still alive, couldn't help but be stunned. He never expected that a mere level 24 human could withstand his attacks twice. Opportunity. Seeing the abyss demon stunned, Zhang Chen decisively used Psychic Storm. Sensing the threat, the abyss demon's expression changed slightly, but at this moment, he couldn't avoid it and could only raise his cloak to shield himself. Boom! The terrifying Psychic Storm exploded within a radius of 500 meters, instantly leveling the entire stronghold. Successfully killed Abyss Archer, experience plus 30,000, minus 50%, successfully killed Abyss Warrior, experience plus 30,000, minus 50%. Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission, 2696/100000, Abyss Champion, 4-dimensional attributes plus 714. A golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, he leveled up to 25, fully restored, and at the same time, a faint blue light surrounded him. It was a temporary shield transformed by Zhanlu. Standing in the desolate land, all the abyss monsters in the stronghold had been eliminated, but Zhang Chen decisively took out a forced teleport scroll. He didn't see the kill notification of the abyss boss, and Bai Lao was severely injured, so he had to teleport back first. However, as the forced teleport scroll lit up with white light, a black beam of light pierced through the air, directly shattering the scroll, and at the same time, Zhang Chen's temporary shield was instantly depleted. Teleportation failed. Good. This is just perfect. At this moment, the somewhat disheveled abyss demon walked out from the void, his eyes burning with flames, staring at Zhang Chen, a mere level 24 human. Almost hurt this lord. You must be the human youth reported by Otis and Ista, right? Zhang Chen, truly worthy. Otis and Ista were right. You are the greatest threat to our abyss. Seeing that the abyss demon not only survived the psychic storm but also blocked his return, Zhang Chen's mood grew heavier. It seemed that Bai Lao's severe injury was related to this abyss demon. Even if he crushed Bai Lao's crystal core to teleport the injured Bai Lao over, it would only mean sacrificing another life. Just out of the tiger's den, into the wolf's lair. I am indeed an unlucky fellow. Zhang Chen thought frantically, searching for a way to survive with his current abilities. Zhang Chen, move aside. At this moment, a roar came from afar, Ning Luwei wielding a purple golden spear, swiftly charging towards the abyss demon. Forbidden art, Godslayer Spear. The terrifying power erupted from Ning Luwei's spear, piercing towards the abyss demon with a world-shattering momentum. The heavens and earth trembled at the sight. This is the strength of Instructor Ning? Such terrifying power. Zhang Chen saw Ning Wui's shot, as if he saw the extreme essence of the gun. This move is enough to kill Odysseus in seconds. The Abyss Demon turned to face Ning Wui's full force thrust, a hint of mockery flashing in its red eyes, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing Ning Wui's full force attack, the Abyss Demon merely extended an index finger. Zhang Chen noticed the expression of the Abyss Demon and immediately realized that the Abyss Demon might have a way to block Ning Wui's attack. Without hesitation, he summoned the red Sky Zhanlu and 8 iron swords, stabbing towards the Abyss Demon's back. Sword intent accelerated. 10 sword lights pierced through the air. TSK. The Abyss Demon, seeing Zhang Chen launching an attack simultaneously, showed a hint of displeasure in its eyes. After a moment of thought, it decided to use a skill to block Ning Wui's attack and withstand Zhang Chen's attack. After all, Zhang Chen was only at level 25 now. The terrifying forbidden technique had been used, and his normal attacks wouldn't cause much damage. Thinking of this, the Abyss Demon lightly tapped Ning Wui's gun tip with its index finger. Ding! A pleasant sound rang out, a spatial ripple appeared between the Abyss Demon's finger and Ning Wui's gun tip, then spread outwards. Skill, nullification. Ning Wui's skill immediately lost all its damage. What? Ning Wui's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, 10 flying swords hit the Abyss Demon together. 496017986. What? The Abyss Demon's expression changed dramatically. A string of terrifying numbers that couldn't be counted in a short time almost scared the soul out of the Abyss Demon. It didn't even dare to counterattack Ning Wui, immediately turned into black mist and retreated, creating distance from Zhang Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Wui stood in front of Zhang Chen. Kid, are you okay? Zhang Chen replied, Instructor Ning, if you had come a bit later, I might have been in trouble. You troublemaker, why provoke someone like the demon Duke Desses? Ning Wui stared at Desses, who had retreated to a distance, with a deep sense of fear in his eyes. He handed a town portal scroll to Zhang Chen. I'll hold him off for you. Find a chance to leave the battlefield and teleport away. Seeing Ning Wui's trembling hand holding the gun, Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask, Instructor, is he very strong? He's not just strong. Ning Wui's spirit tensed. Desses is one of the 7 Dukes of the Abyss, and it was him who severely injured Bai Lao. He's that powerful? Zhang Chen's expression changed slightly. He knew this Abyss Demon was formidable, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Desses, at a distance, gradually healed from his injuries. He looked coldly at Zhang Chen behind Ning Wui. Zhang Chen, having such terrifying damage at only level 25, I can't let you live. Boom! Desses suddenly erupted with an incredibly terrifying aura. Ning Wui's expression changed dramatically, gritting his teeth. He's coming. Zhang Chen, I'll do my best to find you an escape route. You must get away. Instructor, you don't have to worry about me, just go. Ning Wui scolded angrily, what nonsense are you talking? Zhang Chen, you are the hope of Great Xia, you must not selfishly die here. Instructor. After being scolded by Ning Wui, Zhang Chen's expression was extremely complex. I'm sorry, I was too arrogant. He thought he had passed the mythical trial and had enough ability to protect himself on the Abyss battlefield, but when faced with top-tier experts, he realized his own powerlessness. It's not your fault. You can avenge me in the future. Ning Wui tightened his grip on the long spear, staring fixedly at Desses, whose aura was continuously rising, not retreating but even taking a step forward. Desses, if you want to kill Zhang Chen, you'll have to step over my dead body first. In this battle, he had already made up his mind to die. Neither of you will leave today. Emperor Sathar growled low, surrounded by a terrifying black aura, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. But in the next moment, Emperor Sathar suddenly shuddered, a look of fear appearing in his eyes. His aura began to plummet madly. No, it can't be. Is this the curse of the Curse King? Emperor Sathar found that he had accumulated 11 curses on himself, including a rapidly weakening divine-level curse. Completely panicking, he stared at Zhang Chen, roaring hysterically, what have you done to me? Why do you have the power of the Curse King? The power of the Curse King? Zhang Chen was first stunned, then remembered a piece of equipment he obtained after completing the mythological trial. Curse King's Heart. Divine curses applied to oneself are transformed into positive effects. All attacks carry curse attributes. Randomly apply an uncleanable curse to the target, except the holder. No equipment level restrictions. Does not occupy an equipment slot. At that time, Zhang Chen did not think much of the curse attributes of the Curse King's Heart, even considering the skill of the Curse King's Heart somewhat mediocre, not befitting its divine rank. However, judging from Emperor Sathar's reaction, he seemed to have completely underestimated the curse effect of the Curse King's Heart. As the Curse King's curse took effect, Emperor Sathar's aura grew weaker and weaker, soon falling to a level even weaker than Odysseus. What is happening? Ning Wuwei looked incredulous, feeling like he could even kill Emperor Sathar now. Zhang Chen, I will remember you. Next time the abyss resurfaces, I will tear you apart. Cursed and powerless to kill Zhang Chen, Emperor Sathar immediately teleported away. Ning Wuwei stared blankly at the empty space where Emperor Sathar had left, feeling extremely unreal. Emperor Sathar retreated just like that? Zhang Chen, Wuwei, are you both okay? At this moment, Wan Shan'an finally arrived at the battlefield. I just sensed Emperor Sathar's aura. Where is he? Commander. Ning Wuwei looked at Wan Shan'an with a complex expression, then recounted everything that had just happened. Wan Shan'an listened in disbelief. Emperor Sathar was repelled by the two of you? Ning Wuwei smiled bitterly. Commander, you are overestimating me. I only used one skill in total, which was nullified by Emperor Sathar. It was Zhang Chen who forced Emperor Sathar to retreat. Wan Shan'an looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief, asking, how did you do it? As one of the Abyss's 7 great lords, even Wan Shan'an did not have absolute certainty in defeating Emperor Sathar. And yet, this prominent figure of the Abyss was actually repelled by Zhang Chen? This made Wan Shan'an feel like he was witnessing a fantasy. Perhaps it's because of this equipment. Zhang Chen did not hide anything from Wan Shan'an and Ning Wuwei, taking out the Cursed King's heart and revealing the entire story of his participation in the mythological trial in the king's burial ground and signing a contract with the Cursed King Aridus. After listening to Zhang Chen's account, Wan Shan'an's expression became extremely intense. Such a thing actually happened. Zhang Chen said, Commander, I was able to repel Emperor Sathar solely because of the power of the Cursed King. The Cursed King will resurrect when I reach level 70. How should we deal with this? Wan Shan'an fell silent. The Cursed King was a demon king. News of a demon king who should have fallen but was still alive, whether to the abyss or to the human race, was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb in the deep sea, enough to cause a huge uproar. At this moment, Ning Wuwei suddenly said, Commander, forgive my impudence, but the matter of Zhang Chen signing a contract with the Cursed King must not be known to the elders of the country. Otherwise, they will never allow Zhang Chen to live. This matter must be kept secret. And, if Zhang Chen hadn't exposed the Cursed King's conspiracy, the Great Xia Empire, possessing the Cursed King's blade, would have definitely suffered a catastrophic disaster. Zhang Chen saved this country. He shouldn't have met that kind of end. Wan Shan'an fell silent for a long time, then sighed, this matter is too significant. As the head of the military, if I conceal this matter, it would endanger the country and the people. Such behavior is no different from treason. Ning Wuwei continued, but sir, Zhang Chen did nothing wrong. He was able to force Emperor Sathar back at level 25. I believe that by level 70, he will definitely be able to confront the Cursed King. If we keep this matter hidden, when the Cursed King resurrects in the future, we can join forces to kill him again, and nothing will happen. Now the Abyss is becoming stronger. Just a legion led by a demon Grand Duke has crushed our first line of defense. Great Xia needs more strong individuals. We absolutely cannot afford to lose Zhang Chen. Wan Shan'an sighed, knowing this deep down, but his duty did not allow him to act this way. At this moment, Wan Shan'an didn't know what to do and involuntarily looked at Zhang Chen. Child, what do you think? Zhang Chen replied, I don't want to die, but I also don't think hiding this matter is right. The Cursed King was defeated by 1,000,000 soldiers of Great Xia. If I fail to confront the Cursed King in the future, Great Xia should not face the Cursed King again unprepared. Wan Shan'an looked deeply at Zhang Chen and said, I understand. Child, you have not disappointed me. I will not disappoint you either. When Zhang Chen followed Wan Shan'an and Ning Wuwei back to the watchtower, news arrived that the Abyss forces were retreating from the front lines, filling the city with a joyous atmosphere. Zhang Chen did not join the celebration. He and Wan Shan'an stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared in a brilliant light. Ning Wuwei looked at the empty teleportation array, sighed, and silently left the room. Inside the watchtower, no one knew why the Abyss forces retreated this time. They only knew that they had once again preserved the peace of Great Xia. Ning Wuwei walked to the city wall, looking at the desolate land outside the wall and the celebratory atmosphere inside, then turned to look back at Great Xia. Zhang Chen, you will surely be fine. Kyoto, at the top of the central trial tower. Zhang Chen sat calmly in front of a door, awaiting the judgment about to descend upon him. In the room behind the door, 5 terrifying elders sat in chairs, while Wan Shan'an, dressed in military attire, stood before them, reporting on Zhang Chen's situation. Sitting in the middle of the 5 elders, the most terrifying one spoke lightly, Wan Shan'an, we are aware of the situation regarding Zhang Chen's contract with the Cursed King. It is indeed of great importance. Our decision next will determine the future direction of the Great Xia Empire and the fate of the people. Clang! As the elder's voice fell, a giant scale floated in the air, from which 5 equally weighted soul flames emerged, landing in front of each elder. On the left, Zhang Chen is innocent. We will fully support Zhang Chen's growth, allow the Cursed King to resurrect, and prepare in advance. If Zhang Chen fails to confront the Cursed King, the entire nation will unite to kill the Cursed King. On the right, Zhang Chen is guilty. He is sentenced to death, to strangle the Cursed King in its cradle and prevent the Great Xia Empire from falling into the curse abyss again. Esteemed elders, let the voting begin. As the middle elder spoke, one of the elders unhesitatingly pushed his soul flame to the right side of the scale. The Cursed King has already brought heavy losses to the Great Xia Empire. Great Xia has not yet recovered, and we cannot bear another arrival of the Cursed King. I second that. Another senior official pushed the flame of his soul in front of him to the right side of the balance, saying, although Zhang Chen is indeed a genius, we should prioritize the safety of the people of Xia. We cannot endanger millions of people because of one person. Clang! As the 2 flames of the soul flew to the right, the balance immediately tilted to the right. Wan Chang'an, seeing this, couldn't help but clench his fists. If another senior official were to join the right side now, Zhang Chen would surely face the death penalty, and no one could save him. You 2 cowards, wanting to kill a supreme genius of Xia just because of a dead demon, showing such weakness in the face of the abyss, the Xia Empire will sooner or later be breached by the abyss. So what if the Cursed King returns? I will personally cut off his head when the time comes. A fiery-tempered senior official slammed the table, pushing the flame of his soul to the left side of the balance. The elder sitting in the middle then said, Wan Chang'an mentioned to me before, today we seed 5 cities, tomorrow 10 cities, and then we can rest peacefully for a night. Looking around, the abyss is approaching. To retreat in the face of the abyss is like adding fuel to the fire. The fuel is endless, the fire unquenchable. There is not only one Cursed King in the abyss, but we only have one. Zhang Chen. His talent is worth us taking a gamble with the fate of the nation. With that, the elder in the middle also pushed the flame of his soul to the left side of the balance. Clang! The balance restored its equilibrium, and all eyes fell on the elder sitting in the far corner, with white hair and a youthful face, who had been meditating with closed eyes since the meeting began. Since the beginning of the meeting, that elder had not spoken a word. And now, the crucial vote that would determine Zhang Chen's fate fell into his hands. Lao Li, it's time to vote, the elder in the middle spoke. The elder surnamed Li opened his eyes slightly and smiled, saying, naturally, I will support Zhang Chen. With that, Elder Li directly pushed the flame of his soul to the left side of the balance. Clang! The balance completely tilted to the left. Wan Chang'an, seeing this, finally felt relieved. The verdict is in, Zhang Chen is innocent. The elder in the middle pronounced the result calmly, then said, the next item on the agenda is how we should nurture Zhang Chen, and what our response should be if Zhang Chen fails. Let's pause for a moment. At this moment, a senior official who believed Zhang Chen was guilty interrupted the meeting and looked at Elder Li, saying, Lao Li, I have no objection to the voting result, but can you explain why you support Zhang Chen? Aren't you the one who hates the Cursed King the most? Elder Li replied with a smile, of course, I hate the Cursed King. I would love to skin him alive, drink his blood, and then charge into the abyss to kill all the demons in the cursed lineage. Then why did you vote for the left side? Because I recently learned something. Elder Li chuckled, Zhang Chen, he might become my grandson-in-law. How could I kill my grandson-in-law? The other 4 senior officials asked, what do you mean? Feeling the unfriendly gazes around him, Elder Li laughed and said, this is a family matter of my Li family, unrelated to today's meeting. Let's quickly get back to the main topic. How is it unrelated? Lao Li, you need to explain this matter today. We haven't even discussed who should nurture Zhang Chen. Why is Zhang Chen your grandson-in-law? Lao Li, this is not fair. We should compete fairly. How can you jump the gun? Exactly. Your family has produced several legendary professionals, and now you want to snatch Zhang Chen too? If we don't clarify this today, the meeting won't be able to continue. Suddenly, the room was filled with several old men arguing over a strange issue, and the content of the senior officials' meeting unknowingly veered in a strange direction. Wan Chang'an looked at the heated argument over Zhang Chen and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. No matter what the final outcome of this meeting will be, Zhang Chen is at least safe. Zhang Chen waited outside the door for several hours, finally seeing Wan Chang'an coming out of the room. He immediately stood up. Leader, what's the result? Wan Chang'an smiled and said, the elders have decided to take a chance on you, Zhang Chen. The Cursed King will now be your responsibility. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Understood. Don't feel too much pressure, just focus on improving your strength step by step. Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Chen's shoulder. Let's go, the elders have many things to discuss. I'll take you to check into Kyoto University first and give you a reward. Zhang Chen was surprised. A reward? For repelling the Abyss Army this time, you played a key role. However, due to some special reasons, we can't publicly acknowledge your contribution, so we plan to reward you in a substantial way. Let's go. Wan Chang'an took Zhang Chen directly from the central trial tower to the entrance of Kyoto University. As the capital of the Great Xia Empire, Kyoto City was already the most prosperous metropolis in the empire, and Kyoto University was located in the most bustling area of the city. A giant gate tens of meters high stood in the city, making Zhang Chen feel small just standing in front of it. Is this the top-ranked academic institution in Great Xia? So magnificent. Zhang Chen was in awe. In fact, he had heard countless legends about Kyoto University during high school and seen numerous photos of it. Yet, when he stood in front of the university gate, he still felt an endless sense of awe. Just this entrance seemed to contain boundless energy. Wan Chang'an said to Zhang Chen, half of the empire's top-tier experts come from Kyoto University. The university president can even sit on equal footing with the elders. Zhang Chen, there are many hidden strong individuals in this school, opportunities are everywhere. If you want to confront the Curse King, you will need the help of Kyoto University. After you enroll, you must not slack off. Zhang Chen nodded, understood. Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Chen's shoulder. Professor Chen Yun has already completed your enrollment procedures for you. You don't need to register, I'll take you directly to your accommodation. However, due to your special circumstances, it's not suitable for you to stay in a dormitory with others. So, I took the liberty of applying for a single-person dorm for you, is that okay? No problem. That's good, let's go. It was already late at night, but when Zhang Chen entered the campus, he found the school even livelier than he had imagined, with students practicing everywhere. Zhang Chen marveled, they are still practicing so late? Wan Chang'an said as they walked, those who can enter Kyoto University are the cream of the crop from various provinces and cities. They all have their own pride and refuse to fall behind others. However, what this school lacks the least is geniuses. Many people who get in will find themselves going from a genius to an ordinary person. This huge gap will greatly stimulate their self-esteem, and this great stimulus will make them work even harder. Yet, even so, many students at Kyoto University do not qualify to graduate each year. In this world, many things cannot be changed by hard work alone. Of course, if you don't work hard, you definitely won't change your fate. It's truly cruel. Zhang Chen sighed inwardly, realizing that no matter where you are in this world, it is incredibly harsh. Kyoto University was even larger than Zhang Chen had imagined. He followed Wan Chang'an for a long time before reaching his accommodation. It was quite remote, with no one in sight, and in front of Zhang Chen was a somewhat old 6-story dormitory building. The dormitory door was already locked, with a plaque hanging in front indicating it was Building 0. The entire building looked eerie, and Zhang Chen couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. Chief, do people really live in this place? Zhang Chen noticed a large chunk of the wall peeling off outside the dormitory building, with every window pitch black, resembling an abandoned haunted house. Wan Chang'an chuckled, don't underestimate this building. Half of the god-level powerhouses from Kyoto University have lived here, and many students in the school aren't qualified to stay. Zhang Chen looked surprised. What exactly is inside this building? That's a secret. Once you gain the approval of this building, you'll find out, Wan Chang'an replied. While Wan Chang'an and Zhang Chen were talking, a white-haired old lady approached behind the closed gate, glanced at Zhang Chen, and asked Wan Chang'an, Little Wan, is he the student you insist on getting into this building? Wan Chang'an was very polite to the old lady. Yes, Nyo Granny, I'm counting on you with this child. Seeing Wan Chang'an being so courteous to Nyo Granny, Zhang Chen immediately used the Abyssal Eye on her, only to find that he couldn't detect her. She was a powerhouse above level 75. It goes to show, Kyoto University is indeed remarkable. Even a dormitory supervisor is so formidable. Nyo Granny scrutinized Zhang Chen, then opened the dormitory door, saying to Wan Chang'an, Little Wan, this time I'm doing this for your sake, opening a back door to let this child stay in Building 0. If he doesn't perform well, I will kick him out. Nyo Granny, rest assured, this child won't disappoint you, Wan Chang'an assured her with a smile, then turned to Zhang Chen, Nyo Granny will take you in later. There have been too many incidents these days, so rest well. If you have any questions, ask Nyo Granny. I'll leave now, and someone will bring your identity card tomorrow. Wait, Chief. Zhang Chen hurriedly stopped Wan Chang'an, what about my reward? Wan Chang'an chuckled, silly child, staying in Building 0 is your reward. After saying some cryptic words, Wan Chang'an left directly and disappeared into the night. Nyo Granny said calmly, Kid, stop standing there like a fool, come in. Zhang Chen snapped out of it, nodded slightly, and followed Nyo Granny into Building 0, where he discovered an entrance to a dungeon in the hallway. That's a unique dungeon in Building 0. If you want to stay here for long, you must earn rent from that dungeon, Nyo Granny explained lightly. But since you're here for the first day, tonight's rent is waived. What's inside that dungeon? Zhang Chen asked curiously. Only bosses, powerful bosses, Nyo Granny replied as she led Zhang Chen to the second floor. Except for rooms 203 and 208, the rest are empty. Choose one for yourself. Zhang Chen glanced down the hallway and pointed to the room in the far corner. Room 210, that one. All right. Nyo Granny took a dark key from her waist and handed it to Zhang Chen, instructing, Room 210 is yours from now on. As long as you can pay the rent, no one can enter without your permission, not even the national elder. Do you have any other questions? None. Good. I like kids who aren't chatty. Rest well tonight. Nyo Granny nodded and left. Zhang Chen used the key to open the dormitory door and entered the room. Unlike the dilapidated exterior of the building, the room was surprisingly clean and tidy, even smelling of sunlight on the bed, with a 24-hour hot water independent bathroom. It's much better than I imagined. Zhang Chen was quite satisfied with the dormitory, closed the door, sat on the bed, and a prompt appeared on his interface. Entering a special area, experience plus 10 per second, minus 50%, Zhang Chen saw the panel prompt and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Gaining experience by idling? This was the first time Zhang Chen had encountered the concept of gaining experience by idling. Getting 10 experience points per second might not seem like much, but when calculated, it amounted to 36,000 experience points in an hour. If he slept for 8 hours in this room, that would be 288,000 experience points. Currently at level 25, he needed 5 million experience points to reach level 26. Taking into account the experience points shared with the Curse King, it meant that he only needed to stay here for 34 days to naturally reach level 26. For Zhang Chen, although this leveling speed might be considered slow, it was because he had the ability to solo high-level nightmare dungeons. But for ordinary professionals, being able to go from level 25 to 26 within a month was already a considerable leveling speed. Moreover, the experience here was free. No wonder half of the god-level experts at Kyoto University come from Building 0. Gaining experience by idling. As long as you stay here long enough, even a pig can become a god. Zhang Chen didn't expect to encounter such a surprise right after moving in, and couldn't help but look forward to his future university life. Shortly after sitting on the soft bed, a strong drowsiness overcame him. These days, he had been battling the Curse King and the Duke of Demons consecutively, and his body was exhausted to the extreme. After yawning, Zhang Chen fell asleep. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the dormitory door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Zhang Chen opened the door to see Nyo Popo holding a stack of clothes and an identity card at the door. These are your school uniform and identity card, take good care of them. Remember, the identity card of Kyoto University is your lifelong ID card from now on. All your records will be stored in this identity card, so be sure to keep it safe. Furthermore, there are no cash transactions in Kyoto University. Whatever you want to buy, you need points. Your identity card currently has 100 points gifted by the school. Zhang Chen took the school uniform and identity card, asking, how can I earn points then? Completing courses, clearing campus dungeons, and taking on campus tasks can earn you corresponding points. Of course, if you have the means, you can also snatch points from others. Zhang Chen was shocked. You can snatch points from others? Can the school allow such a thing? Nyo Popo calmly said, the school encourages competition, but there are limits to snatching. If you have less than 100 points, they won't be taken from you. Quickly digesting this information, Zhang Chen thanked Nyo Popo. I understand, thank you, Nyo Popo. These are all basic knowledge that should have been covered in the opening ceremony and freshman training. I heard from Xiaowan that you didn't attend the freshman training, so I added a few more words. However, points are just the currency for transactions at Kyoto University. They can't be used to pay the rent for Building 0. If you want to stay here, you must go to the underground dungeon to obtain starstones. The rent for the second-floor dormitory is 1 starstone per day. Additionally, there are many facilities in this dormitory building that you may want to use, which also require starstones. As for the introduction to those facilities, we can discuss it once you qualify to stay in this building. After saying this, Nyo Popo left without looking back, disappearing around the corner of the hallway. Points and starstones. I didn't expect that the first thing to do upon entering university would be to earn money. Zhang Chen shook his head, smiled, and walked to the first floor, where he saw a young man with a cold demeanor and golden hair standing at the entrance to the dungeon, wearing red armor. The young man glanced faintly at Zhang Chen without greeting and then directly teleported into the dungeon. Is he also a resident of this building? He seems quite strong. Zhang Chen muttered to himself and walked to the entrance of the dungeon, using the abyssal eye. Star Realm Level, None Difficulty, Normal Hard/Nightmare. Note, different difficulty levels yield different amounts of starstones. Nightmare Difficulty. Zhang Chen decisively chose Nightmare Difficulty and was transported into the instance. Nyo Popo emerged from a corner, seemingly unfazed by the situation. She shook her head and said, "Every resident in this building always chooses Nightmare Difficulty the first time they enter. This instance is different from the ordinary ones outside. Well, it's a good way to temper the genius's spirit." Zhang Chen entered the instance and found himself on a grassland under the starry sky. The sky was filled with stars, and the grassland seemed endless. Just standing on the grass, Zhang Chen felt refreshed and at ease. Such a beautiful instance. Zhang Chen sighed, looking around. Soon, he noticed 3 humanoid monsters in armor standing not far away under the starlit sky. Star Knight, Boss, Level, 25 Strength, 15,000 Agility, 15,000 Spirit, 15,000 Stamina, 15,000 Skills, Starlight Charge, Starlight Guard, Star 03 Level 25 Humanoid Bosses, with attributes stronger than the Level 30 Hidden Boss, Rakshasa King. Even on Nightmare Difficulty, isn't the difficulty of this instance a bit exaggerated? Zhang Chen couldn't help but comment as he looked at the 3 humanoid bosses. With this difficulty, besides him, could anyone else clear this instance? With doubts in his mind, Zhang Chen used Crimson Sky to take down the heads of the 3 Star Knights. Successfully killed Star Knight, experience plus 100,000, minus 50%, obtained Starstones * 33 consecutive kill notifications came, and Zhang Chen obtained 30 Starstones, easily covering a month's rent? Zhang Chen was surprised at how effortlessly he obtained 30 Starstones. He had thought they were rare, feeling a bit nervous before the challenge based on Nyo Popo's words. Turns out they were common items. Successfully challenged Level 25 Nightmare Difficulty. Do you want to increase the difficulty? At this moment, Zhang Chen received a prompt from the Secret Realm instance and promptly chose to increase the difficulty without hesitation. Star Realm upgraded to Level 35. As the prompt appeared, 6 Star Knights appeared out of thin air, but this time, their level had increased to 35. Zhang Chen didn't even bother to check the Knight's attributes and easily harvested their heads with Crimson Sky. Successfully killed Star Knight, experience plus 300,000, minus 50%, obtained Starstones * 300 Starstones, stones imbued with the power of Starlight. Successfully challenged Level 35 Nightmare Difficulty. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Continue. Star Realm upgraded to Level 45. 12 Level 45 Star Knights appeared, and Zhang Chen effortlessly harvested their heads with Crimson Sky and Zhanlu. Successfully killed Star Knight, experience plus 600,000, minus 50%, obtained Starstones * 3,000. A golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, and he leveled up to 26. Successfully challenged Level 45 Nightmare Difficulty. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Continue. As Zhang Chen chose to continue, 24 Level 55 Star Knights appeared in the instance, each emitting a terrifying aura. This pressure is making me sweat a bit. Zhang Chen used Psychic Storm for the first time. Boom! The terrifying storm exploded around Zhang Chen, instantly engulfing the 24 Star Knights. Successfully killed the Knight of the Stars, experience plus 1200000, minus 50%, obtained 30,000 Starstones. 24 kill notifications appeared, 2 golden lights burst out from Zhang Chen's body consecutively, directly leveling him up to 28. Leveling up feels great. Zhang Chen never expected that this dungeon would be so amazing, boosting his level like riding a rocket. Most importantly, for each increase in dungeon difficulty, the boss level rises by 10, and the number of bosses doubles. For others, this increase in difficulty is no small matter, but for Zhang Chen, it's like a bonus of experience. These Knights of the Stars have no mechanism to lock their health, they are purely numerical monsters. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Chen is the king of numerical monsters. Moreover, the more enemies there are, the higher Zhang Chen's skill damage becomes, and it's real damage. This results in Zhang Chen leveling up faster as the dungeon difficulty and monster quantity increase. If the difficulty continues to rise, Zhang Chen can't even imagine how high he can level up. Successfully challenged Nightmare Difficulty Level 55. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Continue. Detected Challenger increasing dungeon difficulty 5 times in a row, triggering the dungeon's hidden mechanism. Challenger, do you want to challenge the hidden boss? Hidden boss? Zhang Chen didn't expect he could trigger a hidden boss, his eyes gleaming. Although it's a level 65 hidden boss, a target that requires a team of second-tier professionals above level 60, Zhang Chen's stats are insane. With his attacks dealing real damage and Zhanlu's damage to shield conversion mechanism, if he plays well, soloing a level 65 hidden boss is not impossible. Even if he can't defeat the boss, he can simply exit the dungeon without any risk. He had no reason not to choose it. Continue the challenge. As Zheng Chen chose to challenge, starlight sprinkled in the dungeon, and a tall woman over 10 meters high, holding a scepter and wearing a robe, emerged from the starlight. Stellar Priestess, Boss, Level, 65 Strength, 100000 Agility, 300000 Spirit, 800000 Constitution, 500000 Skills, Stellar Psi, Starflame, Starfall. A Level 65 hidden boss with terrifying four-dimensional attributes, clearly not someone Zheng Chen at this stage should be facing. Generally, a monster's health is related to its strength and constitution, with different bosses having different coefficient bonuses, but roughly speaking, each point of constitution equals at least 100 health points, and each point of strength equals 50 health points. Roughly estimating, this Stellar Priestess's health is above 55 million. Not bad. Shishao Sword. Zheng Chen gave a fair assessment and then used Shishao to attack the Stellar Priestess. Shishao pierced through the Stellar Priestess's chest, causing her to kneel on the spot, granting Zheng Chen a temporary shield of 60 million. This meant that Zheng Chen's attack had dealt 60 million damage to the Stellar Priestess. Is there a health lock? Zheng Chen noticed no kill notification, looking at the Stellar Priestess, who was surrounded by starlight before unleashing his skill. Starfall. Countless stars fell from the sky, covering the entire dungeon. Each star that hit Zheng Chen reduced his temporary shield value by 10,000. If Zheng Chen didn't have a 90% damage reduction and the shield value converted by Zhang Lu, he would have been crushed to death by those stars when the Stellar Priestess transitioned phases. Starfall lasted for a full minute, and by the time the skill ended, Zheng Chen's disappearing temporary shield value was almost depleted. This level 65 boss is indeed formidable. Without cheating, I really can't defeat it. Zheng Chen muttered to himself and struck again before the Star Maiden launched her second attack. The Star Maiden, who had just stood up, fell down again. Then, she ascended into the sky, surrounded by dazzling starlight, and unleashed her skill, Starfall. This time, the stars in the Starfall descended more densely. Each time Zheng Chen was hit by a star, his shield value decreased by 200,000. The Star Maiden's damage doubled, but Zheng Chen's temporary shield was only 60 million. If I keep getting attacked, my temporary shield won't hold up. I need to make a move. Zheng Chen immediately converted over 15,000 of his mental power into agility, then used the equipment skill, Windwalking Boots, to become like the Flash, dodging the falling stars in the Starfall and finally surviving the massive attack. Now it's my turn again. Zheng Chen looked at the Star Maiden flying high in the sky, cancelled the attribute conversion, and summoned Shishao and Zhang Lu, attacking the Star Maiden from both sides. Sword Intent Acceleration. The two divine swords turned into red and blue lights, aiming for the Star Maiden's vital points. This time, the Star Maiden did not stand still. She waved her staff and chanted a strange spell, transforming the starlight around her into a starlight shield. Shishao and Zhang Lu were repelled by the starlight shield, unable to harm the Star Maiden. Physical immunity? Zheng Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The Star Maiden continued to wave her staff, conjuring numerous blue fireballs that sped towards Zheng Chen. Without a shield value at this moment, Zheng Chen dared not directly confront the Star Maiden's attack. He quickly retreated to avoid the onslaught of blue fireballs. Boom! The entire grassland was ignited by blue flames, and Zheng Chen's health began to decrease at a rate of 1% per second. Fortunately, Zheng Chen had the recovery from the sword formation and the Curse King's blade, quickly replenishing his lost health. Seizing the opportunity during the Star Maiden's skill cooldown, Zheng Chen unleashed Psychic Storm. The terrifying Psychic Storm instantly engulfed the Star Maiden, shattering her starlight shield and inflicting real damage. However, as there was only one enemy within the range of the Psychic Storm this time, and the skill only relied on mental power bonuses, not the additional 6,000 attack power from Zheng Chen's specialized weapon, he only dealt 44 million damage to the Star Maiden. This time, the Star Maiden was not instantly defeated but rather enraged by Zheng Chen, triggering another Starfall. This boss is quite resilient, huh? Zheng Chen couldn't help but comment. Nevertheless, the Star Maiden was a level 65 hidden boss. If she were easily defeated by Zheng Chen, who was only level 28, it wouldn't be fitting for her level. As a large number of stars fell, Zheng Chen first used attribute conversion to evade the attack, then, after the cooldown of Psychic Storm, he used it once again. Boom! The Star Maiden was blasted away by the Psychic Storm, screaming in agony before dispersing into starlight. Successfully killed the Star Maiden, experience plus 8 million, minus 50%, obtain Star Crystal * 1 Star Crystal, a crystal condensed with the power of the Star God, only those recognized by the Star God can possess it, extremely precious. Finally done. Zheng Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the kill notification. Although he had faced many bosses above level 70 before, he had always taken advantage of weapon mechanics. This Star Maiden was the first high-level boss he had defeated. As Zhang Chen was reminiscing about the process of defeating the boss, the instance suddenly became shrouded in starlight again, catching his attention. Due to your outstanding performance, the Star God bestows a glance. Will you accept the blessing of the Star God? Attention, you can only receive the blessing of one deity at a time. Deity's blessing? Zhang Chen was taken aback by this sudden information, completely bewildered as he had never heard of such a thing before. However, without hesitation, Zhang Chen quickly chose to accept the blessing. Regardless of the strength of this star deity, the 4 words deity's blessing were enough to stir Zhang Chen's heart. As Zhang Chen chose to accept the blessing, the star crystals in his storage space flew out on their own, absorbing the light from the instance. At that moment, the Great Xia Empire turned from day to night, with stars twinkling in the sky, scattering starlight across the empire. Anyone touched by the starlight saw their experience points rise. Instantly, professionals all over the country were shocked by this celestial phenomenon. In Dormitory 0, Nyo Popo, who guarded the entrance to the secret realm, suddenly stood up, staring at the instance with astonishment. The star deity descends? Someone has received the star deity's blessing? Is it Wang Haoren or Zhang Chen? Now, only those two are in the starry realm, and only one of them can receive the blessing of the star deity. In that moment, Nyo Popo trembled with excitement. After so many years, the star deity has finally bestowed its blessing once again. While Nyo Popo was ecstatic, the star crystals in the instance had absorbed all the starlight and then fed it back to Zhang Chen. Received the blessing of the star deity, all attributes increased. The star deity's power is contaminated by the demon god. Blessing failed. What's going on? Zhang Chen, who had been thinking about how powerful the deity's blessing would be, was surprised to see the blessing fail. Then Zhang Chen remembered the demonic contract he had signed with Ardis. It must be the Curse King's doing. That guy really had a trick up his sleeve. Zhang Chen broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that if it weren't for this failed blessing revealing the Curse King's hidden move, he would have been ambushed by the Curse King at level 70. However, after discovering the Curse King's plot, Zhang Chen furrowed his brow. If the demon god behind the Curse King could even corrupt the blessing of the deity, how could he rid himself of the curse of the demon god? Clang! At that moment, the star crystals fell to the ground, the celestial phenomenon dissipated, and the starry sky returned to daylight. Zhang Chen picked up the star crystals and saw the crack emitting black smoke on the crystal's surface, murmuring, "It seems that the demon god's status is above that of the star deity. If I want to defeat the Curse King, I must find a deity higher than the demon god before level 70 and receive its blessing. It's truly a daunting task." Zhang Chen chuckled, about to store the star crystals back in his storage space and leave the instance when another beam of starlight descended from the sky. In the next moment, the starlight condensed into a robe of starlight, absorbing the power of the star crystals. Robe of the star deity, divine grade, can store the power of deities, deity favorability plus 50%, no equipment level restrictions. Power of the star deity, unleash the star deity's wrath, causing a devastating blow, usable once, can be charged with star crystals. A divine grade garment? Zhang Chen was taken aback by the appearance of the robe of the star deity in front of him, not expecting such a twist. Unleash the star deity's wrath. Is it because the Curse King's tricks have angered the star deity? Zhang Chen laughed when he saw the description of the power of the star deity. Although he did not receive the blessing of the deity due to the Curse King's interference, he had obtained a divine artifact as a result. Who knows if a blessing in disguise? Zhang Chen eagerly equipped the robe of the star deity, which enveloped his entire body and then disappeared. Although invisible to the naked eye, Zhang Chen could feel a powerful force flowing through him, ready to be unleashed at any moment. With the power of the star god, even if I encounter Emperor Das again, I should be able to kill him, right? Zhang Chen teleported out of the secret realm instance, and Nyo Popo excitedly rushed up, asking, "Zhang Chen, have you received the blessing of the star god?" Zhang Chen shook his head. "Unfortunately, no." "Then it must be Wang Haoren," Nyo Popo muttered to herself. At this moment, a golden-haired youth in red armor emerged from the instance. "Kid, come with me." Without waiting for the golden-haired youth to speak, Nyo Popo eagerly grabbed his hand and dragged him upstairs. Such a strange old lady. Zhang Chen muttered as he watched Nyo Popo's excited expression, but he didn't mind. He left the dormitory, contacted Chen Yun. "Teacher Chen, I have arrived at Kyoto University." Wan Zhanshan told me yesterday. "Come to the academic affairs office now, I'm here." "Okay." Zhang Chen hung up the communicator and headed straight to the academic affairs office. He didn't participate in the freshman training, and now he didn't even know which college he belonged to. He had to consult Chen Yun about all this. The door of the academic affairs office was open, and Chen Yun was in the office dealing with a pile of documents. Zhang Chen walked to the door and knocked. Teacher Chen. Zhang Chen, you've come at the right time. I've just completed your enrollment procedures. Once you choose your college, you will officially become a student of Kyoto University. Zhang Chen asked, Teacher, which colleges are there? Chen Yun replied, Generally, during the freshman training, we assign students to more than 10 different colleges based on their characteristics and performance. In addition, some students with outstanding performance are recommended to various hidden colleges. As for whether the hidden colleges accept them or not, it's not up to the Academic Affairs Office. Although you didn't participate in the freshman training, your performance in the college entrance examination was outstanding enough, so I can directly recommend you to enter a hidden college. Zhang Chen asked, Teacher, which is the strongest hidden college? Since he could choose a college, naturally, he had to choose the best one. You truly live up to expectations. Chen Yun looked at Zhang Chen with a smile, not surprised by his answer. In fact, these hidden colleges cannot be ranked in terms of strength, they just have different ways of nurturing students because every genius is unique. Perhaps a genius in college A may develop better than in college B. For your situation, I recommend 3 hidden colleges. The first is the Xianlong College, with our vice president as the dean. Xianlong College has the most resources among all the colleges in the university, and the teaching staff are all professionals of level 75 or above. Xianlong College has the most students among the hidden colleges, but it follows a winner-takes-all approach. As long as you can outcompete others, you can gain countless resources. The second is the Mingjing College, with a divine-level nanny as the dean. Although Mingjing College's resources are not as abundant as Xianlong College, the size of this college is very small, with no more than 20 students per year, each receiving careful cultivation from the dean. The third is the Jianqing College, which is quite special as it currently has only 1 student. Only 1 student? Zhang Chen was immediately curious. Why is that? Chen Yun explained, the dean of Jianqing College, Yi Qingsong, is the strongest person in our Kyoto University. However, he has a difficult personality, and he doesn't recruit students based on talent but on fate. Actually, I don't highly recommend you choose Jianqing College. Why not? Jianqing College has only 1 teacher, Yi Qingsong, who not only loves drinking but also enjoys being hands-off. Basically, he can skip 90% of the classes in a year. The only student in Jianqing College has been at the school for a year and hasn't even seen Yi Qingsong much, he has mostly self-studied. This Jianqing College seems quite interesting. Upon hearing Chen Yun's introduction, Zhang Chen not only did not back down but instead was greatly intrigued. Just the reputation of being the strongest at Kyoto University was enough to attract him. Moreover, the casual shopkeeper's personality was quite distinctive, fitting the protagonist template perfectly. Chen Yun sighed, You really are going to choose the Sword Heart Academy? Well, go ahead and give it a try. If you don't hit it off with Yi Qingsong, come back to me, and I'll give you recommendation letters for the Xianlong Academy and the Mingjing Academy. The Sword Heart Academy is located in a bamboo forest northwest of the school. Just head over there. If you meet Yi Qingsong, it means he's interested in you. Whether you can join the Sword Heart Academy afterwards depends on you. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Chen thanked Chen Yun and then left the Academic Affairs Office, heading northwest. Soon, Zhang Chen entered a tranquil bamboo forest to the northwest. According to teacher Chen, this is the Sword Heart Academy. Zhang Chen walked through the bamboo forest, the gentle breeze rustling the bamboo leaves, with no one around. Drinking to the song, how many joys in life. Suddenly, a voice filled with a hint of drunkenness echoed in the bamboo forest, and the wind seemed to pick up in the forest. Zhang Chen immediately spoke loudly, May I ask if you are senior Yi Qingsong? Student Zhang Chen wishes to join the Sword Heart Academy. A human who made a contract with a demon, I don't like it. Leave. Zhang Chen's eyes changed slightly upon hearing Yi Qingsong's reply. The fact that Yi Qingsong could see through his contract with the Curse King, something not even the god of war Wanchang could detect, meant that Yi Qingsong was even stronger than Wanchang. With this in mind, Zhang Chen firmly decided to join the Sword Heart Academy and continued, since Senior has such keen insight, why not take a few more looks? Even if I look dozens of times more, it won't make a difference. The stench of that demon on you is too strong. Having you around affects my desire for wine. Leave quickly. Senior, I apologize. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed, immediately unleashing a sword formation, with 10 flying swords flying out from the spatial formation, aggressively cutting down the surrounding bamboo, causing environmental damage. An angry voice came from deep within the bamboo forest. First, the bamboo did not provoke you. Second, do not destroy the environment. A sword aura came rushing towards Zhang Chen, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately manipulated a flying sword to deflect the sword aura. Perfect block. A skill of perfect blocking? Young man, relying too much on skills is not a good thing. After Yi Qingsong's comment, 3 more sword auras broke through the air. Not daring to be careless, Zhang Chen converted all his mental power into strength and agility, then grabbed an iron sword barehandedly, using his eyes to deflect the 3 sword auras. Not bad this time, Yi Qingsong commented again, and then 6 sword auras swept through the bamboo forest, breaking through the air. So fast. Zhang Chen's eyes were having trouble keeping up with the speed of the sword aura. Recalling the feeling of practicing perfect blocking in the Rakshasa King's dungeon, he barely managed to deflect the 6 sword auras. Getting interesting, young man. Turn off your attribute conversion skill and try using your sword control skill. After Yi Qingsong spoke, another sword aura broke through the air. Zhang Chen cancelled the attribute conversion, manipulating 10 flying swords to actively attack the sword aura. Clang! As the sword aura flew, 8 flying swords, Zhang Chen controlled the 9th flying sword to perfectly block the sword aura. Again! 3 more sword auras came, and Zhang Chen concentrated like never before, capturing the traces of the sword aura and manipulating the flying swords to block. Clang! 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 3 crisp sounds in a row. This time Zhang Chen only used 6 flying swords to deflect the 3 sword auras. One last time. From deep within the bamboo forest, 6 sword auras flew out several times faster than before. Zhang Chen's eyes changed slightly, hastily manipulating the flying swords to block. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen only managed to block 3 sword energies this time, while the other 3 struck him, turning into 3 gentle breezes. The bamboo forest fell silent instantly. Senior! Zhang Chen called out, but received no response from Yi Qingsong. Did I fail? Zhang Chen felt a bit disappointed, but he quickly accepted the fact of his failure. If he couldn't withstand the 6 sword energies, it was due to his own lack of strength, and he couldn't blame others. He would just have to work harder in the future. After composing himself, Zhang Chen turned to leave, but suddenly heard snoring coming from deep within the bamboo forest. What's this? Zhang Chen was surprised and followed the sound deeper into the bamboo forest, soon spotting a middle-aged man in plain clothes with stubble all over his face, sound asleep on a large rock. Beside the rock, there lay a wine gourd and a freshly broken bamboo stick. Asleep? Zhang Chen looked at the snoring Yi Qingsong in disbelief, unsure of what to say, so he simply stood the fallen wine gourd upright and left. Kid! Yi Qingsong suddenly started sleep-talking, get the Ice Emperor's heart within 3 days, then call Wang Haoren to go to the outskirts of the capital for a lesson. Zhang Chen paused, turned back with an incredulous look at Yi Qingsong. Senior. What is the Ice Emperor's heart? Who is Wang Haoren? Huff. Yi Qingsong snored again, seemingly completely asleep. Zhang Chen was speechless, but he couldn't bring himself to wake Yi Qingsong, so he returned to the Academic Affairs office to inquire with Chen Yun. Yi Qingsong asked you to get the Ice Emperor's heart within 3 days? Chen Yun looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief. How much did that guy drink? How could he give you such a ridiculous task? Zhang Chen. Teacher, is it really difficult to get the Ice Emperor's heart? Difficult? It's more than difficult, Chen Yun sighed. The Ice Emperor's heart is a material dropped by the boss in the Polar Icefield instance, and the Polar Icefield instance is a 50-player large-scale raid instance in our school for level 25 players. I remember you're only level 21, even if your output is sufficient, you can't enter at your level. With that, Chen Yun casually cast a detection spell at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, Sword Formation Master, level 28. Ha! Chen Yun rubbed his eyes, confirming that he hadn't misread Zhang Chen's level, staring at him in disbelief. Level 28? What have you been doing in these past 10 days? Not much, just killed some bosses, and then I reached level 28. The bosses you killed must have been high level, right? Chen Yun gave Zhang Chen a deep look, didn't ask further, and said, since your level is enough, I won't stop you. The Polar Icefield instance is in the central part of the school's instance hall. The instances there are shared by all departments of the school, but each challenge requires a payment of 500 points. Do you have enough points? Zhang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Teacher, I only have the 100 points the school gave me. Should I go out and earn some more? Doesn't the school encourage point snatching? You've just enrolled, there's no need to do things that make people hate you. I'll personally sponsor you with 1,000 points. Thank you, teacher. No need to thank me. Go ahead. Zhang Chen bid farewell to Chen Yun and arrived at the central instance hall of the school. As soon as he entered the hall, he heard various lively shouts. Level 20 Black Knight Swamp instance, hard difficulty, anyone can join. Offering to take a level 25 Orc Outpost instance, affordable price, difficulty of your choice, boss, come quickly. Level 30 Shadow Tower, nightmare difficulty, need a healer with purification skills. Zhang Chen looked around the hall, where many students were holding up signs and shouting, some even had a horn set up, leaving him momentarily stunned. The replica hall of Kyoto University looks no different from outdoor replicas, resembling a farmer's market. Or perhaps, the entrance to every replica in the world is the same. After all, the number of professionals who can solo replicas is small, and the vast majority of professionals seeking to level up must seek cooperation and team up to strategize replicas. In the center of the replica hall, there is a teleportation array shrouded in light screens. By entering the teleportation array, one can be transported to the place where Kyoto University stores replicas. Ignoring the students shouting in the hall, Zhang Chen stepped into the teleportation array and was transported to a spacious hall. Around this hall, numerous replica entrances floated, each with a light screen above displaying information about the replica and the top 10 teams in that replica. In addition, there is an identity recognition platform in front of each replica entrance. By placing the identity card on it and deducting the points for challenging the replica, one can enter the replica. Indeed, Kyoto University's public replicas are so abundant. Zhang Chen roughly scanned the replicas in the hall, ranging from level 20 to level 60, with at least 3 replicas at each stage. Even students from ordinary departments of Kyoto University can level up to over 60 within the school without venturing into the wilderness. Zhang Chen walked up to the polar icefield replica and checked the replica information. Polar icefield replica, level 25, number of participants 50. Note, the highest level of challengers should not exceed 30, and each challenge requires 500 points. Below the introduction of the polar icefield replica hung a line of replica clearance records. Shenlong Academy, Captain, Jiabin, team size, 50, clearance time, 4 hours 28 minutes 56 seconds. Shenlong Academy, is that the resource-rich hidden academy that Teacher Chen mentioned? Teams from such academies take about 4.5 hours to clear, indicating that this replica is quite challenging. Student, are you planning to challenge the polar icefield replica? A bespectacled senior sister approached with a gentle voice. What's up? Zhang Chen turned and asked. The senior sister continued, well, we are forming a team to challenge the polar icefield. Currently, we have 36 people in the team. Do you want to join us? Once we're full, we'll go in. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Chen declined the senior sister's invitation, swiped his identity card on the recognition platform, and then was teleported inside. He went in? The senior sister saw Zhang Chen entering the polar icefield replica alone. Her mouth twitched involuntarily. Is this guy crazy? Sun Qing, what's going on? At that moment, Wang Fei, clad in knight's heavy armor, walked over. Where is that student from earlier? Sun Qing innocently pointed to the entrance of the polar icefield replica. He went in. He went in? Wang Fei was taken aback. Are there other teams planning to raid the polar icefield replica? Why haven't I heard of this? No, Sun Qing shook her head. He went in alone. Ha? Did he not see the replica clearly? I actually think he saw it very clearly. When he refused me, his eyes didn't even blink. Forget it, having such a clueless person in our team would be a burden. Let's continue to find others. We are well prepared this time and will definitely clear this replica. Okay. While Wang Fei and Sun Shang were talking, Zhang Chen had already entered a snowy plain. The cold wind howled, snowflakes covered the sky, obscuring Zhang Chen's vision. Is this a large-scale team replica? It's even difficult to discern the direction. Zhang Chen did not move randomly but instead deployed a sword formation on the spot, illuminating a 500-meter radius. Soon, Zhang Chen found a path on the snowy plain. He immediately summoned the Rakshasa King to lead the way, with Zhang Chen following closely behind. The Rakshasa King is under attack. Not long after setting off, Zhang Chen received a notification that the Rakshasa King was under attack. A spirit assassin wrapped in a bear fur coat emerged from the blizzard and stabbed the Rakshasa King in the back. The Rakshasa King's stamina immediately decreased by 1/3. Zhang Chen promptly used the Eye of the Abyss. Snowfield Spirit Assassin, Enhanced Elite, Level 25, Strength 15,000, Agility 20,000, Spirit 10,000, Constitution 5,000, Skills, Backstab, Invisibility, such high attributes. This little monster's stats are higher than the level 30 Rakshasa King. Is this a 50-player raid dungeon? Zhang Chen exclaimed, swiftly ending the life of the Snowfield Spirit Assassin with his flying sword. Successfully killed Snowfield Spirit Assassin, experience plus 100,000, minus 50%, obtained Elf Blood *1, a level 25 minor enemy yielding 100,000 experience points left Zhang Chen in awe. Truly a large-scale team dungeon. I wonder if I can reach level 30 after clearing this dungeon today. After roughly assessing the monster's strength and experience in this dungeon, Zhang Chen hastened his pace and continuously used Psychic Storm. With the Curse King's Blade providing unlimited mental power recovery, Zhang Chen felt no pressure using Psychic Storm now. As soon as the cooldown was over, he unleashed it, clearing out monsters within a 500-meter radius and gaining a substantial amount of experience. Despite a smooth journey, Zhang Chen had been walking in the snowfield for nearly half an hour when a large iceberg blocked his path. Below the iceberg was a cave entrance, where a slender elf stood wielding dual blades. Snowfield Elf Blade Master, Enhanced Boss, Level, 25, Strength, 30,000, Agility, 30,000, Spirit, 15,000, Stamina, 30,000, Skills, Frostblade Chi, Blizzard Rush, Dual Blade Slash. The first boss in the Polar Icefield dungeon boasted exaggerated attributes, comparable to a level 35 Star Knight in the Star Sanctuary. While Zhang Chen was investigating, the Snowfield Elf Blade Master suddenly launched an attack, creating a snowstorm and rushing towards the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King attempted to use Sword Flash to counter the Snowfield Elf Blade Master's skills but fell short due to insufficient attributes, ending up severely wounded. Come back! Zhang Chen immediately took out his mask, returning the Rakshasa King to the mask space. Simultaneously, the Snowfield Elf Blade Master's hatred shifted to Zhang Chen. Blizzard Rush. As the Snowfield Elf Blade Master charged towards him, Zhang Chen didn't opt to instantly slay it with his flying sword but tried to perfect his blocking technique against its attacks. After a lesson from Yi Qing-song on sword energy, Zhang Chen finally understood that this world required not only numerical strength but also skill. Zhang Chen had been swiftly advancing all along, encountering monsters that were either too weak and easily slain or too strong, like Aridis and Disses, resembling supermodels. Zhang Chen was about to reach level 29, with his real challenges being the Rakshasa King and the Star Maiden. The Snowfield Elf Blade Master was clearly a boss that required skill, with higher attributes than Zhang Chen but not posing a significant threat. This boss was the best sparring partner for Zhang Chen. Clang! Zhang Chen first used up his passive block intuition, causing the Snowfield Elf Blade Master to stiffen, then distanced himself to let it recover. The Snowfield Elf Blade Master picked up its dual blades again and swiftly charged at Zhang Chen. Without the block intuition, Zhang Chen couldn't withstand the Blade Master's attacks and was struck twice. Losing less than 5% of his health, Zhang Chen quickly recovered to full health with the combined stamina recovery from the Sword Array and the Curse King's Blade. Indeed, your attacks pose no threat to me. Zhang Chen completely let go, controlling the flying sword to force the Snowfield Elf Swordsman back, then allowing the Snowfield Elf Swordsman to continue attacking. In this way, Zhang Chen practiced blocking with the Snowfield Elf Swordsman for half an hour, finally able to keep up with the Snowfield Swordsman's speed, using his mind to control the flying sword, perfectly blocking the Snowfield Elf Swordsman's dual sword strikes. Thank you for sparring with me. Zhang Chen thanked the Snowfield Elf Swordsman, then Red Horizon struck, dealing a fatal blow to the Snowfield Elf Swordsman. Successfully killed the Snowfield Elf Swordsman, experience plus 300,000, minus 50%. Obtained equipment Elf Long Sword. Elf Long Sword, Platinum Attack plus 300, Sword Skill Power plus 30%, Skill Cooldown Time minus 25%, usable at level 25. A golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, raising him to level 29. After dealing with the Snowfield Elf Swordsman guarding the cave, Zhang Chen summoned the Rakshasa King once again and followed him into the cave. The cave was even more complex than Zhang Chen had imagined, with crisscrossing internal passages, some connecting while others leading to dead ends. Zhang Chen had no choice but to proceed cautiously, testing each path bit by bit. Moreover, the cave was filled with numerous invisible elf assassins who would suddenly launch surprise attacks. In a full team of 50 people, the advantage in numbers would be severely limited once inside this narrow cave. Without a few top-tier equipped members with sufficient damage output, the team could easily be wiped out in the cave. Fortunately, Zhang Chen himself was a powerhouse with enough output to neutralize any threat from the elf assassins. The only obstacle that could stop Zhang Chen was the maze-like cave itself. After nearly an hour of navigating the cave and slaying many elf creatures, Zhang Chen finally arrived at a cavern as vast as a palace. In the center of the cavern stood a huge block of ice, seemingly containing a female elf within. As soon as Zhang Chen stepped into the cave, the entire cavern began to shake violently, and then the surface of the massive block of ice started to crack before bursting open. A stunningly beautiful elf appeared before Zhang Chen. Ice Elf Queen, World Boss, Level 30, Strength 30,000, Agility 20,000, Spirit 80,000, Constitution 100,000, Skills, Frost Sorrow, Ice Burst, Ice Seal for miles. Level 30, Terrifying Stats. After seeing the attributes of the Ice Elf Queen, Zhang Chen understood why this was originally designed as a large-scale raid for 50 people. Faced with the Ice Elf Queen, without top-tier equipment, excellent leadership, and coordinated teamwork, even 100 people would meet the same fate of being wiped out. Although you are beautiful, unfortunately, you are a magic-based boss, so I can't practice perfect blocking on you, only send you to your death. After checking the Ice Elf Queen's attributes, Zhang Chen didn't hold back like he did with the Snowfield Elf Swordsman earlier. He accelerated with sword intent, and Red Horizon and Jean Lu pierced the boss's body simultaneously. The Ice Elf Queen let out a painful scream, then her whole body was encased in ice, causing the entire cave to freeze. Second phase. Zhang Chen was not surprised that the Ice Elf Queen entered the second phase. In fact, it would have been strange if she didn't. As the Ice Elf Queen was completely enveloped in ice, a melodious yet chilling tune echoed in the cave. Ice Elf Queen activates Frost Sorrow, cursing all team members, reducing all attributes by 50%. I didn't expect the Ice Elf Queen's Frost Sorrow to be a curse-based skill. Zhang Chen saw all his attributes increase by 50%, couldn't help but laugh, and used his flying sword to attack the Ice Queen wrapped in ice. Shizhou broke the ice wrapping the Ice Queen. Jianlu pierced the Ice Queen's chest, emptying her health bar. Curse King's heart effect triggered, Ice Queen subjected to enslavement curse. Do you want to enslave the Ice Queen? Suddenly, a strange message popped up on Zhang Chen's panel, making him stunned. Enslavement curse? Although Zhang Chen didn't know what this curse was, he couldn't contain his curiosity and chose to enslave directly. The Ice Queen, who should have died, suddenly let out a painful scream, and a large amount of black gas emerged from the wound on her chest, enveloping her whole body. She seemed to be desperately resisting the curse imposed on her, but with her abilities, she couldn't stop the curse from eroding her. Soon, the Ice Queen's expression became dull, her eyes lifeless. Successfully enslaving the Ice Queen can be summoned from the pet space. Obtained Ice Emperor's Heart *1. Zhang Chen obtained the materials dropped by the boss but did not gain any experience. Is it because I enslaved the boss? Zhang Chen looked at the Ice Queen not far away and realized that he had established a special master-servant relationship with her. Now, with just a thought, Zhang Chen could control the Ice Queen to do anything. Realizing this, a hint of shock flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. This enslavement curse could even enslave world-class bosses. Does this mean that in the future, as long as he triggers the enslavement curse by attacking, he can turn bosses into his pet babies? Isn't this Curse King's heart too outrageous? While Zhang Chen was still counting his spoils, a melodious bell rang in the hall. Someone broke the dungeon record. Quick, find out which dungeon it is. Over here, the record at the Polar Icefield dungeon has been updated. For a moment, a large number of people rushed into the Hall of Dungeons, gathering at the entrance of the Polar Icefield dungeon. Over 100 pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the screen above the dungeon, waiting for the record to refresh. I remember the last time this dungeon record was broken was 3 years ago, right? I was a freshman back then, and now I'm about to graduate. I haven't heard of any academy planning to raid this dungeon recently. Who broke it? It seems like someone was forming a team to raid the Polar Icefield dungeon today. Could it be them? Everyone discussed back and forth, and soon new information appeared on the screen. No academy, team leader, Zhang Chen, team size, 1 person, clearance time 2 hours 12 minutes 6 seconds. Wow! As the record updated, everyone gasped in shock, and the hall fell silent. It took a while before someone broke the silence. Is this a mistake? 1 person soloing a large team dungeon in just over 2 hours? Even if 50 level 30 players went in, they might not clear it, right? Who is Zhang Chen? Why have I never heard of this person before? Isn't this year's national top scorer named Zhang Chen? Could it be him? Nonsense, a freshman reaching level 21 at most. If the expert who soloed this dungeon is that Zhang Chen, I'll eat my hat. Everyone excitedly discussed, and the once solemn hall now resembled a marketplace. At that moment, Wang Fei and Sun Cheng, who were still forming a team, teleported into the dungeon hall and saw a group of people fervently discussing something at the entrance of the Polar Icefield dungeon. What's going on? Wang Fei looked puzzled, as he had left the dungeon hall for a while to recruit people and was unaware of the record being broken. Sun Cheng tiptoed and peeked. It seems like someone broke the record for the Polar Icefield dungeon. Have you heard that besides us, there are other teams planning to raid the Polar Icefield instance today? Wang Fei muttered, and Sun Cheng seemed to realize something, her expression changing slightly. No, there is indeed one. Who? Have you forgotten? Someone entered the Polar Icefield instance before. You mean that clueless guy who wanted to solo large team instances? How could it be him? Wang Fei waved his hand with a smile, dismissing Sun Cheng's suggestion without a second thought, and walked straight towards the crowd. Let's not guess randomly, let's go see for ourselves. Just as Wang Fei and Sun Cheng squeezed to the front of the crowd, they saw Zhang Chen walking out of the instance, leaving them stunned on the spot. He's out. Boss, add me as a friend. Take me on a run, we can negotiate the price. Boss, I've been in school for 2 years, and we still haven't cleared the Polar Icefield instance. Please take me with you. Zhang Chen was immediately surrounded by a frenzy of people as he emerged, while Wang Fei and Sun Cheng were pushed out by the enthusiastic crowd. Watching the frenzied crowd, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily. He immediately used his identity card to swipe at the identity recognition terminal in front of the instance, then teleported back inside. He's gone back in. Solo again. Is he treating large team instances as leveling grounds? But then again, if one has the ability to solo large team instances, leveling inside would indeed be fast. After all, one person enjoying the experience of 50 people outside the instance were discussing animatedly, while Wang Fei and Sun Qing, outside the crowd, looked at each other in disbelief. He really soloed it. Sun Qing, did you use detection on him before? What class is he? I did. He's a class I've never seen before, called Sword Formation Master. Seems like a support class. A hidden class? Looks like it has the strength of a legendary class. We must make friends with him. Let's wait outside for a while. Should we stop recruiting then? What's the point? Once Zhang Chen joins the team, the number of people won't matter anymore. True. While discussions outside the instance were in full swing, Zhang Chen had already re-entered the polar icefield instance. Although he had obtained the Heart of the Ice Emperor, this instance provided high experience points, allowing him to level up to 30 in one go before changing classes. Besides leveling up, Zhang Chen had two other purposes for re-entering this instance. One was to see if the boss of this instance was still there after he had enslaved the Ice Queen, and the other was that when he broke the record, he received rewards from the school, 10,000 points and 10 credits. The points were self-explanatory, they were money. The key was the credits. At Kyoto University, in order to graduate, one must obtain 300 credits, which were extremely difficult to acquire. Taking a course for a semester might only yield 1 credit or even 0.5 credits. Moreover, in 4 years of university, the maximum number of credits that could be obtained through courses was only 100. The remaining 200 credits had to be obtained from other sources, such as breaking school instance records, or completing tasks and commissions issued by the school. Zhang Chen wanted to know if repeating the instance record breaking would earn him credits again. If so, he could fill up the credits needed for graduation in a month, or even without attending classes. With the experience of raiding the instance for the first time, Zhang Chen made rapid progress this time, reaching the boss territory of the Ice Queen in less than an hour. In the center of the cave stood a huge block of ice, but there was no Ice Queen inside. No boss? Zhang Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily. He hadn't expected that he had actually kidnapped the boss of this instance. You should know that every copy resource is extremely precious. 2/3 of the wars erupting around the world are due to the competition for copy resources, and the remaining 1/3 is also related to copies. Copies in this world are equivalent to oil, and large team copies are like large oil fields. Zhang Chen has now destroyed a large oil field of the country, and if the school finds out, who knows how many people will go crazy. However, the Ice Queen is like a piece of meat in Zhang Chen's mouth, and he cannot possibly give it back. Forget it, let's make the best of a bad situation. The school can't possibly take my life. Zhang Chen chose to act recklessly and directly entered the boss's territory. Boom! The cave began to shake, cracks appeared on the surface of the huge ice blocks, and then they burst open with a loud noise. In the next moment, Zhang Chen's communicator received a message. Successfully cleared the polar icefield copy. Congratulations on refreshing the record. Reward 10,000 points. Zhang Chen cleared it directly, but this time there was no credit reward, only 10,000 points. At the same time, at the Kyoto University Copy Management Center, things were in chaos. Teacher Zhu, the copy exploded. In the copy management office, a young teacher anxiously shouted at a middle-aged man with a goatee who was leisurely drinking tea. Young people have never seen the world. It's just a copy explosion. What's the panic? Zhu Yangfu blew the steam off the teacup and said, "We are in charge of managing copies. Problems with copies are common, and solving problems is what we do. Tell me, which copy has a problem?" The polar icefield copy. The polar icefield copy? I remember that's a 50-player large team copy, right? It's an old copy, so it's normal to have some minor issues. Zhu Yangfu calmly took a sip of tea and continued, "Tell me, what's the problem?" The boss was kidnapped. Humor, I asked for a problem, not a joke. Teacher Zhu, the problem is that the boss was kidnapped. Clang! The teacup fell to the ground. Zhu Yangfu stood up abruptly, rushed to the copy control console, and shouted in a hoarse voice, "How could the boss be kidnapped?" The young teacher, seeing Zhu Yangfu getting agitated, quickly said, "Teacher Zhu, calm down a bit." "How can I calm down? Bring up the copy log and see what's going on." Zhu Yangfu was sweating profusely. A large team copy's value is equivalent to that of 10 ordinary copies. If the polar icefield copy is destroyed, it would be a major accident, and he might even lose his job. I've already checked the log. It's a freshman who soloed the polar icefield copy, defeated the Ice Queen, and then captured her as a pet. Captured the boss as a pet? Zhu Yangfu was stunned. How did the student manage that? The young teacher shook his head. I don't know. Forget it, for now, temporarily close the polar ice field copy. I'll personally go to the academic affairs office and ask old Chen for the student's information. By the way, what's the student's name? Zhang Chen. Okay. As Zhu Yongfu hurried to the academic affairs office, chaos erupted at the copy hall. Damn! Cleared the polar ice field copy in an hour? Is that guy cheating? I remember the journey in this copy takes an hour, which means that guy rushed through all the way, including the boss. So the first 2 hours were spent finding the way. Now no one will ever break the record of the polar ice field copy. Wait, have you noticed that Zhang Chen is not in any of the colleges? He's still a freshman this year. Are all the freshmen this strong? I remember during the recent freshman training, there was a freshman who could summon mechs and beat up a few third-year guys who were trying to steal points, right? I thought that guy was pretty awesome, but turns out there's even tougher ones out there. Compared to them, I'm just a waste for having to delay my graduation in my 4th year. The crowd discussed fervently, and at that moment, the entrance to the instance lit up, and Zhang Chen walked out from it. The boss is here. Boss is awesome. Boss, want to take me in as your follower? Boss, take me leveling up. I can warm your bed. Zhang Chen was once again surrounded by the crazy crowd. Knowing he had caused a big stir, Zhang Chen didn't even pay attention to the praises of the crowd. After saying sorry, he changed his status, used the skill wind control, and leaped out of the crowd like a gust of wind, leaving the hall. Such a fast speed. His agility must be tens of thousands, right? Boss is truly amazing. Boss is boss, even his back looks so elegant and handsome, I'm already infatuated with him. The name Zhang Chen will surely resound throughout the campus tomorrow. After leaving the instance hall, Zhang Chen returned to the academic affairs office to find Chen Yun. He couldn't hide the fact that he had captured the Ice Queen spirit, so he had to report the situation before it got serious. If he lost his student status because of a boss, it would not be worth it. Seeing Zhang Chen return in a hurry, Chen Yun couldn't help but say, "You're back so soon?" But don't be discouraged, after all, that instance is a large-scale team instance for 50 people. You can't solo it alone. Didn't Ji Qingsong give you 3 days? Wait until you find a team. With your output, you'll definitely make it through. Chen Yun thought Zhang Chen had failed to solo, so he smiled and comforted him. Although Zhang Chen's output was strong, he was just one person, and clearing a large instance required not only output but also tanks, healers, and controllers. It was too difficult for Zhang Chen to solo. Zhang Chen went straight to the point. "Teacher Chen, I caused a bit of trouble." Chen Yun didn't mind and said with a smile, "Did you have a conflict with other students?" It's normal to have conflicts with other students at school. As long as there are no fatalities, even serious injuries, our school doctor can save them. Zhang Chen said, "I captured the boss in the polar ice field instance." "You captured? What?" Chen Yun, who was laughing, suddenly trembled, staring at Zhang Chen in disbelief. "Oh my god, what did you say you captured? Old Chen!" At this moment, Zhu Yongfu burst into the academic affairs office, shouting, "Give me the file of a student named Zhang Chen. That brat actually captured the Ice Queen spirit as a pet, causing our large team instance to collapse. I must skin him alive." After Zhu Yongfu finished shouting, he saw Zhang Chen and Chen Yun looking at him awkwardly in the office, and it fell silent. Chen Yun glanced at Zhang Chen, not knowing what to say for a moment, so he had to calm Zhu Yongfu first. "Old Zhu, don't get excited first. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Zhang Chen probably didn't do it on purpose." "You say he didn't do it on purpose, so he didn't do it on purpose?" Zhu Yongfu, like a powder keg about to explode, said, "Quickly give me Zhang Chen's information. This matter must be resolved quickly, or else if the principal finds out, I won't be able to keep my job." After that, Zhu Yongfu looked at Zhang Chen again. "You go out first, come back after I finish talking with Chen Yun." Zhang Chen awkwardly said, "Teacher, I am Zhang Chen." Zhu Yongfu was stunned, then cast a detection spell on Zhang Chen. "Zhang Chen, Sword Formation Master, level 29. So it's you, kid." Zhu Yongfu exploded, "Just level grinding normally. And then for some reason, the Ice Queen spirit became my pet." After the meeting with the Council of Elders, the signing of the contract with the Curse King had become the highest state secret. He neither could nor had the right to disclose anything related to the Curse King to anyone. At this moment, all he could do was play dumb. I don't know why." Zhu Yongfu's mouth twitched. "Can you return the Ice Queen of the Elves?" Zhang Chen shook his head innocently. "I'm afraid I can't." "You're not going back?" Zhu Yongfu's mouth twitched, veins bulging on his forehead. "Do you know what a huge loss it is for our school when a large-scale team instance is scrapped?" Chen Yun hurriedly intervened. "Old Zhu, calm down. It's just one boss missing from an instance. We can capture a boss in the wilderness and place it in the instance. The polar ice field instance won't be ruined." Zhu Yongfu retorted, "It's not that simple. The wilderness bosses that can rival the Ice Queen of the Elves are all world-class, and they must be at least level 30. Where can we find one?" Once a world boss appeared, especially a low-level world boss like this level 31, it would be besieged by major guilds as soon as it showed up. Those world bosses wouldn't survive more than a few hours, let alone be captured alive. Chen Yun continued to reassure, "We'll find a solution. Anyway, the situation is already like this. You can't possibly fire Zhang Chen because of this, right? He was just attempting to clear the instance normally, it was an unforeseen accident." Zhu Yongfu gave Chen Yun a disdainful look. "I see now, old Chen. Are you so determined to favor this kid? What kind of spell has he cast on you?" Chen Yun replied, "Even if I explain more, you won't understand. Let me put it simply, Zhang Chen is now level 29. Before soloing the Polar Icefield instance, he was level 28. At level 28, he could solo a 50-player large-scale instance. Isn't his value higher than that of a large team instance? After all, the instances in our school are meant to train students. If Zhang Chen can defeat the Ice Queen of the Elves, that's his ability. We teachers can't hinder students' progress, can we?" Zhu Yongfu pondered, "Well, that makes sense. But if this instance loses its final boss for no reason, how can I explain it to the principal?" Chen Yun assured, "Don't worry. The principal is also someone who appreciates talent. If you report the situation truthfully, he won't punish you, he might even reward you. After all, you've also helped Zhang Chen. As for the Polar Icefield instance, since we can't find a level 30 world boss, let's capture a regular boss in the wilderness first and place it in the instance. Then we adjust the difficulty of the other monsters in the instance. As long as we balance the difficulty of this instance, we can reopen it." Zhu Yongfu sighed, "It seems this is the only way." Seeing the two teachers in this state, Zhang Chen felt a bit embarrassed and asked, "Is there a way to capture wilderness bosses? If I encounter a level 30 world boss, I can help catch it." Chen Yun shook his head, "You don't need to worry about that. Your main task now is to level up and improve your strength. Even if you encounter a wilderness world boss, you should try to defeat it if you have the chance. After all, the rewards for killing each world boss are extremely generous. You don't need to give up those rewards for the school instance." "All right." Hearing this, Zhang Chen didn't insist further. "I'll remember the kindness of the two teachers. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Wait, kid." At this moment, Zhu Yongfu seemed to remember something and suddenly stopped Zhang Chen. "Do you have any experience in real player battles?" Zhang Chen replied, I guess I do." After all, he had already killed a few people, even if it was all one-shot kills, it could still be considered real player battles. Zhu Yongfu's eyes lit up. "That's perfect. The National Campus Sports League is about to start soon. You can join our training team and represent our school in the PK competition." "Lao Zhu, you're joking." Chen Yun immediately put on a serious face. "The participants in that sports competition are all seniors, students above level 35. Zhang Chen has just started school, how can he participate in such a high-intensity competition? What's the big deal?" Zhu Yongfu put his hands on his hips. "This kid can already solo a level 25 large-scale team dungeon. His strength is definitely enough. Besides, even if things get tough, he can summon the Ice Queen and make students from other schools lose their way. This is a great opportunity to bring glory to the school. Besides, if Zhang Chen wins, he will also benefit greatly." "You." Chen Yun sighed, then looked at Zhang Chen. "What do you think?" Zhang Chen was curious. "What is the National Campus Sports League?" Zhu Yongfu explained, "It is organized by the Ministry of Education of Daxia. It is a professional sports league where major universities nationwide participate, each sending a team of 5 to compete. In this competition, thousands of universities and college students from across the country compete, ultimately determining the champions in singles, 3-person team, and 5-person team categories. Each category champion receives generous rewards. I don't have high expectations for you, just win a championship in one of the 3 categories." Zhang Chen asked again, "Isn't Kyoto University full of geniuses? Why choose me?" In fact, I recently received information that several universities have produced terrifying talents. Although the 5 members of our university training team are all strong, it might be difficult to win the championship this year. Kyoto University usually wins at least one championship every year. If we don't win any this year, our school might become a national joke. Kyoto University is the top-ranked university, and the top scorers in the national college entrance exams from various provinces and cities usually choose Kyoto University. On paper, Kyoto University is indeed the strongest. However, all major universities establish affiliated middle schools to cultivate students who will not take the college entrance exams but will be directly admitted to the university. These students receive professional training from a young age. Once they choose a combat profession at the age of 18, they can immediately leverage the advantages of their profession, surpassing ordinary professionals by far. Due to this direct admission mechanism, Kyoto University does not necessarily attract the most talented students. This results in Kyoto University, despite its strength, not always securing the championship in campus sports competitions. Zhang Chen nodded. I understand, I will participate. At this point, Chen Yin advised, Zhang Chen, you can participate, but remember, do not push yourself too hard in this competition. It's just a game. Xu Yangfu said seriously, Lao Chen, I have to talk to you. Why are you so pessimistic? Zhang Chen's strength is evident to all. Let him play and wreak havoc. This is a great opportunity to bring glory to the school. Chen Yun retorted, are you trying to save face for yourself? You are the team leader for this year's campus sports competition. Are you afraid of not achieving results this time and giving others a handle? Ha ha. Don't be so blunt, and if I lead the team to win the championship for the school, it will be a great achievement. The principal won't blame me for the dungeon matters then. Zhu Yangfu awkwardly chuckled, then said to Zhang Chen, don't be too nervous. There's still a month before the competition starts. Train to level 31st, preferably awaken and advance. The transition before and after the first transformation is a watershed for combat professionals. With your strength, going from level 29 to 30 within a month and completing the job advancement should be no problem, right? No problem, teacher. When Zhang Chen came out of the academic affairs office, it was already evening. He spent 2 points at the cafeteria for a hearty dinner, sent a message to Li Shuer that he had finished his business and had already reported to the school, then hurried back to the dormitory. Today, he had been clearing several instances in a row and exchanged a few moves with the strongest player from Kyoto University. Zhang Chen's body and mind were both exhausted, and all he wanted now was to lie down on the soft bed and have a good night's sleep. Just as Zhang Chen arrived at the entrance of Dormitory 0, he saw Nyo Popo standing guard at the gate, glaring at him aggressively. Nyo Popo. Sensing Nyo Popo's hostility, Zhang Chen suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly took out the starstone from his storage space. I'm here to pay the rent. Put the rent matter aside for now. Nyo Popo stared at Zhang Chen intently. First, explain to me why you lied to me this morning. Zhang Chen was taken aback. What did I lie to you about? Nyo Popo said, are you still pretending to be clueless? I'm asking if you received the blessing of the star god. Why did you say you didn't? Zhang Chen replied, I really didn't receive it. Impossible. Nyo Popo responded firmly. At that time, there were only 2 people in the star secret realm, and the other person has already confirmed that they didn't receive the star god's blessing. So, you are the only one left who could have received it. At this point, Nyo Popo's tone softened a bit, and she continued, Zhang Chen, did you plan to hide it from me because you didn't trust me? You didn't need to do that. I wouldn't harm you. Upon hearing Nyo Popo's words, Zhang Chen suddenly understood why she was angry and said with a bitter smile, Nyo Popo, you misunderstood. The star god did indeed bestow a blessing upon me, but due to certain reasons, the blessing failed. Failed? Nyo Popo's eyes widened. How is that possible? If a divine blessing fails, it can only mean that there is another deity's power on you. Have you received blessings from other deities before this? Zhang Chen shook his head. Nyo Popo, the power on me is not a blessing, but I can't disclose the specific reasons. Hearing this, Nyo Popo seemed to realize something. She didn't inquire further about the source of the divine power on Zhang Chen and just lamented, that's a pity. I thought you could unlock the treasure trove. Treasure trove? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up at Nyo Popo's words and he immediately said, Nyo Popo, although I didn't receive the star god's blessing, the star god later gave me an equipment. With that, Zhang Chen displayed the appearance of the star god's robe. The star god's robe? Nyo Popo saw Zhang Chen wearing the robe and her pupils dilated in shock. No, it can't be. How could the star god give you that equipment? Curious, Zhang Chen asked, is there something special about the star god's robe? Let me take a moment to compose myself. Nyo Popo took a few deep breaths to calm herself before saying, the star god's robe is a token of the star god. By giving you this equipment, it means that the star god fully acknowledges you and is willing to share his power with you. This matter is of great significance and could even impact the strategic development of the Great Xia Empire. Zhang Chen was surprised. Is this equipment really that important? Nyo Popo looked at Zhang Chen deeply. Zhang Chen, I underestimated you. You've caused quite a stir in Dormitory 0 as soon as you arrived. I can't imagine how lively Dormitory 0 will be in the future. With that, Nyo Popo turned around. Follow me. Zhang Chen asked, Nyo Popo, where are we going? Nyo Popo replied, to unveil a new chapter in Dormitory 0. Nyopopo said something with unclear meaning, and although Zhang Chen didn't understand, he obediently followed her upstairs. As Zhang Chen followed Nyopopo upstairs, he noticed that except for the second floor, all other floors were shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to see the conditions inside the hallway from the staircase. Granny Nyo walked and introduced to Zhang Chen, in Dormitory 0, floors 2 to 5 are residential areas. Each floor has special enhancement effects. The higher the floor, the stronger the enhancement effects. The 6th floor is the public area. As long as you are a resident of Dormitory 0, you can go up. There are many unique instances and special facilities exclusive to our dormitory building on the upper floor. As long as you have starstones, you can quickly enhance your strength on the 6th floor. That's where we are heading now. Even running on the 6th floor can permanently enhance your attributes. Zhang Chen asked, how can I move to higher floors? Granny Nyo replied, once your level is enough, and then through the trials of Dormitory 0, you can go to higher floors. If you want to live on the 3rd floor, your level must first reach level 40. Understood. While Granny Nyo detailed the basic situation of Dormitory 0, Zhang Chen also arrived at the 6th floor. This 6th floor was a wide platform with exercise equipment placed around, and several instances shimmering with starlight. The blonde young man Zhang Chen encountered at the entrance of the Starry Realm instance this morning was now running on a treadmill engraved with rune patterns. Granny Nyo introduced, he is Wang Haoren, a resident of 208. Don't be fooled by his appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old boy. In fact, he is your senior and has been living in Dormitory 0 for a year. He is Wang Haoren? Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He remembered that Yi Qingsong asked him to take the Ice Emperor's heart and Wang Haoren to the western outskirts of Kyoto, never expecting Wang Haoren to also live in Dormitory 0. This saved him the trouble of searching all over the school. Seeing Zhang Chen's intention to talk to Wang Haoren, Granny Nyo continued, once that guy is immersed in his own world, he won't notice anyone else. If you want to get to know him, you have to wait until he finishes exercising. Come with me over here first. With that, Granny Nyo led Zhang Chen to an instance. Try if you can enter. Seeing Granny Nyo intended for him to run the instance himself, Zhang Chen couldn't help but say, Granny Nyo, I've already run several instances today. Can I come back tomorrow? Granny Nyo reassured, don't worry, there are no monsters inside this instance. If you can enter, you will have unexpected benefits. An instance without monsters? Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise as he used the abyssal eye on the instance in front of him. Treasury of the Gods, level? Only those chosen by the gods are qualified to enter. The information from the abyssal eye made Zhang Chen realize that this instance was not simple at all, sparking his interest. He asked Granny Nyo, what should I do next? Granny Nyo nodded, you'll know once you put your hand in. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen placed his hand into the vortex, immediately feeling a strange power surging into the instance, enveloping his whole body. The next moment, the instance erupted with a dazzling light, instantly covering the entire 6th floor space. Wang Haoren, who was exercising, was attracted by the light, turning to look at the glowing instance. When the light dissipated, Zhang Chen had already disappeared from the spot. He actually went in. Granny Nyo was excited, after so many years? Finally, someone can activate the treasury of the gods. Inside the instance, Zhang Chen arrived in a hall crafted from starlight. In this hall, many treasures and equipment materials were suspended, all emitting extremely terrifying auras. Congratulations on entering the treasury of the gods. As the first chosen one to activate the treasury in 30 years, you are eligible to draw one treasure from the treasury. A prompt appeared in Zhang Chen's panel, and then a prism-like array similar to the Fate Star array appeared in front of him. Subsequently, a special scented godstone slowly condensed in front of him. Drawing a card with the godstone? Zhang Chen looked at the special godstone in his hand, first stunned, then his heart started racing. If this could be considered as drawing a card here, then he was definitely lucky. Could this talent also be triggered? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen became more and more excited. The card pool here was full of treasures, probably equivalent to the output of a normal godstone at the guaranteed minimum. If he could draw the best thing from the god's treasury, I can't resist it. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhang Chen placed the special godstone into the prism Fate Star array. The special godstone turned into colorful light and dissipated, and a large number of cards began to roll in the prism Fate Star array. Unlike the majority of white cards in a normal Fate Star array, Zhang Chen found that most of the cards in this prism Fate Star array were gold, with the remaining small portion all being red cards. This god's treasury is truly extraordinary. While Zhang Chen marveled, a colorful card flew out of the star array, with a colorful stone on it. First Awakening Stone, God level. Note, condensed by the power of a certain deity, this awakening stone can be used together with other awakening stones. The user of this awakening stone will gain the power of the deity. The second God-level awakening stone. Zhang Chen saw that he had drawn a God-level awakening stone, causing a huge wave in his heart. Moreover, according to the description of this awakening stone, it seemed that it could be used together with other awakening stones. In this way, could he not use 2 God-level awakening stones to complete the first tier advancement? Looking at the world's historical process, there was no one who could awaken using 2 awakening stones at the same time, let alone 2 God-level ones. Zhang Chen was making history. After sleeping in the dormitory tonight, I will naturally reach level 30 tomorrow. By then, using 2 God-level awakening stones, I don't even know how powerful I will become. At this moment, Zhang Chen was looking forward to tomorrow like never before. After Zhang Chen finished drawing the cards, he was directly transported outside the instance, where Niu Popo and Wang Haoran were looking at him nervously. Zhang Chen, what did you draw from the treasury? Niu Popo couldn't wait to ask when she saw Zhang Chen coming out. Zhang Chen didn't hide it and said generously, I drew a God-level first awakening stone. You hit the jackpot on your first draw? Niu Popo's eyes were almost popping out, full of disbelief. God-level first awakening stone. How many professionals dream of such a treasure? Zhang Chen smiled, it's just good luck. It's more than just good luck. The probability of hitting the jackpot in this god's treasury is less than 1 in 1,000. Niu Popo muttered, exuding resentment from head to toe. Feeling Niu Popo's resentment, Zhang Chen didn't know what to say, so he changed the subject. By the way, Niu Popo, I noticed that the godstone used to draw cards in the instance is different from our normal godstones. How can we obtain those special godstones? Niu Popo replied, those are called star godstones, treasures condensed by the power of the star god. Before you activate the god's treasury, there is no way to obtain star god stones, but now it's different. According to the rules of Dormitory 0, there are 2 ways to obtain star god stones, either by clearing the trials of Dormitory 0 or by exchanging them with normal god stones. 10 normal god stones can be exchanged for 1 star god stone. You will only have the opportunity to clear the trials of Dormitory 0 when you level up, and there are only a few chances to get a few star god stones. So, I suggest that you all save up the god stones you get and exchange them all for star god stones. After all, with a 10 draw of normal god stones, you might end up with all junk, but star god stones are different. They guarantee at least platinum level treasures, with a high probability of drawing epic level or higher treasures. Zhang Chen pondered, exchanged 10 god stones for 1 star god stone. This kind of transaction was a sure win for others, but not for Zhang Chen. For him, 1 ordinary god stone was equivalent to a specialized weapon. It would be a loss for him to exchange god stones for star god stones before refining all specialized weapons. Consequently, he had to rely on the trials in Dormitory 0 to obtain star god stones. However, Zhang Chen had no intention of mentioning this and instead said, Granny Niu, I'm a bit tired and want to go back to rest. Is there anything else? No, go back and rest quickly. Granny Niu waved her hand repeatedly and added, oh, you don't need to pay rent anymore. Use your star stones to improve yourself. Thank you, Granny Niu. Zhang Chen thanked her and hurriedly went downstairs, rushing back to his dormitory. Seeing Zhang Chen leave, Wang Haoran couldn't help but ask Granny Niu, can I also go to the god's treasury to draw cards? Granny Niu smiled, of course, thanks to Zhang Chen, the god's treasury has been activated. As long as you are a resident of Dormitory 0, you can enter. That's great. Wang Haoran took out 10 god stones from his storage space. These are the god stones I've saved for half a year. How can I exchange them for star god stones? You can just enter the treasury. Got it. While Wang Haoran entered the god's treasury with anticipation, Zhang Chen had already returned to his dormitory, lying down to rest and activating the experience boost mode. Entering a special area, plus 10 experience/second, minus 50%, early the next morning, a golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, and he reached level 30. Reach level 30, can undergo a career awakening, do you want to awaken? Zhang Chen opened his eyes and saw the prompt on the panel, feeling uncontrollably excited. Awaken! Awakening ceremony has begun, please use a first level awakening stone. As Zhang Chen chose to awaken, the 2 god-level first-level awakening stones in his storage space lit up. He took out the 2 stones, and they flew into the air, shining with black and blue light. In the next moment, the 2 god-level awakening stones turned into 2 rays of light and rushed into Zhang Chen's body, giving him a surge of new power. Awakening successful, Sword Formation Master advances to Sword Master. First God-level Awakening Stone adds attribute, Sword Master advances to Shadow Sword Master. Second God-level Awakening Stone adds attribute, Shadow Sword Master advances to Ghost Sword Master. Zhang Chen was astonished to see himself awaken once, with the Sword Formation Master advancing 3 times in a row. He immediately checked his current attributes. Name, Zheng Chen. Title, Curse King. Occupation, Ghost Sword Master. First level, level 30, 0%. Strength, 25,010, plus 714, Agility, 19,010, plus 714, Spirit, 50,001, plus 714, Constitution, 19,010, plus 714, Occupation. Special attributes, critical hit rate, 39%, critical hit damage, 390%. Wow! So many bonuses? Zhang Chen couldn't help but gasp at his current attribute panel. Apart from the attribute amplification from equipment and talents, Zhang Chen's naked attribute panel was equivalent to a 2000 attribute increase per level, which was a 40-fold increase compared to before awakening. Besides the attribute amplification, Zhang Chen also noticed changes in several of his skills. Demon Sword Formation, Level 5. Unleash the sword formation, continuously consume mental power, within a radius of 100 meters, critical damage increases by 180%, enemies within the sword formation have their speed reduced by 50% and receive 50% more damage, all allies, including oneself, have their speed and damage dealt increased by 50%. Spiritual Sword Mastery, Level 5. Control the flying sword, launch aerial attacks, instantly kill targets with less than 25% health. Ghostly Sword Speed, Level 1. Increase flying sword speed by 1000%. Apart from the skills of the sword formation space and attribute conversion remaining unchanged, the other three exclusive skills of the sword formation master have been greatly enhanced, to the point where Zhang Chen found them somewhat incomprehensible. Not only that, Zhang Chen even noticed changes in all 6 of his fate seats. Sword Sovereign, Fate Seat 1. Sword formation effective radius increased by 20 times. Sword Intent, Fate Seat 2. Unleashing the sword formation and controlling the sword no longer consume mental power. Enemies within the sword formation continuously lose mental power, while oneself and allies continuously recover mental power. Sword Bone, Fate Seat 3. Enemies within the sword formation continuously lose physical strength, while oneself and allies continuously recover physical strength. Sword Embryo, Fate Seat 4. When attacking an enemy within the sword formation, other enemies within the formation suffer 50% splash damage. Sword Heart, Fate Seat 5. Within the sword formation, attacks by oneself and allies are guaranteed to critically hit, doubling critical hit rate into critical damage, with an additional 200% increase in critical damage. Sword Immortal, Fate Seat 6. Within the sword formation, oneself ignores enemy defense, while allies ignore 50% of enemy defense. All 6 fate seats have received significant enhancements. Zhang Chen looked at his current attribute panel and was completely speechless with astonishment. He knew that after a professional awakened to the first transformation, their combat power would experience a huge surge, but he had no idea it would be this immense. This was no longer just a professional advancement, it was a complete transformation into a more insane and violent new profession. Output, tanking, support, healing. He could now do everything that other professions could. Is this the enhancement brought by the 2 first-tier Divine Awakening Stones? It's too insane. While others at level 30, with equipment, might have attributes in the thousands, his were already in the tens of thousands. Not to mention the improvements in skills and fate seats. Zhang Chen now felt embarrassed by his own strength. Chow! This is a huge power boost. After composing himself, tidying up his appearance, Zhang Chen walked to the front of door 208, knocked, but received no response. Strange, I woke up early today, has he already left? Zhang Chen muttered to himself, planning to ask Niu Polu about Wang Haorun's whereabouts. Soon after, the door of 208 opened, revealing a disheveled Wang Haorun with bloodshot eyes, looking at Zhang Chen wearily. It's you. What's up? Seeing Wang Haorun's current state, so different from yesterday, Zhang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What happened to you? When Zhang Chen inquired, Wang Haorun suddenly exclaimed, 10 divine stones. Do you know what I drew from the divine treasury with the 10 divine stones I saved up for half a year? Curious, Zhang Chen asked, what did you get? Wang Haorun said, an epic level armor. Zhang Chen replied, isn't that pretty good? 10 divine stones might not even guarantee you epic equipment. Wang Haorun cried, it's useless to me. I already have my exclusive armor. I might as well go to the Fate Star Array and gamble on 10 draws. There's a chance to refine my equipment by 1 level. It made me so angry I couldn't sleep all night. Zhang Chen was at a loss for words on how to comfort Wang Haorun, as he had drawn a divine awakening stone from the divine treasury, and anything he said now would likely sound like mockery to Wang Haorun. Zhang Chen had to quickly change the subject and said, Teacher Yi asked me to find you. He wants us to go to the outskirts of Kyoto for a class. Teacher Yi is going to teach? Wang Haorun, upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, immediately changed his previous dispirited look and stared straight at Zhang Chen. Really? Zhang Chen replied, He personally told me, so it should be accurate, right? Wang Haoran asked, was he drinking when he said that? Zhang Chen answered, yes. Wang Haoran paused, then sighed, then we don't need to go. He probably completely forgot about this by now. That's unlikely. Zhang Chen hesitated, he is after all the strongest at Kyoto University. Can he forget what he said yesterday so quickly? You really don't understand Teacher Ye's personality. Wang Haoran sighed again, then said, forget it, wait for me a moment. We'll go to the bamboo forest later to see if we can find him. After that, Wang Haoran went back to his room to freshen up. Once ready, he resumed his cold demeanor from yesterday, let's go. Your change in demeanor is quite drastic, isn't it? Zhang Chen looked at Wang Haoran in amazement. He couldn't understand how Wang Haoran seemed like a different person after just a few minutes of freshening up. Wang Haoran smiled faintly and politely said to Zhang Chen, I apologize for showing you my emotional side earlier. This is the real me now. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhang Chen didn't expose Wang Haoran's facade and followed him to the bamboo forest in the northwest. As they reached deep into the bamboo forest, they saw Yi Qingsong lying on a rock, sound asleep, surrounded by wine gourds. The air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. It's still morning, right? How much did he drink? Zhang Chen couldn't help but comment as he looked at the wine gourds scattered around. Wang Haoran chuckled awkwardly, our teacher is a heavy drinker. Today's intake is considered light for him. Wang Haoran nudged Yi Qingsong, teacher, Zhang Chen has obtained the Ice Emperor's heart. Shouldn't we start the class? Zhang Chen? Yi Qingsong mumbled in his sleep, who is Zhang Chen? Why did he bring the Ice Emperor's heart? Upon hearing Yi Qingsong's words, Zhang Chen's fist clenched instantly. After his sleep-talking, Yi Qingsong remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive to Wang Haoran's attempts to wake him. Wang Haoran looked embarrassed as he said to Zhang Chen, this is how our teacher is. Once he's drunk, he forgets about everything important. Zhang Chen asked, what should we do now? Wang Haoran replied, usually at this point, I find something to do on my own. By the way, I heard that there's a world boss in the outskirts of Kyoto that hasn't been defeated yet. Since teacher wants to take us there for class, it's probably related to that boss. How about we go check it out ourselves? Sure. Zhang Chen nodded. He had never encountered a world boss in the wilderness and was eager to see it. Wang Haoran smiled, our school has a teleportation array that leads to the West City Gate. I'll take you there. Shortly after Wang Haoran left the bamboo forest with Zhang Chen, Yi Qingsong, who was still sound asleep, opened his eyes slightly and muttered to himself, talent has passed, now it's about character and intelligence. Yi Qingsong took out a new wine gourd from his storage space, gulped it down, and as the gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo forest, he and the wind dissipated together. At the West City Gate of Kyoto, the walls were cast from steel and iron, not only protected by a divine array mage's barrier but also concealed numerous cannon ports. In the event of war, this wall was capable of annihilating any invading enemy. Wang Haoran showed the identity card of Kyoto University to the city gate guard, who then allowed Zhang Chen and Wang Haoran to leave the city. The wilderness outside Kyoto was different from that of West Lake City. Here, it was a flat road with no wild creatures in sight. Wang Haoran explained to Zhang Chen, the city defense forces in Kyoto regularly clear the monsters outside the city. Within 10 kilometers of Kyoto, you won't see a single wild creature. There is an abandoned town 30 kilometers away, where the monsters are all above level 35. Some have even witnessed a world boss in that town. Zhang Chen asked curiously, there's an abandoned town outside Kyoto? Wang Haoran replied, I heard that 30 years ago, an abyssal army attacked outside Kyoto, and they stationed in that town. Although Xia repelled the abyssal army, the town was already tainted with a lot of abyssal aura, making it uninhabitable. Even now, the abyssal aura there hasn't been completely cleared, so the monsters in that town are much stronger than ordinary wild creatures. Zhang Chen, you're only level 30 and may not withstand the monsters' attacks. Follow behind me, and I'll protect you. Zhang Chen used the abyssal eye to inspect Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran, Dragon Swordsman, level 35. You're only level 35 too. Who knows who will protect whom in the end? You don't understand. Although I'm only level 35, my profession is legendary, with a complete zero-death system, mechanisms, and values far surpassing ordinary professions. Just watch me shine later. That's great. My profession is a -2 life warrior, starting with a disadvantage. Wang Haoran looked sympathetically at Zhang Chen, patted his shoulder, and comforted him, brother, I understand. Many professions are like this, lacking mechanisms with zero life, needing to draw a life seat to become stronger. Sometimes, this world is just messed up. Many hidden professions, before drawing a life seat, are even weaker than ordinary professions. Yeah, Zhang Chen sighed, luckily, I have a full life. Wang Haoran. Why are you silent, Wang Xiong? Get lost. The two bantered all the way, walking along the flat road for 10 kilometers until they reached the abandoned town. The moment they stepped into the town, they felt the temperature drop significantly. Looking around, the town was filled with dilapidated buildings covered in moss. Even after 30 years, the air still carried a faint abyssal aura. It was evident how deeply the abyss had poisoned this land. Wang Haoren, preparing himself, instructed Zhang Chen, "We're entering a dangerous area. The monsters here like to hide in those buildings, so be extra careful." "Okay," Zhang Chen nodded slightly and then unfolded his sword formation. "Oh my god." Wang Haoren looked at the enhancement attributes on his panel, staring at Zhang Chen in disbelief. "Bro, aren't you a damage dealer? Why are all these support effects?" The enhancements Zhang Chen provided had raised his strength from 0 life to 6 lives, even surpassing 6 lives with the boosts he received. Zhang Chen said, "I'm an array-based damage dealer profession. It's normal to have billion-point support abilities, right? Is this just normal?" Wang Haoren's mouth twitched, refreshing his understanding of this world. Before meeting Zhang Chen, he thought his profession was strong, surpassing 99% of professionals in the world, even as evaluated by Teacher Yi. But after meeting Zhang Chen, Wang Haoren realized his profession was like a primitive man. Unfair. Too unfair. As Wang Haoren raged at the unfairness of the heavens, Zhang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. Someone is coming. At that moment, 6 professionals in uniform equipment, wielding fine weapons, emerged from the town, blocking Zhang Chen and Wang Haoren's path. One of the mages holding a staff said indifferently, "Our Flying Dragon Guild is hunting the world boss in this area. Outsiders should leave as soon as possible." Wang Haoren's expression darkened upon hearing the mage's words. "This wilderness area is public, and the world boss doesn't belong exclusively to you. Isn't your behavior too domineering?" The mage glanced coldly at Wang Haoren and Zhang Chen, without a word, directly ordered the professionals beside him, "Kill them." 2 archers immediately drew their bows and shot arrows, 2 arrows emitting a poisonous light aimed straight at Wang Haoren and Zhang Chen's faces. Before Zhang Chen could react, a sword light flashed by. Wang Haoren drew a dark red sword and cut off the 2 arrows, rebuking, "Are you going to kill people just like that?" The mage, seeing Wang Haoren easily deflect the attacks of 2 level 40 archers as a level 35, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes and then said, "These 2 are not simple, everyone attack together." As the words fell, other professionals launched their attacks, and for a moment, fireballs, hail, poison arrows, and various attacks flew towards Zhang Chen and Wang Haoren. Seeing this, Wang Haoren's eyes blazed with anger, dragon scales appearing on his skin. He took a step forward and let out a roar. The ground shattered beneath him. Skill, Dragon Roar. Boom! The terrifying sound waves shattered everyone's attacks on the spot, leaving all the professionals of the Flying Dragon Guild severely injured by Wang Haoren's roar. The leading mage's expression changed dramatically. "This guy's damage is abnormal. Retreat and inform the guild leader." At that moment, 6 flying swords appeared out of thin air behind them, directly reaping the lives of everyone present. 6 bodies fell stiffly to the ground, and the abandoned town fell silent. Wang Haoren stood still, looking at Zhang Chen in disbelief. "You killed them?" Zhang Chen, unfazed, asked, "Wang, have you never killed anyone before?" Killing. For Wang Haoren, it was a very unfamiliar concept. He had been a model student in school since he was young, and after changing jobs, he had been leveling up in dungeons. Even after entering Kyoto University, he had stayed on campus. Even when he had conflicts with other professionals, the fights always stopped at a certain point. It could be said that Wang Haoren had lived his life in an ivory tower called school until now, shielded from the harsh realities of society. Seeing Wang Haoren's expression, Zhang Chen understood that Wang Haoren had never experienced such a thing before and comforted him. "It's okay, there's always a first time for everything." Wang Haoren swallowed hard, still finding it hard to accept. But they weren't monsters, they were living people, and they died just like that. Zhang Chen replied, "They wanted to kill us. If we let them go, more people would come to kill us, and more people would die then." Wang, human nature is cruel. In this world, everyone wields extraordinary power. Killing is the easiest thing in this world as long as people have desires. There will be murderous intent. Can you continue to live in the campus forever? Wang Haoren fell silent for a long time, then said, "Zhang Chen, I don't blame you, and I understand the reasoning, but I still need some time to digest this." "I understand," Zhang Chen nodded, then asked, "Do you want to rest here for a while? I can handle the world boss alone." Wang Haoren shook his head, "No need, I'll overcome this psychological issue quickly. Let's continue forward." "Alright, wait for me a moment." Zhang Chen dragged the bodies to the roadside bushes, stripped 2 sets of clothes from the bodies, and handed 1 set to Wang Haoren. "There are probably many members of the Flying Dragon Guild in the town. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's disguise ourselves a bit. Okay. Wang Haoren did not refuse and changed into the uniform of the Flying Dragon Guild with Zhang Chen, entering the abandoned town together. Members of the Flying Dragon Guild could be seen everywhere in the town, while there were hardly any wild monsters left, all cleaned up by the guild. Seeing them like this, they probably haven't found the world boss yet. We still have a chance to get the first kill, Zhang Chen said. Seeing the members of the Flying Dragon Guild searching around the town, he immediately understood that the boss had not been found yet and asked Wang Haoren, "Brother Wang, do you know the background of the Flying Dragon Guild?" Wang Haoren replied, "I only know that their guild is one of the top 30 large guilds in the country, with a guild leader who is a level 75 high-level professional, very powerful." Zhang Chen nodded slightly. "Just now I heard that Mage was going to inform the guild leader, indicating that the guild leader of the Flying Dragon Guild is also in this town. It seems that this world boss is not simple." Wang Haoren looked worried. A world boss that can make the guild leader of the Flying Dragon Guild take action, at least level 65 or above, is not something we can deal with at all. Even if we manage to snatch the boss kill by blending in with the Flying Dragon Guild's team, they probably won't let us leave, Zhang Chen said. "Are you scared?" Zhang Chen smiled, a bit. Wang Haoren replied seriously, not trying to act tough anymore. After all, one of them was level 35, the other level 30, while just the guild leader of the Flying Dragon Guild was level 75, not to mention the other professionals. The strengths of both sides were simply not on the same level. Zhang Chen, however, said with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as I make a move, the world boss will definitely be ours, and the Flying Dragon Guild won't even catch a whiff of the boss's tailwind." "You?" Wang Haoren wanted to ask Zhang Chen where his confidence came from, but then he remembered the buffs Zhang Chen had applied to him. Those buffs, on anyone, could turn them into a war god, and on Zhang Chen, the effects would surely be even more exaggerated. Perhaps Zhang Chen really had the ability to snatch the boss in the midst of 1,000 troops and then leave safely. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren didn't say anything more and asked, "Okay, I'll follow your lead from now on. What should we do?" Zhang Chen glanced at the surrounding members of the Flying Dragon Guild and said with a smile, "Since we have free labor, we should make good use of it. Let's wait, the Flying Dragon Guild will definitely find the world boss." "Found it! The world boss is over here. Everyone, come over." At this moment, excited shouts came from afar, and all the members in the abandoned town ran towards the sound. "Look, they found it. Let's go check it out." Zhang Chen chuckled and immediately led Wang Haoren to join the team and rush towards the world boss. By the time the two arrived at the scene, the members of the Flying Dragon Guild had already begun to strategize against the world boss. Knights were at the forefront, with warriors, archers, mages, and other damage dealers in the middle, while support and healers were at the back, buffing and healing the team on one side and controlling and debuffing the boss on the other. The coordination of the guild's several thousand members at this moment was quite tacit, besieging a boss that was 3 to 4 meters tall, with the body of a sheep and hooves of a horse, surrounded by flames. Zhang Chen used the Abyssal Eye on the boss. Hellfire Demon Sheep, World Boss, Level 70, Strength 120,000, Agility 300,000, Spirit 200,000, Stamina 20 million, Skills, Demon Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physique Enhancement, a Level 70 World Boss, with Strength attributes exceeding 1 million, and a Stamina of 20 million, plus the skill of Physique Enhancement of the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Zhang Chen had no idea how much health this boss had. Such a terrifying pressure. I can't see its attributes at all. Wang Haoren and Zhang Chen hid behind the crowd in the abandoned building, watching as the Hellfire Demon Sheep remained unscathed amidst the siege of thousands of people. Wang couldn't help but ask Zhang, "What should we do?" Zhang replied in a serious tone, "I probably can't take down this boss in seconds. Let the Flying Dragon Guild output for a while first." "You were thinking of taking down this boss just now?" Wang Haoren's eyes widened in shock. "Listen, can a person say such a thing?" Zhang did not respond to Wang Haoren. His gaze swept through the array of the Flying Dragon Guild and finally landed on a slender figure with braided hair, holding a green magic book floating beside him. Mei Wanfeng, Voodoo Warlock, level 75. Is that the guild leader of the Flying Dragon Guild? Turns out he's a guy who plays with poison. Zhang had just detected Mei Wanfeng's information when he saw the magic book next to Mei Wanfeng quickly flipping pages, and several green lights shot out from the book onto the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The Hellfire Demon Sheep let out a painful howl. Its movements immediately slowed down significantly. More and more green toxins spread all over its body, continuously corroding its health points. Zhang once again probed the information of the Hellfire Demon Sheep and found that all of the boss's attributes had been reduced by more than half, and they were still decreasing. Such a ruthless skill. With Mei Wanfeng's move, the output of the Flying Dragon Guild immediately reached a new level, and the vitality of the Hellfire Demon Sheep began to visibly decline at a rapid pace. At this rate, in at most an hour, the Flying Dragon Guild will be able to kill this world boss. Zhang, when should we make our move? Wang Haoren saw that the guild's healers were clearly reducing the frequency of healing the knights, realizing that the Hellfire Demon Sheep wouldn't last much longer. He turned to Zhang, only to find him deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Wang Haoren curiously asked. Zhang replied, I'm thinking about Teacher Yi. Wang Haoren was taken aback. Aren't we preparing to snatch the world boss? How did we suddenly get to talking about the teacher? Zhang explained, Teacher Yi asked me to get the Ice Emperor's heart and then go to the outskirts of Kyoto with you for class. Based on our analysis, this course is likely related to the appearance of the world boss here. Wang Haoren said, if Teacher Yi didn't lose his memory, he could guide the two of us to defeat that world boss easily. So far, our speculations have been logical. What's the problem? No, we missed a crucial piece of information. Zhang took out the Ice Emperor's heart. The world boss is about to be defeated soon, but so far, this Ice Emperor's heart has not been put to use. Wang Haoren asked, are you saying we misinterpreted Teacher Ye's intentions? He didn't want us to defeat the world boss? No, the general direction is definitely correct. We must have overlooked some details. Zhang shook his head, then summoned the Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen. Wang Haoren was shocked to see Zhang suddenly summoning two bosses. Zhang, are you still a summoner? Is there anything you can't do? Just equipment skills. Zhang briefly explained to Wang Haoren, then ordered the two summoned creatures, go search this abandoned town and look for any suspicious places. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen nodded in unison, then the Rakshasa King turned into a shadow and went to the left side of the town, while the Ice Queen transformed into ice crystals and went to the right side of the town to start searching. Zhang continued to hide in the abandoned building, observing the abyssal flame demon sheep's condition. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang saw the decapitation mark appear on top of the abyssal flame demon sheep's head, indicating that the world boss's health had dropped to below 25%, and Zhang could directly slay it. And at that moment, wisps of black gas emerged from the ground beneath the abyssal flame demon sheep's feet. The abyssal flame demon sheep, who had been taking a beating, suddenly went into a rampage state, purging all negative effects on its body and significantly boosting its four-dimensional attributes. Roar! The sudden outburst of the abyssal flame demon sheep caught the attention of the healer, causing the knights in the front to be pierced through, disrupting the formation of the Flying Dragon Guild. The abyssal flame demon sheep charged into the crowd, slaughtering wildly. What are the knights doing? Quickly taunt the boss. Healer, heal me. I'm about to die. Support, use some control, the boss is out of control. In just that brief moment, the situation immediately reversed. The formation of the Flying Dragon Guild was scattered, with numerous casualties. Many players even abandoned their teammates and fled the battlefield. At this moment, chaos reigned. A bunch of useless people. Can't even hold the boss's aggro. I'll tank the boss. Each team reorganized the formation. Seeing the formation of the Flying Dragon Guild disrupted, Mei Wanfeng immediately shouted, then soared into the air, his green magic book flipping frantically. Terrifying magic surged around Mei Wanfeng as a green poisonous cloud slowly condensed in the sky, enveloping the entire abandoned town in a toxic mist. Wang Haoren stared fixedly at Mei Wanfeng standing high in the air, exclaiming, this momentum. Is he going to use a poison-type forbidden technique? Zhang Shen, we need to. Before Wang Haoren could finish his sentence, the Hellfire Demon Sheep suddenly teleported behind Mei Wanfeng, opened its huge mouth, and bit off Mei Wanfeng's head in one gulp. Mei Wanfeng's headless body fell from the sky, and the poisonous cloud in the sky dissipated. Guild leader. The guild leader has been killed. This boss is not right, everyone run. The members of the Flying Dragon Guild, witnessing Mei Wanfeng's death, immediately collapsed and fled towards the outskirts of the town, leaving their gear behind. Chewing on Mei Wanfeng's head in the air, the Hellfire Demon Sheep's flames gradually turned green, seemingly absorbing Mei Wanfeng's power and evolving into a poison attribute. It's evolving. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen finally stopped holding back, unleashed his sword formation, covered the Hellfire Demon Sheep, and with a flash of his red horizon sword, beheaded the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The headless body of the Hellfire Demon Sheep also fell from the sky, crushing Mei Wanfeng's body into a pulp. Kill! Zhang Chen successfully triggered the killing effect of the Seat of Destiny, but he did not receive a kill notification. Zhang Chen, the boss is looking over here. At that moment, Wang Haoren exclaimed, and Zhang Chen, coming to his senses, saw the head of the Hellfire Demon Sheep still floating in midair, its eyes staring straight at them. The next moment, green light emanated from the Hellfire Demon Sheep's eyes. Zhang Chen's heart sank, immediately stepping in front of Wang Haoren. Danger! Boom! Two green beams shot out from the Hellfire Demon Sheep's eyes, instantly piercing through the entire building, creating a long trench in the ground. The reinforced concrete building collapsed in that instant. Amidst the ruins, Wang Haoran looked incredulously at Zhang Chen, who stood unscathed in front of him. "You blocked that boss's attack?" It was a bit of a stretch. Zhang Chen retracted his Red Horizon and Zhan Lu swords into the sword formation space in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "If I didn't have a temporary shield and 100% poison resistance just now, that blow could have taken my life." His Red Horizon's death immunity passive had not cooled down yet. If his health reached 0, he would truly die. Zhang Chen once again used the Abyssal Eye on the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Corrupted Hellfire Demon Sheep, World Boss, Level 80. This time, the Abyssal Eye provided very little information, and Zhang Chen couldn't even see the boss's attributes. Corrupted? Zhang Chen's pupils slightly contracted, immediately shouting to Wang Haoran, "This boss has been corrupted into the abyss. Go!" Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen used Qi Shao and Zhan Lu to attack the Hellfire Demon Sheep, creating a temporary shield for himself, then grabbed Wang Haoran and fled the scene. Boom! At the moment when Zhang Chen was pulling Wang Haoran away, 2 beams of laser pierced through the place they had just been, directly melting the ground. The Hellfire Demon Sheep calmly watched Zhang Chen and Wang Haoran running wildly in the abandoned town, its head reattached to its body, then it made a running motion. In the next moment, the Hellfire Demon Sheep withstood Zhang Chen's sword formation's deceleration, running towards them at a speed far exceeding Zhang Chen and Wang Haoran, leaving a trail of flames behind. Where the Hellfire Demon Sheep passed, everything burned. "It's too fast. We can't outrun it." Zhang Chen turned around to see the Hellfire Demon Sheep rapidly approaching them. Without hesitation, he stopped and turned around, summoning Qi Shao and Zhan Lu, along with 8 flying swords, to launch a high-frequency attack on the Hellfire Demon Sheep, trying to trigger useful curses to defeat this Hellfire Demon Sheep. Unfortunately, luck was not on Zhang Chen's side this time. The Hellfire Demon Sheep rushed to Zhang Chen, raising a huge fist to strike him. Zhan Lu gives me a temporary shield, adding 90% damage reduction, and an intuitive block to withstand the next attack. I should be able to withstand this wave of attacks without using the robe of the Star God. Zhang Chen, unable to dodge at this moment, had this thought flash through his mind. Qi Shao and Zhan Lu appeared in front of him, intending to block the Hellfire Demon Sheep's attacks as much as possible and endure this wave of attacks. Hong-er! At this moment, a stern shout came from behind, and then Zhang Chen found himself shrouded in a huge shadow. In the next moment, a red dragon swooped over Zhang Chen's head, directly knocking the Hellfire Demon Sheep away. A dragon? Zhang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, turning around in shock, only to see Wang Haoran panting heavily, smiling at him. "Zhang Chen, she's my secret weapon, cool, right?" Before Wang Haoran could show off for a few seconds, the red dragon was pressed down by the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The Hellfire Demon Sheep opened its huge mouth and bit directly at the red dragon's neck, causing the red dragon to let out a piercing scream. Wang Haoran's expression changed slightly. "No. Honger's level is far below that boss. She's no match for the boss. Leave it to me." Zhang Chen reacted quickly, immediately covering the red dragon with his sword formation, applying all his buffs to the red dragon. Under Zhang Chen's sword formation buff, the red dragon immediately broke free from the Hellfire Demon Sheep's bite, swatting the Hellfire Demon Sheep to the ground with a claw, then biting back. This time it was the Hellfire Demon Sheep's turn to scream in pain. It continued to tear at the red dragon's flesh with its sharp claws, but with Zhang Chen's sword formation, the red dragon's strength was constantly replenished, enough to withstand the Hellfire Demon Sheep's attacks. Seeing this, Wang Haoran exclaimed joyfully, "Honger is holding the boss back." "It's not that simple," Zhang Chen said solemnly. "This Hellfire Demon Sheep is not the boss's main body, and it is getting stronger. Even with my assistance, the red dragon can only hold on for a while. Sooner or later, it will be killed by the boss." Wang Haoran's expression changed slightly. "What should we do now?" Zhang Chen took out the Ice Emperor's heart and handed it to Wang Haoran. "Just now my summons reported abnormal energy deep in the town. The boss's main body may be there. I have to stay here to assist the red dragon against the boss. You take the Ice Emperor's heart to deal with the boss's main body." Wang Haoran took the Ice Emperor's heart, glanced at the red dragon still fighting fiercely, then his eyes became determined, saying to Zhang Chen, "All right, you must hold on. If I don't come back in the end, you ride Honger and leave this place. Don't be so pessimistic, the Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen will help you." Wang Haoran didn't waste any more words. He stored the Ice Emperor's heart in his storage space, bypassed the Hellfire Demon Sheep, and ran towards the depths of the small town. Zhang Chen summoned all the flying swords he could control to assist the Red Dragon in fighting against the Hellfire Demon Sheep. With Zhang Chen joining the battlefield, the Red Dragon immediately gained the upper hand, and the Hellfire Demon Sheep was forced to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, on top of a dilapidated high-rise building in the ruins of the small town, Yi Qingsong stood on a protruding steel bar on the wall, calmly watching Zhang Chen and Wang Haoran splitting up. I didn't expect these two kids to cooperate so well the first time. It's really beyond my expectations. It seems I don't need to intervene. They can handle this boss on their own. Perfect, kids have their own matters, and I have my own tasks to do. Yi Ching-song took out the gourd from his waist, took a deep gulp, and then suddenly threw it forward. The space in front twisted for a moment, and then a fair hand reached out from the distorted space, grabbing Yi Ching-song's gourd and crushing it. In the next moment, a slender female demon emerged from the twisted space, looking indifferently at Yi Ching-song. If Zhang Chen had seen this female demon, he would have noticed that she looked just like his mother. Yi Ching-song, upon seeing the newcomer, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it to be a Duchess-level demon. You clearly targeted me, but after Zhang Chen entered the town, you seemed particularly interested in him. What's your relationship with him? It's none of your concern," the female demon said coldly, forming a whip with spikes in her hand and fiercely lashing out at Yi Ching-song. Yi Ching-song chuckled, catching the whip thrown at him with one hand, his eyes gradually turning cold. "If you don't speak, don't blame me for taking action. You should worry about yourself. This time, it's a trap specially prepared for you. The abyss has demons to deal with you, and I'm not the only one." The female demon snorted coldly, and the whip in her hand instantly transformed into a venomous snake, swiftly entwining Yi Ching-song. In the next moment, a crack opened in the space around Yi Ching-song, sucking him in directly. Plan successful, Yi Ching-song has been transported to the abyss. You can proceed now. The female demon calmly spoke to the void and then glanced at Zhang Chen below, hovering in the air for a moment before teleporting away. Zhang Chen, who was fighting alongside the red dragon against the hellfire demon sheep in the small town, seemed to sense something, turning to look at the spot where the female demon had disappeared, his brows furrowing slightly. Just now, was someone watching me? Roar! At this moment, the hellfire demon sheep let out an angry roar, causing the entire ground to tremble. Zhang Chen's attention was drawn back, seeing the green flames swirling around the right claw of the hellfire demon sheep. Zhang Chen immediately had a bad premonition and shouted, "Red Dragon, get out of the way." The red dragon, who was fighting in front of the hellfire demon sheep, heard Zhang Chen's words and without hesitation, flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind, flying up into the sky. The hellfire demon sheep also leaped into the air, its claw with green flames swirling fiercely striking towards the red dragon's heart, and at this moment, the red dragon was unable to dodge in time. Shi Xiao. Zhang Chen summoned Shi Xiao to his side, grabbing the sword hilt with one hand and then using the skill ghost sword speed. Flying sword speed increased by 1000%. Shi Xiao turned into a beam of light, dragging Zhang Chen to the front of the red dragon, and then Zhang Chen drew out Zhanlu from the sword formation space, holding it in front of himself. Instinctive block. Clang! Zhanlu's sword perfectly blocked the attack of the hellfire demon sheep, followed by a blue sword light flashing. The palm of the hellfire demon sheep was cut off and flew out, spraying a large amount of poisonous blood. At this moment, the red dragon also spewed out a dragon breath, raging flames sweeping over Zhang Chen from above, fiercely hitting the hellfire demon sheep. Bang! The terrifying dragon's breath pierced the earth, engulfing the entire abandoned town in a sea of flames in an instant. Zhang Chen held onto the red dragon's claw with one hand, staring fixedly at the sea of fire below, 10 flying swords protecting the red dragon. Still no indication of the boss being defeated. In the next moment, Zhang Chen saw a figure emerging from the sea of fire, rapidly expanding in size. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted suddenly, immediately flipping onto the back of the red dragon. Red dragon, fly higher. The red dragon flapped its wings once again, soaring into the sky, and then the hellfire demon ram burst out of the sea of fire, its size continuously increasing, reaching out to grab the red dragon in the sky. It was like using a celestial spell. Meanwhile, Wang Haoran, with the help of the Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen, discovered the boss's true form deep in the town, a level 50 entity, engulfed in flames, resembling a brain-shaped meatball. Although this meatball was much weaker than the hellfire demon ram, in Wang Haoran's eyes, it still exuded a dangerous aura all over. Phew! Feeling the pressure. Spotting the boss's true form, Wang Haoran turned to look at Zhang Chen and the red dragon high in the sky, evading the hellfire demon ram's pursuit, took a deep breath, then took out the Ice Emperor's heart and his giant sword, turned to the burning meatball. Looks like we need to end this quickly. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen immediately entered battle mode. After the hellfire demon ram grew larger, even the soldiers on the Kyoto city walls could see it. What is that? Such a huge monster. Look! It seems like someone is riding a dragon and fighting that monster. Who has a telescope? The distance is too far, I can't see clearly. As the soldiers watched the hellfire demon ram and Zhang Chen battle in the abandoned town, some members of the Flying Dragon Guild fled to the base of the city wall, shouting loudly, "Trouble! The level 70 world boss has turned into an abyssal monster. What? That giant beast is an abyssal boss? Could it be that the abyss is invading again? Quick, activate the Demon Slayer cannon, help the hero fight the abyssal boss. As the survivors of the Flying Dragon Guild spread the news of the world boss turning abyssal, a piercing alarm sounded at the west gate of Kyoto, and the soldiers on the city wall immediately put aside their curiosity and assembled at the fastest speed, ready to go out and face the enemy. A cannon port on the city wall opened, and a Demon Slayer cannon emerged, aiming at the Hellfire Demon Ram in the distance. The west gate of Kyoto immediately entered a state of war. Zhang Chen on the dragon's back noticed that the cannon on the Kyoto city wall had been activated in the distance, realizing that Kyoto had already discovered the abyssal monster. He immediately instructed the Red Dragon, dive towards the ground. The Red Dragon, who had fought alongside Zhang Chen for some time, now fully trusted his judgment and dove straight down towards the sea of fire below. Seeing this, the Hellfire Demon Ram roared furiously and reached out towards the Red Dragon, but at that moment, a majestic voice came from the west gate of Kyoto. Fire! Boom! The Demon Slayer cannon fired a terrifying laser beam, instantly piercing through the towering Hellfire Demon Ram, blasting its upper body into pieces with the laser. Where the laser passed, the space distorted slightly, its power extremely terrifying. The lower half of the Hellfire Demon Ram collapsed into the sea of fire. Although new flesh buds were growing at the wound of the Hellfire Demon Ram, indicating its imminent resurrection, Zhang Chen now had the time to go help Wang Haoren. Brother Wang, how are you? Zhang Chen immediately switched to the perspective of the Rakshasa King, only to see the Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen entwined by a terrifying tentacle resembling a brain-shaped meatball. Then all three of them were frozen in ice. Wang Haoren, covered in blood, gripped his great sword with both hands, roaring as he leaped into the air, fiercely stabbing down towards the frozen meatball. The giant sword pierced through the ice block, ruthlessly plunging into the meatball. The paw emitted a piercing scream, then exploded directly, sending Wang Haoren, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Queen flying. The Rakshasa King has fallen. The Ice Queen is severely injured and has returned to the summoning space. Zhang Chen lost sight of the Rakshasa King and received two messages, causing his heart to tighten. When he saw on the team panel that Wang Haoren was still alive, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then looked at the half of the Hellfire Demon sheep lying in the abandoned town. At this moment, a killable icon appeared once again on the head of the Hellfire Demon sheep. This time, it can finally end. Zhang Chen decisively pierced the half of the Hellfire Demon sheep's body with the Qishao sword, successfully killed the corrupted Hellfire Demon sheep, experience plus 20 million, minus 50%, obtain legendary weapon, Hellfire Giant sword, obtain legendary cloak, Hellfire cloak, Abyssal King, 4-dimensional attributes plus 715, Curse King's Blade artifact mission, 4596/100000. As the Hellfire Demon sheep was slain, a golden light burst out of Zhang Chen's body, propelling him directly to level 31. However, he didn't have time to check the boss's rewards, immediately rushing with the Red Dragon to the depths of the town, where they found Wang Haoren buried under rubble. Zhang Chen quickly deployed a sword formation to cover Wang Haoren, using it to restore his vitality. Wang Haoren's breathing gradually stabilized. Seeing this, the Red Dragon gratefully rubbed Zhang Chen's arm with its head, then turned into red light, flowing into Wang Haoren's body. Zhang Chen immediately felt that Wang Haoren's vitality had greatly improved. Soon, Wang Haoren opened his eyes and saw Zhang Chen checking equipment beside him, asking, "How's the boss?" "Thanks to you, it's been taken care of." Exploded two legendary pieces of equipment. Zhang Chen placed the two legendary items in front of Wang Haoren, saying, "We each get one of these, you choose first." Wang Haoren sat up, examining the red giant sword and red cloak before him. Hellfire Giant Sword, legendary attack plus 3000, strength plus 10,000, no equipment level restriction. Hellfire Cloak, legendary, grants 100% fire resistance, allows the holder to summon the Hellfire Demon Sheep to fight together. The Hellfire Demon Sheep will self-recover in the cloak after death, no equipment level restriction. Such high attributes, and no level restrictions. Wang Haoren, seeing the attack power of the Hellfire Giant Sword, was immediately tempted and looked at Zhang Chen, saying, "Zhang Chen, this Hellfire Giant Sword suits me well, can you give it to me?" "No problem." Zhang Chen equipped the Hellfire Cloak, feeling enveloped in a massive amount of fire elements. With a thought, he summoned the Hellfire Demon Sheep. In the next moment, the 3-meter-tall Hellfire Demon Sheep emerged from the flames. Zhang Chen immediately checked its attributes. Hellfire Demon Sheep, level 70, strength 120,000, agility 300,000, spirit 200,000, vitality 2 million, skills, demon roar, hellfire, death curse, earthquake, physique enhancement, at level 70, except for the vitality dropping from 20 million to 2 million, all other attributes remained unchanged, fully matching a level 70 boss panel. Seeing Zhang Chen summon the hellfire demon sheep, Wang Haoren couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhang Chen, with this boss, you can already summon 3 boss-level summons. I'm afraid many summoners can't compare to you." "Not bad, it can be used as a meat shield." Zhang Chen was quite satisfied with the attributes of the hellfire demon sheep and concealed the appearance of the hellfire cloak. Although the red cloak was cool, it was too flashy to wear for everyday activities. "Zhang Chen, your cloak is cool, but I still prefer this big sword." Wang Haoren chuckled and immediately equipped the flame demon greatsword, unable to part with it. After dividing the spoils, Wang Haoren took out a teleportation scroll and together with Zhang Chen, they teleported back. Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, Yi Qingsong looked at the 6 terrifying demons surrounding him and smiled at the leader. "Hardy, you really think highly of me. As one of the 7 great lords, you brought 5 dukes just to kill a drunkard like me." Hardy looked at Yi Qingsong with a smile. "Yi Qingsong, I have always admired you. If you are willing to join the abyss, I can even help you secure a position as a lord. Emperor Das is about to die, and his position will soon be vacant." "Sounds tempting." Yi Qingsong smiled faintly, took out a gourd from his storage space, took a big gulp, and drunkenly said, "But your abyss has no good wine to keep me." "What a pity." Hardy sighed disappointedly. "Everyone, kill him." After Zhang Chen and Wang Haoren returned to school, they headed straight to the bamboo forest without seeing Yi Qingsong. "It's normal, Teacher Yi is elusive. I often can't find him either. Let's come back tomorrow," Wang Haoren said, not surprised. He instructed Zhang Chen, "Don't join other academies for now. Only Teacher Yi at Kyoto University can help you fully utilize your strength and talent." Thinking of Yi Qingsong's drunken appearance, Zhang Chen hesitated. "I admit Teacher Yi is strong, but is he really suitable to be a teacher with that demeanor? After all, strength and teaching ability are completely unrelated. If Yi Qingsong continues to be indifferent, his strength would be meaningless. He is unqualified as a teacher." Wang Haoren smiled. "Don't judge Teacher Yi by his appearance. He is reliable when it matters and can see through many things. A few pointers from him are worth a year of practice in other academies. Most importantly, we don't have to attend classes at the Sword Heart Academy. All mandatory courses at Kyoto University only require us to read the corresponding books in the library to earn credits, saving us a lot of time." "Sounds good, I'll come back tomorrow." Zhang Chen was excited at the thought of skipping classes. "Alright, let's disband here for today. I came out early today, haven't paid my rent yet, need to go back to the dorm and mine some starstones. Sure, I'll go to the library, study some knowledge about the abyss in my spare time." After parting ways with Wang Haoren in the bamboo forest, Zhang Chen headed to the library. The library at Kyoto University was the 2nd largest in the Great Xia Empire, second only to the National Library. In the university library, apart from some forbidden knowledge requiring specific permissions, all knowledge was freely accessible to the students. Finding an empty spot, Zhang Chen placed his hand on the crystal ball on the table, and a light screen projected in front of him. The screen displayed 5 sections: professions, skills, dungeons, monsters, and the abyss. Clicking on the abyss section, numerous books on the abyss were alphabetically arranged and presented orderly in front of Zhang Chen. Selecting a book titled Introduction to the Abyss, the light screen disappeared, and a book flew out from the shelf, landing in front of Zhang Chen. It was the Introduction to the Abyss. Truly worthy of Kyoto University, the library is so advanced. Zhang Chen marveled at how the book he wanted came to him without moving, then he opened it and started studying. The book covered a lot about the abyss and information about the abyss battlefield, including monster distribution and environmental levels. Outside the first line of defense in Daxia, the average level of abyssal monsters is already above level 60. The army station there is constantly fighting against these abyssal monsters, and only the strongest of professionals can operate in that area. Countries like the Daxia Empire, which have their defenses built less than 100 kilometers from the entrance to the abyss, are few and far between in the world. As for countries that can push their armies into the abyss entrance, there are none. To this day, the understanding of the abyss by the human race remains superficial, knowing only that the abyss is larger than the entire surface world and is home to countless terrifying demons. The demons standing at the apex of the abyss are known as demon kings. The demon kings have divided the land of the abyss, with the territory of the cursed king located on the outskirts of the abyss, near the entrance. Therefore, the cursed king has always coveted the land on the surface, constantly sending his demons to invade the surface. For hundreds of years, the wars fought by the human race against demons have mostly been with the cursed king. 30 years ago, the cursed king personally led a large army to invade the Daxia Empire. After the Daxia Empire paid a heavy price to kill the cursed king, a new king from the abyss replaced the cursed king and became the new demon king of the cursed kingdom. Currently, the human race knows very little about this new king, only understanding that the new demon king commands 7 demon dukes, each of whom has the power to destroy a large country single-handedly. Like Emperor Sars, whom Zhang Chen encountered before, he is one of the 7 demon dukes. Just a demon kingdom from the abyss can take on the entire human race, and a single demon duke can crush our first line of defense in the Daxia Empire. And the cursed king who made a pact with me was actually the former emperor of such a kingdom. Zhang Chen looked at the information about the abyss, gaining a new understanding of the cursed king. One can imagine the determination it took for the Daxia Empire to have him confront the cursed king at level 70. This is a gamble. If he fails, Daxia will definitely be plunged into another desperate war, and the weakened Daxia Empire may not withstand a new full-scale war. At that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders. Let's do this. Unconsciously, as evening approached, Zhang Chen's communicator suddenly vibrated, receiving a text message from an unknown number. Come to the bamboo forest. Is it Teacher Yi? Although Zhang Chen didn't know how Yi Qingsong got his contact information, he put the book back and hurried to the bamboo forest. At that time, Yi Qingsong was drinking in the depths of the bamboo forest, with injuries in several places on his body. Teacher? Seeing Yi Qingsong's condition, Zhang Chen's eyes changed slightly. What happened? Nothing much, just had a fight with a few demons, got some minor injuries. I'll go see the school doctor later to get treated, it's nothing serious. Yi Qingsong smiled lightly and then asked Zhang Chen, tell me about your battle today. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. You didn't forget? Yi Qingsong laughed. Even though I drink a lot, I don't forget important matters. I really didn't expect. Zhang Chen's evaluation of Yi Qingsong in his heart suddenly rose, and he proceeded to recount today's battle. Well, you did well. Yi Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. You've passed. I'll inform Chen Yun from the Academic Affairs Office later and get your procedures done. From now on, you are the only 2 students of my Sword Heart Academy. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Chen thanked Yi Qingsong and then asked, but Teacher Yi, you specifically called me here, it shouldn't be just for this matter, right? You're sharp. Yi Qingsong smiled and then took out 2 photos of demons from his storage space. Do you recognize these 2 demons? Zhang Chen saw the 2 demon photos, his pupils slightly contracted. Mom and Dad? Is it really them? Yi Qingsong saw Zhang Chen's reaction, his eyes slightly narrowed. I noticed a trace of human aura lingering on them, and they bear some resemblance to you. So, I deliberately took these 2 photos while fighting them. Zhang Chen immediately asked, Teacher, how are they now? To be honest, not good. Yi Qingsong shook his head. Although they both still retain some human rationality, it's dwindling. Currently, they have completely sided with the demons and can no longer be considered human. Zhang Chen inquired, is there a possibility of saving them? Yi Qingsong replied, there are many examples of humans turning into abyssal demons, but so far, there hasn't been a case of a demon reverting back to human. Zhang Chen involuntarily took 2 steps back. How could this happen? Yi Qingsong added, but don't worry too much. Most humans turned into demons become the lowest level creatures, devoid of any rationality. However, your parents are special. Not only do they retain their consciousness, but they are also both Duke-level demons, ranking just below the Demon King and the 7 Great Dukes, each with their own territories and high status. This situation is unprecedented for me. Perhaps we can find a way to turn them back into humans. Even if we can't, we must strive to have them stand on the side of humanity. Zhang Chen asked, Teacher, what can I do? Yi Qingsong replied, this matter requires careful consideration. Many things need to be planned step by step. However, I do have a very urgent task for you. Zhang Chen immediately focused and said earnestly, please tell me, teacher. I will complete it. Yi Qingsong said, in 3 days, the principal will hold a meeting of deans, and all deans must attend. You will go on my behalf. Zhang Chen puzzled? Ahem. Yi Qingsong cleared his throat twice and continued, of course, it's not because I'm lazy to attend, but due to urgent matters that I can't get away from. Moreover, the attendees will be the deans of various colleges, each with considerable resources. Building a good relationship with them will be beneficial. Zhang Chen speechless, teacher, skipping our classes is one thing, but this dean's meeting, is it too much to send a freshman like me to attend? Yi Qingsong reassured, what's the problem? You can already face an 80th level world boss. Many college deans are not as capable as you. You are fully qualified to participate. Zhang Chen was at a loss. Is this about strength? This is totally messed up. Just imagine, a bunch of level 70 to 80 big shots sitting together, discussing major issues that could influence the fate of the Great Xia Empire, and then a student like him sneaking in. Isn't that a completely different style? However, Yi Ching-song remained unfazed and continued, "Let me tell you, this meeting is crucial. The principal will evaluate each college, and the one ranked last will be disbanded. Due to our Sword Heart Academy's various indicators falling short, we are at risk of dissolution. Your task this time is to showcase the spirit of our Sword Heart Academy at the meeting, convey our Sword Heart spirit to the principal, and safeguard our academy." Zhang Chen asked, "So, teacher, what is the spirit of Sword Heart Academy? What is the Sword Heart spirit?" Zhang Chen was not even officially a member of Sword Heart Academy yet, so who knows what Yi Ching-song was talking about. That's not important. Anyway, I'm entrusting this meeting to you. I have more urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yi Ching-song brushed off his long-winded explanation and then tossed a black identity card to Zhang Chen. "This is my identity card. I have transferred my permissions to you. Insert the card into your communicator, and all the meeting information will be sent to you. Keep it safe." After saying that, a gust of wind blew by, and Yi Ching-song disappeared on the spot. "Hey! What the hell?" Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse as he saw Yi Ching-song drop his identity card and run off. In that moment, his recently elevated opinion of Yi Ching-song plummeted instantly. He even doubted whether all the things Yi Ching-song had just said about his parents were just a setup to avoid the meeting. This guy is so unreliable. Can he just casually give such a precious thing like an identity card to others? Zhang Chen sighed repeatedly as he looked at the black identity card in his hand. Why did he have to choose such a person as his teacher? But now that things had come to this, Zhang Chen could only grit his teeth and proceed. He inserted Yi Ching-song's identity card into his communicator and soon received a message about a meeting sent out by the principal. In that mass message, the principal specifically mentioned Yi Ching-song, sternly criticizing him as unfit for the positions of dean and teacher. This guy just wants me to go there and get scolded, right? Zhang Chen, upon seeing the principal's message, inexplicably thought of the situation where students would find a stranger to pose as their parents to avoid being scolded when teachers requested a parent-teacher meeting. After reading the meeting information, Zhang Chen was about to pull out the identity card when he suddenly received a text message from the bank. Your account has spent 3 million yuan at the Bright Moon Winery, with an available balance of 18 billion yuan. How much? Units, tens, hundreds. Zhang Chen counted his balance and exclaimed, 180 billion? Zhang Chen was greatly shocked by Yi Ching-song's personal wealth. Then he seemed to think of something and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Teacher Yi, you asked me to work for you. It's okay if I ask for some salary, right? Whistling, Zhang Chen arrived at the Imperial Exchange in the school. This exchange allowed transactions using identity cards, which meant Zhang Chen could now use Yi Ching-song's money. Confidently, Zhang Chen, feeling rich and powerful, sat down at the exchange, placed Yi Ching-song's identity card, and then searched for the words long sword in the auction house. That night, the Imperial Exchange was in turmoil. Many people received the news for the first time that Yi Ching-song of Kyoto University had spent 10 billion to buy 10 level 30, epic grade standard long swords at the Swordsmith Villa. Everyone speculated that the strongest person at Kyoto University had bought so many low-level long swords in one go, surely intending to take on apprentices. Satisfied with his purchase, Zhang Chen walked out of the exchange after receiving the goods, taking out his newly acquired long sword from the sword array space. These swords were all purple, with beautiful patterns on the blade, crafted by renowned artisans. Purple Shadow Sword, Epic Attack plus 800, level 30 usable. Note, produced by Swordsmith Villa, a century-old enterprise, quality guaranteed. A very simple and pure attribute, with no other bonuses besides attack power. But for Zhang Chen, until his sword array was filled with swords, this was top-notch. Finally replacing the iron sword in his sword array, Zhang Chen returned to his dormitory contentedly and fell asleep peacefully. Shortly after, in a tavern in Kyoto City, a few elderly men in luxurious attire approached Yi Ching-song, who was drinking. Yi Ching-song smiled, "Gentlemen, what a rare visit. Here for a drink with me?" The old men chuckled, "Mr. Yi, we heard you are taking on apprentices. We happen to have children of suitable age at home. Would you consider, Yi Ching-song?" Over the next 2 days, Zhang Chen immersed himself in the library, studying various knowledge to enrich himself and earn some credits. After 2 days, Zhang Chen not only had a clearer understanding of this world but also completed all the compulsory courses for the semester, earning 10 credits. Early on the 3rd day, while Zhang Chen was still in bed sleeping, Yi Ching-song's identity card suddenly lit up, and then a teleportation array appeared beneath Zhang Chen, transporting him away. Zhang Chen suddenly woke up from the floor, only to find himself in a magnificent hall, surrounded by independent beams of teleportation light, from which terrifying high-level professionals emerged one after another. "Ha! Did I get the location wrong? I was supposed to teleport Yiching-song. A cute girl with a bun hairstyle looked at Zhang Chen in confusion, not understanding why she made a mistake. Immediately, an old man with a white beard frowned and said, Xiao Su, how could you make such a basic mistake? The child is still sleeping, apologize to him and send him back. Principal, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little brother. Su Wantao quickly apologized to the old man with the white beard and then to Zhang Chen, before sending the bewildered Zhang Chen back. I won't make a mistake this time. Su Wantao muttered to herself, repositioned Yiching-song, and initiated the teleportation array once again. A white light rose in the grand hall, and Zhang Chen appeared once more. At that moment, everyone, including Principal Jing Bingyun, was stunned. Seeing Zhang Chen appear again, Su Wantao turned pale, hastily explaining to Jing Bingyun, it's impossible. Principal, believe me, I didn't make a mistake this time, I targeted Teacher Yi. Jing Bingyun was speechless, then where is Yiching-song? By now, Zhang Chen, who had awakened from his slumber, realized that the dean's meeting had begun. He immediately took out Yiching-song's identity card and explained to everyone, Esteemed teachers and elders, my name is Zhang Chen. This time, I am here to represent Teacher Yi at the dean's meeting. This statement caused an uproar. Nonsense! Yiching-song is becoming more and more audacious. How can a student participate in such a high-level meeting? Principal, if you don't rein in Yiching-song, he will go too far. How disgraceful! At once, the deans of various colleges began to criticize Yiching-song, each filled with extreme anger. Zhang Chen had anticipated this situation and could only smile wryly, waiting for everyone to vent their anger before speaking. After all, the situation was indeed absurd, and it was understandable that they were not accepting it. Silence! Jing Bingyun suddenly spoke, a powerful aura emanating from him, covering the entire hall, immediately quieting the scene. Jing Bingyun looked directly at Zhang Chen and asked, Child, are you sure you want to represent Yiching-song at this dean's meeting? Zhang Chen nodded helplessly, yes. Jing Bingyun continued, do you know what will happen next? Zhang Chen replied, I have a rough idea. Satisfied with Zhang Chen's response, Jing Bingyun gave him a deep look and said, since everyone is here, let the meeting begin. At that moment, Vice Principal Duan Xing, dressed in a red robe and exuding a commanding presence, raised an objection, Principal, is this against the rules? He is just a student, how can he qualify? Jing Bingyun interrupted, since Yiching-song has chosen this child as the representative of the Sword Heart Academy, he is now the dean of the Sword Heart Academy and has the right to stand here. Let's treat everyone equally. With Jing Bingyun's final decision, although some deans were quite dissatisfied with Yiching-song's behavior, they had to accept the outcome. And so, Zhang Chen successfully infiltrated the group of big shots and participated in the dean's meeting. The meeting began, and Jing Bingyun brought up the first agenda. Firstly, regarding the first agenda of the meeting, it is still the perennial topic of the academy rankings. Currently, the Xianlong Academy ranks first, the Mingjing Academy ranks second, the Wufeng Academy ranks third, and the other academies have also performed well, except for the Sword Heart Academy. All the dean's eyes were now focused on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen felt a bit awkward, but he could only grit his teeth and prepare the words he was about to say. Jing Bingyun continued, none of the Sword Heart Academy's indicators meet the standards, ranking at the bottom. According to the elimination mechanism, if a college ranks last for 4 consecutive quarters, it will be dissolved, and the students will be transferred to other colleges. Zhang Chen, as the representative of the Sword Heart Academy, do you have any objections? Zhang Chen replied, I have no objections. Good, I hereby announce the dissolution of the Sword Heart Academy, revoking Dean Yiching-song's title. The students of the Sword Heart Academy will temporarily be transferred to. Principal, wait a moment. At that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up, interrupting Jing Bingyun. Jing Bingyun paused and looked at Zhang Chen. What do you want to say? Zhang Chen said, before Teacher Yi entrusted me with this matter, he specifically instructed me to demonstrate the Sword Heart Spirit to all the teachers. The Sword Heart Spirit? Jing Bingyun was momentarily surprised, then chuckled, this is the first time I've heard of such a spirit in your academy. What is its essence? Never give up until the last moment, Zhang Chen replied without hesitation. That is the Sword Heart Spirit. Duan Xing chuckled, silly child, you've almost been fooled by that scoundrel Yiching-song. Never give up? The academy is about to be dissolved, even Yiching-song himself dares not face this fact personally. Do you still want to never give up? I have researched the elimination of the last place in our Kyoto University. If a soon-to-be dissolved college can prove that it has cultivated outstanding students, it means that the teaching methods of the college are correct, and the college can continue to operate without dissolution, Zhang Chen explained. Jing Bingyun shook his head. As far as I know, the Sword Heart Academy only had one student before, and now with you, there are only two. The sample size is too small to prove that the Sword Heart Academy is capable of cultivating excellent students. Principal, our Sword Heart spirit emphasizes quality over quantity, Zhang Chen stated. Su Wantao muttered, isn't the Sword Heart spirit about never giving up? Pretending not to hear Su Wantao's muttering, Zhang Chen looked directly into Jing Bingyun's eyes and said, Principal, although our academy only has 2 students, we can surpass hundreds and thousands of students in other academies. How can you prove that? Jing Bingyun asked. With a slight smile, Zhang Chen activated the sword formation, covering everyone in the hall. In that instant, everyone felt the enhancement effects given by Zhang Chen, their expressions becoming incredibly vibrant. This enhancement, speed and damage increased by 50%, continuous restoration of spirit and physical strength, attacks are guaranteed to be critical hits, critical hit damage increased by 200%, and 50% of the enemy's defense is ignored. Seeing the enhancements on their own status panels, they even felt like they could challenge a deity. How significant was this boost? Principal, can this prove it? Jing Bingyun looked at the enhancements on his own status panel, stunned for a moment, then asked Zhang Chen, how large is the range of your enhancement? Currently, a radius of 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. Jing Bingyun's pupils suddenly contracted, unable to contain his astonishment any longer. A Legion-level aura, with such a large enhancement? He dared not imagine how much the overall combat power of the entire Legion would increase if Zhang Chen stood in the midst of the army. Not to mention the future, even now, as long as the Great Xia Empire had Zhang Chen, they could completely counterattack the Abyss and push the front line to the entrance of the Abyss. Thinking of this, Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, Indeed, Zhang Chen, your strength far exceeds the general understanding. Perhaps only that weirdo Yiqing Song can truly teach you well. I object. Duan Xing spoke up again, Principal, Zhang Chen is indeed the most outstanding student I have ever seen, but Yiqing Song is also the most irresponsible teacher I have ever encountered. Allowing Yiqing Song to educate Zhang Chen is irresponsible to the student. Jianqin Academy can stay, but I suggest having Zhang Chen come to Shenlong Academy. Only the resources of our academy can fully unleash his talent, Duan Xing said, making the other deans present instantly understand the old man's intentions. Soon, a tall and elegant woman in white spoke up, Principal, my suggestion is to have Zhang Chen join Mingjing Academy. He has not fully grown yet, and only with my one-on-one guidance can he thrive and grow. Speaking was the dean of Mingjing Academy, the legendary Nanny Gu Bingying, also the dream lover of many students and teachers at Kyoto University. As Gu Bingying spoke, the other deans couldn't sit still. Principal, our Huofeng Academy is full of high-output geniuses. This is the most suitable place for Zhang Chen. The teachers in our Holy Light Academy are all top-notch assistants. This is where Zhang Chen belongs. Principal, we. At that moment, the deans of various academies began to argue about which academy Zhang Chen should go to, with no one caring whether Jianqin Academy should be cancelled. Everyone, please quiet down. Jing Bingyun called for the restless deans to stop and said, I understand your love for talent, but Zhang Chen is a student of Yiqing Song. Is it appropriate for you to fight over him like this? Duan Xing took out a tablet and said, Principal, I just checked. Zhang Chen is a new student of our school this year. He hasn't even completed the procedures to join Jianqin Academy yet. In principle, he is not a student of Jianqin Academy. Gu Bingying added, I remember now, Zhang Chen is the student who didn't participate in the new student training this year. According to the rules, Zhang Chen should be fairly competed for by each academy. Why did Yiqing Song accept Zhang Chen without our knowledge? Exactly, Principal, you have always favored Yiqing Song before, and now you let Yiqing Song take in an incredible genius through the back door. This is unfair. Yiqing Song has been lucky. It was fine when the best student from last year went to his academy, but now he wants to poach another one this year. I think Kyoto University should just become Jianqin University. Yes, Jianqin Academy has been at the bottom for years, but the quality of students they accept keeps getting better. What's the point of us deans working hard if they are going to excel? The deans present were all astute individuals, and after Duan Xing and Gu Bingying pointed out the loopholes, they also seized on this loophole to bombard Jing Bingyun. Initially, they had no certainty when they first fought over Zhang Chen, but now they all felt justified. Zhang Chen watched as the solemn hall turned into a marketplace, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. Who could have imagined that these people arguing vehemently were the respected and revered deans of the academies outside? Enough! Jing Bingyun finally couldn't hold back, raising her voice to drown out the deans. The hall fell silent. Jing Bingyun pressed her temples and sighed, I understand everyone's demands, but Zhang Chen didn't participate in the new student training because the military called him away, not because I let Yi Qingsong take him in through the back door. On the other hand, I believe that when it comes to students choosing their academy, we should respect the students' own wishes. Duan Xing spoke again. Principal, this is unfair. Currently, Zhang Chen has only interacted with Yi Qingsong. Naturally, he would think highly of Jianxin Academy, but how can he be sure that Jianxin Academy is the best fit for him without experiencing other academies? Jing Bingyun looked at Duan Xing. So, what do you suggest? Duan Xing replied, I think we can let Zhang Chen study at my Xianlong Academy for a while first. After all, our academy has been ranked first for years and has the most resources. Perhaps Zhang Chen will come to like our academy? Gu Bingying threw a flirtatious glance at Zhang Chen. Xiao Zhang Chen, our college is full of stunning beauties, each department has its own style. If you come to our college, you will be the most favored junior brother in Mingjing College. The dean of Huofeng College sneered, hee hee, Gu Bingying, are you playing this trick? Who doesn't know that the flower of Huofeng College is my granddaughter? Zhang Chen, if you come to our college, I will arrange a blind date for you immediately. Gu Bingying covered her mouth and chuckled, Teacher Lu, the guys in your Huofeng College are outnumbered by the girls. Where do you get the confidence to compete with us in beauty at Mingjing College? Jing Bingyun saw that a new round of argument was about to erupt, and immediately said, how about this, Zhang Chen will be temporarily registered at Jianxin College for a year. During this year, as long as he is willing, he can study at various colleges, and all the achievements he makes during this period will not be counted as Jianxin College's results. After a year, Zhang Chen will choose which college to formally join. What do you all think? Duan Xing nodded. It's acceptable. Gu Bingying said, in that case, it's reluctantly acceptable. The other deans also expressed their agreement with this outcome. In fact, most of the deans present understood that even in fair competition, Zhang Chen would only choose among Xianlong College, Mingjing College, and Jianxin College, with Huofeng College possibly being added. The reason these deans were making a fuss and stirring up trouble was that they didn't want Yi Qingsong to pick up such a big treasure for nothing. After all, with Zhang Chen's talent, even if Yi Qingsong slacked off, Zhang Chen alone could elevate Jianxin College to heights not belonging to that college. And if Jianxin College didn't end up at the bottom, the other colleges would have to hit the books. Jing Bingyun, seeing that the topic had finally passed, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then said, since everyone agrees with this outcome, let's move on to the second item today, which is also the most important topic. When Jing Bingyun said this, Zhang Chen suddenly felt that the deans who had been arguing just now all became serious and solemn, and the whole hall was filled with a sense of solemnity. Something's not right. Zhang Chen, who had been watching the show, realized that the atmosphere had suddenly changed, and he immediately became serious. Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, the most important level 70 instance in our school, the realm of the Holy Spirit, has completely turned into an abyss. Deans, who will raid this abyss instance? The realm of the Holy Spirit is an instance known to only a few lecturers and professors at Kyoto University. Although this instance is level 70, its normal difficulty is higher than the nightmare difficulty of ordinary level 70 instances, and the nightmare difficulty is even close to the abyss level of level 70 instances. However, despite the high difficulty of the realm of the Holy Spirit, the rewards for clearing it are extremely generous. Anyone who clears the normal difficulty of the realm of the Holy Spirit will receive level 70 epic equipment, and those who clear the difficult difficulty will receive epic equipment of level 80 or higher. As for clearing the nightmare difficulty of the realm of the Holy Spirit, one will receive equipment of level 70 or higher, or legendary grade equipment without level restrictions. In the realm of the Holy Spirit, even demigod artifacts have been dropped. It can be said that half of Kyoto University's ranking as the top university among all higher education institutions in the country is due to the realm of the Holy Spirit. And now that the realm of the Holy Spirit has begun to turn into an abyss, this is extremely serious for Kyoto University and must be resolved immediately. However, the difficulty of the realm of the Holy Spirit is already equivalent to an abyss instance, and now that it is turned into an abyss, the difficulty is immeasurable. The most difficult part is that there is only one chance to raid the abyss instance, and if the raid fails, the abyss monsters in the realm of the Holy Spirit will come out, posing a deadly threat to the entire city of Kyoto and even the entire Great Xia Empire. Therefore, this abyssal dungeon cannot be conquered with just bravery and passion alone. One must have full confidence. Principal, I apply to be the team's main damage dealer. In the Great Hall, Duan Xing spoke first, applying to conquer the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon. I can take on the healing role. Gu Bingying also stepped forward, similarly applying for this important task. Jing Bingyun nodded. Good, both of you are top-tier professionals. It's indeed the best choice for you to be the main damage dealer and healer for this mission. At this point, Jing Bingyun paused and continued, the Holy Spirit Realm is a 5-person dungeon, and it's most suitable for me to be the tank. Therefore, the team is only lacking 2 support roles, or 1 damage dealer and 1 support. Su Wantao raised her hand and said, Principal, I can take the support role. Xiao Su, you. Jing Bingyun looked at the slightly nervous Su Wantao, pondered for a moment, and then said, Indeed. Even though your level is only 70, as a top-tier formation mage, you are qualified to join the team. Su Wantao, seeing Jing Bingyun's approval, clenched her fists and firmly said, Principal, rest assured, I will not hold back the team. Jing Bingyun said, with this, the team is almost complete, we just need to find 1 more damage dealer or support to set off. Duan Xing suggested, Principal, what about Yiqing Song? Gu Bingying chuckled, Vice Principal, don't you dislike Teacher Yi the most? Why are you recommending him now? Duan Xing snorted, Humph. I just think he's not fit to be a teacher, but I don't deny his strength. For this mission, he's more suitable as the main C than me. Gu Bingying said, I didn't expect Vice Principal to have such a high opinion of Teacher Yi, but I also think the same. If Teacher Yi can join the team, the difficulty of conquering this dungeon will significantly decrease. However, Jing Bingyun then said, Indeed, Yiqing Song is the best choice for this mission, but he has more important matters to attend to and cannot participate in this conquest. Upon hearing this, Duan Xing, Gu Bingying, and Su Wantao furrowed their brows. Yiqing Song is widely recognized as the strongest at Kyoto University, even surpassing Principal Jing Bingyun in strength. If Yiqing Song were to join the battle, they would have to choose Director Lu from the Fire Phoenix Academy. Although Director Lu is also a formidable damage dealer, like Duan Xing, he is a fire attribute mage. If the boss has high magic resistance and fire resistance, their team's success rate would likely decrease by 30%. Principal, let me join the battle. At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up. No! What's this student doing here? Before Jing Bingyun could respond, Duan Xing decisively rejected Zhang Chen's proposal. Gu Bingying added, Xiao Zhang Chen, although your support abilities are outstanding, we are facing a level 70 high difficulty abyssal dungeon, where even a small monster could kill you with a touch, my healing won't be effective on you. Jing Bingyun agreed with Duan Xing and Gu Bingying's thoughts, saying to Zhang Chen, it's really surprising that you stepped up, but conquering this dungeon is not your responsibility, your current task is to improve yourself. You are the future of our Kyoto University. Duan Xing said, Xiao Su, teleport Zhang Chen back. There's no need for him to participate in this discussion. Su Wanting nodded repeatedly, okay. Wait. Zhang Chen immediately interrupted Su Wanting's spellcasting and said to Jing Bingyun, Principal, I'm not joking, I'm serious. The best 5th member for this team can only be me. Jing Bingyun still shook his head, child, your joke is not funny at all, you don't understand how terrifying the abyssal demons are. Zhang Chen earnestly said, no, I am very aware of how terrifying the abyssal demons are, that's why I must go. At this moment, the sword formation unfolded once again, the red sky Zhanlu sword, along with 8 purple phantom swords, flew out from the sword formation space. The dangerous aura emanating from the sword edges stirred up a storm of fear in everyone present. They actually felt a deadly threat from a level 31 youngster. Zhang Chen manipulated 10 flying swords to circle around him and said, Teachers, I am actually a damage dealer, support is just an addition. Duan Xing, seeing the flying swords around Zhang Chen, was shocked for a moment, then regained his composure. No. Even if you are a damage dealer, the level gap between you and the monster is too large. Joining the team, all you can do is support, you can't. Zhang Chen interrupted, Teacher Duan, do you have a way to lock your health? Duan Xing asked, what? Zhang Chen clarified, equipment, skills, talents, anything that prevents being one-shot. Duan Xing frowned, of course I do, but why do you ask? Before Duan Xing could finish, the red sky beside Zhang Chen turned into a sword light and shot towards Duan Xing. Duan Xing's expression changed dramatically, immediately conjuring a flame shield in front of himself. However, Zhang Chen's sword was too fast. Duan Xing's flame shield had not fully formed when the red sky pierced through his chest, triggering Duan Xing's passive skill. -9060155375. As flames surged out of Duan Xing's body, representing his death in the hall, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. They all knew Duan Xing's abilities. The fact that his flame avatar was triggered meant that Zhang Chen's strike had directly reduced Duan Xing's health to below 30%. Without that passive skill, Duan Xing would have been one-shot just now. A level 31 character with the ability to one-shot an 80th level mage. What kind of damage was this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Bingying, at this moment, regained her composure, pursed her lips, and asked Duan Xing, Vice Principal, how much damage did Zhang Chen inflict on you? Duan Xing, sweating profusely, somewhat dazed, replied shakily, 9 billion. At this moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. After an unknown period of silence, Jing Bingyun was the first to break the calm, coughed twice, and asked Zhang Chen, how long does it take for you to output damage of this level again? Zhang Chen replied, as long as I strike with my sword once, I can output damage. Just now was just a normal attack. With that, Zhang Chen used the skill Ghost Sword Speed, and the 10 flying swords around him spun as fast as an electric fan, leaving many Deans green-faced. With Zhang Chen's current attack speed, over half of the Deans present wouldn't last a second. At this moment, everyone only had one thing to say to Zhang Chen. This gear must be expensive, right? After playing with his swords for a while, Zhang Chen retracted all the flying swords back into the sword formation space and looked at the stunned Jing Bingyun, asking, Principal, can I join the raid team now? Jing Bingyun regained her composure, looked deeply at Zhang Chen, and sighed, I didn't expect that, Xia actually produced such a little monster like you. Perhaps you are the one capable of ending the war between our human race and the Abyss. Esteemed Deans, any objections to Zhang Chen being the 5th member of the raid team for the Holy Spirit Abyss instance this time? No objections. I agree. Seconded. After Zhang Chen demonstrated his transcendent strength, all the Deans present, including Duan Xing, no longer saw Zhang Chen as just a student but as an equal on the same platform. The only things they could surpass Zhang Chen in now were age and level. In that case, I hereby announce the team members for this raid on the Holy Spirit Abyss. Main Tank, Jing Bingyun, level 85, Shield of the Ancient Wilderness. Number 1 Damage Dealer, Duan Xing, level 80, Judgment of the Holy Fire. Treatment, Gu Bingying, level 80, Radiant Divine Envoy. Support No. 1. Su Wanting, level 70, Master of 10,000 Formations. Output No. 2 and Support No. 2. Zhang Chen, level 31, Ghostly Sword Master. The Abyss Raid team has been selected. This meeting is now concluded. I kindly ask all Deans to keep today's meeting content confidential. After publicly reading out the members of the Abyss Raid team, Jing Bingyun announced the end of the meeting and instructed Su Wanting beside her, Xiao Su, please escort all the Deans back. Yes. Su Wanting nodded slightly, activated a formation under her feet, and teleported everyone except the raid team members back. In the magnificent hall, only the 5 members of the raid team remained. Jing Bingyun first instructed Gu Bingying, Xiao Gu, reset Duan Xing's passive skill cooldown. His passive skill is crucial for this raid, so we need to be fully prepared before we set off. Understood, Principal. Gu Bingying nodded, then opened her fair palm, and a green light continuously flew out from her palm, enveloping Duan Xing and resetting his skill cooldown. Seeing this, Zhang Chen immediately asked Gu Bingying, Teacher Gu, can you reset equipment skill cooldowns? Of course, Xiao Zhang Chen, which skill do you need to reset? That's great. Zhang Chen's face lit up with joy as he took out the Crimson Skyblade. Please, Teacher Gu, my specialized weapon has a passive skill that prevents death. I've already used it before and it hasn't cooled down yet. Gu Bingying nodded and smiled, no problem, my skill cooldown time is half an hour. I'll help you when it's ready. Thank you, Teacher Gu. You're welcome. While Gu Bingying was waiting for her cooldown, Jing Bingyun approached Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, you are the only one among us who has no understanding of the Holy Spirit realm, so before we depart, I will give you a brief explanation of this dungeon. Zhang Chen replied, Thank you, Principal. Jing Bingyun smiled and said, the map of the Holy Spirit realm is a sky island inhabited mainly by dragon people. You don't need to worry about most of the monsters on it as I will intercept them all, they won't touch you. However, you must be extremely cautious of a type of monster called the replicating dragon people. They can replicate the skills and equipment of any member of our team. Once you are replicated, all Abyss monsters will be strengthened by your sword formation. Combined with your high damage output, we could be wiped out directly. Zhang Chen asked, how can I avoid being replicated? Jing Bingyun explained, generally, the replicating dragon people will replicate the person with the highest output in the team. So, before we deal with them, refrain from attacking and assist from the rear using your sword formation. Zhang Chen nodded, I understand. Furthermore, let me tell you more about the map. As Jing Bingyun explained some essential details of the dungeon to Zhang Chen, inside the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon, Odysseus and Ista squatted in front of a white arched door at the entrance, chatting casually. Ista, this is the dungeon of Kyoto University. There are powerful human players above level 80 everywhere outside the dungeon. The Grand Duke has tasked us with guarding this place, isn't he just sending us to our deaths? Isn't it all your fault, you useless one? You couldn't even handle a level 10 Zhang Chen. In the end, you got the Grand Duke Dias seriously injured by Zhang Chen, and now the blame is coming down on us. I'm following you and it's bad luck. Do you have the nerve to blame me? Weren't you unable to deal with that kid either? Who knew that bastard was immune to water attribute damage? I didn't know he was immune to mental damage either. Anyway, I've started learning spells from other elements. The next time I see Zhang Chen, I'll make sure to kill him. First, think about how to get through today. This dungeon is turning into an abyss. The strong warriors of the human race will definitely come to conquer it. Don't forget our mission. If we succeed, we have the chance to be resurrected. If we fail, then we are truly dead. Don't worry, I consulted the demon prophet in the abyss, and he said my luck is soaring recently. As long as I don't encounter Zhang Chen, I can succeed in anything. That scoundrel can't possibly enter this sacred realm, right? Odysseus said, looking at the dungeon entrance, confidently telling Ista, trust me, this time it's a death trap set by Duke Hardy himself for the human race. We will definitely win. Ista frowned, don't say that, I'm scared. Scared of what? How can you be so timid as a demon? While Odysseus and Ista were chatting, the light at the dungeon entrance suddenly lit up. Odysseus immediately became serious, stay hidden. Odysseus and Ista, two level 70 abyss bosses, were unrivaled in front of Zhang Chen, but in the presence of elite professionals like Jing Bingyun, they had to be extremely cautious. At that moment, Jing Bingyun emerged from the entrance, and a gleam of light flashed in Odysseus's eyes. Here she comes. It's Jing Bingyun. Just as we predicted, the members of the human raid team are Jing Bingyun, Duan Xing, Gu Bingying, Su Wanting, and Zhang Chen? Odysseus saw Zhang Chen entering the dungeon with the team and his eyes widened in disbelief. How dare he show his face in this dungeon? Just as Odysseus laid eyes on Zhang Chen, causing a stir in his emotions, Duan Xing's eyes flashed, a red magic book materialized out of thin air, rapidly flipping pages. In the next moment, two fire dragons burst out of the magic book, roaring towards Odysseus and Ista. We've been spotted. Odysseus and Ista saw the two fire dragons approaching and each used evasive skills to dodge Duan Xing's attack. As planned, run. Feeling the burning sensation on his cheeks, Odysseus turned and fled without a hint of desire to fight. Ista followed closely behind. Why are you running? Jing Bingyun took a step forward. A massive black stone shield materialized out of nowhere and slammed into the ground. Skill, Giant Shield Provocation. Boom! The black stone shield shattered the ground directly. A terrifying shockwave swept outwards, pulling Odysseus and Ista uncontrollably towards Jing Bingyun to launch an attack. Mental light waves and water arrows hit the black stone shield, causing no harm to Jing Bingyun. At the same time, Su Wanting quickly cast a spell, a magic circle rapidly expanding under her feet, swiftly covering Odysseus and Ista. Skill, Super Gravity Barrier. Buzz. Odysseus and Ista were directly pressed to the ground by the intense gravity, unable to move. Zhang Chen stood behind the team, watching as the two demon bosses who had caused him trouble in the past were easily subdued by the principal and others, feeling a sense of respect. Truly the top force of Kyoto University. Two level 70 abyss scum, how dare you come and pollute the dungeon of my Kyoto University? Duan Xing snorted coldly. Another fire dragon surged out of the magic book, surrounding Duan Xing, roaring at Odysseus and Ista, ready to devour the two demons. Duan Xing, don't kill them yet. Jing Bingyun stepped forward to stop Duan Xing from making a move. These two demons are just cannon fodder. They don't have the ability to turn the sacred realm into an abyss. The real boss is still lurking behind the scenes. Let's interrogate them first. With that, Jing Bingyun looked at Gu Bingying and nodded slightly. Little Gu, it's up to you. Yes, Principal. Gu Bingying walked elegantly to the front of the team, blew a breath towards Ista, and a strange fragrant wind brushed Ista's face, causing her eyes to lose color and become dull. Darling, tell me, who sent you here? Ista replied woodenly, Duke Hadi. Duke Hadi, one of the Abyss 7 Dukes? Hearing Ista's answer, the expressions of the crowd suddenly changed, not expecting such a big figure behind the scenes this time. Jing Bingyun's expression became serious. She said to Gu Bingying, Hadi always likes to play conspiracies, he wouldn't casually send two demons over to die. What is Hadi planning? Gu Bingying nodded and continued to ask Ista, why are you guarding here? What is your purpose? Soul explosion. Before Ista could speak, Odysseus beside him suddenly screamed strangely. Enchanted by Gu Bingying, Ista's soul exploded on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices and died. The surging spiritual power spread outwards, causing the elemental power of the entire instance to become chaotic. The crowd's faces changed. Damn abyss scum! Duan Xing erupted on the spot, his fire dragon transformed into a flaming giant claw, directly grabbing Odysseus by the head, lifting him up. Are you seeking death? Odysseus endured the pain, smirked, foolish humans, trying to dig information from us? No way! If you want to kill, go ahead, we still have a chance to resurrect, but you will all die in this instance. You bastard, then I'll grant your wish. Duan Xing roared. A flaming fist flew out of the magic book, fiercely hitting Odysseus in the abdomen, causing him to vomit out his shattered internal organs on the spot. Duan Xing, don't kill him. Jing Bingyun restrained the raging Duan Xing and asked Gu Bingying, Xiao Gu, can you enchant him? Gu Bingying tried, then shook her head, no. This demon is a master of mental magic, his mental resistance is too high, my enchantment skill has no effect on him. He. Foolish humans. Odysseus grinned, this instance is a tomb prepared for you by Duke Hati. Look forward to the gift the Duke has prepared for you. At this point, Odysseus looked towards Zhang Chen at the back of the team. Zhang Chen, you're everywhere, you scoundrel. I was thinking of killing you next time we met, but it seems you'll die in this instance with these old folks. Zhang Chen looked calmly at Odysseus, then grinned, Odysseus, you are truly a pitiful one. A bit of intelligence, but unfortunately you met me in this lifetime. Odysseus was taken aback. What do you mean? Zhang Chen sneered, Odysseus, listen to my command. Buzz. As Zhang Chen spoke, his eyes instantly turned pitch black, like an endless abyss. Odysseus looked at Zhang Chen's eyes, his pupils suddenly shrinking, a sense of indescribable fear surging from the depths of his soul. King? Odysseus's body trembled violently, fear increasingly evident on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. This can't be. Duan Xing, seeing Odysseus's sudden change, looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief. What did you do to him? Zhang Chen said, I'll explain later. Duan Xing, put him down first. This. Duan Xing hesitated. Jing Bingyun, seeing Zhang Chen's pitch-black eyes, seemed pensive, as if realizing something. She said to Duan Xing, listen to Zhang Chen, this demon won't cause trouble. With Jing Bingyun's words, Duan Xing retracted the flaming claw, and Odysseus was pressed back to the ground by the gravity spell. Zhang Chen then said to the somewhat dazed Su Wanting, Teacher Su, you can also dispel the spell. Oh, okay. Su Wanting came to her senses, nodding repeatedly as she dispelled the gravity array. Odysseus got up from the ground, staring at Zhang Chen in horror, muttering impossible repeatedly. Zhang Chen whispered, kneel. Thud. Odysseus uncontrollably knelt before Zhang Chen, prostrating himself like a worm. Zhang Chen looked down at the humble Odysseus. Answer me, what are you trying to do here? Yes, your highness. Odysseus humbly replied. Grand Duke Hati divided the realm of the Holy Spirit into yin and yang duplicates. The human expedition team must split into two groups, defeat the yin and yang abyss bosses to truly conquer the corrupted realm of the Holy Spirit. If the human expedition team fails to discover the existence of the yin and yang duplicates and only goes down one path, once they step into the boss's territory and trigger the abyssal raid mode, the other path will default to a failed duplicate conquest due to the absence of an expedition team. At that time, the abyss bosses will greatly strengthen and lead a large army of abyss monsters to break out of the duplicate, slaughtering the students of Kyoto University. The human expedition team trapped in the duplicate will also be engulfed in the abyss due to the shattered corrupted duplicate, being slaughtered by the demons already waiting in the abyss. My task with Ista is to set up a maze here, attract the attention of the human expedition team, use my mental power to conceal the illusion power applied at the entrance of the duplicate, and hinder the expedition team from discovering the other duplicate. As Odysseus spoke, a hint of horror flashed in the eyes of everyone present. This hardy, such sinister methods. As Odysseus revealed the truth, Gu Bingying closed her eyes to sense, then blew a breath towards a white arched door in front of her, causing ripples in the space around the white arched door like water. The next moment, a black arched door appeared next to the white arched door, and a path to the unknown appeared before everyone. Indeed, there is another way. Gu Bingying immediately looked at Jing Bingyun. Principal, is this the first time we've encountered a situation like the yin and yang duplicates? Our plan is completely disrupted now. What should we do next? Their team was configured to conquer one duplicate, but now they needed to conquer two duplicates simultaneously, so the 5-person team had to split into two groups. How to allocate the team's combat power was now a matter that had to be considered. Jing Bingyun's expression was also somewhat serious at this moment, unable to make a decision for a while, so she could only say to Zhang Chen, ask Odysseus more about the strength of the yin and yang duplicates, especially the strength on both sides. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded and said to Odysseus, answer the principal's question. Odysseus immediately replied, the yang duplicate is the corrupted realm of the Holy Spirit, where all monsters are corrupted by a massive amount of abyssal power, especially the final boss, the Spirit King, with a strength increase of over 20 times. The yin duplicate is a replica of the yang duplicate overall, but since the yin duplicate was created out of thin air by Grand Duke Hati using his own power, the difficulty lies between the Abyss Yang duplicate and the nightmare difficulty of the Realm of the Holy Spirit duplicate. Duan Xing said, in that case, the principal and teacher Gu should go separately. We need to ensure that each duplicate has a tank or healer, and also, the Yang duplicate needs to send the main combat power, with 3 people going over. In my opinion, I, Teacher Gu, and Little Su should go to the Yang duplicate, while the principal and Zhang Chen go to the Yin duplicate. This may be the most reasonable allocation. However, Zhang Chen shook his head. Teacher Duan, I don't think that's appropriate. Duan Xing asked, why? Zhang Chen replied, Teacher Duan and Teacher Su are 1 DPS and 1 support, Teacher Gu is a healer. In your team going to the Yang duplicate, who will tank the damage? Won't Teacher Gu's healing pressure be very high? Duan Xing, this is the only way to allocate it. With your level, Zhang Chen, even the monsters in the Yin instance will kill you with just 1 touch. Teacher Gu's healing won't help you. As for us, we can resist a bit and should be able to get through. Zhang Chen firmly vetoed, no. Abyss monsters are already high in attack and defense, and there are also the existence of replicated dragon people. Once the replicated dragon person copies Teacher Duan, along with the strengthened Abyss boss, without the principal tanking the damage up front, the 3 of you, Teacher Duan, are very likely to be wiped out. Duan Xing fell silent. He also knew in his heart that without a meat shield to tackle the Yang instance, their chances of wiping out were extremely high. But if Jing Bingyun and Gu Bingying also went to the Yang instance, even if he and Su Wanning went to the Yin instance, without healing, they might not be able to withstand the damage, and the result would be the same. Not only Duan Xing, but everyone else was also silent at this moment. After all, the configuration of their team could only tackle 1 Abyss instance. Now, forcibly splitting the team into 2 routes would significantly increase their difficulty. Seeing everyone silent, Zhang Chen continued, my suggestion is for the principal, Teacher Duan, Teacher Gu, and Teacher Su to go to the Yang instance together, while I go to the Yin instance alone. Jing Bingyun couldn't help but exclaim, you want to solo the Yin instance? Duan Xing also frowned, Zhang Chen, have you gone mad? Do you know what you're talking about? Gu Bingying added, yes, Xia Zhang Chen, although the Yin instance is less difficult than the Yang instance, it's only relatively so. Its difficulty is absolutely much higher than the nightmare difficulty of the Holy Spirit realm. Going solo is a dead end. Su Wanting said, I also don't think this is a good idea. At this moment, Zhang Chen looked serious, teachers, I'm not joking. Only if the 4 of you go to the Yang instance together can we ensure its completion. Jing Bingyun said, but how can you tackle the Yin instance alone? It's not a place where having high damage output alone can get you through. It's not just me. Zhang Chen directly summoned a level 70 Hellfire Flame Demon Sheep. I have a level 70 Hellfire Flame Demon Sheep, plus a level 70 Odysseus. With my support abilities, they can barely hold the front line. This way, the Yin instance also has 3 fighting forces. Additionally, I have 2 level 30 boss summons to tank, which is enough to clear it. Please trust me, teachers. Zhang Chen's eyes were incredibly serious. I will not let you down. Jing Bingyun looked at the boss Zhang Chen summoned, then at Zhang Chen's eyes. After a long silence, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and sighed. I never thought that one day, we old folks would have to rely on a child to turn the tide. Fate works in mysterious ways. Duan Xing anxiously said, Principal, how can you follow Zhang Chen in this reckless decision? He's only level 31, how can he solo the Yin instance? This is the Abyss-transformed Holy Spirit realm. The level 70 Hellfire Flame Demon Sheep and Odysseus are simply not enough. Jing Bingyun replied, Duan Xing, you and I both know that a Holy Spirit realm with monsters enhanced 20-fold will be terrifying. Even if the 4 of us tackle the Yang instance together, it's still a matter of life and death. If even one person is missing, it's certain defeat. All we can do now is trust Zhang Chen. Duan Xing gritted his teeth, but, as educators, how can we let a student face the abyss alone? What kind of example does that set? Gu Bingying added, I also agree with this split. Duan Xing was shocked, even you, Teacher Gu? Gu Bingying didn't respond to Duan Xing. She walked up to Zhang Chen, Xiao Zhang Chen, promise me you won't die. Zhang Chen said, I promise. Good. Gu Bingying smiled gently and lightly kissed Zhang Chen on the forehead, and then Zhang Chen felt a strange power surging into his body. This is my goddess's kiss skill. It can revive you once. I hope it brings you good luck. Zhang Chen's heart warmed instantly. Thank you, teacher. It should be us thanking you, Gu Bingying replied with a smile, then turned to Duan Xing, Teacher Duan, Zhang Chen is a student of Yiqingsong. Even if you can't stand Yiqingsong, you won't deny his judgment, after all, that young man who turned the tide back then was also chosen by him. Duan Xing remained silent, clenching his fists. Gu Bingying didn't continue, she looked at Jing Bingyun, Principal, we've wasted too much time, let's go. Jing Bingyun nodded, picked up her shield, and looked at Zhang Chen. Child, I entrust the shadow copy to you. Zhang Chen grinned and gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me, rest assured. Wishing you good luck in your martial endeavors. Jing Bingyun looked deeply at Zhang Chen and then walked straight into the white arched gate. Xiao Zhang Chen, do your best. Zhang Chen, don't disappoint me. Little brother Zhang Chen, if we can make it back alive, I'll make you a bento with love. Gu Bingying, Duan Xing, and Su Waning bid farewell to Zhang Chen one after another, then followed Jing Bingyun into the white arched gate. Zhang Chen glanced at Odysseus still kneeling on the ground, then looked at the black arched gate, and said with a faint smile, Odysseus, whether you can survive or not depends on your performance today. Odysseus trembled, yes, my king. Zhang Chen passed through the black arched gate and arrived at a huge garden maze, with walls on both sides towering over 10 meters high with invisible barriers at the top preventing anyone from crossing the maze from above. It's truly a faithful replica, this maze is exactly as the principal described. Zhang Chen was not surprised by the appearance of this garden maze. Before entering the instance, Jing Bingyun had explained the map of the Holy Spirit Realm to him, as well as the solutions to each area. The Holy Spirit Realm consisted of 3 areas, the Garden Maze, the Ancient Temple, and the Holy Spirit's Land, with the final instance boss, the Holy Spirit King, deep within the Holy Spirit's land. Zhang Chen was currently in the Garden Maze, and to find his way out, he needed to follow the white flowers on the walls of the maze. Zhang Chen found the white flowers on the wall, summoned the Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen Spirit, had them stand behind him, then let the Hellfire Demon Sheep lead the way at the front, followed closely by Odysseus, with himself in the middle, using his flying sword to protect all around him. Zhang Chen set up an iron bucket formation and followed the guidance of the white flowers, moving forward. Soon, Zhang Chen encountered the first corrupted Dragon Man in the maze. Corrupted Dragon Man Warrior, Elite, Level 70, perhaps due to the influence of the Abyssal Duke Hadi's power, Zhang Chen's Abyssal Eye could only see the monster's name and level, unable to discern its attributes and skills. Truly worthy of being on par with Emperor Sathas, this little monster's treatment is on par with the corrupted Hellfire Demon Sheep, making my Abyssal Eye unable to see. Could it be that the demon who corrupted the Hellfire Demon Sheep before was also Hadi's doing? This thought flashed through Zhang Chen's mind, but he didn't dwell on it, directly ordering the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus to attack the abyssal creature. Before killing the corrupted Dragon Man, Zhang Chen had no intention of showing his own damage. After all, a freak with unreasonable high damage like him was unique in the world. Fortunately, the ghostly sword master possessed extremely strong auxiliary abilities, and with the support of the sword formation, the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus quickly took down the corrupted Dragon Man Warrior. Successfully killed the corrupted Dragon Man Warrior. Experience plus 1 million, minus 50%, obtain Dragon Man Horn *1 Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission, 4597/100000, Abyssal Champion, plus 716 getting a million experience points for each small monster, even if half goes to the Curse King, I can level up by killing just a few. I wonder if I can reach level 40 after clearing this dungeon. Zhang Chen was extremely satisfied with the experience gained from the dungeon's small monsters and proceeded steadily. The garden maze was extremely complex, with vines hidden in the walls on both sides that would ambush and paralyze with poison. Without a guide to the maze, newcomers were at high risk of being entangled by the vines and strangled to death. Previously, the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon was controlled by Kyoto University, and challengers could exit the dungeon at any time when in dire straits. But now, the dungeon had turned into an abyss, and Zhang Chen lost the right to exit. All he could do was proceed cautiously to avoid any missteps. If he failed, it wouldn't just be him, but also the principals, Kyoto University, and even the entire city of Kyoto that would suffer a devastating blow. Rakshasa King under control. Not long after Zhang Chen entered the maze, the Rakshasa King behind him was entwined by hidden vines, rapidly losing strength. Zhang Chen swiftly manipulated his flying sword to cut the vines, a process that took less than 0.5 seconds, but the Rakshasa King's strength had already hit rock bottom. The Rakshasa King's level and attributes are too low. Even with my sword formation restoring his strength, he can't last a second. If only there was a way to enhance the level and attributes of summoned creatures. After waiting for the Rakshasa King's strength to fully recover, Zhang Chen continued forward. The paralyzing vines in this garden maze only ambushed the members at the back of the team, so Zhang Chen had to ensure the survival of the Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen of Elves to divert the vines' attention to them. Otherwise, if Zhang Chen got entangled, despite his 100% poison resistance, these paralyzing vines had skills and passives that reduced and ignored poison resistance. At his level, death was certain. Successfully killed the corrupted Dragon Man Warrior. experience plus 1 million, minus 50%, successfully killed the corrupted Dragon Man swordsman, experience plus 1 million, minus 50%, successfully killed the corrupted Dragon Man gardener, experience plus 3 million, minus 50%. As Zhang Chen continued forward, one monster kill message after another appeared, and a golden light burst out from him, leveling up to 32. Leveling up here is indeed fast, but it's a pity that the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus can't trigger my Seat of Destiny's splash damage, greatly affecting my leveling efficiency. Killing them one by one feels really strange. Zhang Chen sighed. He really wanted to unleash his sword formation and unleash a mental storm on the monsters in the dungeon, experiencing the exhilarating feeling of a rapid level increase. Unfortunately, the replicated Dragon Men had not appeared yet. If he indulged now, he would have to deal with them later. No, I have to hold back. His small frame couldn't handle his full power. While Zhang Chen resisted the urge to go all out, in the Sun Dungeon, Jing Bingyun and her group were already locked in a fierce battle in the garden maze. The corrupted dragon men seemed to have gone mad, trampling through the fire laid by Duan Xing, ignoring Su Wanting's control, and relentlessly attacking Jing Bingyun's shield. Waves of healing and mana restoration flew out from Gu Bingying's hands, landing on Jing Bingyun and Duan Xing, the immense healing pressure causing her to break out in a sweat. The strength of these monsters is too exaggerated. Isn't this level of difficulty more suited for a level 90 nightmare dungeon? Duan Xing, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth. His spellbook was almost smoking, pouring a massive amount of fire elements onto the corrupted dragon men, but their numbers showed no sign of decreasing. One dies, another takes their place, as if an endless stream. At this moment, he felt extremely fortunate that the principal had also come to the Sun Vice copy, otherwise, without the meat shield holding the front, they would only have met the end of being hacked to death by the abyss monsters. Su Wanting set up one enhancement array after another, her eyes filled with deep concern. The four of us are pushing forward so arduously, I wonder how much pain Zhang Chen's younger brother is going through. Jing Bingyun's muscles were all engorged at this moment, his clothes directly stretched open by his muscles. He firmly held up the large shield, growling lowly, "This will work, everyone get ready, I'll charge through and open up a path, let's leave the garden maze first." Duan Xing, use the fire dragon to clear the way. Xiao Su, speed us up. Xiao Gu, handle the vines. Got it. Everyone replied in unison. Duan Xing's magic book flipped rapidly, then a fire dragon gushed out, knocking all the corrupted dragon men in front into the air. Go! Jing Bingyun roared, using his charge skill, pushing through the sea of fire with the large shield, followed closely by Duan Xing and the other two. The four-person team burned their bridges and began to charge into the fray. With Zhang Chen's assistance, the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus pushed forward, quickly following Baihua to the exit of the garden maze, and at this moment, Zhang Chen was about to reach level 33. This terrifying speed of leveling up was unimaginable to outsiders. Stepping out of the garden maze, Zhang Chen looked towards an ancient temple guarded by dragon men ahead, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and asked Odysseus beside him, "Odysseus, does that abyss duke named Hati have any other hidden means?" Odysseus shook his head. "In Duke Hati's plan, I am just cannon fodder, not qualified to know Duke Hati's full plan. However, Duke Hati is not a demon who will hang himself on one tree. When he lays out his plans, he will consider the possibility of failure at each step, then simulate the possible outcomes after the plan fails, and devise a plan B." Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. "So you mean Hati will anticipate our split forces and prepare a counterplan in advance?" Odysseus nodded. "Yes, Duke Hati is such a demon, always planning for every eventuality. He has even predicted the composition of the raid team in advance. The only mistake was that the fifth person in the team changed from Lu Huofeng to you." Zhang Chen, so what do you think our chances of winning are? Odysseus, well, Zhang Chen, just speak your mind, no need to flatter me. If the fifth person in the raid team was Lu Huofeng, it would be 100% failure, but now that it's you, I think your chances of winning are 30%, and the outcome depends entirely on you, King. Only 30%. The situation is even more serious than I imagined. Zhang Chen did not expect Odysseus to give only a 30% chance of winning even after seeing their team configuration. However, Zhang Chen did not feel panicked. After all, Odysseus made his judgment based on the information he currently had, completely unaware of the trump cards Zhang Chen was hiding. Not to mention anything else, just the curse of the king's heart that cannot be purified and the power of the star god stored in the star god's robe are enough to clear this dungeon. With these two artifacts, not to mention the boss of this Holy Spirit Realm dungeon, even if Hati himself came, Zhang Chen could make him call him dad. After understanding the difficulty of this abyss dungeon, Zhang Chen ordered the Hellfire Demon Sheep to attack the dragon men in front of the ancient temple. The Hellfire Demon Sheep roared, immediately drawing the attention of the dragon men. At this moment, some dragon men wielding staffs began to chant spells, and the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Odysseus, interrupt their spellcasting. Zhang Chen directly gave the order to Odysseus, who immediately launched a psychic attack on those dragon mage, interrupting their spellcasting. The Hellfire Demon Sheep charged towards the Dragonkin mages, spewing flames of hell that instantly turned all the Dragonkin mages into ashes. Successfully killed the corrupted Dragonkin mage, experience ++1000000, minus 50%, successfully killed the Dragonkin mage, experience ++1000000, minus 50%, obtained mana springs *3. Other Dragonkin warriors pulled out their weapons and rushed towards the Hellfire Demon Sheep, while Odysseus once again cast a spell to shake the minds of the Dragonkin warriors, allowing the Hellfire Demon Sheep to take advantage and eliminate the remaining Dragonkin warriors. Successfully killed the corrupted Dragonkin warrior, experience ++1000000, minus 50%, obtained Dragonkin horns *3, Dragonkin scales *2, Dragonkin heart *1 Dragonkin heart, epic the heart of a Dragonkin, a precious material used to craft legendary items. Curse King's Blade Artifact Quest, 4716/100000, Abyssal Overlord, +835. A golden light burst out from within Zhang Chen, leveling up to 33. Leveling up in this dungeon is too fast. I've only completed 1/5 of it, and I've already gone from level 31 to 33. Is this the joy of soloing dungeons past level 40? Zhang Chen looked at his experience bar skyrocketing like flames, initially excited but then feeling a hint of worry. He was leveling up too quickly. If he reached level 72 soon and released the Curse King prematurely, not only would Xia be unprepared to face the Curse King, but he wouldn't be able to confront him either. It seems I need to find some time to grind low-level Abyss monsters in the Abyss battlefield. Regardless, before reaching level 70, I need to boost my 4 main attributes. After prioritizing the attribute enhancement, Zhang Chen let the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus lead the way forward into the ancient temple, where a massive Dragonkin statue came into view. In front of the statue was a stone disc with 5 circular slots. According to the principle, to open the passage to the Holy Spirit's land, we need to collect 5 Dragon Balls in the temple, each guarded by a Dragonkin sage. Only by defeating the 5 Dragonkin sages can we enter the Holy Spirit's land. Recalling the principle's instructions, Zhang Chen looked at the 5 different colored doors in the temple and asked Odysseus, "It's time to strategize against the Abyss boss. Can you handle it?" Odysseus replied firmly, "As long as the king commands, even if I can't handle it, I must endure." "All right." Zhang Chen nodded slightly and instructed Odysseus to use telekinesis to open the brown door. Boom! As the door swung open, a large amount of black mist billowed out, filling the temple with a strong abyssal aura. A dragonkin with crimson eyes, half of his body corrupted and covered in stone armor, emerged from behind the door. Corrupted Earth Sage, leader, level 80. The information was brief, but the monster's level had increased from 70 to 80. The Hellfire Demon Sheep roared at the corrupted Earth Sage, who coldly glanced at it, raised his hand slightly, and a sharp spike shot out from the ground, piercing through the Hellfire Demon Sheep's chest in an instant. Blood splattered, and the Hellfire Demon Sheep's health instantly decreased by half. The corrupted Earth Sage then casually threw out 4 rocks, opening the other 4 doors, and the corrupted fire, wind, water, and thunder sages emerged from behind them. The abyssal corruption emanating from the 5 sages was so thick that it almost solidified, making the air in the temple viscous. All 5 sages at once? Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the 5 corrupted sages coming out simultaneously. Is this Hades' plan B? At that moment, the 10 flying swords surrounding Zhang Chen began to vibrate slightly, emitting a sword hum. The Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus absolutely couldn't withstand the siege of 5 bosses. He had to make a move. I wonder how the principal and the others are doing. Zhang Chen's mood grew heavy, starting to worry about the other side. In this situation, even he couldn't spare the time to summon dragonmen, he had to personally intervene. The principal and his team would face even tougher battles. In the Sunlight Dungeon, Jing Bingyun and her companions were already deeply embroiled in a fierce battle. The 5 corrupted sages continuously manipulated elements to bombard Jing Bingyun at the forefront. The terrifying elemental power caused the entire temple to crumble, with only the huge Dragon Man statue remaining unscathed. Cracks had appeared on Jing Bingyun's black stone shield, and the immense healing pressure left Gu Bingying speechless. She had to focus on healing Jing Bingyun. Any slight mistake on her part would cause Jing Bingyun's health to drop below the safety line, ready to be slain by the 5 sages at any moment. If Jing Bingyun's defense line was breached, their entire team would be wiped out in an instant, and Gu Bingying wouldn't even be able to use her resurrection skill. At that moment, Duan Xing floated in midair, surrounded by terrifying fire elements, seemingly brewing some kind of forbidden spell. The corrupted sages quickly noticed Duan Xing gathering power. The corrupted thunder sage suddenly broke free from Jing Bingyun's taunts, conjuring a thunder spear in his hand and hurling it towards Duan Xing in midair. A flash of lightning passed, and the surging thunder elements even distorted the dungeon's space. A reflective magic array appeared in front of Duan Xing, absorbing the thunder spear, then rebounding it with double the force, exploding a bloody hole in the corrupted thunder sage. With a pale face, Su Wanning quickly formed hand seals, her eyes filled with determination. As long as I'm here, you won't harm Teacher Duan. Well done, Xiaoxiu. I've finished charging up, give me a boost. Duan Xing laughed, flames igniting in his eyes as a dragon's roar echoed, summoning a massive fire dragon that covered the entire floating island. Seeing this, Su Wanning cast 3 more enhancement magic arrays. Spirit power increased by 50%, mage skill power increased by 50%, damage increased by 50%. Boom! With the enhancement effects from Su Wanning's magic arrays, the fire elements around Duan Xing burned even more fiercely, igniting the entire sky. Sensing the threat brought by Duan Xing, the 5 corrupted sages showed fear in their eyes, chanting obscure incantations, preparing to cast spells. For a moment, all 5 elemental powers converged around them. Seizing the opportunity, Jing Bingyun suddenly leaped high, smashing her shield down fiercely. Take this! Skill, Earthquake Tremor. Boom! The giant shield directly shook the entire floating island violently, stunning the 5 corrupted sages and interrupting their spells. Duan Xing's eyes gleamed as holy flames ignited on his spellbook in front of him. Forbidden spell, Holy Flame Dragon's Judgment. The fiery dragon in the sky roared, diving towards the 5 corrupted sages and devouring them directly. At that moment, the entire floating island was engulfed in flames, becoming an island of fire. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen sensed the restless fire elements in the air and a faint burning sensation. He couldn't help but look towards the sunlight dungeon, his eyes filled with shock. Is this Teacher Duan's skill? Such intense fire elements, it's even affecting this side of the dungeon. King, be careful. At that moment, Odysseus warned, and Zhang Chen snapped back to reality, only to see the corrupted earth sage hurling a stone spear. Odysseus tried to create a mental barrier in front of Zhang Chen, but his effort was in vain as the stone spear pierced through it. Child's play. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with determination as he expertly blocked the attack of the corrupted earth sage with a purple shadow sword, then swiftly used Red Horizon, Zhanlu, and 7 other purple shadow swords to pierce the corrupted earth sage like a hedgehog. The corrupted earth sage's life points dropped below 25% and was instantly slain. Successfully killed the corrupted earth sage, experience plus 10 million, minus 50%, obtained Earth Dragon Ball *1. The other 4 corrupted sages suffered 50% splash damage, all severely injured. Zhang Chen immediately used Mental Storm, a terrifying storm that instantly devoured the remaining 4 corrupted sages. Successfully killed the corrupted fire sage, experience plus 10 million, minus 50%, successfully killed the corrupted water sage, experience plus 10 million, minus 50%, successfully killed the corrupted wind sage, experience plus 10 million, minus 50%, successfully killed the corrupted thunder sage, experience plus 10 million, minus 50%, obtained Fire Dragon Ball *1, Water Dragon Ball *1, Wind Dragon Ball *1, Thunder Dragon Ball *1. Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission, 4721/100000, Abyss Overlord, plus 840 in an instant. The 5 great sages perished on the spot, and 5 Dragon Balls floated in the air. Is it over just like that? Odysseus stared in disbelief at the fallen sages, looking at Zhang Chen with trembling and incredulous eyes. Despite the influence of the Curse King title, Odysseus was now completely submissive to Zhang Chen, but he still retained his ability to think independently. How long had it been since his last encounter with Zhang Chen until now? Zhang Chen already had the ability to instantly kill 5 level 80 mini-bosses? Odysseus's brain trembled. Is this the power of a king? It's terrifying. The Abyss demons have always respected strength, admiring the powerful. At level 33, Zhang Chen was already so powerful that Odysseus had to look up to him. At this moment, Odysseus's admiration and fear towards Zhang Chen grew even stronger. In his eyes, Zhang Chen had completely transformed into the Curse King, and he was willing to give everything for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, showed no emotional fluctuations from slaying the 5 corrupted sages. Although these sages were level 80 corrupted bosses, they were just mini-bosses in the level and were expected to be slain by Zhang Chen. What troubled Zhang Chen now was that by taking out the 5 sages early, the replicated dragon men in the Sanctuary of Spirits would surely replicate him. According to Jing Bingyun, the replicated dragonman could replicate everything except artifacts, including Zhang Chen's skills, equipment, and even his buffs. In other words, everything Zhang Chen had, the replicas would have too. Both Zhang Chen and the replicas had the Crimson Sky and Goddess's Kiss passive skills twice, and Zhan Lu had a passive that converted damage into a temporary shield. In this situation, whoever struck first would be the winner. This was a true battle of mutual seconds. As Zhang Chen contemplated his next moves, he used sword formation to restore the Hellfire Demon Sheep's strength, while instructing Odysseus to place the 5 Dragon Balls into the slot in front of the Dragon Man statue. Boom! As the 5 Dragon Balls were placed in the slot, the ceiling above the temple slowly opened, casting a soft light onto the Dragon Man statue. The Dragon Man statue began to shake violently, gradually transforming into a real Dragon Man, then placed a giant palm in front of Zhang Chen. With his summoned creature and Odysseus, Zhang Chen stepped onto the palm of the giant Dragon Man. The giant Dragon Man lifted Zhang Chen and the others with one hand, then spread its wings behind it, creating a gust of wind, soaring into the sky above the floating island towards the final area of the dungeon, the Sanctuary of Spirits. Above the clouds of the floating island, another floating island shrouded in a barrier was suspended, and that was the Sanctuary of Spirits. In this instance, only by collecting all 5 Dragon Balls and awakening the Dragon King can one pass through the barrier and enter the Sacred Spirit Land. Once the Dragon King passed through the barrier and transported Zhang Chen and Odysseus to the Sacred Spirit Land, it reverted back to a statue, guarding the floating island like its protector. However, under the influence of the abyssal power, the once sacred Spirit Land had now become eerie and sinister. The Dragon King statue's protection of this corrupted island seemed somewhat laughable. Within the Sacred Spirit Land, the dragon people who once wore halos and pure robes now appeared grotesque, exuding a terrifying aura that made one uneasy. Zhang Chen gazed at the corrupted dragon people in the distance, using the Eye of the Abyss. Corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit, Elite, level 80, the monsters in the Sacred Spirit Land were all at level 80, far exceeding the average level expected in this instance. After landing, Zhang Chen did not personally engage but instead instructed the Hellfire Demon Sheep to lure the monsters over one by one, then had the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus work together to kill them. The corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit was just a minor creature in the Sacred Spirit Land, with a high level but posing no threat to Zhang Chen. Now, Zhang Chen had to focus on the potential appearance of the clone people at any moment, to prevent any clone flying swords from the sword formation space from ambushing him. The outcome of the battle between him and the clone people would be determined by who struck first. Therefore, in this Sacred Spirit Land, aside from the clone dragon people and the boss Holy Spirit King, the other monsters were not important and could be left to the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus to handle. Although the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus were both 10 levels lower than the corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit, they were both boss-level characters, with attributes far surpassing monsters of the same level. Coupled with Zhang Chen's sword formation's 50% defense ignore buff, dealing with the corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit was not difficult for them. They could kill one in a few rounds of attacks. Successfully killing the corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit, experience plus 1500000, minus 50%, obtains Sacred Dragon Horn *1. The Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus cooperated, luring and surrounding the monsters one by one, while the Rakshasa and the Ice Queen of the Elves stayed behind, acting as Zhang Chen's eyes to prevent him from being ambushed by the clone people. Zhang Chen slowly advanced in the Sacred Spirit Land. His level had already risen to 34, but he still had not discovered any trace of the clone people. Could this clone dragon person be planning to team up with the boss to attack me? Zhang Chen looked towards the palace of the Holy Spirit King not far away, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Odysseus spoke at this moment. My lord, Duke Hardy had already tampered with the instance rules before, causing the 5 sages to appear together. So, it's not impossible for him to have the clone people and the boss act together. That Hardy is truly despicable. Using the 5 sages in the ancient temple to force me to act, then arranging my clone people in the final boss's territory, it's a dirty trick after another. Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse angrily. He had originally intended to confront the clone people one-on-one, then proceed to challenge the final corrupted Holy Spirit King after dealing with the clones. But now, with the clone people and the corrupted Holy Spirit King appearing together, he was at a severe disadvantage. Even with the help of the sword formation, the level 70 Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus might not be able to stop the corrupted Holy Spirit King, who had been strengthened by the abyss. In this situation, if he wanted to win the battle, he had no choice but to use the robe of the Star God, borrowing the power of the gods to swiftly defeat the corrupted Holy Spirit King and the clone people. Although this would guarantee him a perfect completion of the Dark Instance, without the robe of the Star God, he would be like a fish on the chopping block if Hardy were to enter the instance at that moment. Moreover, for some reason, Zhang Chen had a premonition that if they completed the instance, Hardy might personally intervene. He had to save the power of the Star God for the final showdown. Wang, I have an idea. At that moment, Odie suddenly spoke up, eager to make a contribution. Go on. I can cast a curse of death language on the king's summons. As long as the corrupted spirit king kills the king's summons, it will suffer a curse of weakness. In this way, I should be able to deal with the weakened spirit king, and you, king, can have a fair one-on-one duel with your clone. Curse of death language. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure it will work? Odis, king, don't be fooled by my defeat in your hands. In fact, my expertise in spiritual magic is extremely high. Even a Duke-level demon may not withstand my mental attacks. This boss of the instance definitely won't resist my curse. Hearing Odie's words, Zhang Chen fell silent. He didn't want the outcome of this battle to rest on a despicable abyss demon. After all, he was only using the title of Curse King to control Odis and couldn't guarantee Odis' loyalty. If Odis turned against him halfway, he, without the Hellfire Demon Sheep, would immediately be in a dire situation facing 3 opponents. Seeing Zhang Chen's hesitation in response to his decision, Odis couldn't help but ask, King, are you doubting my loyalty? Zhang Chen remained silent. Seeing Zhang Chen's lack of response, Odis guessed his thoughts and continued, if you're worried I might betray you, then I will cast the curse of death language on myself, cursing the corrupted spirit king with my own death. You're willing to sacrifice yourself? Zhang Chen was shocked to hear Odis' words. He never expected Odis, a selfish demon by nature, to go to such lengths. At that moment, Odis' eyes became fervently devout as he stared straight at Zhang Chen and said from the bottom of his heart, your strength, king, deeply impresses me. For you, I will give everything. Seeing Odis' fervent gaze, Zhang Chen couldn't help but shudder. He knew very well that Odis' loyalty was not to him but to the Curse King. Once the Curse King was resurrected, Odis would become a great threat to the human race. This guy couldn't be left alive. With this in mind, Zhang Chen made a decision and said to Odis, very well, since you are willing to sacrifice yourself, cast the curse of death language on yourself. Yes. Odis nodded without hesitation and began to cast the curse of death language on himself. Seeing Odis truly casting the curse on himself, Zhang Chen's perception of the Curse King was once again refreshed. Just a title of Curse King could firmly control a mental grand mage like Odis, who had high mental resistance, and even make Odis willingly sacrifice his life. When the real Curse King resurrected, what kind of power would it display? How many people would be ensnared by it? King, I am ready. A few minutes later, Odis, who had cast various curses of death language on himself, spoke with fervor on his face, his eyes showing no fear of death. Zhang Chen came to his senses, looked deeply at Odis, and said, go. Yes. Odis walked into the temple, where a peculiar creature emitting an ominous aura, surrounded by a purple light, floated in the center. That was the final boss of this instance, the corrupted Spirit King. Beside the Spirit King stood a replica that looked exactly like Zhang Chen, surrounded by floating swords, but the colors were black and white. Odis glanced at the corrupted Spirit King and the replica, grinned, then waved his staff, casting Soul Burst on the corrupted Spirit King and the replica. The red sky replica immediately shielded the replica, while the Spirit King's eyes lit up with red light, shooting 2 death rays directly at Odis, burning 2 large holes in his chest. Odysseus failed to use the soul explosion technique and fell straight to the ground. His body immediately emitted a large amount of black gas, swiftly entwining around the corrupted King of Holy Spirits. The corrupted King of Holy Spirits realized he was cursed, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes as he immediately cast a purification skill on himself. At that moment, the Hellfire Demon Ram, engulfed in flames, broke through the temple's walls, knocking down the corrupted King of Holy Spirits and shooting 2 death rays at him. Death Curse. The curse skill of the Hellfire Demon Ram was also applied to the corrupted King of Holy Spirits, visibly decreasing his stamina at a rapid rate, interrupting his purification skill. On the side, Zhang Chen's clone saw the corrupted King of Holy Spirits being suppressed and was about to help him, but the space in front of it suddenly twisted. Then, a purple ghostly sword flew out of the sword formation space, stabbing directly at its face. The clone immediately abandoned helping the Holy Spirit King, using a blocking instinct to control the flying sword and deflect the purple ghostly sword. However, in the instant the clone deflected the purple ghostly sword, the Scarlet Sky, Zhanlu, and another 7 purple ghostly swords shot out from 9 different directions, turning the clone into a hedgehog. The passive of the Scarlet Sky was triggered, forcibly reducing the clone's health to 1 point. The corrupted King of Holy Spirits on the side suffered a massive splash damage, starting to roar furiously, causing the entire temple to shake violently. A powerful shockwave erupted from the corrupted king of holy spirits, sending the hellfire demon Ram flying. At the same time, without hesitation, the clone launched a counterattack against Zhang Chen outside the temple, storing the Scarlet Sky and Zhanlu, along with 8 clone purple ghostly swords, in the sword formation space, then releasing the 10 flying swords around Zhang Chen. With the skill ghost sword speed accelerating, Zhang Chen was unable to stop the 10 flying swords. However, Zhang Chen had no intention of stopping from the beginning. Skill, Blocking Instinct. Zhang Chen used Blocking Instinct to block the clone's attack with the Scarlet Sky, then relied on Zhanlu's passive to offset the damage from the clone Zhanlu and the 8 clone purple ghostly swords, preserving his own passive immunity to death. Hellfire Demon Ram slain. Rakshasa King slain. Ice Queen of Spirits slain. Under the clone's splash damage, Zhang Chen's 3 summons died on the spot. However, Zhang Chen remained calm. He once again manipulated the 10 flying swords to attack the clone, triggering the resurrection passive of the clone's goddess's kiss. Zhanlu converted the damage into a temporary shield for Zhang Chen. The corrupted king of holy spirits was once again severely wounded, directly triggering a bloodlock skill. It dashed out of the temple, flying into the air, a sinister light glowing in its chest, then a huge dark purple magic array covered the sky of the Holy Spirit Land. The Holy Spirit Land became extremely dark. Meanwhile, the clone, infuriated, once again controlled the flying swords to attack Zhang Chen. Unfortunately, under the temporary shield converted by Zhanlu's sword, the clone still failed to inflict any damage on Zhang Chen. The battle between the main protagonist and the clone, with Zhang Chen seizing the initiative, deceiving the clone's blocking instinct with a purple ghostly sword, left no suspense about the outcome of the battle. 10 sword lights shot out, directly killing the clone. Successfully killed the corrupted clone dragon, experience plus 2 million, minus 50%, obtained item Mirror of Replication. Mirror of Replication, legendary reusable, replicates a spiritual body for combat. The strength of the spiritual body is the same as the replicated object. The stronger the replicated object, the shorter the existence time of the spiritual body, and only one replicated spiritual body can exist at most, with a cooldown time of 1 day. Curse King Artifact Mission, 4772/100000, Abyssal King, plus 891. After killing the replicated Dragon Man, Zhang Chen did not check what items the replicated Dragon Man dropped. Instead, he directly used attribute conversion to multiply his mental power by 5 and convert it into agility. Using the Windwalking Boots Windwalking skill, along with the acceleration of the sword formation, he turned and sprinted towards the entrance of the Dragon Man King statue in the land of the Holy Spirit. After entering the second phase, the Holy Spirit King would release a full map range attack skill. At this time, the Dragon Man King statue would resurrect again, using the power of 5 Dragon Balls to construct a defensive barrier. As long as the dungeon raiders run into the barrier built by the Dragon Man King statue before the Holy Spirit King's attack descends, they can evade the Holy Spirit King's attack. This dungeon mechanism was discovered by senior members of Kyoto University after multiple raids in the land of the Holy Spirit Dungeon. The barrier of the Dragon Man King statue is considered an inherent mechanism of this dungeon, and even if Hati transforms the dungeon into an abyss, this dungeon mechanism will not change. With his attributes multiplied by 5, Zhang Chen relied on over 200,000 agility, combined with various accelerations, and finally managed to run back near the Dragon Man King statue before the corrupted Holy Spirit King completed its charge. The statue transformed back into the Dragon Man King, who then soared into the air and used the power of 5 Dragon Balls to create a barrier with a radius of less than 10 meters. At this moment, countless purple light spears descended from the sky, piercing the earth like a torrential rain. However, when these light spears landed on the barrier, they all turned into light particles and dissipated, causing no harm to the barrier. Standing inside the barrier, Zhang Chen looked at the dense purple light spears outside and couldn't help but sigh. I have to admit, without Odysseus this time, I really couldn't solo this dungeon by myself. Odysseus, I will remember you. Apart from using the Star God's robe, Zhang Chen had no other means to deal with the corrupted Holy Spirit King and the replicated beings attacking together. According to the principal strategy, after releasing this large-scale skill, the Holy Spirit King would switch from a ranged form to a melee form with high attack, high defense, and extreme speed. In theory, the second phase of the Holy Spirit King should be the most difficult part of this dungeon, but for Zhang Chen, without a health lock in the Holy Spirit King's second phase, it was a gift. Zhang Chen's sword formation now had a radius of 2 kilometers, and enemies within the formation would be slowed by 50%. Combined with Zhang Chen's ability to ignore defense, the 2 major advantages of the Holy Spirit King's high defense and speed in melee form were completely nullified. Before the Holy Spirit King could approach Zhang Chen, it was sent flying by Zhang Chen's flying swords. For Zhang Chen, after passing the first phase of the Holy Spirit King and eliminating the replicated dragonmen, this dungeon could be considered cleared. The corrupted Holy Spirit King did not disappoint Zhang Chen either. After releasing its skill, a large amount of purple light slowly condensed on the ground into a purple unicorn. The corrupted Holy Spirit King mounted the unicorn, pulled out a purple spear from the void, and charged towards Zhang Chen. Along the path of the corrupted Holy Spirit King's charge, 10 flying swords continuously flew out from the sword formation space, attacking the corrupted Holy Spirit King. When the corrupted Holy Spirit King reached Zhang Chen, the Qizhou sword flew out from the sword formation space, turning into a red light that pierced into the corrupted Holy Spirit King's chest, knocking it off the unicorn and pinning it to the ground. Successfully killed the corrupted Holy Spirit King, experience plus 40 million, minus 50%, obtained the equipment Holy Spirit Crown. Obtained the Holy Spirit Heart *1 Holy Spirit Crown, legendary increases mental power by 50%, no equipment level restriction. Holy Spirit Heart, unique material for forging artifacts, only one in the world. Obtained God Stones *3 A golden light burst out from Zhang Chen's body, reaching level 35. After the corrupt Spirit King was slain, Zhang Chen finally had the chance to open his storage space and inspect his loot. Directly increase mental power by 50%? Zhang Chen was completely shocked when he saw the equipment effect of the Spirit Crown. His current mental power was 56,902. Just by wearing this Spirit Crown, wouldn't it soar to 85,353, directly increasing by nearly 30,000 mental power? Most importantly, his mental power would continue to increase, and the later it got, the stronger the enhancement effect of this Spirit Crown would be. Truly worthy of a level 70 Abyss dungeon. The legendary equipment dropped in this place belongs to the supermodel tier even within the legendary category, Zhang Chen exclaimed. After equipping the Spirit Crown, he took out another item. Mirror of Duplication. The effect description says it can duplicate a spirit body. I wonder if it can duplicate the Demon Grand Duke. If it can, the value this item can bring would probably surpass even that of the Spirit Crown. Zhang Chen was eager to try out the Mirror of Duplication's effect, but upon seeing the cooldown time, he had to suppress his curiosity. There might be a fierce battle ahead, and the Mirror of Duplication might unleash unexpected effects. After putting the Mirror of Duplication back in his backpack, he finally came to the highlight of the day. With excitement, Zhang Chen took out the Compass of Fate and 3 Divine Stones, a new refined 3rd tier exclusive weapon, or 3 new exclusive weapons, whichever the result, it will tremendously boost my combat power. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen placed the 3 Divine Stones into the Compass of Fate. 3 draws in a row. Numerous cards spun in the Compass of Fate, then 3 red lights flew out, turning the sky of the dungeon into a starry sky. 3 stars fell from the Milky Way, converging into a sword that shimmered with starlight. Divine Sword 7-star Dragon Abyss, exclusive 3rd tier attack plus 3000, auto protection for the wielder, wielder immune to immobilization effects, wielder immune to lightning damage, wielder gains star protection, unaffected by the pressure of the strong. Divine Artifact Mission, absorb the power of the Star God, 0 of 1, note, one of the 10 great swords, protects the wielder from demons, purifies the world. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword slowly descended in front of Zhang Chen, emitting a gentle starlight from its blade, as if it contained the entire starry sky, exquisitely beautiful. Such a beautiful sword, Zhang Chen sighed. As soon as he gripped the hilt of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, his Star God robe manifested on its own, and both items shimmered with starlight, as if resonating with each other. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword senses the power of the Star God. Should it consume the charges of the Star God robe to empower the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword? Could I directly complete the Divine Artifact mission? Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the panel prompt, then he chose to empower without hesitation. The power of the Star God contained in the Star God robe surged out and poured into the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Boom! The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword suddenly burst with a powerful aura, and Zhang Chen found himself in a starry realm, where the starlight on the sword seemed to breathe, matching the twinkling frequency of the stars in the sky. Completion of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword Divine Artifact Mission, evolving the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword into a divine artifact, refinable to above 3rd tier. Divine Sword 7-star Dragon Abyss, exclusive divine artifact 3rd tier attack plus 30,000, auto protection for the wielder, wielder immune to control effects, wielder immune to lightning damage and can reflect lightning attacks, wielder gains star protection, unaffected by the pressure of the strong, and exerts pressure on non-divine beings, reducing damage by 50%. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protects the wielder from demons, purifies the world. Zhang Chen saw the new attributes of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, his pupils shrinking suddenly, even forgetting to breathe. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Apart from the word invincible, Zhang Chen couldn't think of any other adjectives to describe the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Not to mention that its attack power was directly multiplied by 10. The effects of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword's attributes had all been greatly enhanced. Is this the specialized weapon for completing the artifact mission? It's too abnormal. Zhang Chen's hands trembled with excitement as he gripped the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. He spent several minutes calculating the sword's damage, but his head was about to explode as he couldn't come up with a specific damage value, only knowing that the large number had exceeded 100 billion. This is no longer a weapon for mere mortals. I wonder if the Demon Lord can withstand a strike from the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword? Zhang Chen kept sighing and immediately removed a purple shadow sword from the scabbard, replacing it with the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. In that moment, Zhang Chen felt like his whole being had been elevated. Buzz! As the celestial phenomenon brought by the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword dissipated, a dungeon exit portal appeared in front of Zhang Chen. Seeing the blue vortex representing the dungeon exit, Zhang Chen subconsciously moved forward to touch it, but suddenly hesitated and snapped out of his joy. Wait! The artifact mission for the Crimson Sky hasn't been updated, and this abyss dungeon hasn't been cleared. How did this dungeon exit portal appear? Just as Zhang Chen paused, puzzled, a cold voice emanated from the dungeon exit portal. TSK. Being so vigilant isn't fun at all. With the appearance of that cold voice, the dungeon exit portal suddenly turned into a purple vortex, from which a strong pressure surged out, and numerous tentacles made of purple energy burst out, entwining Zhang Chen. Let me in. The gloomy voice chuckled, and the tentacles forcefully pulled, but at that moment, Zhang Chen was surrounded by starlight, causing the tentacles to snap off, leaving Zhang Chen unscathed. A clown playing tricks and schemes. Zhang Chen sneered, and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword turned into a beam of starlight, shooting straight into the purple vortex. Ah! You little monster, where did you get that artifact? A shrill scream came from the purple vortex, then the vortex closed, and the aura of the Abyss Demon suddenly disappeared. Successfully repelled the Demon Hottie, experience plus 10 million, minus 50%, couldn't kill him with one strike? Oh well, that strike must have severely injured him. This time, he won't be able to cause trouble, spare his life. Seeing the notification on his panel indicating repulsion instead of a kill, Zhang Chen felt a bit disappointed, but this outcome was within his expectations. After all, Hottie was one of the 7 Abyss Lords, a great demon that instilled fear across the world. Regardless of how tough his blood was, he must have had many life-saving means, so it was normal that the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword couldn't kill him in one strike. I wonder how the principal and the others are doing. I should go help them. After checking around and confirming that there were no more monsters in this dark dungeon, Zhang Chen began using attribute conversion to transform his mental attributes into agility attributes and retraced his steps. He planned to return to the starting point and then head to the Sun Dungeon to lend a hand to the principal and the others. Sun Dungeon, Land of the Holy Spirit. The floating island above the Sky Island had been shattered, and the true corrupted king of the Holy Spirit floated in the sky, with a terrifying magic array suspended in the air. Countless purple light spears rained down from the sky, poking countless holes in the Sky Island. Amidst this apocalyptic rain of light spears, on a fragment of the floating island, the Dragon Man King statue erected a tiny barrier, protecting Jing Bingyun and the others. Inside the barrier, Gu Bingying was treating the heavily injured Jing Bingyun, while Su Wanning was constructing a repair magic array, desperately trying to restore Jing Bingyun's damaged shield. After consecutive fierce battles, everyone's mental strength had reached its limit, but the corrupted king of the Holy Spirit still had a second phase. The air was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Duan Xing looked towards the corrupted king of the Holy Spirit in the distant sky, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "The skills of the corrupted king of the Holy Spirit are about to end. It is about to enter the second stage." Jing Bingyun struggled to stand up with his heavily injured body, picked up the broken shield, and said, "I will activate the ancient blood of desolation in front later." "Xiaogu, you don't need to heal me, support Duan Xing with all your strength and increase his damage." Gu Bingying's expression changed slightly. "Principal, if I don't heal you, won't you?" Jing Bingyun interrupted, "This old man should have died 30 years ago. It's already a big profit to live until today. If I can burn out here and save Kyoto University, then I, as the principal, will die without regrets." "Xiaogu, your mental power is not enough, right? You don't need to waste your mental power on a dead person like me anymore. Only by supporting Duan Xing can we have a chance to defeat this abyss boss." Su Wanning's voice trembled at this moment. Principal, no. You can't die here. You promised to lead us in the counterattack against the abyss. How can you fall here?" Jing Bingyun looked at Xiao Su and said gently, "Among us, I am actually most worried about you. You are the youngest and always rely on others. I have always hoped to see you stand on your own one day. So, Xiao Su, can you fulfill this old man's last wish? Principal. Su Wanting's eyes turned red. Boom. At this moment, the dark purple magic array in the sky dissipated, and the corrupted king of the Holy Spirit rode on a unicorn shimmering with lightning all over, pulling out a flashing lightning spear from the void. A powerful aura emanated from the corrupted king of the Holy Spirit, directly shattering the barrier constructed by the Dragon King with 5 Dragon Balls. It has entered the second stage. Duan Xing's eyes changed slightly, enduring the headache caused by excessive mental power consumption, and took out his magic book. Jing Bingyun looked at the terrifying corrupted king of the Holy Spirit in the distance and said, "It seems that the other party doesn't intend to give us time to bid farewell. Relax, everyone, victory will surely be ours." Jing Bingyun lifted the broken shield, flew into the sky, and began to emit heat all over, his muscles turning red. Skill, Ancient Blood of Desolation. Effect, burn the blood of the Ancient Desolation, greatly increase health and defense within 10 minutes. When the skill duration ends, the level decreases by 1, health is forcibly reduced to 1 point, and cannot be restored for a month. Jing Bingyun stood in the void, facing the corrupted king of the Holy Spirit in the distance, knocked on the shield with his fist, and roared, "King of the Holy Spirit, come on!" Successfully provoked by Jing Bingyun, the corrupted king of the Holy Spirit rode the unicorn of lightning, turned into a thunder light, and rushed towards Jing Bingyun with the spear in hand. The purple lightning spear fiercely struck Jing Bingyun's shield, causing a large thunderstorm, but Jing Bingyun stood firm in the thunderstorm, even using the shield to push back the corrupted king of the Holy Spirit's spear, and his fist the size of a sandbag fiercely hit the unicorn's head. Boom! The armor on the unicorn's head was directly smashed, the unicorn howled in pain, and lightning surged all over its body. However, the corrupted king of the Holy Spirit remained expressionless, holding the reins, stabilizing the swaying unicorn, and once again thrusting the long spear, piercing Jing Bingyun's chest on the spot. Blood splattered from the high altitude. Principal. Gu Bingying, seeing this, subconsciously wanted to heal Jing Bingyun, but was stopped by Su Wanting. "Teacher Gu, don't waste your mental power healing the principal." At this moment, Su Wanting's eyes became unprecedentedly resolute. "We will fully support Teacher Duan and strive to kill the boss within 10 minutes. Xiao Su." Gu Bingying looked at Su Wanting, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Finally, those myriad feelings transformed into a smile of relief as she gently said, "You've grown up." With that, Gu Bingying's gaze turned resolute as she expended her own spiritual energy to restore Duan Xing's strength. "Teacher Duan, I entrust the next steps to you." Duan Xing was once again engulfed in raging flames, and a fiery dragon flew out from the grimoire. He gazed at the corrupted king of the fallen spirits battling in the air with Jing Bingyun and solemnly declared, "Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, today this abyssal boss will meet its end here. Xiao Su, give me a status report." Yes. Su Wanting, no longer lost, immediately began constructing one enhancing magic array after another to cover Duan Xing. Forbidden Spell, Judgment of the Holy Flame Dragon. Empowered by the full status enhancements, Duan Xing once again unleashed a forbidden spell, sending a dragon of devastating power roaring towards the corrupted king of the fallen spirits. The dragon devoured the corrupted king, igniting the sky in flames, turning it a fiery red. However, soon after, the dragon meant to consume the corrupted king was suddenly engulfed in thunder within its body, followed by a deafening thunderclap, shattering the dragon with an endless storm of lightning. Jing Bingyun, facing the corrupted king of the fallen spirits, was sent flying, while Duan Xing suffered severe backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Teacher Duan, I'm fine." Duan Xing clutched his chest, staring intently at the corrupted king of the fallen spirits amidst the thunderstorm. He said in a deep voice, "I can sense that the boss's aura is in disarray. The blow just now severely wounded him. I must use another forbidden spell." Gu Bingying's eyes flickered slightly. "Teacher Duan, can you still use a forbidden spell in your current mental state?" "Why wouldn't I?" Duan Xing's eyes were resolute. "The principal has already reached this point. As the vice principal, it's only natural for me to step up now." Boom! At that moment, Duan Xing's grimoire began to ignite on its own as he once again prepared a forbidden spell at the cost of his own soul. Sensing the danger, the corrupted king of the fallen spirits immediately aimed at Duan Xing, gathering a massive amount of lightning storms at the tip of its spear. "My opponent is you." Jing Bingyun's roar echoed through the sky as he, covered in blood, like a missile, crashed into the corrupted king of the fallen spirits, knocking it off the unicorn. Jing Bingyun discarded his shield, circled behind the corrupted king of the fallen spirits, and firmly held onto it, shouting, "Attack me, principal!" Duan Xing, bleeding from 7 orifices, looked up at Jing Bingyun, who was tightly embracing the corrupted king of the fallen spirits, and immediately shouted to Su Wanting and Gu Bingying, "Give me a status boost." Gu Bingying and Su Wanting were already in tears at this point. They too began to exhaust their spiritual energy, providing Duan Xing with the final enhancements. Jing Bingyun, looking at the reformed fiery dragon below, suddenly saw the silhouette of a young man appear before him. Seeing that young man's figure, Jing Bingyun's pupils slightly contracted. Su Jianxin? Jing Bingyun recalled the Abyss battlefield 30 years ago, where he and his colleagues from Jingdu University were responsible for assassinating 3 demon dukes under the Curse King's command. The battle was extremely fierce, pushing them to their limits. However, as the shield of the ancient era, he had not stepped forward. It was ultimately Yi Qingsong's disciple, Su Jianxin, who sacrificed himself, using the power of the star god to control the 3 demon dukes, securing the final blow for Yi Qingsong. Tears streamed down Jing Bingyun's face as he murmured, "It should have been me standing at the forefront back then. Due to my cowardice, Great Xia lost one of its most brilliant geniuses in history. Jianxin, I'm sorry. I am a sinner." Jing Bingyun closed his eyes. "Teachers, I'm here." At that moment, Zhang Chen's voice rang out from afar, the sword formation covering the battlefield, rapidly restoring everyone's physical and mental strength. Jing Bingyun suddenly opened his eyes, looking incredulously into the distance, where a Dragon Man King appeared out of nowhere, carrying Zhang Chen and flying rapidly towards them. Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen jumped off the back of the Dragon Man King, landing next to Duan Xing and the others. Using the sword formation to restore everyone's physical and mental strength, he asked with concern, "Teachers, are you all okay?" Duan Xing looked at the arriving Zhang Chen in disbelief. "Zhang Chen, how did you?" Zhang Chen quickly explained, "I have already cleared the Shadow Dungeon and thought of coming to help you in the Light Dungeon, so I retraced my steps from the boss's territory and went through the Light Dungeon again. Now it seems, fortunately, I made it in time." Zhang Chen exclaimed, glancing at the Dragon Man King statue beside him. If he hadn't had the sudden idea to use the Mirror of Replication to duplicate the Dragon Man King statue and fly over with the Dragon Man King, Jing Bingyun and Duan Xing might have already sacrificed themselves. "You did well, Zhang Chen." With the assistance of Zhang Chen's sword formation, Gu Bingying recovered a lot of her mental strength and immediately transferred it to Duan Xing to support the mental consumption required for Duan Xing's forbidden technique. Zhang Chen looked at Jing Bingyun tightly holding onto the corrupted king of holy spirits in the air and asked Su Wanting, "Teacher Su, can you teleport the principal back?" Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Su Wanting was momentarily stunned, then looked at Zhang Chen gratefully and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I can." "Good, later Duan Xing and I will attack the boss together, so I'll leave it to you to bring back the principal." "No problem." Buzz. The red sky, Zhenlu, 7-star dragon abyss, and 7 purple shadow swords flew out of the sword formation space, emitting a sword hum around Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked at Duan Xing, "Teacher Duan, I can't see the attributes of this abyss boss, but my skills have a slaying effect. If we attack together, we should be able to take down this boss in seconds." "Ha ha, great." Duan Xing laughed heartily, "Good job, young man. Today we teachers and students will work together and defeat that boss. Zhang Chen, let's go." "Yes." Duan Xing burst into laughter, fire elements surging around him as the fierce flame dragon, filled with terrifying fire elements, roared towards the sky. At the same time, Zhang Chen controlled the flying swords to shoot out, 10 flying swords catching up with the flame dragon, revolving around it, and eventually merging with the flame dragon, turning into 10 flaming weapons. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wanting clasped her hands together, opened a teleportation array under Jing Bingyun's feet, a white light flashed, and Jing Bingyun was teleported away. Boom! 10 flying swords and the flame dragon pierced through the corrupted king of holy spirits, tearing through the sky of the dungeon. Successfully killed the true corrupted king of holy spirits, experience plus 10 million, minus 50%, obtained the item Core of Holy Spirits. Core of Holy Spirits, material for forging divine artifacts, only one in the world. Curse King Artifact Mission, 4774/100000, Abyssal King, plus 893 Abyss Dungeon successfully cleared. Red Sky Artifact Mission Progress, 2/10, with a series of information popping up on Zhang Chen's panel, it completely declared the successful clearing of this dungeon. The real dungeon exit appeared in front of everyone. Duan Xing sat weakly on the ground, looking up at the clear sky that had returned. Finally, it's over. With that, Duan Xing lay straight on the ground, passing out from exhaustion. Zhang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. "Teacher Duan? Don't worry, he's just too tired." Gu Bingying looked at Zhang Chen with a smile. "Zhang Chen, you are really becoming more and more surprising. If I were a few decades younger, I wouldn't let go of such a promising student like you, What a pity. Zhang Chen blushed. Teacher, what are you saying? Look at you blushing, how adorable. Gu Bingying chuckled at Zhang Chen's reaction. At this moment, the heavily injured and unconscious Su Wanning walked over. Teacher Gu, please don't tease Zhang Chen anymore. Without him this time, our raid operation would probably have failed, she said. You're right, little Zhang Chen is our greatest hero, but... Gu Bingying nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the shattered copies, her eyes gradually becoming serious. The abyssal copies are becoming more and more dangerous, just like 30 years ago. Upon hearing the words 30 years ago, Su Wanting's eyes flickered slightly, subconsciously clenching her fists. Zhang Chen noticed Su Wanting's reaction and was about to inquire when Gu Bingying came to her senses and said to Zhang Chen, although we have raided the abyssal copies, there are still some loose ends to tie up. I'll take over here from now on. You must be tired too, go back and rest well. Once the matters with the copies are settled, I will urge the principal to reward you. Upon hearing Gu Bingying's words, Zhang Chen did not continue to ask and instead said, speaking of which, this series of battles has been quite exhausting. I'll head back first. Well, I wish you a good rest. Gu Bingying smiled slightly at Zhang Chen, then kissed his forehead, and Zhang Chen felt a strange power entering his body once again. Gu Bingying smiled, consider this the goddess's kiss enhancement, an early reward from me. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Chen, seeing that the goddess's kiss enhancement on him no longer had a time limit, excitedly thanked Gu Bingying and left the copies feeling content. Su Wanning watched Zhang Chen leave and finally couldn't help but ask Gu Bingying, Teacher Gu, I've been wanting to ask, when did your goddess's kiss become a skill that needs to be activated by kissing the forehead? Seeing Su Wanning's innocent look, Gu Bingying chuckled, silly girl, it happens when I want it to. After leaving the Holy Spirit Realm copy, Zhang Chen was directly teleported back to the dormitory. Although he had rated a large high-difficulty abyssal copy today, the huge gains made him produce enough dopamine, leaving him extremely excited and sleepless. Oh well, since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well explore Dormitory 0 and use the tens of thousands of starstones I have to enhance myself. I remember Neo Popo said starstones can quickly boost one's abilities. Zhang Chen left the dormitory and went straight to the 6th floor, where Neo Popo was cleaning. Zhang Chen greeted her with a smile. Hello, Neo Popo. Neo Popo smiled. After all these days in Dormitory 0, are you finally willing to spend the starstones you have on you? Yes, Neo Popo. Zhang Chen scratched his head with a smile. I'm still not very familiar with this place. Could you help me out? Sure. How many starstones did you get from the last Starry Secret Realm raid? If it's over 100, I can. Zhang Chen interrupted. Neo Popo, I have over 30,000. How many? Neo Popo paused in disbelief, her eyes almost popping out, staring at Zhang Chen incredulously. Is that a lot? Zhang Chen asked. It's not just a lot. Neo Popo was shocked. I remember you only rated the Nightmare difficulty Starry Secret Realm once after moving into Dormitory 0, right? Yes. Doesn't that copy allow you to increase the difficulty continuously? After passing level 55 difficulty, I got so many starstones. Level 55 Nightmare difficulty. Let me catch my breath. Neo Popo was taken aback, taking a while to recover before saying, in that copy, with each increase in difficulty, the number of bosses doubles. I recall you were only level 25 at the time? You managed to defeat 24 level 55 Starstone Knights? Zhang Chen, sure. Old Lady Neo. Old Lady Neo remained silent for a while, then spoke. It makes sense that the Star God chose to bless you. Apart from you, I'm afraid no one else in this world can do such abnormal things. Since you have over 30,000 Starstones, there's no need to use these basic facilities, it's not cost-effective. Zhang Chen, then how should I use them? Old Lady Neo, participate in the Star Gods Gambling. Star Gods Gambling? Yes, it's a game between gods and mortals. The entry ticket for the Star Gods Gambling is 30,000 Starstones. Once you enter, you will play games with the projections of the gods, and the game content will depend on the preferences of the god projections. If you win, the god projections will reward you. If you lose, the Star God will give you a consolation prize, increasing each of your four-dimensional attributes by 1,000, similar to the attributes you would have gained by training on the 6th level with Starstones. In any case, it's a sure-win deal. Sounds interesting. Old Lady Neo, I want to participate in the Star Gods Gambling. No problem, follow me. Old Lady Neo smiled at Zhang Chen and led him to a side entrance next to the God's Treasury instance, saying, after paying 30,000 Starstones, the gambling instance will match you with the corresponding god projections based on your situation. Okay. Under Old Lady Neo's guidance, Zhang Chen placed 30,000 starstones into the instance, and the entrance lit up with a blue light. Star God's gambling instance activated, currently matching challenger with god projections. Successful match with the god of joy, projection descending. Will you challenge? Seeing the prompt on his panel, Zhang Chen chose to challenge without hesitation. The instant's vortex glowed, and Zhang Chen was transported to a dim, old room, sitting at a long table. Across the table sat a woman whose face was obscured by thick fog. Zhang Chen tried to use the abyssal eye on the woman but received no response. Is that the projection of the God of Joy? He thought to himself. The God of Joy sitting across the table smiled and said, "Dear challenger, let's have a joyful game." Coming back to his senses, Zhang Chen asked, "What's the game about?" "The game is called Joyful Roulette, a thrilling game I carefully devised." The God of Joy revealed a revolver-like gun in her hand and pushed it to the center of the table. "This gun has 6 bullets, 3 of which are blanks. We take turns shooting, aiming at ourselves or each other. If you shoot yourself without getting hit, you can take another turn. Russian roulette." Zhang Chen looked at the gun on the table, his eyes narrowing slightly, immediately reminded of the classic death game from his original world. This game relied entirely on luck, testing courage. However, in this instance, players faced no threat of death, so shooting oneself carried no psychological burden. If the game rules were just that, it would be too dull. Of course, it's not that simple. Seemingly sensing Zhang Chen's thoughts, the God of Joy smiled faintly. After all, no one can die in this instance, greatly reducing the excitement of the game. So, I have prepared various items that can be used during the game, and both of us have 3 chances to draw items. In this game, we each have 3 lives, and the 3 items we draw can be used at any time. Zhang Chen, has the game of courage turned into a strategy game? The God of Joy continued, "Furthermore, to make this game more exciting and fun, I thought of adding an extra feature. I wonder if you're interested." Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What feature?" The God of Joy glanced at Zhang Chen's star robe and smiled. "In this game, if you win, I'll give you one of my artifacts. If you lose, well, you give me your artifact. How about that? Are we betting our artifacts directly?" Zhang Chen's eyes lowered, his expression gradually becoming subtle. Winning meant gaining a new artifact. Losing meant losing one. On the surface, it seemed like a high-risk, high-reward gamble. However, the God of Joy did not specify the artifact, and Zhang Chen had several artifacts, 2 of which were quite tricky. 1, the Blade of the Cursed King. 2, the Heart of the Cursed King. He didn't even need to think about these 2. Once the Cursed King was resurrected, these 2 artifacts would immediately turn into knives aimed at Zhang Chen. He wished someone would take these 2 artifacts away from him. In this way, whether he won or lost the bet with the God of Joy, he would profit. Seeing Zhang Chen bow his head, the God of Joy thought he was hesitating and said, "Of course, you can choose not to bet and leave directly. You will still receive attribute rewards." After pretending to consider for a long time, Zhang Chen felt he wasn't gaining enough and looked directly at the God of Joy. "Alright, I'll bet with you, but I want to change the stakes." "Oh?" The God of Joy raised an eyebrow. "What do you want to change?" Zhang Chen said, "If I lose, I'll give you an artifact, but if I win, I don't want your artifact. I want your blessing of joy." Upon hearing this, the God of Joy chuckled, "Silly boy, the value of an artifact is above the blessing of a deity. Moreover, you are recognized by the star god. If you choose my blessing of joy, it will override the blessing given to you by the star god. Are you sure about this?" Zhang Chen replied, "I'm sure." He didn't have the blessing of the star god at all. Not only that, he also bore the contract of the Cursed King, behind whom was a demon god with a status higher than the star god. To defeat the Cursed King, he had to find a deity with a status higher than the Cursed King's demon god before reaching level 70. If the God of Joy's status was above that of the demon god, then after winning the game, he could rely on the God of Joy to defeat the Cursed King once and for all. If the God of Joy couldn't give him a blessing, a deity unable to fulfill a bet would make things quite joyful indeed. He, what a strange mortal you are. To be honest, I'm starting to find you interesting." The God of Joy looked at Zhang Chen with a smile, snapped her fingers, and 3 mystery boxes appeared in front of each of them. The items in the boxes are random. Only when you touch a box will you know the effects of the items inside. You are the one providing the items. How can we ensure fairness? You can rest assured. As a deity, I haven't fallen to the point of cheating in a game with a mortal. Besides, this instance belongs to the star god. I can't cheat without him noticing. Do you have any other questions? No. Good. Let's begin then. As the God of Joy announced the start of the game, both of them had 3 red hearts above their heads. In the next moment, a coin fell from the sky and was caught by the God of Joy. Guess whether the side facing up is a symbol or a number, to decide who goes first. A symbol, Zhang Chen randomly guessed. The God of Joy opened her palm, revealing a symbol facing up. "You're lucky, little one. Do you want to go first or second?" "First." Zhang Chen chose to go first, and the God of Joy pushed a gun towards him. However, Zhang Chen didn't rush to shoot. Instead, he placed his hand on the mystery box in front of him, inspecting the items one by one. Perspective lens. Confirm if the current chamber is loaded with a blank round. Paralysis rope. Prevent the opponent from taking action in the next round. Fantasy bullets. If the bullet in the chamber is a blank, it will be transformed into a live round, and vice versa. 3 props, the perspective mirror and the converter, can be used in combination. Using 2 props together ensures a certain victory in the next round. The paralysis rope is also quite powerful. If used, it can directly fire 2 shots at the opponent, greatly increasing the chances of winning the round. However, this game is best of 5, so if he wants to win, it's best to use each of the 3 props in 3 different games. The God of Joy saw Zhang Chen inspecting the props and couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, are you going to use the props directly? This is only the first shot, so I have to rely on luck first, Zhang Chen replied, aiming the gun at himself and pulling the trigger. Click. A blank. The God of Joy chuckled, you're lucky. The next 3/5 chance is a live round. Are you going to shoot at me? No, I have to use a prop. After successfully betting on the blank, Zhang Chen decisively used the paralysis rope. A purple root rope flew out of the blind box and bound the God of Joy. With only 2 blanks in the magazine, the probability of firing 2 blanks in a row was 1 in 10. In other words, if he shot at the God of Joy, the probability of winning was 90%. Zhang Chen aimed at the God of Joy, pulled the trigger, and a bullet hit the God of Joy, causing one of the red hearts on the God of Joy's head to disappear. The God of Joy remained calm, saying, TSK TSK. What a pity. Although you hit me, you wasted a prop. Using a prop to ensure victory in a game is not a waste, Zhang Chen replied. I admire your optimism, but it's my turn to go first in the next round. The God of Joy smiled, and the gun in Zhang Chen's hand disappeared, replaced by a new gun in the God of Joy's hand. The God of Joy directly used the perspective mirror prop. She glanced at the gun and chuckled, it seems that Lady Luck is on my side today. Aiming at Zhang Chen, the God of Joy pulled the trigger, hitting Zhang Chen in the chest, causing him to feel a sharp pain. One of the red hearts on Zhang Chen's head disappeared. The gun in the God of Joy's hand dissipated, and a new gun appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. After some thought, Zhang Chen decided to use the perspective mirror. In the next moment, he saw that the bullet in the chamber was a blank. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He. Judging by your expression, it must be a blank, right? Are you that unlucky? The God of Joy mocked Zhang Chen, adding pressure. Looking at his last prop, if he used the converter now, he could indeed win this round. However, he would have no props for the next 2 rounds, while the God of Joy still had 2 props. Realizing this, Zhang Chen decided to take a gamble. He fired a shot at himself first, then aimed at the God of Joy and fired another shot. 2 blanks. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. Was he really that unlucky? Ha ha ha, little guy, are you really this unlucky? Did you offend Lady Luck? Seeing Zhang Chen fire 2 blanks in a row, the God of Joy laughed even more, clapping and saying, I didn't expect Lady Luck to favor me so much today. It seems I am the final winner. The God of Joy confidently aimed at Zhang Chen and pulled the trigger. Click. Another blank. At that moment, the smile on the God of Joy's face transferred to Zhang Chen. From this, it's clear that this game is indeed fair. Even the mighty God of Joy has performed as a clown. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the gun, aimed at the God of Joy, pulled the trigger, and won this round. The gun returned to the God of Joy's hand. At this moment, Zhang Chen had a relaxed expression on his face as he began to reverse the Tiangang formation, putting pressure on the joyful goddess. I still have one more prop. Even if you win this round with a prop, the next one should be mine. My lady goddess, how about surrendering now? Is that what you think? Suddenly, the joyful goddess giggled and once again used a perspective lens to check the bullets in the chamber. When the joyful goddess saw the bullets in the chamber, a subtle smile played on her lips as she looked at Zhang Chen. Little one, it seems I have one. The joyful goddess took out a prop from the last blind box. Explosive bullet. In this round, all bullet damage doubles. The explosive bullet turned into light and entered the pistol as the joyful goddess aimed at Zhang Chen. Little one, your artifact is mine now. Use the prop. At this moment, Zhang Chen also used a prop converter. A semi-real and semi-illusory bullet flew out of the blind box and turned into light entering the pistol. Fantasy bullet? Seeing that Zhang Chen's last prop was actually a fantasy bullet, the joyful goddess was momentarily stunned and then fired a shot at herself. A blank shot. The situation became tense. Zhang Chen asked, My lady goddess, there are still 3 blank shots and 2 real bullets in the pistol. With a 3/5 chance of a blank shot, do you want to shoot yourself again? Now that both sides had exhausted their props, the game reverted back to a pure game of Russian roulette. A bullet causes 2 points of damage, deciding the outcome of this round. I didn't expect to end up with you pressuring me in the end. Quite unexpected. But I don't consider probabilities when I act. The joyful goddess looked at Zhang Chen with a smile and then aimed the gun at him, pulling the trigger. Click. A blank shot. Too bad. The joyful goddess nonchalantly handed the pistol to Zhang Chen. Now the probability is 1 in 2. Your choice. Zhang Chen picked up the pistol but hesitated to act. Seeing Zhang Chen's hesitation, the joyful goddess couldn't help but ask, "Little one, are you scared?" No. Zhang Chen looked at the joyful goddess, grinned, and said, "Since we've come this far, I suddenly feel like doing something exciting. What do you want to do?" The joyful goddess was taken aback. Then she saw Zhang Chen pointing the gun at his own temple and firing 2 shots in quick succession. Click. Click. 2 blank shots. The joyful goddess's pupils constricted sharply. Playing this thrillingly? Phew. I didn't expect my luck to be this good. Zhang Chen spun the gun in his hand, then aimed at the joyful goddess. In this gamble, I win. Bang! Zhang Chen pulled the trigger. As Zhang Chen won with a bullet, the dim room around them disappeared, and Zhang Chen found himself in a magnificent hall. In the center of the hall, a woman with an exquisite figure and beautiful appearance appeared before him. The joyful goddess revealed her beauty to Zhang Chen and said with a smile, "Little one, I have to say, you've given me a delightful game today. I'm starting to like you more and more." Hearing the joyful goddess's words, Zhang Chen was not surprised. The reason he had fired 2 shots at himself like a madman just now was to trigger the passive effect of the star god's robe, increasing the favorability of the deity by 50%. He did crazy things in front of the joyful goddess just to boost her favorability. As long as the joyful goddess's favorability was high, regardless of the outcome of the game, it would benefit his future plans. The joyful goddess was unaware of Zhang Chen's thoughts. After reviewing the game they had just played, she said to Zhang Chen with lingering interest, "Little one, according to our bet, you want my divine blessing, not the artifact, right?" "Yes." "Alright, I understand." The joyful goddess nodded and blew a breath towards Zhang Chen. "Do you accept the joyful goddess's blessing? Note, you can only receive the blessing of one deity at a time." "I accept." Zhang Chen chose to accept the blessings, and soon he felt a powerful force surging into his body. However, that peculiar force was quickly rejected by Zhang Chen. The power of the god of joy has been contaminated by the demon god. The blessing failed. Once again, a prompt appeared on Zhang Chen's panel indicating the failure of the divine blessing. "Ha! The blessing failed?" The god of joy obviously did not anticipate such an event and immediately approached Zhang Chen, carefully examining him. After a while, the expression in the eyes of the god of joy became complex, and she looked at Zhang Chen sympathetically. "Little one, I didn't expect you to be so unlucky. My blessing cannot be bestowed upon you. A demon god with a higher status than mine has cursed your body. Not only I, but most gods cannot dispel that curse." "I have a curse from a demon god?" Zhang Chen's expression turned serious. He knew there was a power of the demon god within him, but he never thought that power would be a curse. It was probably because Qishao had shielded him from the demon god's curse, so he had not noticed it all along. After all, Qishao only made him immune to mental attacks, which did not mean the curse on his body would disappear. The god of joy continued, "Little one, I cannot bestow this blessing upon you. I think it's better to exchange it for a divine artifact." Zhang Chen snapped out of his thoughts and quickly said to the god of joy, "Goddess, our agreement was for you to bestow me with divine blessings. How can you unilaterally change it to a divine artifact?" The god of joy looked helpless. "Can't you see that I can't bestow the blessing upon you?" Zhang Chen replied, "That's not my concern. Right now, I just want a divine blessing. It doesn't matter from whom. Or is it that the goddess finds it difficult to fulfill this, so you're trying to back out? As a goddess, how could I possibly?" The god of joy subconsciously responded to Zhang Chen, suddenly realizing something, and then exclaimed, "Oh, you little rascal, so you've been scheming against me all along. You didn't want a divine artifact at first, just the blessing. Did you already know that my blessing would fail, so you deliberately set a trap for me? How can you humans be worse than the abyssal demons?" Zhang Chen retorted, "As a goddess, you wouldn't want to back out, would you?" Hearing Zhang Chen's sarcastic tone, the god of joy felt a headache coming on and waved her hand. Forget it, forget it. I admit defeat this time. I will try to help you with the divine blessing matter. Also, you can keep this divine artifact as a compensation for my failure to fulfill the agreement." The god of joy said, taking out a colorful dice and handing it to Zhang Chen. "Thank you." Zhang Chen took the colorful dice without hesitation and checked its attributes. Chaos dice, divine consumable, can be used on any equipment or item to transform its quality into divine level. Transform any equipment or item into divine level? Zhang Chen was shocked to see the attributes of the chaos dice and looked at the God of Joy in amazement. It was the first time he had seen such a strange item. The God of Joy smiled, "This is a treasure I created with a lot of divine power recently. If you wish, you can even turn a bottle of basic healing potion into a divine level potion." Ding! At that moment, a melodious bell rang in the hall. The God of Joy paused, then said to Zhang Chen, "Happy times are always short-lived. I should leave now. As for the matter of the divine blessing, I will try to help you, but I cannot guarantee success. Goodbye." The God of Joy waved goodbye to Zhang Chen and then dissipated into light and shadow. Completed the Star God's wager, obtained a Star Crystal *1. Do you want to use the Star Crystal to charge the Star God's robe? As the God of Joy departed, Zhang Chen received a reward from this instance, a Star Crystal. Today's gains are truly remarkable. Zhang Chen sighed sincerely, used the Star Crystal to charge the Star God's robe, and was then transported out of the instance. It was already evening outside the copy, Granny Nyo had already left, and Zhang Chen did not linger on the 6th floor, returning alone to his dormitory. After a day of fierce battles, conquering large copies, and playing Russian roulette with the projection of gods, Zhang Chen was quite exhausted. After washing up, Zhang Chen lay on the bed and took out the chaos dice. Transform any item and equipment into a divine grade. What should I transform? Shi Xiao? Zhanlu? Not worth it, they will eventually be promoted to artifacts. Ziyu's sword? I have 10 specialized weapons, there is no place for them in the later sword box. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, suddenly thought of something, and jumped up suddenly, right. Can my sword box be upgraded to an artifact? Zhang Chen immediately took out his blank sword box from the sword formation space. This equipment was the first equipment he drew after changing jobs, with no attributes, only the function of storing swords. And now that he had the sword formation space, this sword box couldn't even use its only function. Now the only function of this sword box is to limit him to only equip 10 flying swords, purely a side effect. What will the blank sword box look like when it becomes an artifact? Zhang Chen looked at the blank sword box in front of him, made a decision immediately, and placed the chaos dice on the sword box. Upgrade the sword box with the chaos dice? Yes. The chaos dice lit up with colorful light, quickly merging into the sword box, then the entire sword box shone brightly, with heavy gilded runes appearing on the surface, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. At that moment, the sword box underwent a qualitative change. Sword Spirit Arsenal, Divine Grade Infinite Space, all flying swords in the sword box can be replicated. Replicating flying swords consumes spiritual power. The higher the quality of the flying sword, the greater the consumption of spiritual power, unlimited replication quantity. Hiss! Seeing this new sword box, a word instantly popped into Zhang Chen's mind. Myriad swords returning to the sect. After seeing the new effect of his sword box, Zhang Chen was no longer sleepy, quickly put on his coat, and headed to the bamboo forest at the school. He wanted to find a place where no one was around to try out this sword spirit arsenal. The pure white moonlight spilled into the bamboo forest. Zhang Chen walked to a clearing, then summoned all his specialized weapons and the Ziyu sword. Zhang Chen closed his eyes and tried to consume spiritual power to replicate flying swords. Soon, Shi Xiao, Zhanlu, 7-star Dragon Abyss, and 10 Ziyu swords were all replicated. The flying swords around Zhang Chen went from 13 to 26 in an instant. At the same time, Zhang Chen's spiritual power began to rapidly deplete. Even with the sword formation and the spiritual power recovery effect of the Curse King's blade, he couldn't sustain these 13 replicated flying swords for long. With the sword formation activated, replicating 7-star Dragon Abyss consumes 2000 spiritual power per second, while Qishao and Zhanlu consume 500 spiritual power per second. These Ziyu swords don't consume much spiritual power, each one consumes 100 spiritual power per second. But if the replication quantity increases, with my current spiritual power, I can't handle it at all. Zhang Chen saw the speed at which flying swords of different qualities consumed spiritual power, feeling slightly disappointed. He thought he could witness the spectacular scene of myriad swords descending. Even if he only replicated Ziyu swords, when he reached 100, the rate of spiritual power consumption per second would reach 10,000, and he would be drained in 8 seconds. Although with his damage output, as long as he replicated a few 7-star Dragon Abyss swords, he could kill any enemy in seconds, but it wasn't cool enough. Right, don't I still have the iron swords? Zhang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, cancelled the replication of the specialized weapons and Ziyu swords, then summoned 10 iron swords. Replicate! The 10 iron swords instantly turned into 20, and Zhang Chen's spiritual power not only did not decrease but instead, with the support of the sword formation and the Curse King's blade, it quickly recovered. This looks promising. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes, and he continued to replicate 40, 80, 160, until 10,240 iron swords were suspended in the air above the bamboo forest. Zhang Chen's mental power began to noticeably decrease, with a consumption rate of only 100 per second, 6,000 per minute. With his current mental power, he could maintain these 10,000 flying swords for over 10 minutes. Excitedly, Zhang Chen looked at the thousands of flying swords above the bamboo forest, each sword shimmering beautifully under the moonlight. So spectacular, Zhang Chen muttered, then attempted to control the flying swords. Tens of thousands of swords began to dance in the air around Zhang Chen, their speed increasing rapidly, eventually forming a storm of sword blades, terrifying sword energy spreading in all directions. Countless students in Kyoto who were studying hard at night suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from the academy and looked towards the bamboo forest, only to see the thousands of flashing cold swords turning into a tornado storm. Wow! Everyone, look! What skill is that? The gathering of 10,000 swords. Which big shot has come to our Kyoto University? So cool! This kind of skill, perhaps only legendary professionals can possess, right? Everyone who witnessed this scene was deeply impressed by the spectacular sight. In no time, students spread the word, and soon the entire school's faculty and students noticed the magnificent display of 10,000 swords in the sky. At the same time, Zhang Chen's control became more and more adept. On a whim, Zhang Chen leaped up, and a large number of flying swords turned into a staircase for him to ascend, automatically flying to his feet. Stepping on the flying swords, he soared hundreds of meters into the air. Ghostly sword speed. Zhang Chen accelerated the speed of the flying swords once again, causing them to create an updraft, allowing him to hover in the sky hundreds of meters high. Under the full moon, Zhang Chen stood in the air, gazing at the neon night view of Kyoto below, his eyes shining. The sea is wide for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt boundless joy in his heart. However, happy times are always short-lived. After admiring the city night view, Zhang Chen's mental power was also about to run out. At this moment, a new problem arose. How to land safely. As a large number of duplicated flying swords dissipated into light spots and the updraft disappeared, Zhang Chen began free-falling from several hundred meters in the air. Oh no, I can't fly. Only then did Zhang Chen realize this serious problem, but now his descent speed was getting faster, and he had no time to think. Seeing the ground getting closer and closer, he had no choice but to give up, flipping over to face the sky, calmly listening to the wind howling in his ears, waiting for the moment of landing. Forget it. I'll go find Teacher Gu later to refresh the Crimson Sky passive skill. Just as Zhang Chen was about to land, a faint light suddenly enveloped him, slowing down his descent speed and allowing him to land gently. Ha! Zhang Chen opened his eyes in surprise, only to see Li Shuer standing not far away, panting, with her wand still glowing. Obviously, it was Li Shuer who had just intervened. Shuer? Why are you here? Zhang Chen was surprised to see Li Shuer appear, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Li Shuer put away her wand, walked up to Zhang Chen angrily, and questioned, "You fool. How long has it been since school started? You didn't participate in the freshman training, and when we were assigned to different colleges, you were nowhere to be found. Didn't we agree to go to Kyoto University together? Why haven't you come to find me even once until now? If I hadn't seen you showing off in the air from the dormitory, I wouldn't have known where you were?" Zhang Chen scratched his head and smiled apologetically, saying, "It's really not that I didn't look for you, it's just that there have been too many things happening recently, one after another, I simply couldn't keep up. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you, Li Shuer sighed heavily, seeming to want to say something, but hesitated and stopped. Seeing Li Shuer hesitating to speak, Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Li Shuer replied, "I have no idea what you did, but recently, the elders in my family have been very concerned about you, insisting that I bring you back." Zhang Chen said, "Can't it be because I am outstanding, making your family look at me differently? Come on. Your national champion title is impressive, but that alone is not enough to make the elders in my family so interested in you. You must have attracted them in other ways. Since they want to meet me, I'll go back with you. My family is not as simple as you think." Li Shuer sighed, "Although I don't want to talk about family matters, I have to say that many elders in my family are elites in wielding power. In their eyes, everything and everyone is just a tool for profit. I'm worried that after you come back with me, they will use me to manipulate you." Zhang Chen said, "So, all these years you haven't mentioned your family because of this?" "Yes, partly because of this." Li Shuer nodded, "But the fundamental reason is that I don't want you to feel pressured after knowing my background and then distance yourself from me." At this point, Li Shuer paused, then looked at Zhang Chen, "Silly, if, in case my family uses me to force you to do things you don't like, what would you do?" Zhang Chen lightly smiled. It mainly depends on what you think. Li Shuer said, of course, I don't want them to use you, let alone make you do things against your will because of me. In that case, I won't do it. But if you refuse, what if they insist on keeping us apart? They can't do that. Li Shuer was taken aback, then smiled. You are truly remarkable. Since you say so, I feel relieved. Are you free tomorrow? Yes. Great. Let's meet at the school gate at 8 tomorrow morning. Okay. The next day, when Zhang Chen arrived at the school gate, Li Shuer, with a single ponytail, wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, and light makeup, was already waiting outside the gate. On the roadside, Butler Su stood quietly by the car, patiently waiting. Shuer, so early. Zhang Chen greeted her, handing her the breakfast he bought at the cafeteria. Here, you probably haven't had breakfast. Thank you. Li Shuer took the breakfast without hesitation, not caring about her ladylike image, took out a large meat bun from a plastic bag, and took a big bite. Zhang Chen then cheerfully greeted Butler Su. Butler Su, good morning. Butler Su politely nodded to Zhang Chen, opened the car door. Mr. Shan, please get in the car. Eating the meat bun, Li Shuer muttered, silly, let's get in the car first and talk on the way. Okay. Following Li Shuer, Zhang Chen got into the car, heading towards the Li family estate. On the way, Li Shuer told Zhang Chen a lot about her family, her father being Li Yuankang, the current president of the third-ranked Sun Guild in the Great Xia Empire, and her grandfather Li Zhenghua, one of the 5 elders of the Great Xia Empire. Not only that, the Sun Group founded by Li Yuankang is also one of the top 50 enterprises in Great Xia, with immense wealth. Along the way, Zhang Chen was stunned by what he heard. He knew that Li Shuer's family background was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this formidable. It could be said that the power, influence, and wealth of Li Shuer's family had reached the pinnacle of the Great Xia Empire. It was an hour's drive from Kyoto University to the Li family estate in Kyoto. As Zhang Chen entered the estate, a red-haired young man approached him, eyeing him up and down. You're Zhang Chen, who took away my little sister, right? I heard you're quite something. Let's have a fight. Zhang Chen was taken aback and instinctively used the abyssal eye on the red-haired young man. Li Fong, Flame Blade Master, Level 48. Li Fong, the Flame Blade Master, was mentioned in the Encyclopedia of Professionals as a legendary class, with twice the output ability of a mage and high defense. Moreover, the PvP ability of this class ranks in the top 10 among all professions, making it an extremely unreasonable all-around class. He's my brother, a fool, you don't need to bother with him. At this moment, Li Shuer got off the car and said to Zhang Chen, then looked at Li Fong, aren't you supposed to be on the front line executing missions? Why are you back? What, I came back specifically to check on you, and you're still not happy? Li Fong looked displeased. This girl, you're not even married yet, and you're already acting so high and mighty. What about in the future? Are you looking for trouble? Li Shuer seemed like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment, easily provoked by Li Fong's words. You two siblings, always arguing as soon as you meet. Are you deliberately making a show for the guests? At this moment, a powerful voice filled with vigor sounded. Zhang Chen looked over and saw a middle-aged man with a strong aura walking towards them. There was no need to guess, it was Li Yuankang. Li Shuer and Li Fong, who were arguing, immediately quieted down upon seeing Li Yuankang, and they both saluted him, father. Li Yuankang nodded slightly, glanced at Zhang Chen, then said to Li Shuer, Shuer, your mother is cooking in the kitchen, go help her. Upon hearing this, Li Shuer's expression changed slightly. Dad, I go. Li Yuankang said again, with an unquestionable tone, leaving Li Shuer stunned, looking towards Zhang Chen. Obviously, her father wanted to send her away. Zhang Chen, however, didn't mind and smiled at Li Shuer. I'm fine, you go ahead. Sorry, take care of yourself, don't let yourself be wronged. With an apologetic look in her eyes towards Zhang Chen, Li Shuer quickly left. After sending Li Shuer away, Li Yuankang carefully scrutinized Zhang Chen and asked with a smile, Zhang Chen, what do you think of my daughter Shuer? Zhang Chen replied, she is a very outstanding girl. Li Fong immediately interjected, of course. My sister is the best in the world, the only flaw is that she doesn't treat me very well. Ignoring Li Fong, Li Yuankang continued, what do you think of my Li family? Zhang Chen replied directly, Uncle Li, just speak your mind, there are no outsiders here. Li Yuankang looked deeply at Zhang Chen, then smiled, to be honest, the old man in our family values you a lot, he wants me to win you over no matter what, but when I asked him why, he wouldn't tell me. Here, Li Yuankang chuckled, I am a businessman, I only look at interests. Logically, since our old man wants to win you over, no matter who you are, I should win you over. But, I am also a father, I need to make sure my daughter is not being deceived, do you understand? Zhang Chen, I understand. Good, very well. Li Yuankang nodded in satisfaction. Regarding your character, the steward Su has been observing you for these years, so I am not worried about that. What I want to know now is, do you have the strength to protect Shuer? Although you are the national champion, it only means you have the ability to tackle exam dungeons, but I need to confirm your ability to fight as a professional. Zhang Chen, how can I prove it? Li Yuankang looked at Li Feng. Fight him. Li Feng immediately grinned. Zhang Chen, don't worry, my dad doesn't want you to defeat me, you just need to show enough excellence, let's start. However, Zhang Chen shook his head. No. Li Feng was surprised. No? Are you scared? Steward Su, who was behind them, also didn't expect Zhang Chen to refuse, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. In his impression, Zhang Chen was not the type to back down easily. Li Yuankang didn't show any change in expression and asked, why? Zhang Chen replied, my attack power is too high. A direct hit could be fatal. Li Yuankang, Li Feng, and housekeeper Su fell silent upon hearing Zhang Chen's response. Li Feng was the first to react, angrily saying, you brat, even if you're afraid to fight, at least come up with a more reasonable excuse. This is too exaggerated. At this moment, a hint of disappointment flashed in Li Yuankang's eyes. He furrowed his brows slightly and said to Zhang Chen, if that's your concern, there's no need to worry. Li Feng is 13 levels higher than you, and with me and housekeeper Su watching, nothing will go wrong. Zhang Chen remained firm, shaking his head. It's not possible. Li Yuankang was starting to feel annoyed. He couldn't help but look at housekeeper Su, as if questioning why after so many years, he still hadn't seen through Zhang Chen's character. Li Feng was now completely furious and said in a low voice, Zhang Chen, if you insist on using this excuse, then let's go to the arena. There's a protective barrier there, so even with a fatal blow, there's no risk to life. Our Li family also has divine level healers. Even if you're injured, they can heal you. Seeing Li Feng's determination, Zhang Chen sighed and said, in that case, let's go. Let's go. Li Feng led Zhang Chen aggressively to the arena in the estate. The protective barrier on the arena lit up, enveloping the area. Li Feng clenched his fists, staring straight at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, I wanted to go easy on you, but you've provoked me. I won't hold back now. Alright, please teach me, Li Gu. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, a loud bang was heard, and Li Feng, like a crimson beast, swiftly lunged towards Zhang Chen. Then, a flash of sword light pierced through Li Feng's chest. In the next moment, Li Feng appeared outside the arena, the protective barrier disappeared, and the match was over. Zhang Chen, still a bit puzzled, bowed to Li Feng outside the arena. Li Gu, thank you for the match. Li Feng? Defeated so quickly? Li Yuankang, witnessing this scene, couldn't contain his shock any longer. Although Zhang Chen's sword was swift, he saw it clearly. A flying sword appeared out of nowhere, pierced through Li Feng's chest, and vanished instantly. With just one basic attack, Zhang Chen had defeated the level 48 Li Feng. It's worth noting that Li Feng was not only a legendary professional but also equipped with legendary gear. Even a level 60 boss would have a hard time against him. No, something must be wrong. Let's try again. Li Feng, somewhat incredulous, jumped back onto the arena, and the protective barrier covered the area once more. Li Feng drew two crimson long knives, resembling a fierce tiger ready to pounce, and stared straight at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, this time I'm serious. Before Li Feng could finish speaking, he once again appeared outside the arena. Meanwhile, Li Yuankang, who was watching, was now in turmoil. He clearly saw a flying sword appear out of thin air behind Li Feng, piercing through his back in less than 0.1 seconds. In a real battle, Li Feng would have died countless times by now. At that moment, Li Yuankang's gaze towards Zhang Chen completely changed. He finally understood why his father wanted him to win over Zhang Chen at all costs. This young man on the arena was destined to be the brightest gem in the history of the Great Xia Empire. Compared to the brilliance emanating from other geniuses, Zhang Chen was like the radiant moon overshadowing mere fireflies. Wait, Dad, could it be a bug in the arena? It's happened twice now. I haven't even started fighting and I'm already being ejected. Li Feng still didn't understand how he lost and said to Li Yuankang, Dad, we need a new arena. Enough. Li Yuankang spoke, Fenger, you have already lost. Zhang Chen was right before, his damage was too high. Without protection, you would die, and I couldn't save you. Li Feng's pupils dilated in shock. Dad, you're not joking, right? Have I ever joked with you? Li Yuankang said lightly, but it's not your fault. Zhang Chen is just too outstanding, so outstanding that even a genius like you seems mediocre. With that, Li Yuankang turned and left, saying to everyone, let's go, it's time for lunch. During the following lunch, Li Yuankang remained silent, while Li Feng was completely lost in thought, causing Li Shuer, who was originally worried about Zhang Chen, to ask what he had done to her family. The current situation seemed different from what she had expected. As the subtly tense lunch ended, Zhang Chen's meeting the parents activity was successfully completed. The Daybreak Guild had urgent work, so Li Yuankang didn't have time to say much to Zhang Chen. He just handed Zhang Chen an exquisite gift box, instructed the housekeeper to take Zhang Chen and Li Shuer back to school, and hurriedly left with Li Feng. Since Li Shuer had classes in the afternoon, Zhang Chen bid her farewell upon returning to school and went to the library alone to study, opening the gift box given by Li Yuankang in the process. Inside lay a scroll of a profession-exclusive skill. It's actually a profession-exclusive skill scroll. Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim at the gift in the box. He had previously searched for profession-exclusive skill scrolls at the Imperial Exchange. These treasures were valued at over 1 billion, always in high demand. Once someone listed a profession-exclusive skill scroll, regardless of the price, it would be instantly bought. It's no wonder the Li family is so generous, casually giving out profession-exclusive skill scrolls. Zhang Chen sighed. He found a private study room in the library and proceeded to use the skill scroll. As the profession-exclusive skill scroll turned into a light and entered Zhang Chen's body, he immediately felt a strange power surging within him. Acquired skill, Sword Intent Gathering Momentum, Level 1, Sword Intent Gathering Momentum, Level 1. All sword attacks can be charged. Charged attacks cannot be blocked. Depending on the charging time, damage can be increased up to 100 times. When Sword Intent Gathering Momentum reaches its peak, it ignores any bloodlocking effects. Charged attack. Zhang Chen trembled at his new skill. Up to 100 times damage increase, and it ignores any bloodlocking effects? What does that mean? Zhang Chen dared not imagine the scene if he fully charged his 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and unleashed an attack. It might pierce through the stars. I wonder how long it takes for this skill to reach its peak with charging. Zhang Chen summoned an iron sword and attempted to charge it. The flying sword vibrated continuously in front of Zhang Chen, who could feel a constant flow of power entering the sword formation. The charging progress of the flying sword also appeared on his panel. It increased rapidly at first, almost doubling in power every 10 seconds, reaching 10 times the power after 2 minutes of charging. However, once the power reached 10 times, the charging progress bar started to rise extremely slowly, not increasing at all for several minutes. Is it because of the quality of the flying sword? Seeing that the iron sword stopped increasing in power after reaching 10 times, Zhang Chen immediately switched to the purple abyss sword. Just like the iron sword, the purple abyss sword could charge to 10 times its power within the first 2 minutes, but the charging speed significantly slowed down afterward. Unlike the iron sword, the power of the purple abyss sword continued to increase slowly even after surpassing 10 times, finally stopping at 20 times after 10 minutes of charging, never increasing again. Indeed, each flying sword has a charging limit. Zhang Chen noticed this and immediately took out the 3 special weapons, Qi Xiao, Zhanlu, and 7-star Dragon Abyss, and began to gather power. The speed at which these 3 special weapons gathered power was much faster than that of the purple abyss sword and the iron sword. In just 1 minute, their power increased 10-fold, and by 3 minutes, it had increased 20-fold. After that, the 3 special weapons could still gather power, and their speed was not slow. By the 6th minute, the 3 special weapons had gathered power 30-fold, and by the 10th minute, they had gathered power 40-fold. After that, the speed at which Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu gathered power noticeably decreased, but 7-star Dragon Abyss remained strong. 15 minutes later, Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu's power had increased 50-fold, and thereafter they could no longer increase their power, while 7-star Dragon Abyss could still continue to do so. However, when Zhang Chen spent half an hour gathering the power of 7-star Dragon Abyss to 70-fold, the progress of its power gathering no longer increased. It seems that in order to reach the peak of sword intent, one must refine the special weapons to the highest level. This skill should be used for breakthroughs. In the future, it may be very useful to use this skill to deal with the Curse King, Zhang Chen concluded after experimenting with the new skill. Soon after, he received a message from Yi Qingsong on his communicator. Zhu Lin, come quickly. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Chen immediately rushed to the bamboo forest, where he saw Yi Qingsong and Wan Chang'an standing together, engaged in conversation. Zhang Chen, you've arrived just in time, come over here. Wan Chang'an waved to Zhang Chen as he approached. Zhang Chen walked up and greeted Yi Qingsong and Wan Chang'an. Hello, Teacher Yi, General Wan. Wan Chang'an asked, Zhang Chen, do you know why we are looking for you? Are you two together about my parents? Zhang Chen guessed, as recently Yi Qingsong had shown him a photo of his parents turned into demons, and before that, Wan Chang'an had received reports of his parents turning into demons. The fact that they were looking for him together could only mean it was about his parents. Yi Qingsong nodded slightly. Yes, ever since I saw those 2 demons that look like your parents, I've been curious about them, so I went back to the Abyss battlefield. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, what did you find? I found a demon stronghold 50 kilometers outside the first battlefield in the Abyss battlefield, and your mother is the leader of that stronghold, Yi Qingsong revealed. Immediately concerned, Zhang Chen asked, what are they doing over there? Yi Qingsong shook his head, I've been marked by the Abyss long ago. If I get too close to the demons, they will all know my location. To avoid alerting them, I didn't get too close to that camp and couldn't find out what was going on inside. At this point, Wan Chang'an added, since the stronghold is already outside the first battlefield, the Abyss monsters over there are all above level 50. Ordinary professionals and soldiers cannot penetrate deep, so the Dragon Squad will form a team to investigate. If capable, they can destroy that stronghold. So, do you want me to join this operation as well? Zhang Chen inquired. Wan Chang'an replied, I've heard about your help in clearing the Holy Spirit Realm instance for Kyoto University. With your strength, you are fully capable of this military operation. Moreover, the demon on the other side may be your mother. If you join this operation, there may be unexpected results. Yi Qingsong agreed, I also think so. This is an invaluable trial opportunity for you. Zhang Chen, with your talent, reaching level 70 won't take long. By then, you will face the Curse King. So, before you reach level 70, you must seize every opportunity to engage in real combat with demons, understand? Zhang Chen nodded, understood, I will participate in this operation. Very well, before we set off, come with me to a place. With that, Yi Qingsong and Zhang Chen stepped onto a teleportation array, and a bright white light gradually enveloped them both. During the teleportation, Yi Qingsong looked at Wan Chang'an again, Chang'an, after this, I will send Zhang Chen to the first battlefield. Let's proceed according to the plan. Wan Chang'an, okay. As the words fell, Yi Qingsong and Zhang Chen were teleported away. This time, Zhang Chen's teleportation lasted more than a minute, the extended distance and time making him feel dizzy, almost like motion sickness. When the teleportation ended, Zhang Chen found himself in a grand hall. Surrounding the hall were many towering divine statues, each exuding a powerful aura. Glancing around the hall, Zhang Chen quickly sensed the presence of the Star God and the God of Joy from two of the statues. Yi Qingsong said, this is the Hall of 10,000 Gods. The divine statues in the hall have bestowed blessings upon the citizens of our country throughout history. Even though those who once communicated with the gods have passed away, these deities still leave a trace of their presence here, maintaining a subtle connection with our great Xia Empire, awaiting the next recipient of blessings. With that, Yi Qingsong took a gourd from his waist and approached a statue holding a sword in one hand and a gourd in the other, drinking from it. The statue glowed, and the gourd in Yi Qingsong's hand flew into the air. Blessed Yi Qingsong offers divine wine, requesting the wine sword immortal to bless my descendant Zhang Chen. Yi Qingsong spoke as the divine wine from the gourd filled the entire hall of 10,000 gods with a rich aroma, causing many statues to light up as if drawn to the wine. In the next moment, the statue of the wine sword immortal shone the brightest, absorbing the divine wine. Subsequently, a light orb shaped like a gourd flew out of the statue and landed in front of Zhang Chen. Yi Qingsong instructed Zhang Chen, this is the divine gourd of the wine sword immortal. Dive your spiritual power into it, make contact, and leave a spiritual imprint. Without a word, Zhang Chen followed the instructions. You have established a connection with the divine gourd. If you fall in battle, the divine gourd will preserve your soul. Seeing the prompt on the panel, Zhang Chen's eyes flickered with astonishment as he looked at Yi Qingsong. Teacher Yi, this is. Yi Qingsong replied, after all, you are heading to the front line of the Abyss battlefield, the most dangerous place in this world where any mishap could occur. By establishing a connection with the divine gourd, if you perish, it will offer you a lifeline. Yi Qingsong said calmly, prepare yourself, I will teleport you to the Abyss battlefield. Although Yi Qingsong's tone was composed, Zhang Chen knew deep down that establishing a connection with the divine gourd must have cost Yi Qingsong greatly. Touched by emotions, Zhang Chen had 1,000 words in his heart, but in the end, he simply said, Teacher Yi, I won't let you down. Yi Qingsong chuckled, I know you won't. Go on. With that, a teleportation array lit up beneath Zhang Chen's feet, and he was teleported away. I never expected that the strongest human in the world today would willingly lower his rank to protected junior. What a spectacle I witnessed today. At that moment, a beautiful woman appeared on the Statue of Joy, sitting leisurely with her legs crossed, watching Yi Qingsong in the Hall of 10,000 Gods with a smile. Yi Qingsong looked at the woman and gave a slight bow. May I ask what instructions the Goddess of Joy has for descending to this world? Nothing much, just found that little guy interesting, the Goddess of Joy replied with a smile, then added, by the way, since you've put on quite a show for me today, I'll give you a heads up. Recently, there have been several recipients of blessings in the Abyss Cursed Kingdom. If you continue to rush into the Abyss as before, you might not make it back. Yi Qingsong's gaze shifted slightly, then he thanked the Goddess of Joy. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you, no need. The immortal wine you offered to Sword Immortal Joshian earlier, do you have any more? Bring me a bottle as well. I'll go to the Bright Moon Winery and bring a bottle back for you. Hurry up. There are still many fun things waiting for me to see on Zhang Chen's side. Abyss Battlefield, the first defense line, the Warblade Great Wall. After Demon Grand Duke Sath retreated, the Great Xia Empire reclaimed the first defense line and reinforced the defenses of the Warblade Great Wall. When Zhang Chen emerged from the teleportation array, he found himself in the midst of an iron city, where many professionals were installing demon-slaying cannons on the city walls. The Warblade Great Wall was the most dangerous city in the Great Xia Empire, where soldiers and professionals fought year-round against high-level abyssal monsters, all above level 50, each exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. It was precisely because of these soldiers and professionals bravely fighting on the front lines, keeping the abyssal monsters at bay beyond the Warblade Great Wall, that stability was maintained in the rear. This city was not only the strong shield of the Great Xia Empire but also an eye placed by the Great Xia to observe the movements of the abyssal army on the battlefield. If the abyssal army launched a major invasion, this city would bear the heavy responsibility of resisting the first wave of abyssal attacks, buying time for the two rear defense lines. Major Zhang Chen. As Zhang Chen stepped out of the teleportation array, a veteran in his 50s approached and saluted him. I'll take you to see General Ning. Thank you. Zhang Chen nodded slightly and followed the veteran to a standalone building. The veteran stopped outside the building and said to Zhang Chen, General Ning and the members of the 3 hidden dragon squads are inside strategizing. You can go in by yourself. Thanks. Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude and entered the building, where he saw Ning Luwei strategizing with 2 men and a woman around a sand table. Instructor Ning. Zhang Chen greeted Ning Luwei as he entered the room. Zhang Chen, you're here. Ning Luwei's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Zhang Chen. I've already heard about your situation from the war god. Let me introduce you to the team members. The white-haired handsome guy is Gao Ning, a level 62 shadow assassin, our team's scout. Gao Ning nodded slightly at Zhang Chen, not very talkative. The bald guy without hair is Zhuang Wenxiang, a level 64 dragon blood hunter, the team's tank. Zhuang Wenxiang grinned at Zhang Chen, with me around, not a single abyssal monster can touch a hair on your heads. The black-haired elder sister is Luilan, a level 60 rain caller, the team's support and healer. Luilan smiled as she looked Zhang Chen up and down, a handsome young man indeed. After introducing the 3, Ning Luwei gestured for Zhang Chen to introduce himself. Zhang Chen, level 35, ghostly swordmaster. As Zhang Chen disclosed his level and profession, the expressions on the faces of the 3 suddenly changed subtly. Obviously, they were unaware of Zhang Chen's level before. Level 35 was too low. However, since he was personally chosen by the war god, although the others had doubts, they did not voice them. Seeing the subtle change in the expressions of the 3 team members, Ning Luwei instantly understood their thoughts and said, I know what you 3 are thinking, that Zhang Chen's level is too low, and you're afraid he might hold us back. However, we are a team. Once we leave the city, we must trust our teammates completely. Any suspicion among team members could lead to mission failure or even the destruction of the squad. As Ning Luwei spoke, Zhuang Wenxiang voiced his doubts. Captain, it's not that I look down on Zhang Chen, but isn't his level too low? It's too dangerous for him to accompany us on such missions. After all, we will be facing the strongholds of abyssal demons, possibly even raiding abyssal demons above level 70. Zhang Chen is only level 35. Even if he is exceptionally talented, can he handle this task? The other 2 remained silent, but it was clear that they agreed with Zhuang Wenxiang's words. Ning Luwei saw Zhuang Wenxiang raise a question and immediately smiled. That's right. If you have doubts, you should speak up directly, and we will solve them on the spot. With that, Ning Luwei looked at Zhang Chen. There is a fighting platform in the city. Can you have a match with them? Zhang Chen nodded. I can. Zhuang Wenxiang saw Ning Luwei actually wanted Zhang Chen, who was level 35, to PK with them 3. He was about to speak when a heavy alarm suddenly sounded in the city. Ning Luwei heard the alarm but remained calm. In the Warblade Great Wall, this kind of alarm sounded several times a day. Whenever the alarm sounded, it meant that abyssal monsters were beginning to attack. Generally, ranged professionals would launch a few rounds of attacks from the city wall, and then melee professionals would finish off the remaining monsters under the wall, ending the battle in 2 to 3 hours. If the alarm became sharper, then they should pay attention. Ning Luwei smiled. It seems there is a more direct way to show our strength. Zhang Chen, come up to the city wall with us. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded and followed Ning Luwei and the others up the city wall. By this time, there were already many professionals on the city wall, each forming teams, all eager and ready to fight. After all, the experience of abyssal monsters was very rich. Even if professionals used skills a few times and got some assists, they could gain a considerable amount of experience. At the same time, after the battle, they could increase their military merits based on the abyssal monsters they killed, thereby promoting their military rank and obtaining various military resources. It could be said that in the Warblade Great Wall, high risk and high returns coexisted. Zhang Chen stood on the city wall, looking into the distance. He saw a large amount of black mist appearing on the desolate land, and countless abyssal monsters rushing out from it. These abyssal monsters varied in levels, some were level 60, while others were level 30, numbering in the tens of thousands. The barrier of the Warblade Great Wall unfolded, and a large number of demon-destroying cannons shot destructive lasers at the monster horde, clearing a large area in one sweep, a spectacular scene. After a round of demon-destroying cannons fired, they began to recharge, while the remaining abyssal monsters continued to charge towards the city. Prepare for long-range attacks. At this moment, a commander issued orders, and the long-range professionals on the city wall began to prepare their skills, while the support personnel started to buff their team members. Ning Wuwei smiled at Zhang Chen. It's your turn to show them what you've got. Watching the abyssal monsters approaching from outside, Zhang Chen did not attack directly. Instead, he asked Ning Wuwei, Instructor Ning, can we organize all the people in the city into a legion? You want to form a legion? Ning Wuwei was taken aback. Generally, we only form legions when there is a large-scale invasion of the abyss. In normal small-scale battles like this, we don't form legions because everyone needs experience. If we form a legion, the experience will be divided equally, and everyone. Ning Wuwei paused, instantly understanding Zhang Chen's idea, and said with a smile, well done, I understand what you mean. I will form a legion right away. Ning Wuwei flew into the sky, took out his commander-level badge, and shouted loudly, listen to my command, form a legion. As soon as Ning Wuwei spoke, a tower in the center of the Warblade Great Wall lit up, and then all the military badges of the professionals in the city began to light up as well. For a moment, the professionals on the city wall were discussing animatedly. Form a legion? Does this mean a new round of large-scale abyssal invasion is coming? Why isn't the city raising the higher-level alarm? Oh my, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Is this going to be a major battle? Stop dawdling. General Ning is personally forming the legion. Hurry up and join in, so you don't miss out on the buffs and get killed by monsters later. As Ning Wuwei formed the legion, the professionals joined in one after another, and Zhang Chen also joined in. At this moment, Luilan, who had also joined the legion, asked Zhang Chen, can you tell us why we need to form a legion? With the scale of abyssal monsters outside the city, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Zhang Chen replied, those monsters outside are too experienced for me, we need to share the burden. Luilan, huh? She didn't understand, how could being experienced be a bad thing? What kind of strange logic was this? Zhang Chen just smiled, without explaining much. He jumped directly off the city wall and landed in front of a group of melee professionals. The professionals on the wall and below saw a level 35 youngster suddenly jump to the forefront of the battlefield, their expressions changing drastically. Who brought a child to the battlefield? Isn't this nonsense? Little brother, it's dangerous outside, come back quickly. Is there a formation mage? Teleport him back. While many professionals were in a panic, Zhang Chen raised his hand slightly, and a sword formation unfolded. Tens of thousands of flying swords suddenly appeared in the sky. Go! Zhang Chen controlled the flying swords, and they shot like a torrent towards the densely packed army of abyssal monsters ahead, causing countless monsters to fall like wheat, turning into black smoke and dissipating. In the Legion channel, information about monster kills popped up frantically. Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission, 25862/100000, Abyssal Overlord, plus 22031 in an instant. The desolate land was cleared of abyssal monsters. The battlefield and the Great Wall fell into a deathly silence. Not only the many professionals in the city, but even Ning Wuwei, who was standing in the sky, was shocked by Zhang Chen's abilities. He knew Zhang Chen had wide-range group attack skills with extremely high damage, but he didn't expect the damage to be this high. Just one round of attack wiped out the entire army of tens of thousands of abyssal monsters. Ning Wuwei couldn't find words to describe Zhang Chen anymore. Ning Wuwei looked at Zhang Chen's figure outside the Great Wall and murmured, indeed, it's right to trust Zhang Chen with the power of a war god. He is the hope for our great Xia to counterattack the abyss. After a long silence, a deafening commotion erupted within the Great Wall. Wow! So cool! Our great Xia has produced a sword immortal. Thousands of swords return to the sect. Thousands of swords return to the sect. Wow! Why didn't I take a picture just now? Good lad! Amazing! For a moment, countless praises flooded towards Zhang Chen. Every professional able to fight on the Great Wall harbored an intense hatred towards the abyssal demons. Now, Zhang Chen's spectacular screen-clearing move made all the professionals present ecstatic. Ning Wuwei landed in front of Zhang Chen, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Not bad, kid. It hasn't been long since we last met, and you've already grown to this level. With your rate of progress, that damn Curse King is definitely not your match." Zhang Chen modestly replied, "Instructor Ning, I still have a long way to go. Being overly modest is just showing off." Ning Wuwei chuckled and patted Zhang Chen's shoulder, leading him into the city, while the surrounding professionals all cast approving glances at Zhang Chen. For them, anyone killing abyssal monsters was a good person, and the more they killed, the greater the hero. Amidst the admiring gazes, Zhang Chen returned to the meeting room. At this moment, Gao Ning, Zhuang Wenxian, and Luilan all looked at Zhang Chen with changed expressions. The move Zhang Chen displayed outside the city had completely won them over. The abyssal attack has ended. Let's continue with the action meeting. Before we start the meeting, I want to confirm with everyone again if there are any objections to the composition of the personnel for this operation. Gao Ning, none. Zhuang Wenxian, I'm truly impressed this time. I didn't expect Zhang Chen to be this powerful. Level doesn't represent everything. Luilan, I have no objections either. After hearing the responses from the three, Ning Wuwei looked at Zhang Chen again. What about you, Zhang Chen? What do you think of the team members? Zhang Chen shook his head, no objections. Good, since everyone agrees on the team composition, let's officially start the meeting. As Ning Wuwei's voice fell, a virtual sand table of an abyss battlefield appeared in the meeting room. From the sand table, it could be seen that 50 kilometers northwest of the Warblade Great Wall, there was a medium-sized demon stronghold. Ning Wuwei said, "We will name this operation the Demon Hunt Plan, and our team will be called the Demon Hunt Team. The main objective of this mission is to investigate the purpose of the abyss demons stationed at this location. If possible, we will eliminate this stronghold." In the past, if Ning Wuwei had mentioned destroying this demon stronghold, Zhuang Wenxian and the others would have thought he was joking. But after witnessing Zhang Chen's strength, they began to think that with Zhang Chen's power, not only destroying the stronghold but even wiping out an entire abyss army seemed like a feasible task. Ning Wuwei continued, "I know that after seeing Zhang Chen's power, some of you may feel inflated, but I emphasize again that the main goal of this mission is to understand the abyss demon's purpose. Eliminating the demon stronghold is secondary, understood? Understood. Good, I will now assign tasks. Since this demon stronghold is protected by a barrier, I will break the barrier from the front to attract the attention of the demon boss and lure it away from the camp. After that, Zhuang Wenxiang and Luilan, you two will feign an attack from the front of the stronghold to attract the attention of the demon army and delay their repair of the barrier. At the same time, Zhang Chen and Gao Ning will depart from the northwest slope of the camp. Gao Ning will be responsible for silently eliminating the monitoring demon beasts inside the camp, while Zhang Chen will go deep into the camp to gather abyss intelligence. Once Zhang Chen succeeds, he will launch a signal flare, and everyone will use the forced return scroll together to return to the Warblade Great Wall. Gao Ning raised an objection. "Captain, I am more skilled at infiltration. Why not let me go alone and leave Zhang Chen to fight on the front? With Zhang Chen's abilities, his effectiveness in frontal combat should be much greater than in infiltration, right?" Ning Wuwei replied, "According to the information I have, these abyss demons are very special this time and have intricate connections with Zhang Chen. By having him infiltrate, there may be unexpected discoveries." Gao Ning was surprised. Zhang Chen has connections with the abyss demons? Ning Wuwei said sternly, "The specific details are highly classified by the Great Xia Empire. You only need to know that Zhang Chen is the core of this operation, there's no need to ask further." Gao Ning said, "Understood. Does anyone else have any objections?" Ning Wuwei paused for a moment, seeing that no one else spoke, and said, "In that case, come and collect your equipment. Once geared up, we will depart immediately." Ning Wuwei distributed an equipment box to each person. Zhang Chen opened his and found 10 bottles of high-level healing potions, 2 forced return scrolls, a wireless headset for team communication, and a bracelet made from abyss monster bones to conceal their human aura. "Let's go!" The 5 of them put on their headsets and bracelets, quietly left the city, bypassed all the abyss monsters they encountered along the way, and headed towards the demon camp. In the demon hunt team, everyone except Zhang Chen was a high-level professional, and with Zhang Chen's attribute conversion, their speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, all members of the demon hunt team arrived at the demon stronghold 50 kilometers away. At this moment, a large number of well-trained abyss monster squads were patrolling outside the demon camp, and a dense black aura gathered in the sky above the camp, giving off an ominous feeling throughout the area. The concentration of abyss aura here is several times higher than elsewhere. The abyss demons must be brewing some major conspiracy nearby. Ning Wuwei sensed the thick aura of the abyss around him almost solidifying. immediately instructing the members of the various squads, according to the plan, proceed to your respective positions and wait for my signal. Yes. Zhuang Wenxiang and Luilan stealthily infiltrated near the demon stronghold gate, while Zhang Chen and Gao Ning headed to a small hill northwest of the camp to take out the abyss monsters patrolling the hill and lay an ambush at the mountaintop. Gao Ning, Zhang Chen in position. Zhuang Wenxiang, Luilan in position. With the voices of the squad members coming through the communicator, Ning Wuwei took a deep breath, a long spear materializing in his hand as he gazed resolutely at the demon stronghold. Everyone, it's time to move. After giving the command, Ning Wuwei rushed out with a force like an overwhelming tide towards the demon stronghold, sweeping away all the abyss monsters patrolling around him with his aura. A purple barrier rose from the demon camp, Ning Wuwei's spear tip stabbing at the barrier, causing ripples to spread across it, blocking his attack. A horn sounded within the demon stronghold, and a large number of abyss monsters rushed out, launching an attack on Ning Wuwei. Divine Slaying Spear. Ning Wuwei decisively unleashed his forbidden skill, terrifying power bursting from the tip of his spear, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Boom! A dragon's roar echoed as Ning Wuwei's spear pierced through the barrier, instantly shattering hundreds of demons that had rushed out from the demon stronghold. Mere humans dare to disturb this place and seek death. At that moment, a rough voice resounded from the stronghold, followed by a burly demon wielding a giant hammer charging out from the depths, swinging the hammer towards Ning Wuwei. Come at me! Ning Wuwei shouted sharply, facing the demon with his spear. The attacks of the giant hammer demon were powerful and heavy, each swing of the hammer feeling like a mountain crashing down, creating deep craters in the ground with each strike. Ning Wuwei moved like a nimble dragon amidst the hammer's shadows, skillfully evading every attack of the giant hammer demon and then accurately striking its vital points. However, the giant hammer demon had thick blood and high defense, coupled with an abyss mage behind it buffing its status. Ning Wuwei failed to inflict any effective damage on the demon. Human, are you trying to scratch an itch for me? The giant hammer demon grinned, seizing a flaw in Ning Wuwei's defense, sweeping the hammer horizontally. Ning Wuwei immediately blocked with his spear held horizontally in front of him. Clang! Sparks flew as the hammer and spear clashed, Ning Wuwei enduring the impact of hundreds of tons of force, being directly blasted hundreds of meters away. Ha ha! Weakling! The giant hammer demon laughed heartily, transforming into a black light and chasing after Ning Wuwei. It's our turn. Zhuang Wenxiang, hidden in the shadows, saw the abyss boss being led away by Ning Wuwei, immediately summoning two huge axes and leaping out to chop down the abyss mages repairing the barrier at the gate. Another horn sounded within the stronghold, and a large number of abyss monsters surged out. Ha, abyss scum, come at me, today I will turn all of you into minced meat. Zhuang Wenxiang laughed heartily as he blocked the gate, while Luilan, still concealed in the shadows, secretly buffed Zhuang Wenxiang. With Luilan's assistance, Zhuang Wenxiang now appeared like a war god, holding off the abyss monsters at the stronghold gate. On the small hill to the northwest, Gao Ning saw that the attention of the abyss monsters was drawn to Zhuang Wenxiang at the gate, immediately saying to Zhang Chen, "Brother Zhang Chen, it's our turn to act." Got it. With Zhang Chen nodding, Gao Ning took out a dagger, leaped down from the hill, stepping on a demon beast patrolling below, swiftly stabbing the vital point in its neck with the dagger. Precise, clean. The demon beast didn't even have time to scream before it dissipated into black mist. After Gao Ning killed a demon beast, he immediately disappeared into stealth. Soon after, Zhang Chen saw one after another surveillance demon quietly falling in the stronghold, without making a sound. All were one-hit kills. He truly is a professional assassin, his skills are too exquisite. Zhang Chen watched as one surveillance demon after another fell under Gao Ning's dagger, feeling a chill run down his spine. Zhang Chen also leaped down from a small hill and steadily entered the demon stronghold, heading towards the depths of the camp. With Gao Ning secretly killing the demons responsible for surveillance and alarms in the stronghold, Zhang Chen easily infiltrated deep into the stronghold. He saw a group of abyssal mages constructing some kind of formation around a huge pitch-black cube in front of the demon general's tent. What is that? Zhang Chen hid behind a tent and used the abyssal eye on the pitch-black cube. Giant Abyssal Crystal Core, a mysterious crystal that absorbs the breath of the abyss, capable of releasing abyssal energy. Abyssal Crystal Core. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing the information from the abyssal eye. He had learned about abyssal crystal cores from the Kyoto University Library. The abyssal demons used them to turn dungeons into abyssal realms. Normally, an abyssal crystal core was the size of a third-order magic cube, but the one in this stronghold was already over a cubic meter. Zhang Chen realized that what was happening in this demon stronghold was probably beyond anyone's imagination. He immediately used the holographic photography function of his military-grade wireless earpiece to capture the giant abyssal crystal core and uploaded it to the military server. Zhang Chen. Less than a minute after Zhang Chen uploaded the photo, he heard Wan Chang'an's voice in his wireless earpiece. Quickly activate the holographic photography function. Wan War God? Zhang Chen heard the urgency in Wan Chang'an's voice and immediately activated the new photography function on his earpiece, continuously capturing the situation in the demon stronghold. Wan Chang'an saw the giant abyssal crystal core through the images captured by Zhang Chen and said in a deep voice, "This is troublesome. Wan War God, do you know what these abyssal monsters are planning to do?" Wan Chang'an, with the volume of that abyssal crystal core, once the abyssal power stored inside is released, it will be enough to turn all dungeons within 1,000 kilometers into abyssal realms. The formation those demon mages are building is called a transference teleportation array. This kind of teleportation array can bypass any barrier and transfer items to another transference teleportation array. We have had traders within the Great Xia Empire all along. I suspect those traders have already secretly built teleportation arrays within our borders. Once the teleportation array on this side of the demon stronghold is completed, and the giant abyssal crystal is transferred into the Great Xia territory, we will likely face the greatest disaster in 30 years. Zhang Chen knew things could be very serious, but he didn't expect it to be this severe. He asked in a low voice, "Can I destroy this transference teleportation array?" Wan Chang'an, "No. Even if we disrupt the Abyss's plan this time, as long as we don't eliminate the traders within our Great Xia, the Abyss can simply choose another location to transfer the giant abyssal crystal into our territory. If we act rashly, it might make the traders hide even deeper." Zhang Chen, "Then what should I do?" Wan Chang'an, "Actually, before you set off, we had already identified several suspected traders. We have sent agents to monitor those individuals covertly. However, their identities are very special. If the military acts without evidence, it could potentially cause turmoil in the country. We can monitor the energy fluctuations of the transference teleportation array from our end. So, Zhang Chen, your current task is to make them activate the transference teleportation array but prevent them from transferring the abyssal crystal. This task is very challenging. Can you do it? Activate the transference teleportation array but prevent the transfer of the abyssal crystal? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chen asked again, "War God, once the teleportation array is activated, can I kill those demons?" As soon as the teleportation array is activated, we will immediately lock onto the target. At that time, you can do anything you want, and if you need any support, the military will fully back you up. I understand. Zhang Chen's eyes became resolute. Leave it to me here. Zhang Chen, please. After receiving the military order, Zhang Chen informed his teammates of the current mission through the wireless headset. Upon hearing the situation, everyone's mood turned heavy. They thought this mission was just about gathering intelligence, but they didn't expect things to be so serious. Ning Wuwei, who was battling the demon boss, was the first to speak on the communication channel. "Zhang Chen, since this mission was entrusted to you by the war god, the command of this operation is now in your hands. What do you need us to do?" Zhang Chen replied, "I want Instructor Ning and the others to pretend to be defeated, then retreat from the demon stronghold." Retreat? Zhuang Wenxiang suddenly shouted on the channel, "Zhang Chen, are you planning to undertake this dangerous mission alone? How can we possibly leave you behind and run away?" Zhang Chen explained, "The key to this mission is to make the demons activate the teleportation array. If we suddenly attack this stronghold, it would have likely alerted the demons. If we don't retreat, they may not activate the teleportation array." Zhuang Wenxiang asked, "But what will you do if we leave?" Zhang Chen reassured, "Don't worry, I have many ways to protect myself. Even if the demon lord comes, I won't die." Understanding Zhang Chen's determination, Ning Wuwei immediately issued orders on the communication channel, "Zhuang Wenxiang, this is a military order. Pretend to be defeated, leave the demon stronghold, find an opportunity to teleport away. Gao Ning and Luilan, use the teleport scroll to leave directly." Understood. With Ning Wuwei's command, Gao Ning and Luilan warned Zhang Chen to be careful before using the teleport scroll to return to the Great Wall of Arms. Seeing his teammates retreat, Zhuang Wenxiang, who was fighting fiercely at the gate, could only roar in frustration. After clearing the surrounding monsters, he dashed out of the demon stronghold and used the teleport scroll. As the three of them teleported away, Ning Wuwei said to Zhang Chen, "I'm also leaving now. The abyss boss you're facing will come back, so be careful on your own." "Don't worry, Instructor Ning, I know what to do. I've always believed in you. Good luck." After saying these words to Zhang Chen, Ning Wuwei swiftly dodged the giant hammer swung by the demon lord, creating distance between them. "Human, are you trying to run?" The demon lord sneered as Ning Wuwei retreated, taunting, "What a coward." Ignoring the taunts, Ning Wuwei suddenly accelerated, holding a purple gold spear, and swiftly thrust towards the demon lord. Ha, have I exposed your weakness? Human, you are no match for me at all. The demon lord laughed and swung the giant hammer towards Ning Wuwei. However, Ning Wuwei feinted with his spear. In the moment the hammer deflected the spear, he took advantage of the demon lord's weapon inertia and swiftly closed the distance. In Ning Wuwei's left hand appeared a peculiar revolver, aiming at the demon lord's eye. The demon lord's pupils slightly contracted. Ning Wuwei calmly said, "Abyss scum, this is my gift to you." Bang! Ning Wuwei pulled the trigger, and a dazzling beam of destruction, similar to the demon slayer cannon, shot out from the revolver, piercing through the demon lord's eye. The giant hammer demon let out a painful scream, covering its eyes and roaring in anger, its face contorted in a fierce expression, seeking revenge on Ning Wuwei. However, Ning Wuwei had already used a town portal scroll to leave. Despicable humans! I will kill you for sure. The giant hammer demon roared alone in the wilderness, its furious howls causing the earth to tremble, making countless abyssal creatures in the wilderness shudder. Yet, the current rage of the giant hammer demon was ultimately futile. On the other side, at the demon stronghold, Zhang Chen found a secluded place to hide, secretly observing the abyssal mages constructing the teleportation array. For some reason, although the abyssal mages had already set up the teleportation array, they hesitated to activate it, as if waiting for a certain command or moment. At this moment, the giant hammer demon, whose eye had been blinded by Ning Wuwei's sneak attack, returned to the camp in a rage. Its heavy footsteps made the earth tremble with each step. Approaching not far from Zhang Chen's hiding place, the giant hammer demon slammed its weapon heavily on the ground and roared, "Where is the healer? Come over here and heal this general's eye." As the giant hammer demon spoke, a demon healer quickly ran out of a tent and began to heal the demon's eye. However, as the demon healer used the healing skill on the giant hammer demon, a hint of panic flashed in their eyes, immediately prostrating themselves before the demon. "General Aruz, your wound has been afflicted with an incurable debuff. I lack the ability to heal you." "What?" Aruz widened his copper bell-like eyes. "Then what use are you to this general?" The demon healer panicked. "General Aruz, please spare." Bang! Before the demon healer could finish pleading for mercy, Aruz smashed them into a pulp with his giant hammer. The abyssal mages nearby, witnessing Aruz's brutality, paled in fear, lowering their heads, afraid that Aruz's hammer might come down on them. This guy is too ruthless. Zhang Chen, watching from the shadows, gained a new understanding of these abyssal demons. They were not only cruel to humans but also ruthless towards their own kind. After calling a few more demon healers, Aruz still couldn't remove the debuff on his eye. After killing all the demon healers in the stronghold, Aruz had to accept the fact that he was temporarily one-eyed. As Aruz bandaged his wound, a demon who looked exactly like Zhang Chen's mother appeared in the stronghold and asked in a deep voice, "Aruz, what has happened here?" "Mom?" Zhang Chen saw the demon and clenched his fists, a storm raging in his heart. Despite her drastically changed aura, Zhang Chen recognized her as his mother. What exactly had happened? At this moment, Zhang Chen was filled with doubts. Seeing the female demon, Aruz, who had previously been bloody and brutal, bowed and scraped before her, replying, "Lady Hellos, it was just a few ignorant humans causing trouble. They have been driven away by me. Everything is under control, you need not worry. You should know how important this plan is." Hellos gave Aruz a cold glance. "For this plan, the king has even used precious pawns who have been infiltrating the upper echelons of the Great Xia Empire for many years. If anything goes wrong with this plan, not only you, but your entire family will pay the price of death." Aruz trembled all over, hastily assuring, "Please rest assured, everything is ready with the teleportation array, there will be no mishaps. With just one command from you, we can activate the teleportation array now. Since you are so confident, let's begin directly. You better pray that this plan goes smoothly. Don't worry, everything will go as planned." Aruz assured Hellos solemnly, then ordered the abyss mages surrounding the giant abyssal crystal. "You useless bunch, didn't you hear the orders? Activate the teleportation array immediately." Yes. The abyss mages started casting spells, and the teleportation array began to flicker like a breath. Zhang Chen, seeing this, set aside thoughts of his mother and focused intently on the teleportation magic circle. The situation was urgent. He had to act the moment the teleportation array opened to prevent the abyssal crystal from teleporting. At the same time, in the residence of a high-ranking official in the capital city of Daxia, the teleportation array lit up, and the military immediately detected the energy fluctuations. The military issued a warrant for the arrest of the official, and Wan Chang'an personally led the team to apprehend him. In the demon stronghold, as the teleportation array took shape, Zhang Chen summoned his flying sword without hesitation, swiftly killing all the abyss mages around the magic circle and using the sword to knock the abyssal crystal out of the teleportation array. "Who? Aruz, noticing the disturbance, changed his expression dramatically and hurled a giant hammer towards Zhang Chen. Countless replicated flying swords condensed in front of Zhang Chen. At the cost of numerous shattered replicated flying swords, Zhang Chen used his sword to pin Aruz's weapon in front of him. Hellos, upon seeing Zhang Chen, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes, which she quickly concealed, then questioned Aruz, "Aruz, is this what you meant by no mistakes?" Aruz trembled and quickly replied, "Lady Hellos, it's just a minor accident. Please give me some time, I will immediately deal with this human trash." With that, Aruz roared and charged towards Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen stood still, and his swords, Shishao, Zhanlu, and Qixing Long Yuan, trembled slightly before him. When Aruz reached Zhang Chen, his three specialized weapons immediately turned into three sword lights, piercing through Aruz's body and causing him to explode. Aruz fell to his knees, bleeding profusely, and all the abyssal creatures in the demon stronghold, except for Hellos, perished. Two golden lights burst out from Zhang Chen's body, and he leveled up twice, reaching level 37. Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission, for 3682/100000, Abyssal King, plus 40,031, the entire demon stronghold was cleared in an instant, Zhang Chen's attribute sword, and his aura became much stronger. Still not dead? Seeing Aruz still alive, Zhang Chen immediately used his flying sword to finish him off. At that moment, a long whip broke through the air, sweeping away Zhang Chen's flying swords and saving the dying Aruz. Aruz looked excitedly at Hellos. "Lady Hellos, save me." "Shut up." Hellos lashed out at Aruz's face, knocking him unconscious. Zhang Chen gazed at Hellos, opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end, he didn't say mother and simply asked, "Are you going to save him?" Hellos replied calmly, "This plan has failed, and someone needs to take the blame. If it dies here, I will be responsible." After a moment of silence, Zhang Chen asked, "I can sense that you harbor no hostility towards me. Are you?" "It's no longer the same." Hellos interrupted Zhang Chen's question and continued, "Zhang Chen, the abyssal battlefield is not where you should be. Return as soon as possible. Furthermore, I'll give you a piece of advice. Daxia is about to face a disaster, and your time is running out." As she finished speaking, a large black mist emerged behind Hellos, and numerous low-level abyssal creatures emerged from the mist, bearing their sharp fangs at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen ignored the abyssal monsters around him, staring fixedly at Hellos and asking, "Tell me, what has happened to you all? How can I save you?" This time, Hellos said nothing and only wrapped her whip around the giant abyssal crystal core and the unconscious Aruz, retreating into the black mist. "Come back!" Zhang Chen angrily chased after her, countless demons blocking his path, only to be cut down by his flying sword. Zhang Chen rushed to the edge of the black mist, reaching into it, but instead of grabbing Hellos, he was knocked down by an abyssal hellhound bursting out of the mist, followed by a large group of abyssal monsters pouring out and attacking him incessantly. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen was submerged under a mountain of monsters. And from within the black mist, more and more demons surged out, densely packed, even overflowing from this demon stronghold. The next moment, a violent mental storm exploded with Zhang Chen at its center, causing all the abyssal monsters in the stronghold, as well as the black mist releasing them, to vanish without a trace. Curse King's Blade Artifact Mission completed. Abyssal Overlord, plus 111,031, Zhang Chen staggered to his feet from the ground, looking dazedly in the direction Hellos had left. However, he quickly composed himself, comforting himself, "At least, Mom still retains her sanity, there is still hope for everything." After adjusting his mood, Zhang Chen finally noticed the completion prompt for the Curse King Artifact Mission. "Sending me so many low-level monsters at once, not only did I boost my attributes, complete the Curse King Artifact Mission, but I didn't even level up once. Mom must have done it on purpose, right?" "Absolutely." Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's mood inexplicably improved as he checked the Curse King's Blade. Curse King's Blade, Divine Great Attack plus 100,000. Bearer gains the Curse Incarnation skill. When the bearer attacks with this equipment, they can slay targets lower in level without equipment or class restrictions. Curse Incarnation, level 10. After using this skill, there is a 50% chance to inflict absolute curse on the target when attacking, and a 50% chance to inflict absolute curse on the target when being attacked. This skill does not consume mental power. Absolute Curse, the cursed target loses 10% of maximum health and all 4 main attributes per second. The caster steals all the reduced attributes from the cursed target. The attributes disappear upon the target's death. Those killed by this curse cannot be resurrected, the curse ignores bloodlocks, and can only be purified by the caster. Note, the Curse King's artifact harbors boundless resentment of the Curse King. Only those who withstand the Curse King's wrath can ascend to the Curse King's throne. This is the Curse King's weapon? Zhang Chen's head buzzed as he saw the panel and effects of the Curse King's blade. Whoever forged this artifact must have been quite something to produce such exaggerated attributes. After examining the attributes of the Curse King's blade, Zhang Chen, filled with curiosity, took out the blade. The Curse King's blade had now transformed into a slender black longsword, with eerie and chilling black mist swirling around the blade. When Zhang Chen gripped the hilt, he could feel a bone-chilling coldness. The black mist from the Curse King's blade spread from the hilt to Zhang Chen's hand, then wrapped around his arm, turning it pitch black. At that moment, the passive effect of the crimson sky was triggered, covering Zhang Chen's arm with a red glow, pushing the black mist back into the Curse King's blade. Zhang Chen felt the hilt grow even colder. This thing is truly the Curse King's specialized weapon. Before the Curse King resurrects, I need to find a way to destroy or seal this thing. Zhang Chen could feel that there was still hidden power in this weapon waiting to be unleashed. If the Curse King got hold of this specialized weapon, it would be an absolute disaster. What a stroke of luck today. First, I witnessed a touching master-disciple relationship, and now a heartwarming mother-son bond. The projection of the God of Joy appeared before Zhang Chen, laughing. Zhang Chen, why didn't I meet you earlier? You could have provided me with much more entertainment. Seeing the God of Joy manifest in reality, Zhang Chen immediately put away the Curse King's blade and asked, Goddess, why are you so free to follow me? Have you found a way to solve the blessing bestowed by the gods? The God of Joy hesitated for a moment, then replied, Dealing with your blessing is not something that can be resolved overnight. I am still trying to find a solution for you, so there's no need to rush. Zhang Chen doubted, Are you really trying to find a solution? Ahem. Let's skip that topic for now. The God of Joy coughed a few times and continued, Don't you want to know about your parents turning into abyssal demons? A glint flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes as he asked eagerly, You know? The God of Joy chuckled, covering her mouth, Of course, I know. But if you want me to tell you, you'll have to provide me with some entertainment. Zhang Chen inquired, What do you want me to do? The God of Joy replied, There is a stone tablet at the entrance to the abyss. That stone tablet can only be shattered by the power of the Curse King. If you go and shatter that stone tablet, I will tell you. Zhang Chen asked, What will happen after it's shattered?